They're dealing with extreme heat warnings. That includes areas of Phoenix, 112, Palm Springs, 109. Salt Lake City is under that too, 102 degrees. And the heat in the west persists all the way through the weekend. Salt Lake City, 101 Saturday, 99 on your Sunday. And then Billings, 95, 101, just unusually hot.
Wendy's worker in Massachusetts looking forward to starting freshman year at Yale this fall, all because his employers decided to help fund his education. You're listening to ABC News.
If you haven't switched to Pure Talk because you're not sure their coverage is every bit as reliable as Big Wireless, why not take them for a test drive? For a limited time, Pure Talk is offering any of their plans for just $15 a month for the first 3 months, including their top-tier unlimited data plan. No contracts, no commitments. Just a great deal on a high-speed network with unlimited data from an American wireless company. Dial pound 250, say Mike Rowe, and let the savings begin.
These days, heading back to school means more than pencils and notebooks. It means laptops, tablets, online accounts, and a lot of personal information moving across the internet. WebRoot Total Protection gives families powerful online defense tools with antivirus, VPN, cloud backup, identity protection, and more, helping keep your digital life secure throughout the school year and beyond. Go to webroot.com/radio and get 60% off today. That's webroot.com/radio for 60% off. Live a better digital life with WebRoot, because peace of mind shouldn't be optional.
A growing number of national restaurant chains are pulling jalapenos from their menus due to a salmonella outbreak linked to the spicy peppers. They include Sweet Green, Qdoba, and Chipotle, and they all say they're doing it out of precaution. ABC News medical contributor Dr. Alok Patel says salmonella outbreaks linked to jalapenos are rare.
What's concerning and tricky about this is produce such as jalapenos, they don't go through that cooking step to kill the bacteria. They get chopped up and then added later to another product.
Immigration advocates say Haitians face mass deportations as Congress holds hearing on the ongoing dangers in the country. ABC's Chuck Sievertson.
Executive Director of the San Diego-based nonprofit Haitian Bridge Alliance, Gerline Joseph, says after the Trump administration recently ended temporary protection status for more than 1 million people, including Haitians in the U.S., it was revealed at a congressional hearing that back in Haiti,
17 children and 30 civilians, adults, were killed, 47 total, by what seems to be U.S. drones.
And the military officials said
they are at war.
Joseph says they're getting calls of more ICE raids in Haitian communities.
The Federal Aviation Administration ordered inspections of hundreds of Boeing 737 MAX planes after cracks were reported in some older aircraft. Boeing says it supports the FAA directive and has already initiated the inspections. The order takes effect next month. The FAA estimates it covers 471 planes. I'm Stephanie Officer, ABC News.
This summer, there are 250 reasons to join T-Mobile.
Girls trip? Booked. And switching to T-Mobile helped make it happen.
With Experience Beyond, switch and get $100 back. Plus, $650 in value in built-in plan benefits. That's $750 in your first year, guaranteed.
And honestly, that $100 back, I'm putting it towards the zip line.
Now that's how you do summer.
Exactly. Best switch I ever made.
This is just one reason to join T-Mobile this summer. There are 250 reasons. Find yours.
Savings based on the value of benefits included with Experience Beyond, like entertainment and 1 year of AAA Classic and Dash Pass on us. Benefits may require activation. See plan for details. Get $100 via virtual prepaid MasterCard with eligible ported, no cash access, and expires in 6 months. Issued by Sunrise Banks, N.A. member FDIC. Allow 8 weeks.
The KDKA AccuWeather forecast is brought to you by JP Roofing and Siding, Pittsburgh's #1 Platinum Preferred Roofing Replacement Contractor. Call 412-829-7711.
A cloudy and humid start to the weekend today brings a couple of showers and a gusty thunderstorm, high 85, with a thunderstorm lingering for some tonight and a low of 68, followed by sunshine and a dry day tomorrow, high 87, before more showers and thunderstorms around for Monday. Some of them may be heavy and gusty again, high 85. For AccuWeather, I'm LaTroy Thornton, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
Rob Fracks on the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
In this Saturday edition with your Pratt Pack on KDKA. So the city controller, Rachel Heisler, flagged areas seeing improvement so far. Real estate tax revenues has stabilized and is bringing in more than last year due to the property tax increase City Council approved at the end of 2025. The deed transfer tax is up 46% compared to last year, while the earned income tax and the payroll prep are both up almost $7 million compared to last year. All three revenue sources are outpacing 2025 figures and projections for this year. These aspects of the budget can be largely influenced by things beyond the control of the city officials. The boost to payroll prep and deed transfer taxes, and reflective of how the greater economy is faring. If the housing market takes a turn or unemployment rates go up, that changes the city's income. Let me say this. Rachel Heisler earns her paycheck. She has been doing the deep dive on these city finances since taking over the job. And she's been the Pied Piper. Look, even though you have to give the current mayor and his administration, Corey O'Connor, a lot of props for what they've been able to do, please do not lose sight who have been working morning, noon, and night talking about these issues. And look, reading that article in the PG, looking at it in the Tribune Review, looking at it on her social media page, which is the city controllers, I understand. I watched the live video yesterday, courtesy of Odyssey KDKA Radio, while I was working in the home studio. She's up front. She's a matter of fact. She just tells it the way it is. She doesn't sugarcoat it. And the only way you will ever find the ability to overcome any financial issue, or for that matter, any issue, is to simply talk about it. Find ways to fix it. Slice and dice. You start realizing certain things can go, but certain things have to stay. Because there are essential things that happen with these workers that are highly necessary, as it is for the people that they serve in the great city of Pittsburgh. I don't think I have felt as good about what is happening to my beloved Pittsburgh like this in a very long time. Look, I've said many times that youth will prevail. And right now, I'm seeing it with the current administration, and I'm seeing it with people like the city controller, Rachel Heisler. And the good news is they're going to be here long term to see a lot of this stuff come to fruition. And if there was ever a time that the great city of Pittsburgh could use a little good news, it's right now. And you know me when it comes to hope rings eternal and that glass being half full. So congratulations, keep up the good work. Far from being done, have to continue to count our pennies and tighten our belts. But at least there's some good news, is there not? Amazon has confirmed that it is eyeing potential data center site, former Homer City coal-fired plant in Indiana County. We are evaluating multiple sites across the Commonwealth, an Amazon spokesperson said in an email this week. While we don't have a definite agreement in place, we are in discussions with Homer City Redevelopment. A project at the site launched last year and led by Homer City Redevelopment seeks to bring 4.5 gigawatts onto the grid using natural gas, which would make it the largest electricity provider in the state. I'm going to tell you right now, there's a reason why their logo is a little smile, Amazon, because they're big business. And whenever they roll into town with those trucks, it means good business for Main Street, to the street on where you live and the place they bring your packages. Look, I'm not saying it's the be-all, end-all, but when you look back in the history of this great nation, certain brands that took that giant step, the GEs of the world, the Westinghouse of the world, the U.S. Steels of the world, the Mellon Banks of the world, the Gulf Oils of the world, I could go on and on and on, things got better. And right now, you have to look at things that are in and out of your life every day that are starting to really pay dividends for this region. And who would have ever thought when we saw those trucks, when their turn signals go left or right, those headlights blink at you like someone trying to get your attention. And as you notice, when they go by, that little smile, it's almost like they've come to life in our community and not only bring us great substance and give people good life-sustaining generational paycheck, good benefit type of jobs, now they're starting to be felt in other aspects of our community. Look, I am all for doing the deep dive and our due diligence on these data centers. You will never hear me ever say anything but cross your T's, dot your I's, and exhaust every possible angle before you put shovel into dirt and boots on the ground. But I can tell you right now, when you think of the billions being spent, the thousands of building trades, carpenters, electricians, plumbers who will be working on these sites, and more importantly, brands like Meta in Beaver County and possibly Amazon in Homer City, yippee-yi-yo, yippee-yi-yay. It's like the Wild West, but in a whole lot calmer manner. That's right, because things will be calming down and structures will be going up. Where they go, when they go, how they go, a lot of it is still left to be determined. But what I am seeing now more than ever in this country is opportunity. And I see a lot of the opportunity being made by names like Meta, names like SpaceX and Tesla and Amazon. And the last time I checked, and you throw in Apple, those are all about Team USA. And that's not a good thing. Say it with me. That's a great thing. Hey, as always, you can listen to us at 100.1 FM, AM 1020 KDK, or on the Odyssey app, AUDACY. You can also watch us online with our KDK video stream presented by Metropolitan Window Company. Just go to KDKRadio.com and click on KDK Watch, or you can just subscribe to our YouTube channel and see what's happening in the studio all the time. All right, number to dial to be on the program, 866-391-1020. We're in open talk until 7 o'clock this morning. You can also reach me, NASCO Roofing, instant access to our shows just a click away. Email us at instantaccess@kdkradio.com. And don't forget, if you know someone who has done extraordinary things in your community this past year, nominate them now at kdkradio.com to be honored at this year's Larry's Hometown Heroes event. One more thing I got to tell you about 93.7 The Fan, 100.1 FM, AM 1020 KDK, and WAMO 107.3 are partnering to support Pittsburgh Public School students for the school year by providing stuffed backpacks for the Pittsburgh Public Schools Back to School event presented by Target Freight Management. You can support by purchasing backpacks or dropping the backpacks off on August the 12th from noon until 1 at Target Freight Management across from Castle Tavern. That's on Library Road, South Park Township. Or August 14th from 1 to 2 p.m. at Donaldson's Crossroads, 4004 Washington Road, McMurray. For more details, visit kdkradio.com. Brought to you by Rugby Realty and Pittsburgh Regional Transit. Before we get to break in here, some of the other things I want to talk to you about. This one was staggering. The job numbers for last month were pitiful. And you have to look no further than one individual. That's the president. When you look at national job numbers, good, bad, or indifferent, they take credit. It's like a quarterback on a football team. They get all the credit, maybe too much when they win, and they get all the blame, maybe too much of it when they lose. All of the stuff that's happening in Iran, everything that's happening with these just fires that keep being tried to put out by the president, his administration, and others, they better figure it out, because what we are witnessing right now, and this could be the final straw, I have never in all my years talking politics or covering it or being interested in it, have seen numbers basically nosedive the way these numbers have. 27,000, that is absolutely unacceptable. So now more than ever, take my advice. Whether you be a Democrat or Republican, you better be all in on data centers and natural gas and nuclear energy and steel, because it's the only way back. We'll be back.
When you need to talk, we're here for you. Always have been. News Radio KDKA.
Brian Schlaba here from the Home Buyers of Pittsburgh. Born and raised right here. Since 2015, we've helped over 1,000 Pittsburgh homeowners sell their houses quickly and without the stress. No repairs, cleanouts, inspections, or appraisals. We give fast and fair cash offers. Buy your home as is, and you choose the closing day. Visit homebuyersoftpittsburgh.com or call 412-500-9057. That's 412-500-9057.
Pittsburgh's local trusted home buyer since 2015.
Every time I've had CertaPro painters do work on my home, I really appreciate their professionalism. They make it worry-free, and it starts with a free estimate, all at the right price. And I love that each CertaPro painter's business is independently owned and operated. Hi, this is Larry Richard. It's the perfect time to reach out, get CertaPro painters to visit your home. Schedule your free estimate online at CertaPro.com. That's Certa with a C. You'll be so glad you did. Trust CertaPro Painters.
Sports is brought to you by Coons Quality Foods with 8 locations to serve you a Pittsburgh tradition. Bucks lost to the Mets 6-4 last night. 2 teams again tonight, PNC Park, 6:40. You can hear it on 93.7 The Fan. Luke Kuechly and also Adam Vinatieri, along with Roger Craig and Larry Fitzgerald and Drew Brees, are headed into the Pro Football Hall of Fame. Induction ceremonies will begin at lunchtime in Canton. Riverhounds take on Sacramento tonight at FMB Stadium. And in the golf world, through 2 rounds of the Wyndham Championship, your leader is Bo Hostler. He is at 12 under and has a 1-shot lead. More sports at 937thefan.com.
Running a small business is a daily balancing act. One late shipment, one price hike, one employee issue, and your whole month, maybe the entire year, could be in trouble. That's where LendSeek comes in.
I needed $100,000 fast to keep up with inventory demands. LendSeek had me funded the same day I applied. Between their AI platform finding the fastest deal and a dedicated funding specialist guiding the process, it couldn't have been easier.
Our AI-driven platform matches your business with the right program from over 100 funders, up to $2 million in as fast as 24 hours. Don't wait until it's too late. If you've been in business at least 2 years with more than $500,000 in annual revenue, qualifying is simple. No collateral, no out-of-pocket costs, no hassle. From lines of credit, term loans to revenue-based financing, LendSeek is open for business. Apply in minutes at lendseek.com. That's LENDSEEK.com.
Listen to KDKA Radio on the Odyssey, iHeartRadio, or TuneIn apps.
Hear about it, then talk about it. 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
All right, we're back, and here's Ken in Lower Borough. Hey, it's your Pratt Pack Ken. Welcome to the show. How are you?
Going on. Haven't talked to you for about a week. I wanted to bring something up from last week real quick. I wanted to address, I guess one of my customers must have said, you must be on at like 6 o'clock or something at night, I'm guessing. But anyway, you must have been talking about Fauci, and you must have been saying he was a hero. And I didn't hear it, so I don't know if it's true or not. You would know. But anyway.
Nobody said he was a hero, man. Go ahead.
But anyway, they told me to call in and to rebuke this. I was like, I'm in bed. But anyway, you know what, the guy, I'll tell you what, I've seen heroes before. I mean, I'm not armchair quarterbacking this like a lot of these guys do. That guy from Iowa that had that pistol that engaged that shooter, you want to talk about a hero. I mean, you got a freaking pistol, and you're going against an AR. You want to talk about a hero? This guy wasn't even hiding behind anything. This guy didn't care. He's trying to save people. I mean, and you know what? We need more people like that in these communities. I mean, I do have a pistol permit. I don't know what I would do in that position, but, you know, I'd probably engage myself if it was somebody else's life that was at risk. And you know what? Whatever happened, happened. A lot of people aren't that way, and that's a shame. But anyway, I wanted to talk about a few things. This week was a good week, but it was a bad week. I mean, it rains a lot, so everything's moving. But it looks like I'm losing another customer to Florida. I can't figure this stuff out. These people went to help their son move. And, you know, they've been customers for a while, been here forever. And I show up this week at their house to a for sale sign. I'm thinking, are you kidding me? So I talking to them. They said, oh, yeah, we found a nice community down there, retirement community. We had no plans of leaving, but we toured the place, and we loved it. Prices were cheaper. And they had no plans to leave. I mean, this is sad. This is really sad. They're gone. These are Pennsylvanians running out of here. I mean, we need to do something about this tax structure in this state. And they said, well, we got to make the move now. We're never going to go. And I was like, did you have any plans? They said, no, but everything looked good. And they were down there for a month. I guess that's all it took. But we're going to have to do something up here. The jobs numbers here are probably worse because, you know what, a lot of the jobs They were created under Biden, Obama. They were government jobs. So who's paying for that? Taxpayers. And as you can see, we need factory jobs. You want union jobs, but the Democrats brought in so many illegals here. I mean, how many illegals could you hire for one union job? What, 7, 8? I mean, seriously, I don't know what the prices are, but if the numbers are starting to look good for me to hire somebody like that, and that's a shame. That's a shame. Then you had some type of a event down in Pittsburgh. There were kids fighting. I guess at JoJo Burgess down there. I'm hoping this mayor had security in place for that fight, or some type of emergency services, or didn't he plan ahead for this? I don't know. But there was a lot of people fighting.
That's everywhere, Kenny. I mean, there's nothing you can do about this. These kids. What are you going to do? You're going to arrest them all? I don't even know how you can stop it at this point. Parents aren't helping out. Nobody seems to care. I mean, look, with all due respect, this administration, this mayor, they've got so much to do. I don't even know how they can even think about finding a way to resolve that. If the parents don't get involved, who's going to stop it? You think law enforcement can stop that? I don't see how it's possible.
Well, like I said, I've been to several events. Several events where you have 8, 7, 8, 900, 1,000 people. And you know what? You pay for a ticket, you get in, and you get in. And, I've been doing that for 10, 15 years. I've never had any trouble like that. I mean, you've been to events. I'm sure you've been to many events. Have you had to any event that you've been to? You answer me truthfully. Have you had anything like that happen to you?
No.
So, you know what? Maybe it's these. I push it for ignorance. I mean, a lot of these Democratic people that have office, it's on the job training. Well, you're sitting there saying this lady that's Rachel, whatever, she didn't know about this problem with the city of Pittsburgh? These guys are broke. People are running out of
No, wait. No. She was the one who reported it a long time ago. No, she made everybody aware of it. It was her work that made this whole thing come out.
If she made people aware of it, why wasn't it brought up under the last administration?
No, she brought it up under the last administration. She was the one asking where the COVID money went. No. See, you haven't been listening, my friend. She's been on this for a long time.
Well, the COVID money, what they have, Pennsylvania had $2 billion. Is it still there? Probably not. I mean, these local communities all needed help. They poured money into them. Street departments, parks that they shouldn't have had. They had so many parks that people don't even use them, but the cities have to maintain them. And I don't know. I mean, you can't print money forever. It can't be done. And you know what? You have to generate money. If you're not generating money, you know what? People are going to leave.
Well, that's exactly the problem. I mean, that's exactly the problem. You need to start making money. That's why when Amazon wants to do something, you may not like it, but it would have been great if they would have went into that Churchill Westinghouse campus. Even though they say they're going to, start developing it, you're never going to get an investment like you could have gotten from Amazon. That's why these data centers, I know a lot of people are concerned, but let the people, the powers to be, do what they need to do. But we can't let that stuff slip through our fingers. That stuff is way too important to let us slip through our fingers.
Well, I've been promoting a data center up in Upper Borough for a while. It's on this show, one of the biggest in the country. And, Upper Borough is not part of New Kensington. And what happens? Some blue-haired lady gets on the TV, and she's having something in New Kensington, not even the city where the center's going to be at.
Mm-hmm.
And she's sitting there spouting all the stuff that this thing's going to do. But there's nothing around this data center. There's nothing around this data center. And, it's not going to impact anybody's lives. They're going to have electrical generating plants, natural gas. The only thing my fear is, I'm wondering how they're going to get water up there, but I'm sure they've already thought about it. But other than that, why would you start a protest, not even around town, inform people of something that doesn't even concern the people that they're trying to inform? I mean, geez, go to the town that they're having the data center and have a meeting.
So let me ask you something. You're out there, and we got Robert in Plum and Craig in Pittsburgh. We'll get to you guys in a moment. Anybody else wants to get in here, 866-391-1020. We only open talk until 7 today, so we actually do have a bonus hour at noon. But if you got some thoughts over that first cup of coffee, get on the phone and join me. So where do you see the possibility of job creation? Listen, when you only create 27,000 jobs, I mean, we're looking at the loss of 27,000 jobs. That's it for last month in the nation. I mean, that's like something that's a major red flag. So where do you see opportunity, or do you see it there and we're not doing anything with it? That's what I say. We're not doing anything with it. Go ahead.
In this area, what is killing everything, and I see it every day, these elderly people that are here, they save all year to pay their property taxes. And you know what? They have no extra money to spend here. If we have some of the biggest elderly population in the country, supposedly, you know what? They don't generally shop on Amazon. They generally go to the store and spend money that way. The younger kids are the ones that do the other. But you know what? They need to generate money by cutting taxes, and they can't do it, or they just don't want to do it. I mean, anything Shapiro has done here is writing a check. All you do for the city of Pittsburgh and all these Democratic cities, you get a bailout. If the Titanic had a bailout like this, it'd still be afloat. You have to generate money.
Wait. If who had a bailout? Who?
If the Titanic had bailouts like what Pittsburgh and these Democratic cities get, it would still be afloat. And I use that all the time. And you know what? I'll tell you, one of my friends is a Democrat, and I tell him about some of the grants they get. Well, he started following them. And you know what? He told me, he goes, you know what, Ken, you're right. He said some of the grants that they get and they are saying they're using the money for, they never use the money for it. And he's been watching. And he said, I'll go one step further. He said if the Titanic would have got a grant to build it, it'd never have been built. And after that, I had to laugh. He just went further than I did.
All right, my man. I got to get to a break. Robert, Plum, Greg, Pittsburgh, get to you in a moment. 866-391-1020. Does anybody have anything to say about the amount of jobs? You know, I was going to add it in one of my morning commentaries to begin the hour, and I thought, you know what? There are so many issues here locally that it's really not worth leading off with it. But as much as I didn't, I keep thinking, my goodness, this is a frightening statistic, and nobody's even discussing it. I mean, they've just glazed over it. Maybe it's because the numbers have been going downward, in recent months. But, 27,000. Honestly, unless I read it wrong or I'm missing something, in all my years of covering politics and talking about stuff on the radio that evolve around politics, I've never discussed anything that horrific as 27,000. And look, everybody follows the lead of the commander-in-chief and what the bulls and bears on Wall Street are doing. We'll be back.
Wait, everything on this IHOP value menu is just $6?
I told you it was amazing. A huge plate of pancakes, bacon, and eggs is just $6.
Wow.
There's also French toast, a ham and cheese omelet, and they got a BLT and fries now.
Okay, we're coming here every day.
You don't have to tell me twice.
Feast for just $6 with the IHOP value menu. $7 in some locations, available every day for a limited time at participating restaurants in the U.S. Hours may vary. No substitutions. Not valid with other discounts or promotions. Prices may vary.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. If you've been injured in a car accident, call America's largest injury law firm. For over 35 years, my mission has been to deliver more for our clients, to deliver more for you. Injured? Visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
For generations, you've listened to us in your kitchen, catching baseball games on your front porch, and ending your day as your bedtime buddy. Now, you can watch us every day on your TV with our new KDKA Radio YouTube page, or by clicking on KDKARadio.com. It's presented by Metropolitan Windows. Same great content, more live visuals. The voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
Mommy, how come I can't sit in the front seat?
Because I love you and you're just not ready yet.
Putting your kids in the right seat for their age and size is an act of love. Check that your kids are in the right seat at nhtsa.gov/the-right-seat.
From the Aetna Medicare Studios.
Proud to be the ABC News. I'm Brian Clark. At 4:31 this morning, the Senate confirmed Todd Blanche as Attorney General by the most narrow of margins.
On this vote, the yeas are 50, the nays are 49. The nomination is confirmed.
Two Republicans, Susan Collins and Lisa Murkowski, voted against Blanche's confirmation, citing their concerns about his previous job as President Trump's personal lawyer. ABC's Jay O'Brien says a different Republican was the key vote.
All eyes were then on the deciding vote here. Louisiana's Bill Cassidy, who Trump had helped defeat in a primary just a few months ago. Cassidy stepping out onto the Senate floor saying he is a yes on Blanche, calling Blanche, quote, not perfect, but better than the alternatives.
A judge in New Mexico ordered Meta to pay $567 million in penalties and make changes to its products like Instagram and Facebook, saying they harm children's mental health. Meta says it will appeal. This is ABC News.
Here's the latest from the KDKA Community Message Board.
Obsessed with pizza? So are they at Slice on Broadway. The 2025 winner of World's Best Cheese Pizza Slice is right here in the Berg with 6 Pittsburgh locations, always serving delicious New York-style pizza, hoagies, and salads. Order yours today. Register for Pittsburgh's Fall Fitness Classic. The Great Race 10K and 5K take place on Sunday, September 27th. It's all part of one great weekend celebrating the Richard S. Caligiuri City of Pittsburgh Great Race, presented by Highmark Blue Cross Blue Shield. Odyssey and McGee Women's Research Institute have teamed up for a new women's health podcast. Understudied asks researchers the biggest questions in women's health, and they're finding answers that could change lives around the world. Tune in where you find your podcasts. Sponsored by Genentech.
Details at kdkaradio.com.
Tune in this Sunday morning at 8 for the Coons Cooking Hour with Rob Pratt and the Coons Market team when they discuss cooking with peppers. It's the Coons Cooking Hour presented by Coons Market, your hometown Pittsburgh grocer.
Hi, this is Larry Richard. Join us Monday in the Big K Morning Show, 5:30 until 10. We'll recap what you might have missed over the weekend and get you going.
The KDKA AccuWeather forecast is brought to you by JP Roofing and Siding, Pittsburgh's #1 Platinum Preferred Roofing Replacement Contractor. Call 412-829-7711.
Today brings a wet start to the weekend with plenty of clouds around, a couple of showers, and a drenching gusty thunderstorm, the high 85, with a spotty thunderstorm for tonight, otherwise some clouds, low 68, ahead of a rather sunny day for tomorrow, and a high of 87, leads to more clouds for Monday, and another couple of showers and gusty thunderstorms, high 85. For AccuWeather, I'm LaTroy Thornton, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
All right, 866-391-1020, 866-391-1020, open talk until 7 o'clock today. Here is Robert in Plum. Robert, thanks for holding on, and good morning. Welcome to KDKA.
Good morning, Rob. I hope everything's going well with you.
Yeah, it's going good. Going good.
Good. I'm calling here today only for the economics on your account. Okay. I believe that the economic situation you stated was 27,000. Right. That sounds about right because we created a new class of people, the lazy class. Too many people became millionaires, and then people just don't want to work anymore. And we have too many retired people on here, and this is what's happened. We created the lazy class. Money is not that expensive, so a lot of people are vacationing, they're taking time off, they're doing things, whatever they want to do. So 27,000, I know it's a small number, but who are you going to get to work? The young kids, they don't have the skills or technology to go to work. And the parents, they're shadowing them. They're the helicopter parents today. We don't have the work ethic, like they're not going to get a young kid out there who's going to work like 12 hours a day. That's just not going to happen. I mean, there might be a few, but the majority of them don't want to work even 8 hours. I mean, I drive around my city, and there's a help wanted sign in every store I go to, and no one's applying. That's the problem. We don't have anybody applying. There's no, competition on there. I mean, I don't know how you feel about that.
Let me just jump in. Let me jump in
that's
here.
That's the way I'm looking at it.
Robert, let me jump in here for just a second. You're the first person that has completely spun it a different way, because most people say, well, there's no jobs. I've tried to say there were jobs. Then people try to say they're just minimum wage jobs. People can't make it. But so you're saying the real reason the numbers are so low, people just don't want to work.
They don't want to work is that we've created a lazy class. Remember, money is cheap. money is cheap right now. If you go there to get a loan, the loans aren't that bad, you know what I mean? Because people are basically taking out loans and they're just doing whatever the heck they want. I mean, you know, when you look at the numbers there, they're not creating numbers because, you know, you got a lazy class. I mean, look at all the work that needs to be done, and the young kids aren't filling the jobs.
Well, that's a very good point. And, you know, you hate to say that, and I don't even like using that word hate, but you hate to say lazy society, but there's just no get up and go. It's get up and gone. I don't know what these young people are doing to be able to, you know, subsidize a lifestyle. I mean, mom and dad taking care of them, or, you know, getting one of those credit cards and never paying it. I mean, I don't know how do they even do things, or do they not do anything? Do they stay at home all day and play video games? Don't they have to create some sort of revenue, even when they're in high school?
Rob, here's the situation. I have cousins who are now going to be turning 40, and they don't believe in working hard at all. I mean, they do silly things with their money, and I just sit there and shake my head. And my aunt covers it because she's a doting mom, and you know, anytime they get short on money, she runs over and gives it to them. So,
yeah, what I don't understand, I mean, don't you want to teach them and to create? And look, I remember when you got that first job. You got the passbook savings. You opened up a savings account. You learned about, you know, saving money. You got a checkbook. You learned about writing a check. I mean, how are we? Listen, if we don't start teaching young people how to handle their money and to make money and to generate money, this country will never make it to its 300th birthday. Somebody will overtake our country. I mean, we are trillions in debt. Everything you look at economically right now, and I heard this yesterday about how Donald Trump is saying they have to pick J.D. Vance, and he's kind of getting away from Marco Rubio. I'm going to tell you right now, Republicans have no chance of getting elected to office again unless he starts turning these job numbers around. And sadly, I don't think the Democrats are going to have any answers either. If they did, we wouldn't be $38 trillion in debt, because you look at Joe Biden, Barack Obama, this has been perpetuating itself for decades now. I mean, we've got to find a way to stop the bleeding, and I don't even know what it is.
Well, the issue is, it's not that you stop the bleeding, it's that you start educating. Remember, you got teachers there with the wrong attitudes. If you go in there with not an agenda to educate them, like they did in the 1800s, 1900s, even 1985, I know more now than when I graduated than the kids coming out of high school. You know what I mean? Sure about knowledge? I mean, they don't know anything. They're very limited on their knowledge, even though they got all the computers and everything like that. It doesn't matter to them. Nothing matters to them because they believe in, oh, well, somebody else will do it. That's the problem we have. You know, that's the way I'm looking at it. I don't know how you look at it, but that's the way I feel.
Well, I get it.
Yeah.
Listen, I appreciate the call. Thank you, Robert. I mean, why is it, seriously, you tell me, why are the numbers so low as far as jobs are concerned? Is it A, because jobs aren't out there, they don't pay enough, or is it because we've just taken care of everybody for so long that they would rather have it be on our dime, meaning the taxpayers, than go out and try to generate some sort of job? And really, when you look at the city's finances and where we are right now, it's a miracle. Not just in Pittsburgh, but I'm talking every community up and down the Ohio Valley to the Beaver Valley, the Monongah, Gila Valley, everywhere. I mean, the Mon Valley, you name it. The only chance we have is for the Mon Valley, U.S. Steel, Nippon Steel to ignite some things and we get some spillover. If we don't, God help us all, because this region has so many opportunities, and if we let it slip through our fingers, we have nobody to blame but ourselves. This did not happen overnight. Greg, Pittsburgh, you're on KDKA with your Pratt Pack. Hey, Greg.
What's up, Mr. Rob Pratt?
How you doing, man?
I'm doing fine, sir. I think most of the problems now with a lot of these kids and younger folks that don't want jobs is not no motivating men in their lives, even if it was their father. I hear you talk about your dad. He's a great man. You don't have no more men like that in a lot of these households, if they're there. You know, and in the 70s, the steel mills and everything, that was a motivating factor for a lot of young people getting jobs when they came out of high school. Their fathers and their uncles and their cousins and all of them told them about them jobs. It was good union paying jobs, and they got them and they went on. These these younger people now, they listen to all the bad people. They listen to all bad advice. That's why a lot of them's in trouble with the law and with all the other negatives that go with it. All a lot of them think about is a cell phone and some big butt woman. Instead of going out, finding you a job, finding a direction in life, what they doing? They running around doing nothing, man. And mom tell them, say, well, you go back to bed, baby. I'll make you steak and eggs for breakfast. So don't even worry about it, Junior. You have a good day, Rob Pratt.
All right, Greg. Greg is the only person who has a way of explaining things to where he gets right to the point. I've known him for 35 years, and he's as priceless today as he was 35 years ago. Well, listen, here's the other thing. Everybody wants to be the good one in the room, the one with sage advice, the mentor. Here, lean on my shoulder. There has to come a time where you have to wake up one day and you have that teenager, and you know what it's like. They go from your adoring child, from a toddler to an infant, obviously to an adolescent, and all of a sudden they change. Everything changes. They get to be 14, 15, 16, 17, and they start getting combative. Thank God I was fortunate I didn't have that, but I got to tell you, my dad dealt with it with 5 girls and me, and I remember it like it was yesterday. But the one thing that my dad did, and I tried to do the same thing, and I think I did okay with it, once your child becomes of that combative stage to where you find them pushing the envelope a little bit more and pushing back on you as far as your discipline, you've got to simply say, look, no more free room and board. No more me forking out the cash. You want cash, you got to go out and earn it. And what has happened, this has gone on for generations now. And it really did start. I mean, there's so many negative things that have happened since the steel mills started to close back in the mid-'80s. And I don't even think many of you people realize it. And I'm going to kind of go through some of them after the break. But how many of you remember when your parents said, you got to get a job? You're not going to lay around here all summer. You got to get a job. And here's the other thing. Don't tell me they have too much schoolwork to do and the workload and all the extracurriculars. Look, I would have much rather worked a couple of nights a week than been in the school choir or the swim team. I mean, little things like that. I mean, they're all great and good, but as a child, the only way you understand what it's like to become an adolescent, to where you become a young adult, to where you become a responsible older adult, you've got to learn the value of a dollar. And the only way you learn that is by going out and earning it. If we just keep forking over the money to our kids, they're never going to learn the responsibility of, hey, I got to make my own way. Look, you're only at your parents' house for the most part. I mean, in worst case scenarios, back and forth from school, 21 years of age. And then you strike out on your own. That's another thing. And we're going to talk about this after the break. Learning to cook. Learning to clean, learning to do laundry, learning to pay rent, learning to just live, do day-to-day things. The only way you experience any of that is as a teenager, a young person, you go out and get a life-changing job. And how does it change your life? Because it gives you a paycheck. You open up a savings account. You open up a checking account. You eventually save enough to buy your own car, to pay for your own insurance. Don't tell me there's not enough jobs out there and there's not enough money. There's enough out there to, as we all like to say, make ends meet. And the only way you make ends meet is by going out and making a means of money happen by holding down a job. All right, 866-391-1020. We'll take a short break. We'll be right back. It's your Pratt Pack. Good morning.
It's the little things. The information you need. People you know. The little things that make a big difference. The voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
Join the Fame of the American Cancer Society for Coaches vs. Cancer Tip-Off Pittsburgh. That's Wednesday, September 9th at PPG Winter Garden. This year, we're honoring former Duquesne basketball coach Keith Dambrot and his wife Donna for their incredible leadership on and off the court. Co-hosted by the men's and women's coaches from Duquesne, Robert Morris, and Pitt, it's an evening dedicated to coming together and making a real difference against cancer. Get your tickets today. Visit 937thefan.com.
News Radio, KDKA. sports.
Sports is brought to you by Coons Quality Foods with 8 locations to serve you a Pittsburgh tradition. Bucks lost to the Mets 6-4 last night. 2 teams again tonight, PNC Park. 6:40. You can hear it on 93.7 The Fan. Luke Kuechly and also Adam Vinatieri, along with Roger Craig and Larry Fitzgerald and Drew Brees, are headed into the Pro Football Hall of Fame. Induction ceremonies will begin at lunchtime in Canton. Riverhounds take on Sacramento tonight at FMB Stadium. And in the golf world, through 2 rounds of the Wyndham Championship, your leader is Bo Hostler. He is at 12 under and has a 1-shot lead. More sports at 937thefan.com.
The voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
All right, let's get going right back to the phones. We're going to talk to Craig in West Virginia in just a couple of moments. Anybody else wants to jump in here, feel free. 866-391-1020. 866-391-1020. All right, Craig in West Virginia, it's all yours. Good morning. It's nice to have you here on a Saturday. How are you today?
Doing fine. How about yourself?
I am good, my friend. I am really good. Go ahead.
Been in construction half my life. You know, July is probably the month where most jobs are created in that field. July of 2022, Joe Biden created 528,000 jobs. July of 23, 187,000 jobs. July of 24, 118,000 jobs. We can blame it, you know, Republicans can blame it on the kids and, you know, all this, that, and the other. You used to get mad at me when I would bring up Donald Trump's 6 bankruptcies and how many companies he tanked. If you can't look at this country right now and see exactly how he tanked 6 companies, then I just can't help you. I really can't help these people anymore. They're on the rise.
Well, here's the sad thing, Craig. Here's the sad thing. They don't want your help. They don't care what you say. They don't care what I say. What you basically, it goes in one ear and out the other. Whatever you say, whatever statistics, nobody cares what you think, because you know what? They're going to stay the course. But guess what? I'm the only person that understands we are going in the wrong direction. And whatever you told me months, a year ago, none of that matters now. What does matter, we better find a way to turn this around, because guess what? Donald Trump is not going to run again. He will go back to Mar-a-Lago with his billions, and he will spend the rest of his life on this earth being with his family and playing golf. This country is in dire straits. I don't know if the Democratic Party can change it. I don't know if anybody can change it. And $38 trillion in debt did not happen overnight. Forget Democrat, forget Republican. Somebody better do something to turn this country around. Somebody.
He was able to increase the debt by 25% in 4 years, and he is going, and that was $8.7 trillion. I am telling you with certainty, he is going to blow that number out of the water in these 4 years. He really is. And he, once again, I know you don't think so, and I know you think he's going to walk away and ride it off into the sunset. Just Thursday.
Well, but can I tell you something? If he does, I can't imagine, Craig, anybody with common sense, including me, would ever even think of voting for this guy again.
Well, he ain't going to be in the election. He ain't going to leave. January 6th was not that long ago. It was not that long ago. I don't think people understand how serious that really was.
I do. I mean, my God, it was tyranny. It was disgusting. It was one of the worst days in our country's 250-year history. It was disgusting.
It was just insanity. I never would have dreamt in a million years I'd have seen anything like that. But I'm just saying that we're going to have these people calling in making excuses. It's kids not wanting to work. Well, they wanted to work for Joe Biden. 118,000 in 2024, 187,000 in 2023, July. They wanted to work for Joe. So, you know, I don't know. I just don't know. We got soldiers dying in Iran, and he's worried about building oil. You know, we're losing jobs by the hundreds of thousands, and he's worried
was I correct about that 27,000? I don't think I've ever seen it that bad, Craig.
Oh no, he's had worse months already this year. There's been worse than 27,000 this year alone.
Well, why are people just fluffing that off? Why am I the only one talking about it?
I don't know, but these are, once again, people. If people don't like my numbers, then I can't help them. But in his first term, we lost 470,000 manufacturing jobs in those 4 years. 470,000 manufacturing jobs, not McDonald's, not whatever other job you think. Manufacturing jobs in his first term, 470,000 we lost. The writing was on the wall the first term. How he got in there again the second term, I just can't wrap my head around it. I really don't understand it. Whether it's Republican or Democrat, just look at his stats and his numbers. It should have never happened.
The one thing,
Republican maybe.
The one thing that I'm concerned about, if there's any fact to it, is the fact that he was talking about we have to elect Rubio. I mean, not Rubio, but Vance. I was hoping somehow Rubio would at least, I think, be the calmer voice in the room, because if it's J.D. Vance, it's going to be even worse than it is now. So let's see where it goes. But I don't know, man. That number really jumped out at me. And if you're saying that he had worse months, I don't know how I missed it. But I'm telling you, Craig, I don't ever remember the United States only creating 27,000 jobs in 1 month. That's crazy.
Well, under President Biden, he was averaging 200,000.
I know.
Jobs. And now, Rob, this is for real. 2025, in his first year, we only averaged 27,000 jobs a month. This year, right now, it's under 10,000 jobs a month that he's creating. And President Biden was 200,000. They can blame it on the kids all they want, but that ain't what the problem is. It's the bus driver. It ain't the kids in the backseat. It's the bus driver.
All right, buddy. Have a good day. Appreciate you. 866-391-1020. I mean, should I be concerned, or do you think I'm blowing it out of proportion? I don't think I am. I mean, that's just not good. All right, let me kind of get back to what we need to do to get the thought process as far as working again. Because, see, when you look at that 27,000 number, those are usually jobs of people that need life-sustaining jobs. I mean, they got to put a roof over their head, they got to put food on the table, take care of maybe, a significant other, some children, homeowners, even those paying rent. But usually what buffers those numbers that get you over 100,000 are the minimum wage jobs where kids are taking summer jobs and, senior citizens are supplementing their income by working at a fast food restaurant, right? But what worries me, we don't have any of that going on right now either. And that's why I got to continue to promote this president, because, dear God, he's the only hope we have to start turning this thing around. He's the only person that we have to turn this thing around. That's it. We've got to get people working again. That's why I've been talking for the longest time about people going to work with the right attitude and being grateful that there are jobs. And that's why you, as a parent, especially if you have a child at home, you got to get them up and get them out and get them moving. You got to get them a job. Everybody wonders why so many of our jobs are going to people who come into this country, maybe illegally or legally. It's because America doesn't want to work. And I think what's happened here, and this is why I'll give him a pass, the president, I don't think it's because of what he has done. I think he's gone fishing, but he's using the wrong bait, because the American people don't want to get up and take charge. They don't want to get up and they don't want to take charge. And nobody really cares what Craig has to say. I'm telling you, they don't. Because people walk to the beat of their own drummer. We, as individuals that are connected to these family members, we are the ones that have to get them motivated and get them moving again. That's what we have to do. That's exactly what we have to do. And whether or not we do it, it's up to us. But listen, I've been taking calls like that for years, and I continue to stand my ground. I stand by the administration. I stand by this president. But we have to start at least helping each other by getting up and going to work. And people are not doing it. And what absolutely is mind-boggling to me, if we don't start teaching young people now the responsibility of, hey, you got to go to work. Or, hey, eat your dinner, and we're going to drive you to work. You're going to work at the local supermarket. You're going to work at the local McDonald's. You're going to do something, but you have to at least 2 nights a week during the school year, you're going to have to work. And in the summertime, if you're of age, I don't care if you become a lifeguard or you start cutting grass. I'll buy you the lawnmower. You got to do something. Because the only way people want to generate income is by going out and generating income. See, when I became the hustler that I was, It all started in my teens when I became a busboy cleaning stuff off a table, and I saw people wearing suits actually waiting on tables. That's what I wanted to do. And then when I did that, I saw the person in front of the room wearing better suits, making more tips and making more money and getting all sorts of perks, including a nice steak dinner at the end of the night. So I achieved that because of my grit and determination. And the only way that it became motivating to me was simple. It's about going out and taking the bull by the horn and doing something about it. And you get motivated by reeling 1 goes to 5, 5 goes to 10, 10 goes to 20. And I don't care what anyone says, the greatest motivation in the world, especially if you're in the service industry, is when you walk out at the end of the night with cash in your hand. Cash is still king. No matter what anybody tries to think, you can think the government will help you, or I'm going to get a grant, or I'm going to get this, I'm going to get health care, I'm going to get food stamps. Listen, that's for people who are in need, families that need that little bit of a buffer, that bridge, if you will. But in the end, the only way the world that you call yours pays dividends is by going out and earning a paycheck. And parents need to start teaching their kids young. Look, it was a rite of passage. I saw it with my oldest sisters when they were working at the local ice cream place, the local drugstore, the local department store. It just trickled on down. And now you were the next one up. And you wanted that passbook savings, that green passbook savings in that plastic case. And the only way you could get it is by going to work and coming home after you got your first paycheck and your dad taking you to Mellon Bank on that morning after and putting that money in the bank and watching that money grow. Self-satisfaction, being able to go out and buy that first car, be able to put gas in your car, buy the clothes that you wanted. And there was something to be said about not asking your parents. It becomes a responsible lifestyle. And we've lost sight of that. We cannot be lazy when it comes to our thought process. We have to be motivators and we have to be thinkers. More to come. Hour number 2, moments away, KDKA.
This summer, there are 250 reasons to join T-Mobile.
Girls trip? Booked. And switching to T-Mobile helped make it happen.
With Experience Beyond, switch and get $100 back. Plus, $650 in value in built-in plan benefits. That's $750 in your first year, guaranteed.
And honestly, that $100 back, I'm putting it towards the zip line.
Now that's how you do summer.
Exactly. Best switch I ever made.
This is just one reason to join T-Mobile this summer. There are 250 reasons. Find yours.
Savings based on the value of benefits included with Experience Beyond, like entertainment and 1 year of AAA Classic and Dash Pass on us. Benefits may require activation. See plan for details. Get $100 via virtual prepaid MasterCard with eligible ported, no cash access, and expires in 6 months. Issued by Sunrise Banks, N.A. member FDIC. Allow 8 weeks.
The Big K Morning Show with Larry Richards.
Plus, our effervescent producer is here.
Effervescent? I actually don't know what that means, effervescent. Are you making fun of me?
Well, no, not at all.
Yeah, because I looked it up after Larry said it.
Oh, you looked it up?
Yeah,
So let's see
I was like, how are you describing me? And it says that it means giving off bubbles of gas. And I was like, oh.
Weekday mornings 5:30 to 10 on the Voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
Listen to KDKA Radio on the Odyssey, iHeartRadio, or TuneIn apps.
KDKA and KDKA-FM HD2 Pittsburgh. W261AX Pittsburgh.
Always live on the free Odyssey app. From the Aetna Medicare studios.
Proud to be the Voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
It is 70 degrees, Pittsburgh International at 6 o'clock. I'm Rob Taylor. A man who barricaded himself inside a home in Tarentum is now in police custody. A man was inside a home for at least 8 hours on Friday, spanning the afternoon into the evening, and then finally surrendering early this morning just after midnight. He was at a home in the 200 block of West 10th Avenue. Police say the man originally threatened a woman inside the home with a gun. She was able to leave the house before police arrived. Eventually, the SWAT team was called in. No one
was injured. A woman is under arrest after fire investigators determined a fire was intentionally set in Manorville, Armstrong County. That fire broke out in the 600 block of Hill Street around 11 o'clock Friday morning. It took multiple units to put that fire out from that building. 35-year-old Tiffany Kaufman of Katanning was arrested. Charges are pending. Kaufman was taken to the Armstrong County Jail. Well, lightning struck the Third Presbyterian Church in Shadyside on Friday morning. A series of thunderstorms came through the area, causing flooding in some areas. But in the case of the church, the lightning strike around 9 o'clock Friday morning caused damage to the spire above the sanctuary. According to Pittsburgh Fire and Public Works, no one was hurt. Structural engineer is assessing the damage to that spire. Well, PennDOT this week released its latest 12-year plan outlining more than $90 billion in road work that's on the horizon. News Radio KDKA's David Ballarado with more.
Every single planned project by the Transportation Agency, its source of funding, and when work will begin included in the State Transportation Commission's plan. Mark Tobin, who is director of PennDOT's Program Center, says there's a lot of bridge work planned for our area, including
the Fort Duquesne Bridge will be rehabbed and preserved as part of this program. That was not expected to get underway for a couple of more years, but we are currently in the process of working through getting that project designed.
While the list covers 12 years, it is updated every 2 years or so to address new needs that may pop up that could change priorities. You can see the current plan at talkpatransportation.com. David Ballarado, News Radio, KDKA.
KDKA Radio News Time. It's almost 6:03. Let's get to the AccuWeather forecast coming up.
If you or anyone you care about is facing a family legal matter, call Cordell and Cordell today at 1-855-GET-LEGAL or visit CordellCordell.com to schedule your consultation.
There's a lot on the line in divorce. This is Joe Cordell of Cordell & Cordell, the largest family law firm in the country, with over 35 years of helping clients navigate divorce. But being big doesn't mean less personal or less local. Our attorneys live and work in your community, and as neighbors, they understand the challenges your families face. Divorce touches all areas of your life: your home, savings, retirement, and of course, kids. So when you find yourself facing divorce, you need a partner you can count on. Visit CordellCordell.com to schedule your consultation.
If you or anyone you care about is facing divorce, contact Cordell and Cordell today. With over 100,000 clients served, we understand the challenges you're facing on a personal level. Call Cordell and Cordell today at 1-855-GET-LEGAL. That's 1-855-GET-LEGAL. Pittsburgh and Cranberry Township. Joseph Cordell, licensed in Missouri and Illinois.
My name is Whitney Allen, and I'm a widow. My husband, Ryan, died. We never thought we'd ever have to use life insurance, but the unexpected happened. With Ethos, signing up was fast and 100% online. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. No medical exams, and you can get up to $3 million worth of coverage. I'm grateful we were prepared.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/radio. That's ethos.com/radio. Paid spokesperson. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
Oh, hey, Sarah. Did you hear my daughter Katie got Camper of the Week?
That's a big deal.
We got a big deal too, right, Mom?
Honey, shh.
What's that?
Okay, that Hyundai Santa Fe, I only paid...
Nice.
Deal's so right, it almost feels wrong. The Hyundai Getaway Sales Event.
Get 0% APR for 60 months, plus 0 payments for 90 days, or 1.9% APR for 72 months on the Hyundai Tucson, Tucson Plug-in Hybrid, Santa Fe, or Santa Fe Hybrid during the Hyundai Getaway Sales Event. Offers end September 8th. Call 562-314-4603 for details.
The KDKA AccuWeather forecast is brought to you by JP Roofing and Siding, Pittsburgh's #1 Platinum Preferred Roofing Replacement Contractor. Call 412-829-7711.
A cloudy and humid start to the weekend today brings a couple of showers and a gusty thunderstorm, high 85, with a thunderstorm lingering for some tonight and a low of 68, followed by sunshine and a dry day tomorrow, high 87, before more showers and thunderstorms around for Monday. Some of them may be heavy and gusty again, high 85. For AccuWeather, I'm LaTroy Thornton, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
Rob Fracks on the voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020, KDKA.
I'll get a chance to talk to Rob Taylor for a few minutes on each and every Saturday and Sunday, so let's take a little time and get caught up. So I haven't been in our beloved city in a while. What's shaking in the Berg? Some good stuff. What's going on down there?
Let's see. You haven't been around. Let's see. downtown's been looking pretty good. We had those rain, the rain and the thunderstorms. It really in that Penn Hills area. There were at least 2 people that had to be extricated from their vehicles after the flooding in Penn Hills near Verona Road and the Thompson Run Tunnel. So, I was actually, this Friday morning, I heard a lot of thunder, a lot of booms out there in the east side. So, this weather this week, we had a couple instances of some not so good stuff in the city.
Well, my man Joe Potocznik of JP Roofing's up early. He was texting me, and I can just tell you this: if I wouldn't have got a roof from him, I'd have been sleeping in a canoe. I mean, so he's helped me out big time. That roof looks really good. I can't believe the rain we've gotten. I mean, it's been. I honestly, Rob, I don't remember, and I must have told a half a dozen people this yesterday. I was over at the new location of the Coons Market on Lincoln Avenue doing a tour inside. And, construction site, you got to kind of walk around and this and that. Was the CEO, Jody Zeman, her brother, Joey. I don't ever remember this much rain. I mean, big rain in such a short period of time. It's been like monsoon rain every day. And it came down heavy for a long period of time yesterday, too.
Yeah, I mean, it really, and like I said, like you heard in the newscast, the lightning striking the church, the Third Presbyterian Church, and on Fifth Avenue and Shadyside. So, if you watch KDKA television, you just feel. I think it was last Sunday. Yeah, I was watching the final round of the whichever golf tournament it was.
When, last week or yesterday?
Yeah, last Sunday.
Oh, last Sunday.
Last Sunday.
Okay. Yeah,
and, KDKA TV had to have the little double box because we were about to have severe thunderstorms and possible tornadoes right near the end of the final round of the golf tournament on CBS. So it seems like so much. You turn on KDKA TV these days, and they're talking, they're breaking in with tornado warnings and this and that. And I just don't remember growing up seeing all that on the TV all the time.
By the way, that was the Rocket Classic.
The final Rocket Classic.
You're killing me. All right, listen, I got to tell you something else. You being an Ohio State fan, you'll appreciate this. So I actually, on my day off, had to travel to Ohio for a very special reason. I did a live blog that has gotten thousands of views, and it has nothing to do with me. The Lou Holtz Upper Ohio Valley Hall of Fame. Okay, Lou Holtz, Notre Dame coach. Last time they won a national championship, he was the guy. Cradle of coaches. He had a lot of people coach with him. He actually was on the staff with Woody Hayes back in the day for a brief period. But Urban Meyer, who you know, obviously Ohio State ties, is going to be at the museum for a meet and greet on August 20th in East Liverpool. Then they're going to go to the local high school auditorium, and Lou's son, Skip, is going to be a part of it too. And it's already people clamoring to get tickets, and they're going fast. Look, I always knew who Urban Meyer was. Obviously he was an assistant with Lou. He ended up going to Bowling Green, Utah, Ohio State, Florida, Jacksonville. I never realized how big he really is. I mean, because I'm used to guys like Woody Hayes, Earl Bruce, Jim Tressel. But this guy who's from Ashtabula, Ohio, which I didn't even realize that, and if it wasn't for Lou Holtz saying when he came back from Bowling Green, I don't think I'm going to take the job. Lou Holtz said, you're going to take the job. I can't believe how popular Urban Meyer is.
Well, not only, did he win I think it was 2 national championships at Florida, then he won the national championship at Ohio State. So, I mean, basically, when it comes to the college football spotlight,
he's right there.
Yeah, it's Nick Saban and it's Urban Meyer.
I see. Now, I made a comment in this video, and I said, greatest college coach of his generation. And I said, but listen, Nick Saban's older, but he's the greatest of all time. But when you mention Urban Meyer and Nick Saban in the same breath, that's a legitimate comment, right?
Yes, that's real. I mean, when you talk about college football coaches in the last 25 years, so since the 2000s, you've got Nick Saban. If you ask, anybody who's in their mid-30s and under, they're going to say Nick Saban, Urban Meyer. Urban Meyer was also, on ESPN, and Fox.
I forgot about that
as an analyst
because I always watch ESPN and I'm working on Saturday.
He's on. So he's and then like you said, he went to the NFL, and even though it didn't work out too well there, Urban Meyer, that name, yes, he's a He's definitely a big time guy.
But I never realized, and their preseason polled number one. And because I worked in this part of Ohio for 20 years, did play-by-play, and I traveled all throughout, Ohio doing football and basketball, I knew it, but it's been a long time since I really was back there talking solely about it. I had forgotten how big Ohio State is in Ohio, even on the border of Pennsylvania. 10 miles from the border, it's all Ohio State. That people, I actually think, and please, I don't mean this if you're a diehard Browns fan, and I met a lot of Browns fans in Eastern Ohio. I actually think Ohio State's bigger than Cleveland to many of these people in Ohio. They like the Browns not at even close compared to the way they love Ohio State.
Well, of course, as a guy who's lived in Ohio for 15 years, I can tell you that's...
How many years?
15 to 16. Yeah.
I didn't know that.
Yeah. Well, I went to Ohio State in 99, graduated in 2003, and then stayed in Ohio until about 2016. So
okay.
I can tell you that's 100% true. There's Ohio State is bigger as a football program as far as fans are concerned than the Cleveland Browns. Now, if you go back to the 50s and 60s when Jim Brown was winning NFL championships.
64, and Paul Brown was the coach, and Norm Van.
The Bengals weren't even in existence
until Brown got fired and created the Bengals.
Right, but now you got the Bengals, so you got that whole Southern Ohio. That's for the Bengals, and then of course you got Central Ohio and Northeast Ohio, which are Browns fans. But Ohio State, most people in Ohio, as a Buckeye fan, all the way, going up to Toledo, going all the way down to, like the Steubenville area and stuff like that. So Ohio State, definitely bigger fan base.
Well, Joey Galloway.
The former wide receiver.
And where did he play college football?
The Ohio State University.
That's exactly right. This is how you have these senior moments. Last year, I'm watching him on ESPN. I'm going, I know that guy. He played at, I think, Bel Air or someplace in Ohio where I covered his football game. You want to check that for me, or St. Clairsville, one or the other. And I remember as a young broadcaster watching him and people saying he's going to be the next great receiver at Ohio State. And I'm thinking, boy, is he going to be that good? And boy, did he never turn out to be that good, did he not?
Oh, yeah. I remember watching him. I think I was in high school watching Joey Galloway play. And, yes, he did play at Bel Air High School in Bel Air, Ohio.
Cool.
Yeah, Joey Galloway. I was just always in love with those Ohio State receivers, from Joey Galloway, David Boston when I first got there, and then of course Michael Jenkins. He didn't do too much in the NFL. He played, I think, for the Saints a little bit, but Michael Jenkins was big for Ohio State.
Why do I keep thinking about Ted Ginn? Is that
Ted Ginn Jr.?
He was fantastic.
Fantastic, and was a kick returner. So he was always very explosive in that regard. And now, when you look at the NFL, there's Chris Olave.
Mm-hmm.
Chris Olave, he's making big money in the NFL these days, and so Ohio State's always had a long lineage of very good receivers that make it to the NFL.
All right, so I've got a Steelers report coming up in this sportscast, and I got to ask you, Will Howard, the Ohio State, what do you think, man? Who is the clear-cut number 2 as they get ready for their first preseason game the 13th of this month?
Well, clear-cut number 2 is Mason Rudolph. But the thing is, the fact that you have Drew Aller and you have Will Howard, I think we all know. Like, we've seen Mason Rudolph. We know what he's about. We know what he can do. And in my opinion, you're not going to ride Mason Rudolph to a Super Bowl win or, your franchise quarterback. And I think everybody probably knows that. He can get you a couple wins, and stuff like that. But I don't think, he's going to be taking you, too far. So I think Will Howard eventually will be that number 2 quarterback. Not at this moment, though.
I'm going to give you 2 things. Adam Scheffler and Ian Rappaport, you know who they are. They both have said that people are sleeping on the Steelers a little bit because they have improved this football team on both sides of the line of scrimmage, and that offensive line is going to be really good. The only problem moving forward, because they have basically set the ball in motion for the future, is who their quarterback will be. In other words, when you have people like Adam Scheffler say the Steelers are going to be someone to reckon with, and other people in media saying Mike McCarthy's bringing a whole new attitude here, I think it can get kind of interesting.
Well, I keep thinking about the Denver Broncos and Peyton Manning's final year. And, he had to have a very, very good defense led by Von Miller to get him to that Super Bowl and win that Super Bowl over the Carolina Panthers. And I'm just thinking about how the lack of mobility that Aaron Rodgers had last year, and now he's 1 year older. I think
we'll see.
I think it might have to be the defense to carry him, and then a couple passes here and there. But don't expect Rodgers to turn back the clock.
Well, and I'm going to leave you with this. I think Mike Tomlin did a great job on NBC. I really do.
Yeah, I think it was okay. He said too much. And he was kind of looking down. I was laughing because I'm like, this is the first time I've seen Mike Tomlin out of his element.
Right.
And he was looking down. No hat. Looking down at his notes. I'm thinking.
Well, come on, man. Give the guy a break. Now, that's listen. He's going to be okay, man. He's got the swag. He'll be okay.
He'll be all right.
All right, my man. Let's take a short break. We got lots more still to come today. Your Pat Pack, KDKA.
News Radio, KDKA, Sports.
It's Quality Foods with 8 locations to serve you a Pittsburgh tradition. Bucks lost to the Mets 6-4 last night. 2 teams again tonight. 6:40. You can hear it on 93.7 The Fan. Black and Gold Camp Update report is brought to you by Goodrich and Geis and Oliver Flowers. Certainly not the same class as the days of Mel Blount and J.T. Thomas of the 70s. But after a series of offseason moves, the Steelers have positioned themselves to potentially have one of their best and deepest groups at cornerback in a very long time. According to Coach McCarthy, looking good, the numbers are there, and important that we continue to create opportunity. Even though Joey Porter Jr. is on the physically unable to perform list with a back injury, he will be one of the starting cornerbacks along with Jamal Dean, signed from the Tampa Bay Buccaneers in free agency. Behind them are Asante Samuel Jr. and rookie Dalen Everett at nickelback. Riverhouse take on Sacramento at FMB Stadium tonight in the Wyndham Championship through 2 rounds. Bo Hostler is your leader. He is at 12 under, has a 1-shot lead. More sports, 93.7thefan.com.
Listen to KDKA Radio on the Odyssey, iHeartRadio, or TuneIn apps.
In Pittsburgh, Chase is proud to root for the home team because they're our team too. We cheer from the bleachers and on the sidelines. We cheer for gymnasts and quarterbacks. And with more than 25 local Chase branches and 5,000 nationwide, we are right beside you, Pittsburgh. Neighborhood bankers, digital tools, national strength. Chase, make more of what's yours.
JP Morgan Chase Bank, N.A. member FDIC.
I'm Ultima Morgan. Morgan & Morgan isn't just an injury firm. It's our family's life work. It's my husband, it's my sons, it's me. When we take a case, we see a family just like ours. $30 billion recovered is something I'm proud of. But what I'm really proud of are the families we stood beside. It's an honor to fight for you when you need our support the most. Morgan & Morgan, for the people and your family.
Morgan & Morgan, 603 Stanwyck Street, Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania. Pennsylvania lawyer will handle Pennsylvania cases. Prior results do not guarantee a similar outcome.
If you dread dealing with your insurance more than you dread build-it-yourself furniture, with extremely vague instructions.
What are these? Hieroglyphics?
Then you might have Insuranoia. You should have NJM Insurance. They go to great lengths to do what's best for their policyholders.
My name is Whitney Allen, and I'm a widow. My husband, Ryan, died. We never thought we'd ever have to use life insurance, but the unexpected happened. With Ethos, signing up was fast and 100% online. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. No medical exams, and you can get up to $3 million worth of coverage. I am grateful we were prepared.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/radio. That's ethos.com/radio. Paid spokesperson. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
What do parents think of back to school at Staples, where 24-pack Crayola crayons are just 50 cents?
Staples has folders, notebooks, and pens at great prices.
I'm smiling from ear to ear. It's the most wonderful time.
Mom, I missed the bus of the year.
It's a wonderful time at Staples, where school supplies start at just 25 cents. Staples.
That was easy.
Visit your local Staples today or shop online and in the app. Ends 9/12. Exclusions apply.
Why would you ask a financial advisor permission to spend your own retirement money? There's something wrong with this system. Tune in for a different kind of retirement show with Greg Ayler, now at a new time, Saturdays at 5 on the Voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
Everything you need, every time you listen. 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
All right, so let me just kind of, oh, by the way, Steelers have their first big night practice in Latrobe this evening, St. Vincent, and that's always a big-ticket item. You know, it never ceases to amaze me. And going back to when I used to cover the Steelers out there, and we did it for years out in the heat of August, and, you know, just out there trying to get the interview and working with the media and, you know, getting them in, getting them out. And, you know, we were in that big RV, and we'd bring in some of them big defensive and offensive linemen, and the thing would start leaning to the other side. It was eventful, but it was always exhilarating, and it's always nice to be out in Latrobe in that beautiful campus of St. Vincent. Truly a tranquil and a heavenly piece of ground for sure in western Pennsylvania. But that night practice, I mean, it's like opening day. I mean, it's a big, big deal. So I'm sure many of you are already up making your picnic plans for tonight to be up there sitting on the hillside at Chuck Noll Field and watching the Steelers, of course, practice throughout the day. And then later tonight in Latrobe, they will be doing their annual practice under the lights. I mean, there's nothing that drives more headlines than the Steelers. And I got to tell you one other thing. And we'll talk to Joe Giordano tomorrow on the Coons Market Black and Gold Sunday Show, former Pitt Panther baseball coach, now special assistant, IMG Academy. I'm very disappointed in the Pirates. You know, this organization, Ben Cherington, Bob Nutting, gave them the pieces. They really did. They went out and got Luke Weaver, but they just have not. They just continue to spiral. They're kind of like slipping out of that whole wild card position, and it's just sad to see because, you know, here we were in the beginning of August thinking, hey, the Pirates are a headline. That was the trade deadline, August 3rd. The Pirates were buyers; they weren't sellers, and it just didn't work out. But in defense of everyone, and I'm going to talk about this tomorrow with the guys. Look, you can't lose Connor Griffin. O'Neal Cruz, we're still waiting for him to come back. And listen, if I'm O'Neal Cruz, you better come back and you better be ripping that baseball and making spectacular plays in the outfield because people are looking to you as the future. They're looking to you as the catalyst to get this team going again. But when you have O'Hearn out, Cruz out, Griffin out, it's hard. I mean, it's really, really hard. And you have the Cy Young Award winner from last year who has really kind of lost everything. And, you know, I'm really wondering, you know, how bad is it? And especially if this thing goes into the off season. I mean, it's just not good. I don't. And the thing that really has been worrisome about him, he's lost miles per hour on his fastball. You know, he can't get the ball over 100 miles an hour anymore. And I said this on the show a couple of weeks ago, and I'll say it again. You know, the splinker, the four-seam fastball, he's just got too much going for him right now. I think he just needs to rear back and throw the fastball and just get back to the bread and butter that got him where he is today. And look, he's a young player. And pitchers are, you know, they're freaky. You never know. And they can be great, and I've seen it with many of them. We could go down the list to where, you know, some kind of slip off the radar a little bit, and then they found their way back onto the radar and in the big stage. But then there are others who slide away and never to return. So until I start seeing some consistency in him, that's a major concern. That's the guy that you want to be anchoring your rotation. And we've seen others like Mitch Keller struggle. We've seen Bubba Chandler. But what's so strange, it wasn't the starting pitching. It was the bullpen. You know, Santana, who's no longer here. Ozuna, who is no longer here at the plate. And then all of a sudden, what you really thought was going to be the perfect recipe, you're starting pitching because the bats actually had some life. You had people hovering around 280, 290 for an average. And let's face it, it's been a long time since we've had anybody in the meat of the order of the Pittsburgh Pirates batting lineup to have numbers like that. It's been a really long time. And, you know, when O'Neal Cruz got hurt, as much as it hurt to lose Connor Griffin, when O'Neal Cruz got hurt, we lost that lightning in a bottle. So hopefully he can get back and they can, you know, give a bit of a push here. So when we're just about ready to kick off the regular season of the Steelers in September, the Pirates will be doing something that'll make us want to check those box scores out, because it's really been a great year. And the Nutting family has done everything that they need to do, but you just can't expect what injuries can do and how quickly they can become a catalyst, and they can just change everything. I mean, everything, literally in an instant, on a dime, and that's what's happened to these Pirates. All right, now listen, when we come back on the other side, I want to talk about some of the things we've been discussing today. And look, those job numbers, and I really don't talk too much about presidential politics anymore, because we've been talking about the city's finances and developments and manufacturing and things that are happening in this region. Obviously, law and order, gun issues, some of the violence that's been occurring on a regular basis. So we've really been hunkered down talking local. But this 27,000 numbers, that affects local. I mean, you know, Rachel Heisler, we led off with that today, talking about the city finances yesterday, saying, look, we still have to tighten our belt. We still have to watch. But there are some things that are starting to trend in the right direction. But I'm going to tell you right now, unless we start taking the bull by the horn and generating more generational wealth type of jobs, and these are the type of jobs that you get either someone who goes to a 4-year college to get their bachelor's degree, or somebody who comes right out of high school, whether it's the trades, teaching positions, whatever it is, just those 9-to-5 jobs, whether they be labor intensive or in some sort of educational classroom, whatever, clinical, healthcare, nursing, whatever. We have to make sure that we can get good paying, life-sustaining jobs into the hands of working class people in this country. And those are the job numbers that when you're getting people like that hired, and the numbers will go over that 6-figure mark, then you have something to really take stock in, to wrap your hands around. But when you have numbers that have gone from, we were at 225, and then all of a sudden 180, and then it was 150, and I kept thinking, is anybody watching this? And then when it went to 57, I'm like, oh my, and I brought it up, and nobody went after it. Hook, line, and sinker. I think you'd all be like saying, that's desperate times. That's scary stuff. And then I thought, well, it's not going to get any worse than that. And then when I saw the recent numbers, I literally had to stop everything I was doing and double and triple and quadruple check. We cannot sustain our economy with those type of numbers. It's impossible. I don't care if they're middle-class jobs, which don't exist anymore, or just minimum wage jobs. You can't create that few jobs and expect your economy to move forward. Just can't happen. 866-391-1020. More coming up after Rob checks the news next.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-9834. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS.
Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start.
Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems.
We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau.
You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-575-9834. That's 800-575-9834. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
When it comes to family law, a lot has changed in recent years, so assumptions can be costly. If you see or sense a change coming in your family life that could have legal implications, it's important to know where you stand. Getting good legal advice early is never a bad idea. I'm Joe Cordell of Cordell & Cordell. If you or anyone you know is facing a family law issue, start with a consultation. Visit CordellCordell.com.
Pittsburgh and Cranberry Township. Joseph Cordell. Licensed in Missouri and Illinois only.
When you call yourself the voice of Pittsburgh, you have to know when to not talk. Sometimes you just need to be the ears of Pittsburgh. Just listen. Listen to what you have to say. These are complicated and uncertain times. But when you need us, we're here for you. And we're listening. A trusted source that you can count on to be here. 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
Mommy, how come I can't sing the front seat.
Because I love you and you're just not ready yet.
Putting your kids in the right seat for their age and size is an act of love. Check that your kids are in the right seat at nhtsa.gov/the right seat. Love protects. A message from NHTSA and the Ad Council.
From the Aetna Medicare studios.
Proud to be the voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
It is 70 degrees at Pittsburgh International at 6:30. I'm Rob Taylor. A man who barricaded himself inside a home in Tarentum is now in police custody. That man was inside the home for at least 8 hours Friday, spanning the afternoon into the evening, and then finally surrendering early this morning, just a few minutes after midnight. He was at a home in the 200 block of West 10th Avenue. Police say the man originally threatened a woman inside the home with a gun. She was able to leave the house before police arrived. And eventually the SWAT team was called in to help get the man out. No one was injured. Well, lightning struck the Third Presbyterian Church in Shadyside Friday morning. A series of thunderstorms came through the Pittsburgh area, causing flooding in some parts. When it comes to the church, the lightning strike around 9 o'clock Friday morning caused damage to the spire above the sanctuary. No one was hurt. A structural engineer is assessing the damage to the spire. Well, a woman is under arrest after fire investigators determined a fire was intentionally set in Manorville, Armstrong County. That fire broke out in the 600 block of Hill Street around 11 o'clock Friday morning. It took multiple units to put out the fire at that building. 35-year-old Tiffany Kaufman of Katanning was arrested. Charges pending. Kaufman was taken to the Armstrong County Jail. Well, the Senate this morning narrowly confirmed Todd Blanche to be the U.S. Attorney General. All Democrats opposed the nomination. Senators Susan Collins and Lisa Murkowski, the only two Republicans to vote against it.
On this vote, the yeas are 50, the nays are 49. The nomination is confirmed.
President Trump fired Pam Bondi from her position as U.S. Attorney General in April, and now it's Blanche officially with the job. KDKA Radio News Time at 6:32. The AccuWeather forecast is coming up.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance engineer at a beverage manufacturing plant, he starts his day knowing every line is ready to run because Grainger delivers the industrial-grade products he needs to keep mixers, conveyors, and packaging equipment moving. With Grainger's vast selection of bearings, belts, and motors, he keeps operations running smoothly, so nothing grinds to a halt. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Time to get that painting project done that you've been putting off by calling CertaPro Painters. Hi, this is Larry Richard. My first experience more than a decade ago started with a free estimate. They got that done quickly and left the place beautifully cleaned up after a great professional job. And each CertaPro Painters business is independently owned and operated. That makes all the difference in the world. You're talking to the owner. Schedule your free estimate online at CertaPro.com. That's Certa with a C. The Pittsburgh Speaker Series at Heinz Hall, presented by University of Pittsburgh, announces its 26-27 season. 7 evenings to deepen your understanding of the world around you, featuring Anderson Cooper, former UK Prime Minister Boris Johnson, historian Anne Applebaum, financial journalist Andrew Ross Sorkin, and former NASA Administrator Charles Bolden. The series is sponsored by News Radio KDKA and the Spanos Group of Raymond James. Tickets on sale now at pittsburghspeakers.org.
The KDKA AccuWeather forecast is brought to you by JP Roofing and Siding, Pittsburgh's #1 Platinum Preferred Roofing Replacement Contractor. Call 412-829-7711.
Today brings a wet start to the weekend with plenty of clouds around, a couple of showers, and a drenching gusty thunderstorm, the high 85, with a spotty thunderstorm for tonight, otherwise some clouds, low 68, ahead of a rather sunny day for tomorrow, and a high of 87, leads to more clouds for Monday, and another couple of showers and gusty thunderstorms, high 85. For AccuWeather, I'm LaTroy Thornton, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
Hi, this is Larry Richard. Join us Monday in the Big K Morning Show, 5:30 until 10. We'll recap what you might have missed over the weekend and get you going.
All right, we're back. It's your Pratt Pack up until 7 o'clock, and then we get into our Pittsburgh Works programming for today. But I do want to kind of continue to talk about what is happening right now. You know, we led off with yesterday the city controller talking about, we still need to tighten our belts, but there are some good signs. And I know a lot of people are thinking, well, but there's so much more to be done. Well, look, that's always going to be the case, okay? I don't care if it's now or when we had 225,000 U.S. steel workers working in and around the city of Pittsburgh. I mean, there's always going to be stuff that needs to be done. But the most important thing that needs to be done is the thought process about this entitlement thing. You know, nobody is entitled to anything. And, you know, when you go back in our country's history, when you see the most successful times in our country's history, when we actually rose above tyranny and everything else, world wars, you name it, disease, anything, it's when America came together and became one. It was our democracy. It wasn't our Republican Party. It wasn't our Democratic Party. And we have two good barometers right here in our region, one Allegheny County and one the city of Pittsburgh, that obviously are going through some financial peril right now. So it would really not only benefit Republicans and Democrats to come together in the city and in the county, even though there is a large number of Democrats as opposed to Republicans in both of those places. It should be about our democracy, and it should be about winning. Every single time this country has done good, it's when we do it together, thus the United States of America. And I don't think there is a better term or phrase that really signifies what we need to do moving forward. Look, what you do have to understand, this president will soon be gone. There'll be someone else. There'll be someone else in that position. And as much as you think that that presidential situation is the be-all, end-all, and it controls everything as far as the future is concerned, the economy, it can make it or break it, and I'm sitting here talking about 27,000 jobs created, it's really about what happens in places like Pittsburgh and Allegheny County. I've said it before, and I'm going to say it again. When I was growing up, the Beaver County region that I grew up in, it was like the baby brother or baby sister of that big family member, Allegheny County, and the parents, Pittsburgh. But we were all one family, and we all had interchangeable parts. We all did particular things that made us who we were. I mean, if you think about Washington County, you think about Beaver County, Lawrence County, all of it, Eastern Ohio, Panhandle of West Virginia, it was the mills. It was the steel. Because once Carnegie Steel became U.S. Steel at the turn of the 19th going into the 20th century, then you had all of these others, J&L, Bethlehem, all of them started to pop up. And they created a workforce that was so overwhelming and so much money was being pumped into communities because of these paychecks. America's was unstoppable. There wasn't anything we could do. People would paint on top of paint because they just had the money. And they were always trying to prepare. They were always trying to look ahead. You know, remodeling their house, getting a bigger house, summertime, putting a roof on their house, this, that, whatever. They were able to do all of the maintenance because they had cash flow. And they just didn't want that money sitting idle. They looked at their house, as you should, your biggest investment of your life. But what has happened, and this is why we've gone full circle, and finally, after 4 decades plus, it's all starting to come home to us. The majority of people have started to basically just do enough. That's right. Just do enough to keep the lights on. Very evident when the pandemic hit. Within a month, people were begging the government to help them. Businesses that had been in families for 40, 50, 60 years begging for help. Corporations begging for help. Because we have gotten into a society that let's just do enough. Well, enough is not enough anymore. We have to try to stockpile cash in America at all levels. And our national debt is so far out of this world that it's almost difficult to comprehend. I mean, when you think of millions, you think of money, right? To me and most of you out there, a lot of money. But when you think about billions, you think about mega bucks, right? People that have overachieved beyond your wildest imaginations. You can't even visualize what $1 billion looks like. In particular, 100 billion, or even on paper, 1 trillion. But when you look at the national debt in this country, $38 trillion with a T, you start thinking like I do, there is no way we ever climb out of this. There is no way we even peek up over the top of this. And you can't keep borrowing money because you're out of credit. Even though you're the country that can print it, there's just not enough cash flow. And that's the problem. It comes down to, as it always has, cash is king. Any seed money, any venture capitalist, one of the reasons why Nippon and U.S. Steel is so attractive, the $15 billion, that's great. But now the hundreds of millions of dollars that are going to be pumped into the Mon Valley, that's why you don't want to push back on this type of stuff. Amazon, possibly. We led with it this morning. The data center, Homer City. These are deep pockets. These are people that you know when you get a check, put it direct deposit because it's not going to bounce. It's not going to bounce. And you have to start looking at these companies that have good cash flow. Because when you have good cash flow, it's like good air circulation. It's easy to breathe. You don't have the weight of the world pounding down on your chest. You don't have the fear of not having enough. Look, there was a time in our country when people who came here or were born here into working poor families, fear was a motivator. They overly worked, overly saved, and more importantly, they didn't splurge on things that weren't necessary. Because in the back of their mind, they knew what it was like to be hungry. They knew what it was like to basically try to, get a buck to do something. That whenever they got it, they wanted 2, then they wanted 3, then they wanted 4, then they wanted 5. And you would say, well, why do you want this if you're still living in this old house or driving that old car? There's nothing wrong with this house. The roof doesn't leak. There's nothing wrong with that car because it still runs. But the good thing about having money is the peace of mind of not having to worry about money. But that's all changed in our society. Young people, charge it, whatever, get it on credit, buy as much as you can. We'll worry about it later. And one of the things that I think has truly become our mantra in this country, no interest for the next 2 years. That's how we're basically living our lives. People are approaching life like, hey, I got nothing to worry about for a couple of years. And when you're young, you don't feel aging. You don't feel the pressures, the weight of the world, realizing that, yes, there is something to this phrase, fixed income. Yes, there is something to people who are living on just Social Security, and they're trying to pay rent, trying to pay taxes, trying to pay a mortgage if they still have one. Even if they don't, their taxes in many cases are higher than their mortgage. They're trying to buy groceries. They're trying to get stuff done around that house that still has maintenance issues, even if you burned the mortgage 20 years ago. It's all about cash flow. If you talk to any retired person, it's all about cash flow. So last night, trying to fall asleep, I was doing some research about some things. And I said, I want to go back and take a close look on what happened when these mills started to close down. So I was doing some research on LTV, Bethlehem, and others. And what happened, there was insurance on those pensions, but the problem was they were still not getting about 30% of that pension that would have been theirs if it would have went the traditional way. So it kind of is like fixed income today. You have people who have Social Security, but let's face it, when you take out what a pension would have given you to sprinkle over that Social Security, you're like the mill worker from the early 80s who they took your paycheck and said, yeah, it's insured, but 30% of it you're not going to get. So if you take 30% away on any number for any person, that means no extras, many cases no vacation, no dining out, no movie night, no nothing. Because that's that income, that extra income, the money that you're able to go out and treat yourself. And that makes people absolutely miserable. And when people can't go out and do things that put joy on their face after they've spent 40 years of their work giving everything to their employer, that's wrong. That is absolutely wrong. Listen, not in my lifetime, maybe not even my children's lifetime, but we can, as a nation, if we start putting our mind to what we have, the resources, the opportunities, and start getting more people like Amazon involved in wanting to do business locally, and others like Westinghouse, all of these people, these names, Nippon, U.S. Steel, let's start enticing them to want to come here, go out and recruit people to come here. Because what they bring, not just brick and mortar, not just their name, they bring the most important thing in life, cash. Because no matter what era it is, no matter what century, day of the week, It always comes down to cash flow, and that's what our nation is missing. If we could get a healthy cash flow, some of this debt, it may never go away, but we won't be adding to it, and that's the key. 866-391-1020. One more segment, then we get ready for the news at 7, and then it's Jessica Festa, the Optulux Wellness Center.
Every Tuesday morning at 7:20, listen for Inside Independence Health, a look at all things healthcare with the experts from Independence Health System. It's brought to you by Independence Health System. Expert care here.
This summer, there are 250 reasons to join T-Mobile.
Girls trip? Booked. And switching to T-Mobile helped make it happen.
With Experience Beyond, switch and get $100 back. Plus, $650 in value in built-in plan benefits. That's $750 in your first year, guaranteed.
And honestly, that $100 back, I'm putting it towards the zip line.
Now that's how you do summer.
Exactly. Best switch I ever made.
This is just one reason to join T-Mobile this summer. There are 250 reasons. Find yours.
Savings based on the value of benefits included with Experience Beyond, like entertainment and 1 year of AAA Classic and Dash Pass on us. Benefits may require activation. See plan for details. Get $100 via virtual prepaid MasterCard with eligible ported, no cash access, and expires in 6 months. Issued by Sunrise Banks, N.A. member FDIC. Allow 8 weeks.
News Radio, KDKA, Sports.
8 locations to serve you, a Pittsburgh tradition. Bucks lost to the Mets 6-4 last night. 2 teams again tonight, PNC Park, 6:40. You can hear it on 93.7 The Fan. Luke Kuechly and also Adam Vinatieri, along with Roger Craig and Larry Fitzgerald and Drew Brees, are headed into the Pro Football Hall of Fame. Induction ceremonies will begin at lunchtime in Canton. Riverhounds take on Sacramento tonight at FMB Stadium. And in the golf world, through 2 rounds of the Wyndham Championship, your leader is Bo Hostler. He is at 12 under and has a 1-shot lead. More sports at 937thefan.com.
When you're handling an estate or an inherited home, the decisions can feel overwhelming. At Home Buyers of Pittsburgh, we help families through this every single week. We make a quick, fair cash offer on the home, coordinate any cleanouts, help you through the process, and we'll buy it in its current condition. No pressure, no surprises. Visit homebuyersoftpittsburgh.com or call 412-500-9057 for help selling today. That's 412-500-9057 for help selling today.
Home Buyers of Pittsburgh, Pittsburgh's local trusted home buyer since 2015.
Life-changing is happening every day at UPMC.
There's a few things that bring all of us together regardless of what our backgrounds are. Food is definitely one of those. Our main goal in the cafeteria is to provide a good experience, a safe space to feel comfortable. Our staff members, they constantly are giving some level of compassion or understanding or comfort. Outside of these walls, it's just food, but inside, it's all medicine.
That's life-changing medicine at UPMC.
August is Sandwich Month, and EasyCater is celebrating with fresh deals every week from August 3rd through August 30th. EasyCater makes workplace food ordering easy, leaving more time for important office debates like, is a hot dog a sandwich or a taco? From breakfast sandwiches and banh mi to turkey clubs and veggie wraps, every order of sandwiches for your team comes with a side of surprise rewards for you. And that's the best thing since sliced bread. New week, new deal, all August long. Visit easycater.com to place your next order. Restrictions apply. See offer details at easycater.com.
It's 5 o'clock. Your employees are headed home, but you're still updating spreadsheets, switching between software, and wondering where the day went. There's a better way. Odoo brings accounting, sales, inventory, CRM, and more together in one fully integrated platform. So you spend less time managing software and more time running your business, because your workday should end eventually. Try Odoo free at odoo.com. That's ODOO.com.
Have you or a loved one recently needed nursing home care? This can be very expensive, and you can lose your life savings without proper planning. The attorneys at Julian Gray Associates have helped thousands of families navigate these difficult situations. Visit grayelderlaw.com.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
Everything you need, every time you listen. 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
You know, some of the other things that I've noticed that, I don't know, I just am a little concerned about is the fact that when you just think about what we're doing moving forward as far as training the next generation, a lot of it seems to fall back on technology. And look, I have nothing against technology. I mean, I utilize it every day. It's become as important to me as any other tool that I use because of what I do. I spend as much time at the home studio filming to tie into what I'm going to do here as I do here. I'm on the road promoting, meeting, filming, all to kind of come back to here, whether it be sports, whether it be news. I get it. I love it. But we need more young people leaning in on the building trades. Because here's what I'm so curious to see happen, and I really think the stars are aligned. You know, we mentioned Amazon today, Homer City, that connection there, Meta in Beaver County to that data center. We've mentioned it, right? Westinghouse trying to go public just like SpaceX because what they're going to be doing in nuclear energy. And that's going to be another massive footprint out there in Butler County and Cranberry, as it has been. And now they've got a whole new lease on life. What I worry about, and I've learned a lot of this stuff from my friends in the Carpenters Union and the Boilermakers and the steam fitters and the POW drivers, heavy equipment operators. We'll be here all day. Big fan of the building trades. What I worry about is that we're not going to have the workforce. And I know a lot of people are saying, well, I've heard that before. I've heard that before. But I saw what happened. I saw what happened when we started all these projects. And they just got huge. I mean, they were huge. And I kept saying to myself, are we going to have enough people? And I remember the numbers skyrocketing at the Shell plant. I mean, it started off, they were talking $2 billion. Then it was $6 billion. Then it was $8 billion. And then I was hearing every piece of rental equipment that you could get your hands on, they had. And then I heard it was 3,500 workers. Then I heard it was 5,000 workers. Then I heard about license plates from Texas and even in Canada because we were emptying out the union halls here, the electricians, the plumbers, the carpenters, everything. And then it was like 8,000 and growing. So what that makes me believe is that we need to start telling our kids now, as they're getting ready to go back for that senior year especially, if you have no plans or they have no clear-cut choice as far as where they're going to go to get educated, you got to look at them and say, you know, you're pretty good with your hands. You fix things for your mom, your dad, your grandparents. You love doing projects around the house. We don't have to ask you twice to take out the trash. You like to cut the grass. And if the lawnmower breaks down, you can fix it. That's when we say to them, have you ever thought about the Eastern Atlantic States Regional Council of Carpenters? Because we talk about good-paying jobs. We've been talking about it today as far as how many jobs were added last month. We've talked about in recent weeks and months because of the city's finances in Allegheny County and people leaving and census numbers and all of it. We've talked about jobs that will give somebody an immediate impact. And what I mean by that is an immediate impact to the workforce, the community we call home, but also the most important impact to themselves as individuals. Imagine if you could be 19 years of age, a year removed from high school, and basically know what you're going to do for the next 30 years. You're going to wear a tool belt. You're going to wear a hard hat. You're going to represent the carpenters. You're going to get a good paycheck. You're going to get good health care. And here's the cherry on the sundae. At the end of the time that you spend working, you're going to get something that you may not even knew existed long before you got yours or the thought process was there. Pension. Actual pension, to where you know that you've worked and given every ounce of sweat equity you can for 10, 20, 30, even 40 years, that you can simply say, thank you, it's been fun, I'm grateful, but now it's on to the next chapter. And that chapter is not reading a horror movie or a horror story. That's about living a life with once upon a time in the beginning and happily ever after in the end. And happily ever after is very simple. Going out to the mailbox once or twice a month and getting a paycheck to supplement with your Social Security so you can actually do what you want to do. Because let's face it, hey, we'd all love to live to be 90 and healthy and very agile and able to do things. But in reality, even though the miracles of medicine are keeping people happier and healthier and living longer, that necessarily doesn't always happen. So maybe if you go at 65 or 70 or a little older, you get maybe 10 years to basically get the mailbox money, have a life, be able to wake up and do things that you absolutely love. absolutely love. And what is that? Doing what you want to do, carving out your own niche. Spend time thinking about nothing other than what can I do today to put a smile on my face. And the only way you achieve that is your body of work and making the right decision. And so here's what happens. If you have a child who is useful with their hands and they're getting ready to enter that senior year, go to the open house next spring, make an appointment, check out the Carpenters Union, check out the building trades, because the answer is just literally a visit away. And not only are we going to be able to replenish our workforce when all of this stuff starts to happen, look, there's too much out there with data centers and natural gas, and now with Nippon and U.S. Steel. There's too much raw manufacturing out there that's going to be a part of who we are for generations to come. And once it takes off, it's going to take off. So we have to be ready. You create the workforce, but more importantly, you give that workforce a good paycheck, and that workforce takes that paycheck and turns it into cash flow. News coming up next, and then Jessica Festa, the Optilux Wellness Center. It's your Pratt Pack. Good morning.
You've got a big day, so you use Unstoppable Scent Boosters to give your laundry non-stop freshness. So no matter how long the day goes, you
can't stop this power, this walk, this pose, this strut, this look, this talk.
Your clothes will be so fresh you can confidently strut into that end of the day meeting like a
boss, 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 bosses. Let's talk business in my office.
Add new Unstoppables beads to your wash for 24-hour non-stop freshness, so you can smell unstoppable.
Imagine every time your business makes a sale. Inventory updates, an invoice is created, customer records are updated, accounting stays current. That's the power of Odoo. One fully integrated platform where every part of your business works together, automating tasks, eliminating extra steps, and saving you valuable time. Everything connects. Everything works. Try Odoo free at odoo.com. That's ODOO.com.
Soldiers and Sailors Memorial Hall and Museum recognizes Pennsylvania's combat veterans who have received medals for gallantry. With this Hall of Valor moment, here's the curator of Soldiers and Sailors Memorial Hall and Museum, Michael Krause.
U.S. Army Major Joseph Thompson of Beaver County received the Medal of Honor for Gallantry in World War I while in France in the fall of 1918. Major Thompson, a former Pitt football star, constantly encouraged his battalion on while braving machine gun and artillery fire. When the advance of his companies was held up by a hostile machine gun nest, with 6 friendly tanks disabled, Major Thompson rushed forward on foot 3 separate times in advance of the assaulting line and led a remaining tank to within a few yards of the enemy. The tank succeeded in making it possible for the infantry to advance.
For the perfect wedding up to 300, the magnificent ballroom and balcony is a truly unique setting to begin your new life together. For information, visit soldiersandsailorshall.org.
If you or anyone you care about is facing a family legal matter, call Cordell & Cordell today at 1-855-GET-LEGAL or visit CordellCordell.com to schedule your consultation.
There's a lot on the line in divorce. This is Joe Cordell of Cordell & Cordell, the largest family law firm in the country, with over 35 years of helping clients navigate divorce. But being big doesn't mean less personal or less local. Our attorneys live and work in your community, and as neighbors, they understand the challenges your families face. Divorce touches all areas of your life: your home, savings, retirement, and of course, kids. So when you find yourself facing divorce, you need a partner you can count on. Visit CordellCordell.com to schedule your consultation.
If you or anyone you care about is facing divorce, contact Cordell & Cordell today. With over 100,000 clients served, we understand the challenges you're facing on a personal level. Call Cordell & Cordell today at 1-855-GET-LEGAL. That's 1-855-GET-LEGAL. Pittsburgh and Cranberry Township. Joseph Cordell, licensed in Missouri and Illinois.
100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA. Covered by JP Roofing and Siding. Pittsburgh's #1 platinum roofing company. Listen to KDKA Radio on the Odyssey, iHeartRadio, or TuneIn apps.
KDKA and KDKA-FM HD2 Pittsburgh. W261AX Pittsburgh.
Always live on the free Odyssey app. From the Aetna Medicare Studios.
Proud to be the voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
It is 70 degrees at Pittsburgh International at 7 o'clock. I'm Rob Taylor. A man who barricaded himself inside a home in Tarentum is now in police custody this morning. That man was inside a home for at least 8 hours Friday. It spanned the afternoon into the evening, and then finally, the man surrendering early this morning. He was at a home in the 200 block of West 10th Avenue. Police say the man originally threatened a woman with a gun at that home. She was able to leave the house before police arrived. Eventually, the SWAT team was called in. No one was injured. A woman is under arrest after fire investigators determined a fire was intentionally set in Manorville, Armstrong County. That fire broke out in the 600 block of Hill Street around 11 o'clock Friday morning. It took multiple units to put out the building fire. 35-year-old Tiffany Kaufman of Katanning was arrested. Charges pending. Kaufman was taken to the Armstrong County Jail. Well, in a narrow vote, the Senate narrowly confirming Todd Blanche early this morning to be U.S. Attorney General. All Democrats opposed the nomination. Senators Susan Collins and Lisa Murkowski, the only two Republicans to vote against it.
On this vote, the yeas are 50, the nays are 49. The nomination is confirmed.
President Trump fired Pam Bondi from her position as U.S. Attorney General in April, and now it's Blanche officially with the job. Well, PennDOT this week released its latest 12-year plan outlining more than $90 billion in road work that's on the horizon. News Radio KDKA's David Ballarado with the details.
Every single planned project by the Transportation Agency, its source of funding, and when work will begin included in the State Transportation Commission's plan. Mark Tobin, who is director of PennDOT's Program Center, says there's a lot of bridge work planned for our area, including
the Fort Duquesne Bridge will be rehabbed and preserved as part of this program. That was not expected to get underway for a couple of more years, but we are currently in the process of working through getting that project designed.
While the list covers 12 years, it is updated every 2 years or so to address new needs that may pop up that could change priorities. You can see the current plan at talkpatransportation.com. David Ballarado, News Radio, KDKA.
KDKA Radio News Time. It's 7:03. The AccuWeather forecast next.
The following is an editorial by KDKA Radio Regional Vice President Michael Spacciapoli.
Among the challenges faced by public schools is chronic absenteeism. In Pennsylvania, the rate was 21% in 2025. 1 out of every 5 students missing classes on a regular basis is unacceptable. 21% is higher than before the pandemic. The reasons for absenteeism are numerous. Sickness, unreliable transportation, housing and food insecurity, safety concerns, and babysitting siblings are barriers. Some students stay away due to bullying. Others are disengaged and have little interest in study. Finally, there's the pandemic when remote learning changed some perceptions of the importance of being at school. Some students came to prefer isolation. How can school districts respond? Success stories involve offering support to address specific barriers and personalized interventions with students and parents. Finally, a return to widespread agreement about the benefits of being at school will help in lowering the number of students missing too many classes.
This has been an editorial by KDKA Radio Regional Vice President Michael Spacciapoli. To view a transcript, go to kdkaradio.com.
Attention, have you racked up $10,000 or more in credit card debt? Are you barely getting by making minimum payments? With credit card debt reaching all-time highs, National Debt Relief is notifying consumers about significant debt relief options currently being made available to help those with overwhelming credit card debt. These options may reduce a large portion of credit card debt for those who qualify. You don't need to declare bankruptcy or take out a consolidation loan, and you may only have to pay back a fraction of what you owe, even if you have bad credit. National Debt Relief has already reduced the credit card debt for more than 550,000 consumers. So don't wait. If you owe $10,000, $20,000, or even $100,000 in credit card debt, you can now take advantage of this financial debt relief as the cost of living continues to skyrocket. To check what debt reduction you may qualify for, call 800-358-6868. That's 800-358-6868. Again, 800-358-6868.
Here she comes.
Surprise! They sent a duplicate shipment to your flower shop! Now you have to pay for 1,000 extra carnations! Also, there's a beehive outside your store! And they're super aggressive! There's thousands of them!
Progressive knows small business owners usually don't like surprises because they cost you money. But a good surprise, saving 10% or more on commercial auto insurance when you pay in full.
Also, the egg salad you just ate was expired! Gross!
Surprise yourself. See if you can save in as little as 8 minutes at progressivecommercial.com. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and Affiliates. Discounts not available in all states or situations.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance engineer at a beverage manufacturing plant, he starts his day knowing every line is ready to run because Grainger delivers the industrial-grade products he needs to keep mixers, conveyors, and packaging equipment moving. With Grainger's vast selection of bearings, belts, and motors, he keeps operations running smoothly, so nothing grinds to a halt. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
You know that Big Bargain detergent jug is 80% water, right? It doesn't clean as well.
80% water? I thought I was getting a better deal because it's so big.
If you want a better clean, Tide Pods are only 12% water. The rest is pure, concentrated cleaning ingredients.
Oh, let me make an announcement.
Attention shoppers, if you want a real deal, try Tide Pods.
Stop paying for watered-down detergents. Pay for clean. If it's got to be clean, it's got to be Tide Pods. Water content based on the leading bargain liquid detergent.
Hey, Mom, now that I have an after-school job, I think I want to buy a drum kit.
Okay, Rockstar. Let's look at your account.
When kids start making money, Chase has easy-to-use tools and expert bankers to help them learn how to manage it.
And next month, I'll buy the bass drum and the cymbals. Oh, and maybe some noise-canceling headphones for you.
Aw, you've thought of everything.
Help kids save, budget, and build financial independence, all with Chase. That's good for kids and good for parents. Visit your local Chase branch and get started.
Account subject to approval. J.P. Morgan Chase Bank, N.A. member FDIC.
The KDKA AccuWeather forecast is brought to you by JP Roofing and Siding, Pittsburgh's #1 Platinum Preferred Roofing Replacement Contractor. Call 412-829-7711.
A cloudy and humid start to the weekend today brings a couple of showers and a gusty thunderstorm, high 85, with a thunderstorm lingering for some tonight and a low of 68, followed by sunshine and a dry day tomorrow, high 87, before more showers and thunderstorms around for Monday. Some of them may be heavy and gusty again, high 85. For AccuWeather, I'm LaTroy Thornton, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
The following is paid for by Optilux Wellness Center. Information on the program is intended to solely further the public's general knowledge about the product. Opinions expressed should not be relied upon for any purpose by any member of the audience. News Radio KDKA does not guarantee the accuracy of any of the information aired on the following program.
These are the people, the movers and shakers, the businesses, the people you know in your community who make Pittsburgh work. This is Pittsburgh Works on 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
I don't know about you, but whenever she walks into the building, we all smile because her mission is to make people smile because how they act and how they feel, and that's what life's all about. So let's welcome her back. Optilux Wellness Center. She is Jessica Festa. They are located in New Kensington at 706 Stevenson Boulevard, 724-335-5210. It's all about, well, helping you heal with that regenerative tissue that we talk about all the time and how they can make it work. That cellular therapy and PRP treatments and more. So without further ado, let's get started. Here she is in the Metropolitan Window video screen. You can see this interview and hear it stream live by going to kdkradio.com, KDK Watch, Jessica Festa. Good morning. It's hard to believe it's been a month already.
That's what I said when I walked in. Like, this summer just flew by.
It did.
And, getting the kids ready for school. They start back in, 2 weeks.
I know.
I'm not ready. This is Carson's senior year. Cece's junior year.
Up and
so
away.
I'm going to get the double whammy back to back. But my son is going to trade school. I was listening to your last segment. But,
Smart move.
You know, he and I, we like this hands-on thing, and that's why chiropractic and regenerative medicine and massage therapy, it works best for me and anybody else who's like a tactile person that, you're hands-on. My dad, of course, was a carpenter, and
on the railroad.
Carson is a lot like me, and so he's just got that knack. He likes to put things together, and so.
I mean, here's the other thing. Well, I'll tie all this in because of what you used to do with ATI and help people, and the type of stuff that you do. And I talked to an orthopedic surgeon who was a friend of mine many, many years ago. And he said it's not the athletes, it's not the everyday people, but it's the construction and the trade people. When they hit 50, they need to help their bodies because their bodies are sore. And I've also found out that a lot of people who are in the trade start very early by making appointments to go to see a chiropractor and do some of the things that you do.
Yes.
And look, throwing a baseball for $10 million a year is one thing, but if you swing a hammer just to put food on the table and you can't grip that hammer, that's why you need what you do. So you've been around hardworking people, blue-collar people, and one thing about your son, it's nice to know that you can get somebody out of high school and go get a paycheck to where they don't have college debt and they can start investing in themselves and investing in their future. So all is good in your neighborhood.
Yeah, absolutely. We just, the blue collar kind of thing, you're swinging a hammer, and we have a cousin who does the hardscaping.
Yes.
And I watch him, Curtis, if you were listening, I watch him on Instagram. And the stuff, well, first of all, I used to be able to wrestle him in Nana's living room. And I am not okay with the fact that now he is a grown man, like slinging these, 2-ton rocks around. Because I used to be able to beat him. But, when I see what he's doing to his body at such a young age, but he's excited about it, right? And we were all excited about what we were doing when we were 20. Even when you were 30, maybe around 35, you started thinking like, oh, I feel a little rough this morning. But by that 50, 55, a lot of guys have that numbness in their hands, or their hands are aching, or the carpal tunnel, and the things that kind of go along with the trades. But what you guys have to remember is, in our world, a lot of that actually comes from your neck being misaligned, because the nerves that come out of your neck go down your arm.
Right.
And so that feeds your hands. And so when you look at everybody, I say it every show, but you look around any restaurant or anywhere and people's heads are falling off of their bodies while they're texting. That is putting a crazy amount of pressure and strain on your spine, on your neck. And so whatever nerves are coming out of that neck area, or even trying to get through and get down to the rest of you, which would include everything from the neck down, you're interfering with that nerve pathway. So for us in the chiropractic realm of things, and all of our friends in the chiropractic realm, getting that spine into a good alignment and keeping people's posture as good as it can be, it means a longer career. It means more comfortable. It means less pain and more function and more money on the table, And then when you get to retirement, you don't want to sit down and not be able to move because of what you did, like you said on the show before, about you put in 40 years for this company, and then you go home and either you don't have enough money to go on vacation, or you don't feel well enough to go on vacation. And that's where we come in.
And they do a lot of good stuff. So I'm going to let her explain here in the first couple of minutes of the show what they do at the Optilux Wellness Center along with Dr. Ron. But when we come back, we're going to dive into what they do and how they can help everybody in the audience right now, even maintenance, trying to prevent some of this stuff from happening. The older you get, they have you covered there. But again, they're in New Kensington on Stevenson Boulevard. Let me just give you that number. You're more than welcome to leave your name and number during this hour, or give them a call during regular hours next week. Get in there and let them take care of you, because the track record is unbelievable with what they've been able to do for people here in Western Pennsylvania, and for that matter, the tri-state. 724-335-5210, 724-335-5210. All right, Jess, tell them what you all do at the Optilux Wellness Center.
So Optilux Wellness Center started out as Festa Chiropractic many, many years ago, over 30 years ago, coming up here, I guess, on 36 years. And, we just evolved. We always had a heart for the family. We wanted to be a family wellness care center. So everything from birth to death, right? That meant, he has an extra pediatric specialty, a few extra years after his doctorate degree that he went and specialized in children's care, in prenatal care. And so you can get taken care of at our office while you're pregnant, right after the baby's born. You can have the baby checked immediately. That's an entire show in itself. Someday we need to do a show just on infancy and the way that we really help a child have a great start in life on the health journey. But then after however many years, I don't know, I guess it was about 25 years, we brought in regenerative medicine. And regenerative medicine is a way that you can take back time, really. Like chiropractic is about us making sure that your form supplies your function. So that means that your spinal column is surrounding a spinal cord. And that spinal cord is the only organ completely encased in bone. And so we have these spinal segments and they are mobile. And as you do things, bad posture, you fall, there's a car accident, you sit on one knee or one leg all the time, birth injuries, all sorts of things cause those bones to get stuck somewhere out of their normal range of motion. So a chiropractor is just the outside force with a doctorate degree who knows at what angle and at what amount of force and how to get that bone back in its normal range of motion. Once it's in the normal range of motion, it's not putting pressure on the spinal cord. That spinal cord is nothing more than an intense, amazing bundle of nerves that are coming out of the brain, feeding every cell, system, muscle, tendon, ligament, organ in the body. Right? And so you have to keep that pathway clear. Otherwise, you're causing a disturbance in the flow. And now whatever organ maybe is at the end of that nerve, it's not going to work right. So we take that avenue for chiropractic. But then where regenerative medicine comes in is, what if you've broken down and you've degenerated and you've aged and you've had injury and you have scar tissue? Now regenerative medicine gave us the ability to come in and help you regrow tissue. So I know we have to go to break. We'll pick this up when we come back, but I want you guys to keep in mind what parts of you have broken down over time, and keep an ear to what we can do to fix that for you.
All right, sounds great. Jessica Festa here for her monthly visit. It's the Optilux Wellness Center, New Kensington, Stevenson Boulevard, 724-335-5210.
Listen to KDKA Radio on the Odyssey, iHeartRadio, or TuneIn apps.
Liberty Mutual customizes your car and home insurance. And now we're customizing this ad for your morning commute to wake you up, which could help your driving. Science says that stimulating the brain increases alertness. So here's a pop quiz. How many months have 28 days? What gets wetter as it dries? What has keys but can't open locks? If you don't want to hear the answers, turn off this Liberty Mutual ad now. 12 months, a towel, piano. Enjoy being fully alert.
Liberty, 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 liberty.
News Radio, KDKA, Sports.
Sports is brought to you by Coons Quality Foods with 8 locations to serve you a Pittsburgh tradition. Bucks lost to the Mets 6-4 last night. 2 teams again tonight, PNC Park, 6:40. You can hear it on 93.7 The Fan. Luke Kuechly and also Adam Vinatieri, along with Roger Craig and Larry Fitzgerald and Drew Brees, are headed into the Pro Football Hall of Fame. Induction ceremonies will begin at lunchtime in Canton. Riverhounds take on Sacramento tonight at FMB Stadium. And in the golf world, through 2 rounds of the Wyndham Championship, your leader is Beau Hossler. He is at 12 under and has a 1-shot lead. More sports at 937thefan.com.
Constipation with belly pain back again? Huh? Who are you? I'm future you. Future me? Relax, our doctor figured it out. Your symptoms keep coming back because it's irritable bowel syndrome with constipation, or IBS-C, and Linzess could help you get ahead of it.
Linzess linaclotide is the #1 prescribed branded treatment for IBS-C in adults. It's not a laxative. It's a once-daily prescription pill that helps you get ahead of your symptoms. It's proven to help you have more frequent and complete bowel movements and helps relieve overall abdominal symptoms, belly pain, discomfort, and bloating. These symptoms were studied in combination, not individually. Do not give Linzess to children less than 2 years old. It may harm them. Do not take Linzess if you have a bowel blockage. Get immediate help if you develop unusual or severe stomach pain, especially with bloody or black stools. The most common side effect is diarrhea, sometimes severe. If it's severe, stop taking Linzess and call your doctor right away. Other side effects include gas, stomach area pain, and swelling. Talk to your doctor and say yes to Linzess. Learn more at linzess.com or call 1-800-LINZESS.
Pittsburgh's annual Little Italy Days, this Thursday through Sunday. Authentic Italian foods, entertainment from over 30 acts, the region's largest heritage festival. Little Italy Days in Bloomfield, free admission. Learn more at littleitalydays.com.
These are the people who make Pittsburgh work. This is Pittsburgh Works on 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
All right, let's pick up where we left off. Go ahead, Jess.
All right. So with regenerative medicine on top of chiropractic, now you have this ability to not only make sure that your function is proper, that you're getting complete nerve supply to every organ and system in the body, down to that cellular level. But then if you have broken down things, so over the commercial break, if you guys were thinking, well, you know what, my knees have been hurting and my shoulder, and I sat at a desk for, we were realizing there aren't really secretaries anymore. But as a secretary, when you sat there and your head was forward and you were typing and you're doing the thing and a desk job, okay, now you're like, my shoulders, my traps, the muscles on top of your shoulders are like a rock all the time. These are all signs that the body is breaking down, right? It's pain and discomfort, dis-ease, and dysfunction. Those are all signs that the body has not healed itself. Why didn't it heal itself? Well, at a cellular level, as you age and as you have injuries, you use up the cells that build you back. That's how you age. You just break down over time. So with regenerative medicine, the cool thing is that you can actually purchase cells that help you rebuild yourself. And so now you're giving yourself money back in the bank of youth, of saying, okay, here's what my body uses to rebuild. I don't have enough. I'm breaking down. I can go to Jess at Optilux, purchase these cells if that's what the doctors find is prudent for your, situation. And then that's it. You put these cells back in your body. They multiply every day, just like the ones that you had on your own. But once you get down to a small stockpile of them, you break down pretty quickly. And then you're faced with drugs or surgery. And for us, in that chiropractic space, that was never option 1, 2, or probably even 10 when it comes to the way that we do things, because we want the body to heal from the inside out on its own, the way that God intended. But if you are just at the point where you worked hard, you may have had some injuries, you may have already had surgeries, your body has used a lot of your healing potential up. Couple that with if your spine is subluxated, meaning that it's out of place and it's putting pressure on the nerve that is feeding that particular area of yours, and now you're having dysfunction, well, now you've got a lot of disses going on. We need to clean that up. And so that's what we do at Optilux. You come in, set up a consult. We talk to you for a few minutes. If we feel like what we do and the things that we have to offer could help you have some non-surgical pain relief for your body to actually keep and use and heal and work with, then we tell you, okay, I think we might have a solution. I think this might work. Do you want to move into an exam? Well, that's where the rubber hits the road, right? That's when the doctors get involved. We get some x-rays, or you've brought them and now we look at them and we start to plan out, what do we have inside these walls in this 35 years of experience to help you have a better outcome next year than you have this year. Next year, if you have all these disses, if you have this dis-ease and dysfunction and the dislocation of a spinal bone, and you have all these disses, you're going to be at a disadvantage come next year, period. There is no other way around it. I try to sugarcoat things. It's not my natural state. So here's the fact. If you are bad today and you do nothing, you are going to be bad tomorrow and the next day and the next day. And as you know, we're just talking on the break, how fast summer just flew by. You guys all know we all live season to season. The Halloween stuff is already out in the stores, right? You didn't even put your swimsuit away yet. We live in a world where it's fast paced. You're always looking to the next 3 months section instead of sitting where you're at right now. And life just passes and it goes by fast. And until you put the brakes on and you take this thing that is aching you today and you do something about it, come to Optilux, let Dr. Ron look at it, let Marissa, our PA, look at it. Let us figure out what is really happening with you. Do you really need, is the only option left for you? And trust me, there will come a time when the only option left is a drug or a surgery. You don't want to get to that point because that's when the stakes get high. That's when you can die from these treatments. You can honestly die from treatments that you guys are putting on the table as an option for you, rather than coming in and getting a consult and asking another set of questions. You know, in chiropractic, we were always kind of put into a back pain box. And I told you guys, I light boxes on fire. I just don't do well with boxes. I have such a broad spectrum of experience and a wealth of knowledge, and Dr. Festa has a skill set like you guys are not finding just by chance. If you are lucky, you'll find a great chiropractor in your life and you'll stick with him. If you don't have one, let Dr. Festa meet you. See the way that he does things. And I have guides throughout the Pittsburgh area. So I understand that this broadcast is all over the place. I mean, I've had people from Harrisburg drive in to have our treatments done because they still listen to KDKA online. So wherever you're at, I can always find you a chiropractor. But regenerative medicine is one of those niche things that, just like the chiropractic profession, they're trying to put it into a box. You only do that in the medical field when something really works. And that's just, you know, where I stand on it. I see what we get to do every day. I see the results. I see people coming in that are at the end of their rope. They don't want surgery. Most of them have already had one, like a knee replacement. They don't want a second one. They don't want to go through it again. Are there success stories? Absolutely. Are there horror stories? Absolutely. But there's everything in between. Sometimes it went pretty well. There was no infection. The rehab wasn't terrible, but it just doesn't ever feel right again. And I have clients. I have one woman that comes to me every Monday, and she has now had both knees done. One knee did okay. The other one she has had nothing but trouble with. And she comes to me constantly every single Monday morning for massage to work on her legs because she's had so many surgeries on them. She always says to me, man, I wish you had done regenerative medicine before I did this to myself, right? And I encourage you guys to look at a different avenue before you choose one that has some really high stakes to it. So I love what we do. I love that we can meet you on the nutritional end, the chiropractic end, the regenerative medicine end, even with massage therapy. But those are the things that bring a body back to life and keep it going.
All right, so when we come back, we're going to talk about some of the treatments, what they do, what they focus in. But every day you realize what you're doing. You're helping more aspects of the body than we knew about last week.
Yeah. Yeah, and that's why I'm addicted to it. I love what we do, and no matter how difficult it is, I love what we've built. It's been 35 years in the making, and I think that Western Pennsylvania has been better off because we were here, and I'm just hoping to continue to get to serve as many people as possible.
I have a feeling you'll be doing just that. All right, stay with us. We got 2 more segments to go with Jessica. Don't forget, next hour, it's the best of edition of Secure Money Advisors. And then MediConnect, the Inside Connection, followed that to True Value Guys, Home Improvement Show. Andrew Benacki, AAA Central Talking Travel. And then you and I get a curtain call at noon today with an extra hour of open talk. So lots more to come today, just underway for another weekend here till 1. It's your Pratt Pack, Rob Taylor, coming up next with the news at 7:30. And that number for the Optilux Wellness Center in New Kensington at 706 Stevenson Boulevard. Call now if you'd like. Leave your first and last name and a working number. They can reach you during business hours. 724-335-5210. 724-335-5210. Your Pratt Pack. We'll be right back.
Hey, it's Brew. Between my radio show, filming content, editing videos, and trying to stay connected with family, reliable Wi-Fi isn't really optional anymore. I just need it to work. And that's why I like that with Xfinity, you get the most reliable, fiber-powered Wi-Fi with the best equipment at one price for 5 years, guaranteed. No contracts or commitments. Plus, Xfinity makes getting connected simple with same-day Wi-Fi so you can get online in minutes. Restrictions apply. Not available in all areas. Use of fiber or coaxial cable. Learn more at xfinity.com/same-day Wi-Fi. Xfinity. Imagine that.
You're still glowing, flirting, grooving. You've still got it. But your immune system weakens as you age, making it harder to fight illnesses like pneumococcal pneumonia and RSV. Vaccines are a key part of any health routine and can help protect you from getting really sick. Ask your doctor or pharmacist which vaccines you need. See more at PfizerForAll.com. Sponsored by Pfizer.
Every time I've had CertaPro painters do work on my home, I really appreciate their professionalism. They make it worry-free, and it starts with a free estimate, all at the right price. And I love that each CertaPro painter's business is independently owned and operated. Hi, this is Larry Richard. It's the perfect time to reach out, get CertaPro painters to visit your home. Schedule your free estimate online at CertaPro.com. That's Certa with a C. You'll be so glad you did. Trust CertaPro Painters.
It's Marty Griffin. I have seen so much anger these days. You know what's overwhelmed me with joy and optimism? This Get Marty. The folks in this community that have stepped up. You can't help your neighbor if you hate your neighbor. Get Marty epitomizes that opportunity to help people, feed people, clothe people, educate people. If you need me, get Marty at KDKRadio.com. It's where we will find a way to help you.
Presented by UPMC Health System, Phil DeLuceni and Associates, Cousins Roofing, Siding and Decks, and by Harold Shepley and Associates.
Mommy, how come I can't sit in the front seat?
Because I love you and you're just not ready yet.
Putting your kids in the right seat for their age and size is an act of love. Check that your kids are in the right seat at NHTSA.gov/the right seat. Love protects. A message from NHTSA and the Ad Council.
News, weather, traffic, and business every day. Hear it on News Radio KDKA. From the Aetna Medicare Studios.
Proud to be the voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
It is 70 degrees in Pittsburgh International at 7:30. I'm Rob Taylor. A man who barricaded himself inside a home in Tarentum is now under arrest. That man was inside of a home for at least 8 hours Friday, spanning the afternoon, evening, and then finally surrendering early this morning. He was at home in the 200 block of West 10th Avenue. Police say the man originally threatened a woman with a gun at that home. She was able to leave the home before police arrived. Eventually, the SWAT team was called in. No one was injured. Well, happening overnight, the Senate narrowly confirming Todd Blanche to be U.S. Attorney General. All Democrats opposed the nomination. Senators Susan Collins and Lisa Murkowski, the only two Republicans to vote against it.
On this vote, the yeas are 50, the nays are 49. The nomination is confirmed.
President Trump fired Pam Bondi from her position as U.S. Attorney General in April, and now it's Blanche officially with the job. Well, if you're driving around and wondering when are they going to fix this road, the answer is actually at your fingertips. Here's News Radio KDK's David Ballarado with more.
Just don't check when you're driving, but a quick look at TalkPATransportation.com will show you PennDOT's new 12-year plan. It breaks down every single planned project, its source of funding, and when it will be done. All $90 billion worth of work. Just click on any county on the map to see what's ahead. PennDOT's Mark Tobin says it's not carved in stone because they do have to allow for emergency projects like the collapse of the Fern Hollow Bridge.
We do tend to keep a little bit of funding off in reserve just in case the unexpected does happen. But that funding usually isn't enough if there's something large that does happen, as what occurred in Pittsburgh a couple of years ago.
In all, more than 21,000 miles of road improvement is planned, and more than 1,900 bridges, including Fort Duquesne, are all targeted for work. David Ballarado, News Radio, KDKA.
KDK Sports, the Steelers' annual night practice tonight at Latrobe Memorial Stadium. Gates open at 3 this afternoon. Practice begins at 6 this evening. KDK Radio Sports Director Jeff Hathorn is in Latrobe with this report.
Already different because it's on a Saturday night, but first-year Steelers receiver Michael Pittman has heard about night practices at Latrobe Memorial Stadium. That happens tonight at 6, and he's ready for that intensity.
It's a good old-fashioned competition in front of the fans, and we always just want to win. So, we're going to go out there and we're going to try to put the smack down on our defense.
With the Steelers in Latrobe, Jeff Hathorn, News Radio KDKA.
KDK Radio News Time 7:33. The AccuWeather forecast next.
I'm Dan Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. Last year, millions of people called us for representation. Why? Because trust grows when you win, and we've won a lot. Over $30 billion and counting. When you call America's largest injury law firm, you're calling a family. You're calling an army, our army. You're calling somebody who will fight for you. Injured? Let our family fight for your family. Morgan & Morgan, forthepeople.com.
Morgan & Morgan, 603 Stanwyck Street, Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania. Pennsylvania lawyer will handle Pennsylvania cases. Prior results do not guarantee a similar outcome.
Liberty Mutual customizes your car and home insurance. And now we're customizing this rush hour ad to keep you calm, which could help your driving. And science says therapy is great for a healthy mindset. So enjoy this 14-second session on us. I think you've done everything right and absolutely nothing wrong. In fact, anything that hasn't gone your way could probably be blamed on your father not being emotionally available because his father wasn't emotionally available, and so on. And now that you're calm and healing, you're probably driving better too.
Liberty, 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 liberty.
When you see this in your kitchen,
The stainless steel fridge is covered in fingerprints.
you hear this.
Leslie, people are going to think you were raised in a barn or by wolves or raised in a barn by wolves.
Fortunately, Wyman Stainless Steel 3-in-1 cleans, shines, and protects to give you the best shine. A spray and a wipe will have your fridge shining like a mirror.
Wow, my fridge looks brand new. Your fridge looks amazing, Leslie. Sorry, I was being a little dramatic earlier.
Your kitchen says a lot about you. Let it brag with Wyman.
The KDKA AccuWeather forecast is brought to you by JP Roofing and Siding, Pittsburgh's #1 Platinum Preferred roofing replacement contractor. Call 412-829-7711.
Today brings a wet start to the weekend with plenty of clouds around, a couple of showers, and a drenching gusty thunderstorm, the high 85, with a spotty thunderstorm for tonight, otherwise some clouds, low 68, ahead of a rather sunny day for tomorrow, and a high of 87, leads to more clouds for Monday, and another couple of showers and gusty thunderstorms, high 85. For AccuWeather, I'm LaTroy Thornton, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
The following is paid for by Optilux Wellness Center.
These are the people who make Pittsburgh work. This is Pittsburgh Works on 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
All right, we're back. Jessica Festa is here. So, all right, let's talk about, and here's the other thing that amazes me. So, I've always loved chiropractic.
Yes.
Okay. And
how old were you when you first started? Weren't you a teenager?
yeah, 15. 9th grade, fidgety, all kinds of just nervous tension.
Yeah.
My mom had already been going for a while, and she said, I'm taking you to see Dr. McNutt.
Nice.
Went, and it changed me. I mean, and I worried about everything. Still do, but when you get to be this age, you realize you probably won't be around to see a lot of it come to fruition, so the heck with it. But anyway, I love it. So on what I do for my guilty pleasure late at night, and sometimes I stay up later than I should, like last night, going to bed at midnight, getting up at 2 a.m. doesn't work.
Oh, my God.
But I start watching these chiropractic videos.
Oh, yeah.
And listen, I'm all about the crack.
I know,
I
right?
love it.
Yeah, yeah.
But the thing that amazes me, how many people that have had no range of motion, and the doctor will say, a man or woman, how long have you had this? Oh, years.
Yes.
And I'm thinking to myself, if you can't move your neck, and we've all
For
been
years.
Yes, God bless you, I get it. But why would you wait years?
I don't know.
And there's somebody listening right now, I can tell you, is saying, so go see Dr. Ron. If not for any of the regenerative stuff, let him adjust your body and get you back on track.
You will not believe how different you feel after a great adjustment. Like if you've never had it done, you can't even imagine what it feels like to feel like the lights just turned on again. You really can. Like there's this spot in the middle of my back, and because of me doing massage therapy, I don't always have perfect posture, and sometimes I'm leaning under somebody, I'm pulling, and I'm doing all these things, but there's this spot in my back from me doing massage for 25 years that is kind of like that slump spot, like that when you slouch.
Right.
And whenever he adjusts that spot, I can literally feel my stomach relax.
Really?
Honestly. And so I know when I have like that, like I can't breathe, like I'm real anxious about something, and I'm like, you know what it is? My diaphragm cannot relax. My diaphragm is in this spasm state because the nerve's going to it. You're not going to feel pain there. You're going to feel a tension. And so, I don't want people to think that you have to be in pain to do any of the above. As a matter of fact, please don't wait until you're in pain. Pain is only one sensor that your body has. But that tension, that uneasiness feeling, the muscle spasms, just not being able to sleep. Man, will you sleep good? Babies sleep good. Babies poop really good after you adjust them.
Oh, nice.
So many babies come in with
That's
acid
good.
reflux.
That's good.
And they are vomiting up their milk. And if you're a breastfeeding mama and you just put in all that time and that baby spits all that milk up, you're looking at it like you just threw up gold. And do you know how much energy it takes out of a new mommy to make that breast milk? It takes a lot. I did it for both my kids. It is everything to keep that milk in that baby. And I had a newborn this week. They already have him on Prilosec. He's 4 weeks old.
Jeez.
And I was like, why? Well, because he's spitting up. And I said, look at how you're holding him. Do not hold your newborns under the bum. Please, for the love of everything holy, stop bouncing these babies up and down. They have no musculoskeletal strength whatsoever. You could just jiggle them, right? They have no muscle tone. They're limp. And when you put your forearm under the baby's bum, and then you're like bouncing,
right?
Everybody that you let hold your baby, that's the first thing they do, under the bum, and they start bouncing them. Well, it puts out that area I was just talking about, that middle of the back that controls the esophageal flap, essentially. So if you don't know what that is, there's a flap that keeps everything down in your stomach after it goes down your throat.
We used to call that the lollygagger.
Oh, really?
Yes.
Okay, I'm going to have to use that this week now, the lollygagger.
Or it looks like a little punching bag in the back. Yeah, speed bag.
All right.
Anyway, go ahead.
Anyhow, so if that flap cannot close because you have bounced this baby or you've sat it in a car seat without supporting it.
Mm-hmm.
So baby car seats has them a little bit too upright for the newborn.
Right.
So you really need to move pillows and roll washcloths and really stick them in there well. But if your baby is slouched and it's vomiting because you let it slouch. So a chiropractor, it is the simplest, most gentle maneuver. They just gently adjust the baby. They stop throwing up. No need for medication at 4 weeks old that is going to wreck that baby's digestive system. And then he's not going to poop. And then you're going to have this gassy baby who's screaming and yelling, throwing up milk, not going to the bathroom. And trust me, your life will be a nightmare. And you will think, oh, it's colic. No, it is not. Their spine is out of alignment and their body is reacting. And it's such a simple fix. So, don't wait for pain. I get it. People around here seem to wait until they can't take it anymore. Like you said, it's been years since I moved my neck.
But why?
I don't have I'm not going to say why, because, my general consensus is people talk people out of our treatment because they don't know any better.
But you understand, people worry about price of everything today, and I get it.
Mm-hmm.
But just for a cash adjustment, it's less than you pay for a copay for a doctor's visit.
Oh, yeah. I have people coming in that have $60 and $80 copays. I tell them, we're not even going to bill your insurance. This is ridiculousness. Because if I bill your insurance, I have to charge you the copay or the deductible or whatever. They're making it difficult for you to come to us because what we do works. And that's the bottom line. It is the simplest equation in the book. If you are going to lose tens of thousands because this guy over here is going to do a maneuver to you that costs less than $100, less than $50.
Right.
Do you think that you're going to do something to make him look bad? You're going to make it impossible for a person to go to him? Insurance in big hospitals are not in business to get you healthy. That's the end of the revenue stream.
Let's talk here in this segment, and then we'll wrap up the show, exactly the treatments that you do. When we talk regen and we talk PRP, explain exactly how this stuff works, and it does.
So, okay, with regenerative medicine, there are ways and means that you can help a body find its way back to health. So there's certain cells that do certain things in the body. Now, we do PRP injections. That's the platelet-rich plasma. So we do a blood draw from you. We spin your blood. We take that platelet-rich plasma, the PRP. Now, this is full of healing, stimulating potential. So what happens is we now have this condensed version of you and of your own healing.
Right.
And we put it in a specific area. So say your knees are hurting. Say you have stiffness in your knees, in your shoulder. It can be stiffness. It doesn't have to be pain. It can be, I played tennis for 30 years. Chances are at some point in time, something's going to show the wear and tear. You don't have to wait. You already know how you used your body. Because these are things that are already in your body, it's going in your own, it's in your own bloodstream now, we could just relocate it. So PRP is one of those things that stimulates the growth of soft tissue on your own. We don't add anything to it. We just simply spin it in a centrifuge a couple times, condense it, and then put it in. There's another way that you can use that, and you can add what's called scaffolding to it so that I can get it to stay where I put it for about 4 months. Now, it'll stay put. It hangs out in there and causes the body to have a growth spurt, so to speak. You can add that. Then we have what's called exosomes. You can purchase exosomes. So exosomes are sort of Dr. Fest always says it's like an Amazon, which I heard you mentioning. It's like an Amazon warehouse, right? You've got the stem cells, mesenchymal stem cells that can do all sorts of things. Then you have parts of stem cells, bits and pieces of it, which would be like exosomes. And then on exosomes, you have peptides. So you could go down this chain to pick and choose what you want. But an exosome is a great option instead of PRP for a lot of people. If you've been on a lot of medication, or maybe if you're like over 30 or 40 years old, your PRP is questionable. So it's a case by case. And that's why I say you've got to come in for a consult. And we are teaching a seminar. I did forget to mention this. I apologize. But it's this Monday at 12:30. Doc, if you were listening and can text me if you were willing to do the 6:30 show, that would be great. Sometimes he will stay and do the 6:30 for me because I'm facilitating teenagers in all directions.
That's the 10th of August.
Yes, August 10th, my parents' old anniversary. Good morning, Mommy. And so we're going to do a seminar at 12:30. This will give you a more in-depth idea of what all we do. So we've got the PRP, we have the exosomes, we have mesenchymal stem cells, we have amniotic fluid, we have all sorts of things that the body naturally understands and processes and uses to help you build back yourself.
So that's going to be Monday at 12:30, possibly another one at 6:30, but 12:30 for sure at New Kensington's location of Optilux Wellness Center, 706 Stevenson Boulevard. It's free, but they want to know how many people are coming so they can make room for you. Give them a call. Free seminar Monday, August 10th, 12:30, possible one at 6:32. 724-335-5210, 724-335-5210. Optilux Wellness Center, New Kensington, 706 Stevenson Boulevard.
When you need to know, depend on the news leader. At home, in your car, or at work. The voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM, AM 1020, and KDKA-radio.com.
This summer, there are 250 reasons to join T-Mobile.
Girls trip? Booked. And switching to T-Mobile helped make it happen.
With Experience Beyond, switch and get $100 back. Plus, $650 in value in built-in plan benefits. That's $750 in your first year, guaranteed.
And honestly, that $100 back, I'm putting it towards the zip line.
Now that's how you do summer.
Exactly. Best switch I ever made.
This is just one reason to join T-Mobile this summer. There are 250 reasons. Find yours.
Savings based on the value of benefits included with Experience Beyond, like entertainment and 1 year of AAA Classic and Dash Pass on us. Benefits may require activation. See plan for details. Get $100 via virtual prepaid MasterCard with eligible ported, no cash access, and expires in 6 months. Issued by Sunrise Banks and a member FDIC. Allow 8 weeks.
News Radio, KDKA, Sports.
Sports is brought to you by Coons Quality Foods with 8 locations to serve you a Pittsburgh tradition. Bucks lost to the Mets 6-4 last night. 2 teams again tonight, PNC Park, 640. You can hear it on 93.7 The Fan. Luke Kuechly and also Adam Vinatieri, along with Roger Craig and Larry Fitzgerald and Drew Brees, are headed into the Pro Football Hall of Fame. Induction ceremonies will begin at lunchtime in Canton. Riverhounds take on Sacramento tonight at FMB Stadium. And in the golf world, through 2 rounds of the Wyndham Championship, your leader is Bo Hostler. He is at 12 under and has a 1-shot lead. More sports at 937thefan.com.
In Pittsburgh, Chase is proud to root for the home team because they're our team too. We cheer from the bleachers and on the sidelines. We cheer for gymnasts and quarterbacks. And with more than 25 local Chase branches and 5,000 nationwide, we are right beside you, Pittsburgh. Neighborhood bankers, digital tools, national strength. Chase, make more of what's yours.
JP Morgan Chase Bank, N.A. member FDIC. Here she comes.
Surprise! They sent a duplicate shipment to your flower shop! Now you have to pay for 1,000 extra carnations! Also, there's a beehive outside your store! And they're super aggressive! There's thousands of them!
Progressive knows small business owners usually don't like surprises because they cost you money. But a good surprise, saving 10% or more on commercial auto insurance when you pay in full.
Also, the egg salad you just ate was expired! Gross!
Surprise yourself. See if you can save in as little as 8 minutes at progressivecommercial.com. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and Affiliates. Discounts not available in all states or situations.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance engineer at a beverage manufacturing plant, he starts his day knowing every line is ready to run because Grainger delivers the industrial-grade products he needs to keep mixers, conveyors, and packaging equipment moving. With Grainger's vast selection of bearings, belts, and motors, he keeps operations running smoothly, so nothing grinds to a halt. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Everywhere you look, things are getting more expensive. But at Consumer Cellular, we're lowering the price for those 50 and up. Now you can get unlimited everything for just $35 a line. That's $35 a month for unlimited talk, text, and data. Switch to the carrier ranked #1 in network coverage and customer satisfaction and get unlimited everything for just $35 a month. Call 1-888-FREEDOM or visit Consumer Cellular online or in-store today. Price includes $5 credit for autopay and e-billing. Taxes and fees apply. Data speeds reduced after 35 gigabytes. Rankings done by 2025 ACSI survey.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
These are the people who make Pittsburgh work. This is Pittsburgh Works on 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
All right, final few minutes of the broadcast. Again, seminar. We have it confirmed. Dr. Ron will be there for the 6:31. She'll handle the 12:31. It's August 10th, this Monday, 706 Stevenson Boulevard, New Kensington, 724-335-5210. Free seminar. 2 people full of a lot of knowledge. It can help you. All you need to do is to call, let them know, so they can make room for you. 724-335-5210. Already time to summarize. Go right ahead.
Already. Okay. So, just to kind of give you still the final bits of that rundown of what all we do. So you have the different cellular therapies that are used and have been known to help people with all sorts of things. And so it just comes down to the conversation. Call the phone number, go online to OptiluxWellness.com. You can schedule a new patient appointment there. If you are ready to do this, I do have openings this Tuesday. We have switched our schedule around a little bit, and so it opened up Marissa's schedule a little bit more. She is going to be in the office on Tuesdays now for me from 9 to 5. And she is a little snowbird, so she heads back to Florida the end of September. So if you want somebody who is really good, who does this regenerative therapy in Florida at another office while she lives there for the other 9 months, she's really good. But I do have openings this Tuesday and next Tuesday. We can do everything from a PRP facial to get rid of that summer, kind of the dullness from, the summer moving into fall. Clear through any of the joint or muscle injections, but we need to have this consult and we need to have an exam first. So maybe come to the seminar Monday. Whenever you call and say, hey, I'm coming from wherever, let me have an exam while I'm there and find out if this is for me. You'll know within the seminar if this kind of thing's for you. Then we just go into the exam with your specific idea in mind. So then you have either chiropractic, whether with us or with your own guy or gal, and then you have regenerative medicine. There are all sorts of options in that will make specific to your case. And you have massage therapy, but then you also have the nutritional side. And we have supplementation from several different companies that we have used for decades that I trust, that are actually nutraceuticals. So it's nutrition with an intent. It's not just, here's a multivitamin. Do we have that? Yes, we do. We have a liquid multivitamin that I used to have to wrestle off of my children because they loved it so much. They would run around the house with this bottle, and we still sell it. But you have everything from the nutritional side, and you would be shocked at how good you can feel if you just get things in the right order with some nutrition. Doc sent me something just the other night, and he was like, hey, let's do this for you. I process things quickly in my body, right? And there's a lot of people that do that, and I feel like it's sort of new information that people never knew that they, that they process things quickly. That's why maybe certain alcohols or certain vitamins or certain foods hit people differently. It's how your body processes it. We can actually do a test now on that. And so it's something that we're wanting to introduce into the practice, but we have tests that you could take for food allergies. That it's like a small finger prick blood sample that we send to a lab, and you have 3 different options. It's kind of like small, medium, or large to find out what you're allergic to, because that matters. If you're allergic to tomatoes and yet you love pizza and you think, oh, I must be gluten sensitive, right? Because every time I eat pizza or spaghetti, I get a sick belly. But you're actually allergic to the tomatoes. There's a lot of people that are allergic to nightshades. So these are things that we got to look into. And it's just all about making this body of yours, this machine that you own, that is fully 110% your responsibility to learn how it works and how it functions. We're the people that are going to tell you how that is. It's okay if you don't understand all the ins and outs of how the human body works. That's why Doc went to college for 8 years, got a doctorate degree, has been in practice for over 35 years. I've been there now over 30 years, which is ridiculous to think about. This is what we do. You know, you're not going to go and grab a carpenter to work on your car and vice versa. You're not going to get a nurse to go and do brain surgery. Like, we all have our gifts, and these are ours. And we really intend to share these with you to let you have the best life possible for as long as possible.
1 minute left. Tell them about the seminar.
So the seminar, 12:30 this Monday, August 10th. It's in our office. It's Stevenson Boulevard in New Kensington. It's right across from Valley High School. It's very low key. It's just me, a PowerPoint. We talk about what's going on with you. I tell you more about regenerative medicine in detail. You can see the office. You can see where we do procedures and everything. I don't do a sales pitch kind of thing at the end. There's no ShamWow moment. It's about information. You need to know what's going on. Usually I offer some sort of a discount at some point just because you took the time to show up. And then, Doc is there because he's just ending patient hours. And so he's there. You can ask him questions as well. But it gives you the opportunity to come out of your living room or maybe out of your car and meet us face to face and see, do you like our vibe? Do you like the information that we're giving when we're in person? It's always questionable. You see people and personalities out in the commercial space, and once you meet them in person, you know that they can help.
See you in September.
Oh, yeah, that's another month away.
Yes, stay with us because we got much more to come. I'm here till 1. She's heading home. 724-335-5210. Make the call. They'll change your life forever.
The preceding was paid for by OptiLux Wellness Center. Information on the program was intended to solely further the public's general knowledge about the product. Opinions expressed should not be relied upon for any purpose by any member of the audience. News Radio KDKA does not guarantee the accuracy of any of the information heard on the preceding program.
The Pittsburgh Speaker Series at Heinz Hall, presented by University of Pittsburgh, announces its 26-27 season. 7 evenings to deepen your understanding of the world around you, featuring Anderson Cooper, former UK Prime Minister Boris Johnson, financial journalist Andrew Ross Sorkin, former NASA Administrator Charles Bolden, and the former U.S. Ambassador to China Nicholas Burns. The series is sponsored by News Radio KDKA and the Spanos Group of Raymond James. Tickets on sale now at pittsburghspeakers.org.
The biggest reason Metropolitan Window Company has been in business since 1978 is our huge list of satisfied customers.
John, Maggie, and Justin Schmutzer here from Metropolitan Window Company, Pittsburgh's locally owned and family-operated window and door company for over 47 years.
When you choose Metropolitan Window Company, you're getting expertise and attention to detail from a trusted business that puts your needs first.
You're also getting our exclusive Infinity from Marvin 100% fiberglass windows that are built for life.
The most important part of a window is the framing. Fiberglass frames won't lose their dimensional integrity. They're the strongest, longest-lasting window you can buy.
And right now, you can save 20% and get financing on every window and door product we offer.
Stop by one of our showrooms, visit us at metropolitanwindows.com, or give us a call at 412-655-8411.
1565.
I'm Ultima Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. Every time one of my children started driving, it was terrifying. Thousands of accidents happen across the country. We see it every day. If you've been injured in a car accident, call us.
Dial pound law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
I'm Piera Palazzolo, VP of Digital Marketing for the American Management Association, a company focused on the management training skills needed to enhance the careers of business professionals. We did our research when it came to the best companies for website development and chose AmericanEagle.com. And we couldn't be happier. AmericanEagle.com worked closely with us to understand the front and back end requirements needed to launch an e-commerce website that could handle the complexities of running thousands of seminars nationwide. Our robust new website and improved SEO saw immediate increases in site traffic and web revenue. If you're in need of managerial effectiveness and success, visit our website at amanet.org. If you're in need of a website that provides an unparalleled consumer experience, I highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Transform your business today. Dial 877-WebNow1 for a free digital consultation with AmericanEagle.com.
Did you see that UFO last night?
Is it real or is it AI?
How about the aircraft carrier floating down the river?
Nowadays, it's tough to determine what's legit and what to believe.
I know it's true because it was all over my feed last night.
But when it comes to news, depend on Pittsburgh's original news source since 1920. The voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
Listen to KDKA Radio on the Odyssey, iHeartRadio, or TuneIn apps.
KDKA and KDKA-FM HD2 Pittsburgh. W261AX Pittsburgh.
Always live on the free Odyssey app. From the Aetna Medicare Studios.
Proud to be the voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
It is 71 degrees at Pittsburgh International at 8 o'clock. I'm Rob Taylor. A man who barricaded himself inside a home in Tarentum is now
amazing August specials underway.
That man was inside a home for at least 8 hours Friday, spanning the afternoon, evening, and then finally surrendering early this morning. He was at a home in the 200 block of West 10th Avenue. Police say the man originally threatened a woman inside the home with a gun. She was able to escape before police arrived. SWAT team eventually was called in to help negotiate. No one was injured. Overnight, the Senate narrowly confirming Todd Blanche to be U.S. Attorney General. All Democrats opposed the nomination. Senators Susan Collins and Lisa Murkowski, the only two Republicans to vote against it.
On this vote, the yeas are 50, the nays are 49. The nomination is confirmed.
President Trump fired Pam Bondi from her position as U.S. Attorney General in April, and now it's Todd Blanche officially with the job. Well, City Controller Rachel Heisler says she sees a lot of good things as she puts the city's finances for the first half of 2026 under the microscope. She says there are signs of a growing economy in the city. Speaking on Friday to KDKA Radio's Michael Bartley.
You know, when wage taxes are up, it means that people are making more money. When payroll prep is up, it means that more people are hiring, and employers within the city are hiring.
But there are still some areas of concern, including a drop in parking taxes, likely due to the NFL draft. Interest earnings are also down, and charges for services like EMS reimbursements are also lower. City also lost the ability to collect the so-called jock tax as well. KDK Sports, Steelers annual night practice tonight at Latrobe Memorial Stadium. Gates open at 3. Practice begins at 6. And KDK Radio Sports Director Jeff Hathorn has this report in Latrobe.
Through his first couple of seasons, mostly injury and inconsistency. This year, receiver Roman Wilson is catching a lot of passes in practice, working extensively with the first team, and it just feels different for the 2024 third-round pick.
I just feel a little older. Just feel like I'm myself. You know, I don't feel like I'm trying to be someone else I'm not.
And it's working for him, earning praise from his teammates. With the Steelers in Latrobe, Jeff Hathorn, News Radio KDKA.
KDK Radio News Time, 8:03. Accurate weather forecast next.
Support St. Anthony school programs and help students with special needs achieve their full potential through inclusive education, therapy services, and job skills development, serving students ages 5 to 21 with Down syndrome, autism, and other intellectual disabilities. Find them within select Catholic schools in the Pittsburgh area, including a post-secondary program at Duquesne University. For over 70 years, St. Anthony school programs have empowered students of all faiths to live independently and contribute meaningfully to society. Learn more or donate at stanthonykids.org.
When the power goes out, safety is Duquesne Light Company's top priority, and it should be yours too. If you see downed or hanging power lines, stay at least 30 feet away and immediately call DLC's emergency number at 888-393-7100. Call 911 for any emergency medical needs, and keep your refrigerator and freezer doors closed to help preserve food. Report any outages using the free DLC mobile app or at DuquesneLight.com. No internet. Call 888-393-7000.
When it comes to family law, a lot has changed in recent years, so assumptions can be costly. If you see or sense a change coming in your family life that could have legal implications, it's important to know where you stand. Getting good legal advice early is never a bad idea. I'm Joe Cordell of Cordell & Cordell. If you or anyone you know is facing a family law issue, start with a consultation. Visit CordellCordell.com.
Pittsburgh and Cranberry Township. Joseph Cordell. Licensed in Missouri and Illinois only.
The KDKA AccuWeather forecast is brought to you by JP Roofing and Siding, Pittsburgh's #1 Platinum Preferred roofing replacement contractor. Call 412-829-7711.
A cloudy and humid start to the weekend today brings a couple of showers and a gusty thunderstorm, the high 85, with a thunderstorm lingering for some tonight and a low of 68, followed by sunshine and a dry day tomorrow, high 87, before more showers and thunderstorms around for Monday. Some of them may be heavy and gusty again, high 85. For AccuWeather, I'm LaTroy Thornton, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
The following is a rebroadcast.
The following is paid for by Secure Money Advisors. Information on the program is intended to solely further the public's general knowledge about the product. Opinions expressed should not be relied upon for any purpose by any member of the audience. News Radio KDKA does not guarantee the accuracy of any of the information aired on the following program.
These are the people, the movers and shakers, the businesses, the people you know in your community who make Pittsburgh work. This is Pittsburgh Works on 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
Welcome to Secure Money Advisors on the Money. It's your Pratt Pack and the man called Luke. You hear we talk about him all the time. He is in the studio with Brian Caranta, Secure Money Advisors on the air. And remember that number that you can always call, even now, to set up that first in-office review, which is free, and also get the copy of the book, Right Track Your Retirement, which was written by Brian. We'll send it to you for free and pick up shipping too. 866-406-6639. It's 866-406-6639. So there's a financial product in this country that people will tell you to run from, and it happens to be the exact same thing your father's pension was built on. Brian and Luke are going to break it all down starting right now on KDKA. Good morning, Brian.
Well, good morning, Rob. How are you today?
I'm spectacular.
Good. Good morning, Luke. How are you?
Morning.
Yeah, Luke is no longer the guy behind the phones.
He's here.
He's here.
I do exist. It's good to be here.
So I'll tell you what, he's been a new addition to our family of advisors, and he had an opportunity to go on an incentive trip that was hosted by one of the companies that we by law as an independent have to put our contracts through, and that's how all these fiduciary firms are able to do business with the Fidelities and the Vigellans and the Charles Schwab. You come together as a team. Anyway, they were having an incentive trip that was, a lot of different meanings and stuff, and him and his fiancée, Victoria, came along, and I told Kate, I said, you really only get to know people, really, really know people when you get to spend some time with them.
Absolutely.
And he's fit into the group unbelievably well, and his mom has been in the business. His brother's a nuclear engineer. The kid's got some brains.
Yes, he does. The apple doesn't fall too far from the tree.
So, anyway, but yeah, look, what we're talking about here is the annuity, because your father's pension my father's pension, my grandfather's pension was an annuity. And, I want to start somewhere that has nothing to do with finances. And if we think about the men and women, I think, in this town of Pittsburgh, who've worked 30 years in some of these mills, Rob, or even Westinghouse or, the phone company, when they retired, for them, they had a check that showed up every single month, the first of the month, over and over and over. It showed up during 87 when the market crashed. It showed up in the 2000s. It showed up in 2007, 2008. It showed up when there were, when there were 70 and 80 and, 91 years old, it showed up. And in the 25 years of me doing this, I have never, ever heard one time someone say to me, you know what really ruined my father's retirement? It was that damn pension he had, that annuity, that account that sent him the same amount of money every single month on the same day. And nobody's ever said it because the pension was the best thing that ever happened to our households. And now here's the part nobody knows, and I think a lot of people should know from listening to this show, but that pension check that everybody loved was an annuity. And that's what a pension is. It's a pool of money that's handled by professionals who use insurance math to convert it into a paycheck that shows up until you die. And that definition is annuity. And if you are a company out there today still providing annuities, Rob, you have to pay into something called the PPGC, which is the Pension Benefit Guaranteed Corporation, which all companies are required to pay into, because if a pension ever became insolvent, which we have seen here locally in Pittsburgh, U.S. Airways, LTV Steel, pensions currently in the current economic environment are underfunded. And these and the PBGC is a company that will help protect that. If it can't protect it all, it'll protect a portion. Luke, do you want to add anything to this conversation?
Yeah, and Rob, let me be honest about something that doesn't get said out loud. When the pensions went away, nobody replaced them with anything. We just stopped. The 401k was never designed to be a retirement plan. It was a supplement. It was a tax code provision, section 401, paragraph K, that a benefits consultant figured out we could use to be as a savings vehicle. It was never meant to sit on top of the pension, that the pension disappeared and the supplement got promoted. So think about what actually happened to your generation. The company used to hire an actuary, a professional whose entire job was making sure that check hit your mailbox for 40 years, no matter what the economy did.
Now, Luke, let me ask you a question. First off, you have been sitting in meeting after meeting after meeting with Michael and Neil and Ben and Lisa, and you are conducting meetings on your own. How often do you run across people that even have a pension these days?
Oh, geez. Anymore, I'd say 15, 20% of the time.
Yeah. Very, 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 very little, right? And if they even do have a pension, do they understand even the options that are available? Like what's going to be in their best interest on it, what option to choose?
No. And that's usually the biggest question that people who are fortunate enough that have a pension come in with is, what option do I choose for my situation?
Yeah. Folks, this is why I wrote the book, Right Track Your Retirement. Please go to righttrackpittsburgh.com, get a copy of it. And also, if you want to come out to one of our educational events, we have events right now on August 5th and August 6th at Bravo. And you can just call the main office at 382-1298. Any of the folks answering the phones can take your reservation. But we also have a huge movie event coming up on the 18th at the AMC Theaters. Again, you can call 724-382-1298. You can get more detail on that and go to our website. But the movie event, this is based off of a book, New York Times bestseller called The Psychology of Money, written by Morgan Housel, one of the best books I ever wrote. We were fortunate to get to be part of this project a little bit. We're not in it, but we get to be part of the distribution of it. And I will tell you, when I first started was first brought to my attention to do a movie event about retirement, especially the psychology of retirement, I thought to myself, there's going to be one guy in the audience eating popcorn. It's going to be me, and nobody else is going to be there, because who's going to come watch a movie on the psychology of retirement? Rob, there's a line out the door waiting for people to get in. For a movie. And I will tell you, it is such an eye-opening movie. And they interview Robert Walker, who used to be basically the accountant for the United States, and he talks about all kinds of different things. Morgan Housel's been writing for the Wall Street Journal for, almost 30 years. Great storyteller. But what I love about the movie, what I love about Morgan Housel, who wrote the book, is that he believes in truth, and he's a great communicator because he keeps things simple. So again, folks, get a copy of my book, righttrackpittsburgh.com. The phone number again is 866-406-6639, 866-406-6639. Get a copy. We ship it to you absolutely free. And if you have any questions about when to collect your Social Security, you're concerned whether or not am I going to have enough money? Are we going to run out of money? How can I implement a strategy for my RMDs? Are there tax strategies that I can use right now to save on taxes in the future? You can also schedule a 45-minute complimentary meeting with the team. Again, 866-406-6639.
We'll come back much more with Brian and Luke as we continue with Secure Money Advisors on KDKA.
Listen to KDKA Radio on the Odyssey, iHeartRadio, or TuneIn apps.
Life's best moments start with perfect choices. For Connie Nowak, it was a trolley ride and a 67-year love story. A life of family, smart decisions, and companionship with Chester the cat. Her retirement choice? The Village at St. Barnabas. Recreation, healthcare, close to family, everything on her list. Plus, it's an exceptional retirement value with a flexible entry process and affordable rates. St. Barnabas Retirement Communities, stbarnabascommunities.com, or call 724-444-5568.
And Doug.
Hot dog! Get your hot dog!
Customize! Customize and save with Liberty Mutual.
Hey, what are you doing?
I like your method. Direct. To the point. A little loud, but...
Listen, people don't buy car insurance the same way they do hot dogs.
Not yet, but both are customizable.
Popcorn! Get your popcorn!
Hey, this is a hot dog area.
And customize and save area. Get a quote at libertymutual.com or with your local agent.
Liberty, 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 liberty. Pittsburgh's annual Little Italy Days. This Thursday through Sunday. Authentic Italian foods. Entertainment from over 30 acts. The region's largest heritage festival. Little Italy Days in Bloomfield. Free admission. Learn more at littleitalydays.com.
You served behind the desk.
You served in combat.
You did 4 years and got out.
You were drafted.
You gave 20 years.
You gave exactly what your country needed.
And so did you.
When you raised your hand and swore an oath to your country, when you put your name on a dotted line, you became part of only 1% of Americans who did the same. You are a veteran.
You are a veteran.
You are a veteran. Because no matter when, where, or how you served, you made a sacrifice for your country. And you deserve support.
If you're struggling with life after service, don't wait. Reach out.
Reach out to a loved one, to a fellow veteran, to VA.
Find resources at va.gov/reach.
Brought to you by the United States Department of Veterans Affairs and the Ad Council.
Mommy, how come I can't sit in the front seat?
Because I love you and you're just not ready yet.
Putting your kids in the right seat for their age and size is an act of love. Check that your kids are in the right seat at nhtsa.gov/the-right-seat. Love protects. A message from NHTSA and the Ad Council.
The following is a rebroadcast. These are the people who make Pittsburgh work. This is Pittsburgh Works on 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
All right, don't forget 866-406-6639. Right Track Your Retirement. That's the book. He wrote it. They'll send it to you free. Pick up shipping, too, if you want to call that number today and set up your first in-office review. That is free. We're talking annuities, just like your father's pension today. So how an income annuity actually works. That's where we pick up segment 2 today with Brian and Luke on Secure Money Advisors on the Money on KDKA. Brian.
Yeah. Rob, first off, I forgot to give you this document here. This is all of our upcoming events. I think it's important for everybody to know when we're going to be and where we're going to be. So, hey, one thing I want to mention before I answer that question. Do you know who William Sharp is?
I do not.
So, in finance, there's something called the Sharp ratio.
Mm-hmm.
The entire financial industry looks at it. He won the Nobel Prize for economics, and he created the Sharp ratio, obviously named after him. And this is the man who taught Wall Street how to measure risk. That's what the Sharp ratio is. It measures risk. And he has called converting retirement savings into lifetime income. He was once being interviewed, and they said, what is the most difficult problem in finance? And he said, it's converting your retirement savings into lifetime income. And he quote, the man that won the Nobel Prize, that created the formula that every hedge fund, mutual fund company, anybody that is a professional in this business, and what the formula tells you is, am I getting the reward for the risk that I'm taking? Right? Mm-hmm. So am I getting the reward for the risk that I'm taking? But he called converting your retirement savings into lifetime income, I quote, the nastiest, hardest problem in finance. The guy that won the Nobel Prize for risk management calls that problem the hardest, nastiest problem. And this is why we talk about annuities often, because we have to have a way of being able to mitigate risk and protect it. So the first thing, and I would say this, an annuity isn't a product. It's really a category. That's why I hate when people say it, just like the word SUV or mid-sized car is not a car, it's a category. And there are at least 5 completely different things when it comes to these annuities. There's what we call the straight income annuity, which basically is the private pension. It produces immediate income immediately. There's the fixed annuity, which I personally own quite a bit of. It functions more like a bank CD. You just get better rates of returns. For example, my CD at PNC Bank right now is like 3.2%. If I were to take that money and put it into a fixed annuity, it pays, Luke, what's the rates on like a GBU or GCU 5-year right now? Like
5.2%.
5.2%. I mean, my gosh, it's like 80% more than the CD. So there also is the fixed index annuity, which people have heard of. Sometimes they get very confused by them because advisors do a very, very poor job being able to explain these. But basically, if the market goes up, you make some money. If the market goes down, you don't lose any money. And the way that works is they typically will apply what they call a cap. So if the cap is 10% and the market goes up 15, you get 10. But if the market goes up 9, you get 9. You get the first 10% the market makes. And I always say, you don't need 100% of the gains in the market. You need to protect yourself from 100% of the losses. That is what I hope most people understand. Most people have this diversified portfolio and have no idea what rate of return it's even going to achieve until it actually achieves it, because you can only know what rate of return you get looking backwards. And both of these are deferred contracts. You could take income from any annuity, right? Any type of annuity you can take income from. And those are different from each other. You know, if you look at like a fixed annuity compared to an index annuity, you're comparing like a school bus to a Ferrari. I mean, they're both cars. Nobody would say cars are terribles. Now they might say my school bus is slow, but anyway, Luke, do you want to add anything to this conversation?
Yeah, Brian, it's the William Sharps of the world out there that are sitting there making the math behind all of this, telling you that retirement is risky. Mm-hmm. The biggest risk is being in the market, and they're promoting these annuities. Mm-hmm. Yet then you have the people that are receiving the commissions and salaries sitting there telling you, don't go to annuities, stay all in the market.
Right.
How does that work?
Yeah. Well, follow the money, right?
Exactly.
If you follow the money, and money comes out of market-driven accounts to go to annuities, as you know, you cannot charge an annual management fee on an annuity. Mm-hmm. It's against the law. You can't do it. So a lot of times these big firms will not sacrifice revenue for that move, which kind of blows my mind, because if you have a fiduciary responsibility, my gosh, for you to make that decision based on the fact that you can't charge a fee on it, right? Now, I would love to think to myself, there's no way that that's happening. These people are good people. If you asked an advisor, that works for a big firm, hey, are you guys not moving people into annuities because you don't want to lose the fee? They're going to say, absolutely not. We think annuities are the most terrible investment ever. And then my next question is, well, what's terrible about them? Is it the fact? Is it the fact that it guarantees a certain amount of income every month? Is it because the principal is protected? Is it because it's not directly invested in the stock market and you can still earn between 5 and 6% rate of return on an annual basis? Like, what is it that you just don't like? Oh, well, I had a mentor early on in my career that told me that annuities are absolutely the worst thing that you could go into. And so that belief carries over now. Some of our best clients are ones that came in and said, I'll never buy an annuity. I'll never buy an annuity. They're the worst thing ever. I hear about it all the time. And now they own not one annuity, they own 2 annuities. And they say, boy, I am so glad that I own these. I'm so glad that I slowed down and was willing to get educated on this rather than continuing to carry this false belief. So, look, go to righttrackpittsburgh.com, get a copy of my book. That's a great place to start. But if you want to see how a lot of this stuff can apply to you, if you want to see how you can fix the income problem in retirement, get leverage on your money. I mean, we're talking 11% yields, which I'll talk about in a little bit. 866 what's the new number? 866-406-6639. They changed the number on us.
This number will be with us through eternity.
866-406-6639. It's a complimentary meeting. All right, we're going to break. We'll see you on the next segment.
Back with more in a moment.
Time to get that painting project done that you've been putting off by calling CertaPro Painters. Hi, this is Larry Richard. My first experience more than a decade ago started with a free estimate. They got that done quickly and left the place beautifully cleaned up after a great professional job. And each CertaPro Painters business is independently owned and operated. That makes all the difference in the world. You're talking to the owner. Schedule your free estimate online at CertaPro.com. That's Certa with a C.
There's a world of opportunity out there, beyond the typical 9 to 5, where purpose and grit come together, where the American spirit and ingenuity are welcomed in places that could really use your skills and your experience. We're talking about the Peace Corps, with volunteers living and working in communities around the globe. And it's been called the toughest job you'll ever love. Tough, because it asks so much of you. To dig deeper, get your hands dirty, to go that extra mile, to rise to the occasion and meet challenges head on. And the love part comes from being part of something bigger than yourself, from building bonds that last a lifetime. It's knowing your hard work transformed lives, including your own. After 65 years, the Peace Corps is still the toughest job you'll ever love. Explore opportunities in more than 60 countries. Learn about benefits and apply at peacecorps.gov/serve.
Miss Fernandez, what are those tiny things?
Those are what we call amoebas. You can only see them through a microscope.
Wow.
Today's students are tomorrow's great thinkers and innovators. But right now, there's a funding crisis in public schools. Millions of kids go to schools that don't have funding for books, computers, and so much more just because of where they live. You can help change that. Donors Choose is a nonprofit that lets you support students and teachers in your community and beyond. You choose which supplies to support. You could provide first graders with pencils and paper, or other students with their first chapter books, help a music class get a guitar.
You could even supply a classroom like mine with a science project. But what you're really giving is the moment that sparks a brighter tomorrow.
To learn more, please visit DonorsChoose.org. That's DonorsChoose.org. Choose students. Shape the future.
They came from every corner of the country, from small towns and big cities. But they all shared one thing in common. They belonged to a family called Marines, a tough and determined few dedicated to protecting everything we hold sacred. And still, they come. Celebrate the history of those proud few who have earned the title Marine.
While you sleep, there are people you've never met who are working hard to make your morning. People who get up at ungodly hours to make sure you get the information you want. People who dedicate their lives to make yours better while you sleep. These people come together during the Big K Morning Show with Larry Richert, 5:30 to 10 in the morning, to make sure you have the best news, traffic, and weather to start your day. 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA. From the Aetna Medicare Studios.
Proud to be the voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
It is 72 degrees at Pittsburgh International at 8:30. I'm Rob Taylor. Overnight, the Senate narrowly confirming Todd Blanche to be U.S. Attorney General. All Democrats opposed the nomination. Senators Susan Collins and Lisa Murkowski, the only two Republicans to vote against it.
On this vote, the yeas are 50, the nays are 49. The nomination is confirmed.
President Trump fired Pam Bondi, if you recall, from her position as U.S. Attorney General in April, and now Todd Blanche officially with the job. Well, a woman is under arrest this morning after fire investigators determined a fire was intentionally set in Manorville, Armstrong County. That fire broke out in the 600 block of Hill Street around 11 o'clock Friday morning. It took multiple units to put the fire out, that building fire. 35-year-old Tiffany Kaufman of Katanning was arrested. Charges are pending. Kaufman was taken to the the Armstrong County jail. A man who barricaded himself inside a home in Tarentum is now in police custody. That man was inside a home for at least 8 hours Friday from the afternoon into the evening, and then finally surrendering early this morning just after midnight. He was at a home in the 200 block of West 10th Avenue. Police say the man originally threatened a woman with a gun at the home. She was able to escape before police arrived. The SWAT team was called in. No one was injured. Well, if you're driving around and wondering when are they going to fix this road, the answer is actually at your fingertips. Here's News Radio KDK's David Ballarado.
Just don't check when you're driving, but a quick look at TalkPATransportation.com will show you PennDOT's new 12-year plan. It breaks down every single planned project, its source of funding, and when it will be done. All $90 billion worth of work. Just Just click on any county on the map to see what's ahead. PennDOT's Mark Tobin says it's not carved in stone because they do have to allow for emergency projects like the collapse of the Fern Hollow Bridge.
We do tend to keep a little bit of funding off in reserve just in case the unexpected does happen. But that funding usually isn't enough if there's something large that does happen, as what occurred in Pittsburgh a couple of years ago.
In all, more than 21,000 miles of road improvement is planned, and more than 1,900 bridges, including Fort Duquesne, are all targeted for work. David Colorado News Radio, KDKA.
KDKA Radio News Time, 8:33. The AccuWeather forecast coming up next.
When you get a diagnosis of Parkinson's disease, things get real.
And nobody understands that better than the Parkinson's Foundation. All across the country, we provide resources and support in the fight against Parkinson's, a neurological disease that affects movement.
The Parkinson's Foundation is dedicated to improving care and advancing research towards a cure.
And when you call our helpline, you'll speak to a real person who can help you find the right information. Because while living with Parkinson's can be challenging, there are things you can do to improve your quality of life. So, whether you're newly diagnosed, have been living with Parkinson's for years, or caring for a loved one,
When Parkinson's gets real, find real answers at the Parkinson's Foundation.
go to parkinson.org or call our helpline at 1-800-4PD-INFO, 1-800-473-4636. The Parkinson's Foundation. Better lives together.
You were drafted.
You gave 20 years.
You gave exactly what your country needed.
And so did you.
When you raised your hand and swore an oath to your country, when you put your name on a dotted line, you became part of only 1% of Americans who did the same. You are a veteran.
You are a veteran.
You are a veteran. Because no matter when, where, or how you served, you made a sacrifice for your country, and you deserve support.
If you're struggling with life after service, don't wait. Reach out.
Reach out to a loved one, to a fellow veteran, to VA.
Find resources at va.gov/reach.
Brought to you by the United States Department of Veterans Affairs and the Ad Council.
The KDKA AccuWeather forecast is brought to you by JP Roofing and Siding, Pittsburgh's #1 Platinum Preferred Roofing Replacement Contractor. Call 412-829-7711.
Today brings a wet start to the weekend with plenty of clouds around, a couple of showers, and a drenching gusty thunderstorm, the high 85, with a spotty thunderstorm for tonight, otherwise some clouds, low 68, ahead of a rather sunny day for tomorrow, and a high of 87, leads to more clouds for Monday, and another couple of showers and gusty thunderstorms, high 85. For AccuWeather, I'm LaTroy Thornton, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
The following is a rebroadcast.
The following is paid for by Secure Money Advisors.
These are the people who make Pittsburgh work. This is Pittsburgh Works on 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
So there is a financial product in this country that people will tell you to run from, and it happens to be the exact same thing your father's pension was built on. Brian is here to talk all about annuities, but we're going to begin this segment by reminding you to get that first in-office review that is free, or a copy of his book, Right Track Your Retirement. Call 866-406-6639, 866-406-6639. And now in our third segment, so where did the bad rap about annuities come from, Brian?
Luke, I mean, you're probably the newest to all of this, and I'm just curious sometimes what you think about all this. I mean, let me, I know Rob saying, where's the bad rap come from? But here's my question. I mean, you worked at some pretty big firms prior to coming on board with us. I know you had quite a few interviews that you were going on before you decided to choose us. Matter of fact, you were interviewing with a lot of our competitors, and but you chose us. And I'm just curious to why do you think the annuity gets a bad rap? I mean, this is going to be such a great answer because it's such a fresh mind and a fresh perspective because you haven't been in this thing long enough to hear everything. But why do you think?
Yeah, so the reason that annuities get the bad rap is what people have always heard. They've heard, oh, you pay these high fees, or if you pass away, they just keep all your money. That's not how annuities work anymore. That's the old annuity. That's the annuity of the 1990s.
So then basically that's a lie, and they're explaining the old annuities that don't exist anymore.
They certainly exist. They're just not really used anymore.
Yeah. Okay. So they exist. So they by choice choose to explain the annuity that a good fiduciary firm would probably never recommend.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
That's just what they've always heard.
When you're meeting with a lot of people now too, and if the word annuity comes up with someone that dislikes it, do you have any memorable conversations of people not liking them and what their reasoning was?
Yeah, the reasonings are always the same. It's the ones I just covered, that you just get paid high commissions. It's just good for the seller of the annuity.
Yeah.
But they typically don't know the new aged annuities.
Yeah. And a lot of times I find, and I don't know if you find this, but if someone is saying that they hate annuities, it's usually something that they were told by someone that they love and care about, maybe a mentor of some sort, or maybe their father or their mother, and all of a sudden they indoctrinate that belief, and then it becomes truth to them.
Mm-hmm.
And usually when you take the time to explain how an annuity fits into somebody's situation, I mean, you and Michael do a lot of meetings together. You and Neil do a lot of meetings together. When people see in our planning process how the annuity solves a problem and allows them to actually keep more money of theirs in the market because the annuity gets such a high payout factor. I mean, when people see that, what's the reaction? Do they get it? Do they still push back? What typically happens?
The most common reaction is, why has no one showed me something this simple before?
Yeah. It's something I say all the time, Rob. Is that the biggest compliment we get, I think, is when somebody says that. And, I remember having a gentleman one time go, I've heard you talk about these annuities for years on the radio, and I keep thinking to myself, this guy's just an annuity salesman. And then you said something that absolutely, completely made me have a paradigm shift in the way that I was thinking about it. Because usually when you hear, I hate annuities, and you should too, it's because annuities are a terrible investment. And what I said that connected with him was, I agree, they are a terrible investment. And I still feel that way. But they're not an investment. You're thinking about the tool incorrectly. It's an annuity is an insurance product. Mm-hmm. It's designed to protect something. It's designed to mitigate or shift risk. And in this case, it's protecting that monthly paycheck. Two, it's shifting risk from yourself to the annuity company. Knowing what you know now as a young saver, right? Mm-hmm. You're probably just putting money away with no idea of what, like, how do you think about your own personal savings now? Because of what you know it needs to translate to in the future.
Yeah, I mean, just being young right now, exactly what you said. I'm just putting money away in the market, and the annuity's not the best vehicle for growth.
Right.
I mean, it's not going to get you to that desired retirement amount that you've always imagined.
Right.
What it's going to do is help you get through retirement.
Yeah.
So the vehicle that gets you to retirement is not going to be the same one that gets you through retirement.
Yeah. Now, as you get older, have you thought about positioning one for yourself and for your beautiful fiance, Victoria?
I absolutely have. I learned that you need to be a certain age to purchase.
That's right.
So I tried.
You'd already tried.
Yeah. First, I think it was my first week at Secure Money. I looked at Michael. I was like, so if I buy one now and defer it for 40 years, what kind of payout would that be? I probably only need to put $1,000 in there.
Yeah. You know, what he's referring to, folks, is the fact that, like for myself, when I turned 40, I got excited. That was a big day because I was able to actually start purchasing them.
Yep.
And you see, what I want to do, and what I want to see every one of you do that's listening when you're utilizing these types of accounts, is get in them sooner than possible. Because the reason is, somebody today could put $200,000 into an annuity and their payout might only be roughly $10,000, okay? I can put $200,000 into an annuity today, and just by the mere fact of waiting, letting it marinate, right? Kind of like waiting to take Social Security. And this is true. We made a deposit of about $200,000 into an annuity. That annuity, when Kate and I turn it on, is going to generate over $65,000 a year in guaranteed income. Where in the world can you take $200,000 and get $65,000, over $65,000 a year, but guaranteed for my life and her life, right? I mean, the leverage on that is astronomical. I mean, you're talking about what, a 25, 30% yield? I mean, on your money?
Yeah, and actually, Michael and I just ran a case this week for this couple, and we took a look at deferring an annuity for 5 years.
Yeah.
And we looked at using the traditional rule to generate income, the 4% rule, what that money would have to grow to.
Yep.
We looked at over those 5 years, if you choose the annuity, you got a guaranteed X amount of money for the rest of their lives.
Yep.
Versus if we would have just used the traditional rules, we would have had to average 22.5% in the stock market over the next 5 years with the same amount of money to generate that income.
You know, you bring up such a great point, because one of the things that I demonstrate to people, and I hope to get the message across, is the fact that when you purchase an annuity as part of your overall plan, it actually means now, because of the risk mitigation, that your market money that's in the market actually doesn't have to earn as high of an interest rate to keep pace with inflation, cost of living, and everything else, because of the payout yields being so high. And typically, I mean, we were running some case examples when we would do our educational events, and we were using, a couple that had $1 million, and they needed, I think it was roughly about $60,000 a year, and we were able to do that by just putting like $350,000. And yeah, we had to defer a little bit, but again, folks, if you want to see how some of this can apply to your situation and much more, I believe in the 5 key areas of retirement: income, taxes, investments, healthcare, and estate planning. Call 1-866. What's the number again?
It is, I got it, 866-406-6639, 866-406-6639. One more segment with Brian and Luke as we continue on a Saturday morning on KDKA.
When the weather turns bad, turn to us for the best news, weather, and traffic information from the KDKA Radio Storm Center. Presented by Duquesne Light Company. Larger than light. Online and on the voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
Hey, Pratt Pack for Janoski's in Clinton. Farm Tots Youth Market, supporting local young entrepreneurs as they showcase their creativity, hard work, and homemade goods August 16th from 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. Such items as shell crafts, along with lemonade, bracelets, keychains, cake, pops, and sugar cookies. So make plans to get to Janoski's August 16th, 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. for Farm Tots Youth Market, supporting local young entrepreneurs.
Don't miss Steelerfest, Saturday, August 8th at Legion Keener Park in Latrobe. There's live music, mouth-watering food, a climbing wall, games, and inflatables for the kids, Steely McBean, and the Steel Line Drumline. Hi, this is Larry Richard. Join me 11 to 1, then meet Steeler legends Mike Logan and Ryan Shazier for autographs 2 to 4. Cap it off with Saturday night practice at Latrobe Memorial Stadium. Football like you've never experienced it before. It's big, it's bold, it's only in Latrobe. Join us and don't miss out.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. My best advice to you when hiring a lawyer for your injury case is simple. If you know court personnel, ask them who they'd hire. They know. If you know an insurance adjuster, ask them. They know. And then ask them about us. Ask them about Morgan & Morgan. They know. I look forward to talking to you soon. There's only one Morgan & Morgan, America's largest injury law firm for the people. Injured? Dial pound law.
Morgan & Morgan, 603 Stanwyck Street, Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania. Pennsylvania lawyer will handle Pennsylvania cases. Prior results do not guarantee a similar outcome.
Battles aren't won solely on the field. That's a common misconception. Battles are won within. Over enemies of fear, enemies of doubt. In that place where promises are kept. Promises to oneself.
This is a physical training event!
Promises to one's community.
Helping people move debris out of their house.
Promises to one's country. In the heart of every Marine, you'll find a promise. A promise forever kept. A promise of battles won.
There's a world of opportunity out there, beyond the typical 9 to 5, where purpose and grit come together, where the American spirit and ingenuity are welcomed in places that could really use your skills and your experience. We're talking about the Peace Corps. With volunteers living and working in communities around the globe. And it's been called the toughest job you'll ever love. Tough, because it asks so much of you. To dig deeper, get your hands dirty, to go that extra mile, to rise to the occasion and meet challenges head on. And the love part comes from being part of something bigger than yourself, from building bonds that last a lifetime. It's knowing your hard work transformed lives, including your own. After 65 years, the Peace Corps is still the toughest job you'll ever love. Explore opportunities in more than 60 countries. Learn about benefits and apply at peacecorps.gov/serve.
14 years in prison for killing a young woman. A 15-year sentence for a crash that caused 3 deaths. 12 and a half years for killing a child and critically injuring her mother. All true stories, all caused by marijuana-impaired drivers. No matter what you tell yourself, if you feel different, you drive different. So, if you're high, just don't drive. Brought to you by NHTSA and the Ad Council.
SchultzFord.com, 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 SchultzFord.com.
The following is a rebroadcast. These are the people who make Pittsburgh work. This is Pittsburgh Works on 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
All right, little time left in the broadcast, so I'm going to get right back to Brian and pick up on more information about annuities, which basically was your father and grandfather's pension. So protect the portion, not all of it. What do you mean by that, Brian?
Well, first off, we want to put the very least amount of money into the annuity as possible. So, for example, just like I said, when I turned 40, I was able to start doing it. A $200,000 investment for Kate and I into an annuity, is going to generate over $65,000 a year because of the deferral on it. But that's because we did it and we've got time on our side for it. So, a lot of people say, well, I'm not retired yet. I probably shouldn't be thinking about, purchasing one of these. And I say, it's actually the opposite way. You want to get it as soon as possible because that allows you to put the least amount of money in. Because we do, Rob, want the most amount of money in the market for growth, for legacy planning, for to take care of the cost of health care. So we only want to put the amount of money into the annuity that's going to generate the highest possible income for you when you're ready to retire. So, for example, like we just had a gentleman that we helped this week. A lot of people don't realize, and in my new book, I'll be talking about this, but, there's something called the 59.5 rule where, once you turn 59.5, you're able to move a portion or all of your 401k with no taxes, no penalties to set it up for retirement. So working with a gentleman this week, he doesn't plan on retiring until he's like 66. So, he's, 6-7 years away from retirement, but, we took $250,000 of his 401k and we moved it to the annuity, and that $250,000 is going to generate somewhere around $36,000 a year when he's ready to turn it on. And by the way, that's joint income for both him and his wife. And it surprises people every time. And it's never about putting a large percentage in. Anybody who gives you a percentage or tells you that you need to put a lot of money into these things, I just think personally has another agenda. This is really what I call a subtraction problem. I mean, step one, what does it cost you to live every month? The essentials, the housing, food, all the stuff that we know that we need to pay. And step two is what reliable income already shows up: Social Security, pensions, what real estate income, and then basically we then subtract those two numbers, and we get what we call a gap. And that's not a percentage. That's an actual number. And that's the thing that determines how much you really put into the annuity. I remember a couple saying, I need a couple $100,000 a month for essentials, and Social Security brings in about $4,800, and the gap is $2,200 a month that the annuity needs to make up. I mean, Luke, what are your thoughts? What would you add to this?
Yeah, and that's exactly the strength that the annuity provides, is it can provide that comfort, that guarantee that your money will be there, that you have sufficient income to live the retirement that you always dreamed of.
Yeah.
You worked 40 years. Now it's time for you to enjoy what you've done.
Yeah. So let's think about this. If you put $200,000 into a bond, and let's say, I think a 10-year treasury I read the other day, is it paying a little over 5% right now?
Yeah.
Right? So put $200,000 in a 10-year treasury, I can get roughly about $10,000 a year every single year, right?
Mm-hmm.
If I put $200,000 into an annuity, yes, I might. The treasury might beat me in the first 2 to 3 years because I can take the $10,000, but that's all I'm ever going to get. And if interest rates move, my balance could be affected. But by year 3, that $200,000 will probably generate somewhere around $28,000 in lifetime income for husband and wife. Again, folks, we are a full-service financial firm. We believe in every financial product out there. Financial products were not built to be sold. They were built to solve problems. The number one thing you have to do in order to solve the problems is first understand what problems we're trying to solve. And a lot of times, people just don't know the right questions to ask to determine what challenges they're going to be running into. When you sit down with Secure Money Advisors, we are not there to sell you anything. That's the last thing we want to do. If you're in a good position and you're on the right track, we will shake hands and let you know that you're doing the right things and keep doing what you're doing. Look, the truth is, I don't even know if what we do is going to be a good fit. But if you were not on the right track, when would you want to know? Call 866-406-6639.
All right, folks, stay tuned. News 9 next.
The proceeding was paid for by Secure Money Advisors. Information on the program was intended to solely further the public's general knowledge about the product. Opinions expressed should not be relied upon for any purpose by any member of the audience. News Radio KDKA does not guarantee the accuracy of any of the information heard on the preceding program. Investment advisory services are offered through Foundations Investment Advisors, LLC, an SEC-registered investment advisor. The content provided is intended for informational and educational purposes only. The views, statements, and opinions expressed herein are those of the individual speakers and not necessarily those of Foundations or its affiliates. The information contained herein does not constitute an offer to sell any securities or represent an express or implied opinion or endorsement of any specific opportunity, offering, or issuer. Any discussion on performance or returns is not indicative of future results. Foundations does not provide legal or tax advice.
The Big K Morning Show with Larry Richards.
Plus, our effervescent producer is here.
Effervescent?
I actually don't know what that means, effervescent. Are you making fun of me?
Well, no, not at all.
Yeah, because I looked it up after Larry said it.
Oh, you looked it up.
Yeah,
So let's see
I was like, how are you describing me? And it says that it means giving off bubbles of gas. And I was like,
Weekday mornings 5:30 to 10 on the voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
The Village at St. Barnabas, the perfect place for mom.
Join the fame of the American Cancer Society for Coaches vs. Cancer Tip-Off Pittsburgh. That's Wednesday, September 9th at PPG Winter Garden. This year, we're honoring former Duquesne basketball coach Keith Dambrot and his wife Donna for their incredible leadership on and off the court. Co-hosted by the men's and women's coaches from Duquesne, Robert Morris, and Pitt, it's an evening dedicated to coming together and making a real difference against cancer. Get your tickets today. Visit 937thefan.com.
Ms. Fernandez, what are those tiny things?
Those are what we call amoebas. You can only see them through a microscope.
Wow.
Today's students are tomorrow's great thinkers and innovators. But right now, there's a funding crisis in public schools. Millions of kids go to schools that don't have funding for books, computers, and so much more just because of where they live. You can help change that. Donors Choose is a nonprofit that lets you support students and teachers in your community and beyond. You choose which supplies to support. You could provide first graders with pencils and paper, or other students with their first chapter books, help a music class get a guitar.
You could even supply a classroom like mine with a science project. But what you're really giving is the moment that sparks a brighter tomorrow.
To learn more, please visit DonorsChoose.org. That's DonorsChoose.org. Choose students. Shape the future.
When you get a diagnosis of Parkinson's disease, things get real.
And nobody understands that better than the Parkinson's Foundation. All across the country, we provide resources and support in the fight against Parkinson's, a neurological disease that affects movement.
The Parkinson's Foundation is dedicated to improving care and advancing research towards a cure.
And when you call our helpline, you'll speak to a real person who can help you find the right information. Because while living with Parkinson's can be challenging, there are things you can do to improve your quality of life. So, whether you're newly diagnosed, have been living with Parkinson's for years, or caring for a loved one,
When Parkinson's gets real, find real answers at the Parkinson's Foundation.
go to parkinson.org or call our helpline at 1-800-4PD-INFO, 1-800-473-4636. The Parkinson's Foundation. Better lives together.
100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, covered by JP Roofing and Siding, Pittsburgh's #1 platinum roofing company. Listen to KDKA Radio on the Odyssey, iHeartRadio, or TuneIn apps.
KDKA and KDKA-FM HD2 Pittsburgh. W261AX Pittsburgh.
Always live on the free Odyssey app. From the Aetna Medicare Studios.
Proud to be the voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
It is 73 degrees at Pittsburgh International at 9 o'clock. I'm Rob Taylor. A man who barricaded himself inside of a home in Tarentum is now in police custody. That man was inside a home for about 8 hours Friday, spending the afternoon, evening, and then finally not surrendering until early this morning. He was at a home in the 200 block of West 10th Street, West 10th Avenue. Police say the man originally threatened a woman inside the home with a gun. She was able to escape before police arrived. Eventually, the SWAT team was called in to negotiate with the man. No one was injured. A woman is under arrest after fire investigators determined a fire was intentionally set in Manorville, Armstrong County. Fire broke out in the 600 block of Hill Street around 11 o'clock Friday morning. It took multiple agencies to put out that building fire. Now 35-year-old Tiffany Kaufman of Katanning arrested, charges pending. She was taken to the Armstrong County Jail. Well, overnight, the Senate narrowly confirming Todd Blanche to be U.S. Attorney General. All Democrats opposed the nomination. Senators Susan Collins and Lisa Murkowski, the only two Republicans to vote against it.
On this vote, the yeas are 50, the nays are 49. The nomination is confirmed.
President Trump fired Pam Bondi from her position as U.S. Attorney General in April, and now it's Blanche officially with the job. Oh, with the storms that passed through our area yesterday, Friday morning, lightning struck the Third Presbyterian Church on 5th Avenue in Shadyside Friday morning. A series of storms, as mentioned, came through, flooding in some areas, including the Penn Hills area. But in the case of Shadyside and that church, the lightning strike around 9 o'clock Friday morning caused damage to the spire above the sanctuary. No one was hurt. A structural engineer is assessing the damage to that spire. KDKA Radio News Time. It's almost 9:03. Let's get to the AccuWeather forecast for your Saturday next.
Life's best moments start with perfect choices. For Connie Nowak, it was a trolley ride and a 67-year love story. A life of family, smart decisions, and companionship with Chester the cat. Her retirement choice, the village at St. Barnabas. Recreation, healthcare, close to family, everything on her list. Plus, it's an exceptional retirement value with a flexible entry process and affordable rates. St. Barnabas Retirement Communities, stbarnabascommunities.com, or call 724-444-5568.
Can be costly. If you see or sense a change coming in your family life that could have legal implications, it's important to know where you stand. Getting good legal advice early is never a bad idea. I'm Joe Cordell of Cordell & Cordell. If you or anyone you know is facing a family law issue, start with a consultation. Visit CordellCordell.com.
Pittsburgh and Cranberry Township. Joseph Cordell. Licensed in Missouri and Illinois only.
The KDKA AccuWeather forecast is brought to you by JP Roofing and Siding, Pittsburgh's #1 Platinum Preferred roofing replacement contractor. Call 412-829-7711.
The cloudy and humid start to the weekend today brings a couple of showers and a gusty thunderstorm, high 85, with a thunderstorm lingering for some tonight and a low of 68, followed by sunshine and a dry day tomorrow, high 87, before more showers and thunderstorms around for Monday. Some of them may be heavy and gusty again, high 85. For AccuWeather, I'm LaTroy Thornton, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
The following is paid for by MediConnect. Information on the program is intended to solely further the public's general knowledge about the product. Opinions expressed should not be relied upon for any purpose by any member of the audience. News Radio KDKA does not guarantee the accuracy of any of the information aired on the following program.
These are the people, the movers and shakers, the businesses, the people you know in your community who make Pittsburgh work. This is Pittsburgh Works on 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
You know, the sun is out, whether it is out or not, because it's shining in here, because Lauren Uran, MediConnect, Inside Connection, is in the building. We've got a whole hour coming up of information that you need, because don't look now. August is slip sliding away, and then it's September, and then it's go time for the annual enrollment. And they are gearing up at MediConnect, getting ready for what is going to be a very busy time for them. And Lauren, as we begin, it's almost impossible to believe that it came around that quick again. I mean, we're down to like literally weeks.
I feel like every year I'm always like, oh, I blinked and it's here, but truly I blinked and it's here. And I think this will be my I have to look back, but it's either 15th or 16th annual enrollment period for Medicare in the industry. So, I mean, they go quick. The years fly by. But one thing that never changes is how busy we are.
Listen, you've seen it from all sides, working with the carrier, and you've been a carrier and doing what you're doing now. I don't think there's anyone, and it's safe to say, that does as much due diligence or has a better staff or a better organization to handle the needs of people in this region better than MediConnect.
That was a big reason when I was at the carriers and I decided to change routes in my career. I made a phone call to say, hey, I'm interested. I knew a lot of the groups and there was a reason I wanted to be with MediConnect. And that was because how they trained their staff, how they treated their staff, and how they treated their clients. Those things were all extremely important to me. And I wanted to make sure that I was aligning myself with a company that had those same views and values.
All right, let me get this out of the way because you love entertainment like I do. You love Turner Classic Movies.
I do.
Guess who, he never wanted a biopic done, Fred Astaire, the great Fred Astaire, the dancer, singer, actor. Ginger Rogers, him, claim to fame. They're talking about making a biopic about Fred Astaire, and guess who they're saying wants to do it and is going to do it?
Who?
Tom Holland from Spider-Man.
Wow.
I don't see it.
Well, I just saw the advertisements for, and I was showing my dad the Jimmy Stewart. It's coming out in November. It looks phenomenal.
It does.
I'm very excited about that. That would make my day.
But Tom Holland's married to Zendaya from Euphoria and, just a ton of things she's done. Drama, Robert Pattinson, the movie that's out, which is really good, I thought. But that movie, Spider-Man, which Tom Holland's her husband and she co-stars, it made $975 million in one weekend.
I'll take that.
Yes. But anyway, I said to myself, I got to talk to Lauren about this. When I saw that, I'm thinking she's the only one that's going to go, really? So I wanted to make sure I got you to answer that before we got too far along.
Well, I can guarantee you we have one more person. My dad is listening, and he is going really excited as well about it. So,
but if he's into Turner Classic Movies like I am, he's probably saying, who's Tom Holland? Anyway, he's a guy named Spider-Man who's married to Zendaya.
He might do a phenomenal job. I saw the Michael Jackson film, and Jafar.
Did you see that?
I did.
Listen, I've had people who've seen that, and they absolutely loved it.
It was amazing. I really thought it was a phenomenal job. And you're watching this, and I watched an interview with Jafar, and he had stated, I can't remember what late night show it was on, but he had stated that, when they approached him, he wanted to be a pro golfer. That's what he wanted to do with his life. And he was like, I like golf. And they approached him with, hey, there is this thing that we want to do. We want you to star. And he was like, I have to do this the right way. And I think it was 2.5 years of daily training with Michael Jackson's choreographers.
Well, you know who his dad is? Jermaine.
Jermaine Jackson,
And
correct.
you know where Jermaine was at one time? With me right here on KDKA.
No way.
When his brother started having some issues, his ex-manager was a friend of mine, Frank DeLeo, and he set it up. But when I look at this young actor, he reminds me just as much of his father, Jermaine, who was an incredibly talented artist and still is. And because of the star power with Michael, a lot of the other Jacksons kind of got overlooked a little bit. But his father's pretty talented too, Jermaine. So I've heard nothing but rave reviews. And now this young man is getting ready to follow up with a movie that he's going to make with Will Smith. So he's starting to definitely make people take notice.
But it makes me think when you said about Fred Astaire and Tom Holland, the dedication that he put into learning the dance moves and doing everything, Tom Holland can do it.
Listen,
I think he'd be phenomenal.
Listen, Michael Jackson, a lot of people don't know this, and it's funny how you brought it up. But Smooth Criminal, that video, all of his choreography, a lot of it because of his love of Fred Astaire.
They actually talk about it in the film. They show pieces, not giving anything away, but where he's sitting with his mom watching Fred Astaire films.
See, this is what I like about Lauren. She's great for my ego. She's been in the building 3 minutes and somebody's going, boy, that Pratt guy knows his stuff. No, it's because Lauren is here. Listen, we have a lot of stuff to get to, but don't forget, we've got these advisors standing by. You can call right now and set up your appointment. Just let them take a look at what you have to offer. They can help you, and in most cases, they're going to get you more for less or the exact amount you're paying now. But you need to be prepared, and how do you do it? And there's never a charge for their services. 888-818-6334, 888-818-6334. Advisors standing by until noon, as we have every week. Okay, we're going to begin with this day in history and some birthdays.
And some birthdays. So we'll start with my favorite piece of trivia this morning. In 1969, at a zebra crossing in London, photographer Ian McMillan takes the iconic photo that becomes the cover image of the Beatles album Abbey Road. This day in history, 1969.
Wow.
I was really excited when I was reading that.
And the big thing was, why is Paul in his bare feet?
I didn't know that.
Oh, yeah. And this is when they started that whole thing, play the record backwards and all that stuff. But, yeah, that's... And you know what's amazing? They were together from 62, and then they came to America 64, but they were pretty much broke up right after this album. So as much as we think we had them a lot, we didn't really have them as much as people think. So that's good stuff. What else you got?
1974, President Richard Nixon announces his resignation, the only U.S. president to ever do so after the Watergate scandal.
That was shocking. I remember being a junior in high school, and that sent shockwaves across the country, for sure.
And then 1945, so we reversed a little bit, the Soviet Union declared war on Japan during World War II. And all the way into 1988, the Summer Olympics opened in Seoul, South Korea.
My favorite Olympic athlete of all time from that era, Carl Lewis. You have no idea who he is, but he was track and field, and he was absolutely amazing. We got some birthdays today, and this first one, I saw it earlier today, TMZ. He's 89 years old. I cannot wrap my brains around
You know, I was looking at the date of birth, because I always read through all the birthdays, because there's some that I didn't put on here, but you or I would have liked, but I was like, maybe not for the general public, you know. And when I saw the year, it was 1937, I think, that he was born. And again, dealing with Medicare, dealing with people that are over the age of 65, we see birth dates, but I don't see many 1937s anymore. And Dustin Hoffman is 89 years old.
Incredible. But he looks fantastic.
Looks fantastic. Still going, still active. Absolutely love him. Then we have Roger Federer, one of the greatest tennis players of all time, and Shawn Mendes, who is a singer-songwriter.
So there you have it. And Dustin Hoffman, when I think about Dustin Hoffman, I just think about that golden era of people like Robert Redford and Paul Newman and Warren Beatty and Clint Eastwood. Man, there were some real A-listers back then.
I think when I was growing up, one of the first films I really resonated with of his was Rain Man. And I just absolutely loved it. And then, being a classic film fan, The Graduate. I mean, absolute classic, absolutely.
You realize Tom Cruise is still the top box office star in the country, and that movie, Rain Man, was made in 1988. I mean, this is going to be a big coup. He's got this movie Digger coming out, which he plays this bombastic character, but there's these sequel things have really worked. There's word that he is right now in negotiation to bring back Days of Thunder, the NASCAR movie that he made, and he's going to recruit his ex-wife, Nicole Kidman, to come back to the big screen. To me, that would be great.
That would be something.
It would be great. It would be great. But I've been watching some movies lately, and I haven't had time. I'll watch them like a half hour here, a half hour there. But there's been some really good stuff out there. I love rom-coms. I don't know why. Maybe it's because I've got a soft heart, but I love a good rom-com. I do.
I mean, I do love them, but I love my older ones the most.
I know, the black and white Warner Brothers. Yeah, I know. But
Absolutely.
A lot of those, if you think about it, that's what they were. They were rom-coms.
Mm-hmm.
And do you realize the greatest generation, their children, are the ones that are going to MediConnect right now?
They sure are. And again, I've always loved when I'm doing seminars or doing different things out in the public, talking to people, because it's, again, the only generation that likes the movies that I like. So I actually have something in common and people to talk about it with.
Well, you're amazing. Honestly, you could be a film critic. You come up with stuff that I don't even know. All right, we got a trivia question for you now. 412-922-1020. Ryan is manning the phones. The first person who gets this answer correct will win a $15 Get-Go gas card. 412-922-1020. Go ahead.
All right, so we talked about Dustin Hoffman, his birthday today. So how many Academy Awards has Dustin Hoffman won? One. How many Academy Awards has Dustin Hoffman won?
She told me the answer, and I would have been wrong. I was. So she's got a good one here. How many has he won? We want to know right now. 412-922-1020. Some lucky listener, if they get the correct answer, gets a $15 Get-Go gas card. Coming up next, we're going to share a couple of real client stories that really highlight having the right plan and what it can do for you. All right, and some good support, too. So stay with us. Coming back with Lauren Uran, moments away, KDKA.
Now more than ever, we're the station you can trust for the information you need. KDKA.
Shopping for replacement windows? Metropolitan Window Company elevates your shopping experience.
John, Maggie, and Justin Schmutzer here from Metropolitan Window Company, Pittsburgh's locally owned and family-operated window and door company for over 47 years.
When you choose Metropolitan Window Company, you'll experience personalized knowledge, expertise, and professionalism from our first visit to your home until our craftsmen complete your installation.
We're the window company that people want in their homes, and our exclusive Infinity by Marvin 100% fiberglass windows are the windows people love.
They're built for life. They are the strongest, longest lasting windows you can buy.
And we have a great selection of colors and finishes. Experience Metropolitan Window Company. Stop by our showrooms, visit us at metropolitanwindows.com, or give us a call at 412-655-8411.
PA 1565.
Listen to KDKA Radio on the Odyssey, iHeartRadio, or TuneIn apps.
These are the people who make Pittsburgh work. This is Pittsburgh Works on 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
All right, back. Don't forget, 888-818-6334. They're there till noon. Our advisors set up an appointment, never a charge for their services. We're back on the Inside Connection. Lauren, this is one of my favorite parts of the show. Go ahead.
All right, Rob. So today we're going to talk about a couple client stories, and these actually both transpired within the past few weeks. I like to share real live stories now that I'm on our client experience team at MediConnect about what's going on with our current clients. So I actually pulled this week, which I love, is a real text message that we received and a real Google review that we received. So these are real messages that we received from real clients and pretty cool stories. So the first message was sent to one of our advisors, Sean, on my team, and I'm going to read part of that. And he received this from a client that he helped. They had moved. So that created a special enrollment period, which means that they could change their plan because of that life event outside of the regular annual enrollment period. So they did a plan change because of their move, and they had texted Sean, everything went well and very smoothly with my change from this one carrier to another carrier. So they changed carriers. Thank you for handling my decision as if it was your own benefits. You are a man of your word. I have a dental claim for $1,900 to install a bridge and have no deductible, no co-insurance, just like you said. Well worth the $25 a month premium. I'll reach out in September to meet in October to review next year's options. So this client, they had, again, moved, and they needed some dental coverage. The plan they were on prior had a couple years ago really robust dental coverage, but over the years that had kind of gone to the wayside. They decreased that dental benefit over the last couple years and had shared, hey, I'm looking for this dental work. So Sean, my representative, was able to get them onto a plan that was going to have first dollar coverage. And when they're talking about that premium, right, they run a zero plan prior, and they decided to choose a plan that had a $25 premium. But normally when you see, a zero plan compared to a plan with premium, you'll see a little bit lower copays, more in the way of benefits. So was able to get this lady a $3,000 dental benefit, first dollar coverage. So again, $1,900 in dental work completely covered, and is happy with her new plan. And again, a lot of people, they might move or have this life event and they don't realize, hey, I have a special election or an ability to look at my coverage because of this life event. And they might stay with the plan that they have because it's also offered in the new county that they moved to. But in this case, they were working with MediConnect. They knew that they had moved and could reassess their coverage, and we were able to get them coverage mid-year. So again, a lot of people have life changes. I think we had actually the last couple months, like 5 plan reviews from people that moved. So we were able to get them into some coverage that really, helped them out.
Good stuff. Okay, we do have a winner, Judy from Canonsburg, and the winning answer and the question first. Go ahead, Lauren.
Thank you so much, Judy, for calling in. And the question was, how many Academy Awards has Dustin Hoffman won? And the answer is 2. And let me pull up my research here. So he won for Kramer versus Kramer in 1979 and Rain Man in 1988. But he was nominated a total of 7 times. So 2 wins for 7 nominations.
By the way, Kramer versus Kramer, very difficult to watch, but Meryl Streep. But guess what I saw yesterday, late last night, and I knew there was something I wanted to tell you. Here, the movie Here, with Tom Hanks, and the woman, Robin Wright, who was in, Forrest Gump.
Correct, yes.
About the couple living in the family, the house, the history of it. Unbelievable.
Really?
It's on Hulu. It is tremendous. It's about a family that basically grows up in a house. The kid ends up staying in the house, marries his wife, have their children. It's in the history of the house, the neighborhood. It's absolutely incredible.
What's it called again?
Here.
Okay.
As in H-E-R-E, and it's on Hulu. So if you really want something to kind of make you smile a little bit, make your heart a little sad, you got to check it out. Very underrated. I don't know how the movie didn't get some sort of award or at least nominated, but it's called Here, and it's now trending on Hulu. All right, we have another success story. Go ahead.
All right, so our next story, this actually comes from a Google review that we received. And we had a client, they called, and they were actually having some issues with a vision benefit on their plan. So had gone to get glasses. It was supposed to be covered, and they were getting charged for those glasses. So they had enrolled with one of our agents, right, Ramsey. And then once, you work with an agent, we have our client experience team to help assist you with any issues you have. We're in the office. Some of our agents, they're out in the field. They're running appointments. So we're there 9 to 5, Monday through Friday, and we help, connect you with different resources and really try to be an advocate for you. So the Google review that we received was Sarah and Ramsey of MediConnect are invaluable. Sarah acted as our advocate with our insurance carrier on a problematic reimbursement for glasses. Because of issues between the provider and the carrier, it led to 5 months of forms and misinformation. Sarah was extremely responsive, empathetic, and professional, and her intervention was crucial to getting a positive result. So basically 5 months of, who's paying, what's being covered, them getting billed. We were able to get on the phone. We were able to connect with the carriers. Remember, we have some contacts within the carriers as well as ways to escalate issues. And this is where, again, I think our advocacy really shines, and we really can step up and help people in situations they didn't even maybe know there was a problem. If that was me and I kept getting bills, I might just go, oh, I'm just going to pay for my glasses to make this all end, right? But no, we have resources. We want to help you get the benefits that you deserve. And navigating between providers and insurance companies can sometimes be a massive headache. Cutting through all that misinformation and sticking with the client to understand until it's resolved is what Sarah did here. And again, our clients were extremely happy. So, this really highlights two different things: making the right choice of your plan and then having the support when something goes wrong. Because, we don't live in a perfect world. Sometimes a claim could be coded wrong by one digit. Sometimes the insurance company might read something wrong. Everybody makes mistakes, and we help to find where that mistake was and how we can get it corrected. So it was really, a great story, and they were 5 months of just headaches to where we got those glasses covered for them, and they were just super happy clients.
Listen, 5 months to deal with something like that, that's a long time. Something that you need, want, like, that's a long time.
It sure is. And, again, that's a benefit that you're supposed to have. So you go get your glasses because you go, they're going to be covered. And then all of a sudden you're getting billed in full for them. So we were able to kind of cut away some of that red tape and get it resolved.
All right, listen, we got much more to get to before this hour is up, but we want to take a little pause for the cause and talk about the upcoming seminars. Now, look, these are free seminars, but you got to reserve your space, and you can do that by dialing 888-818-6334, 888-818-6334, or simply go to MediConnectInsurance.com and click on the seminars tab. Lauren.
All right, so we're back to all 6 p.m. slots here. August 11th at 6 p.m. We'll be at the Chartiers Active Life Center in Carnegie. August 20th, we'll be at the Shaler North Hills Library in Glenshaw. And August 25th at 6 p.m., we'll be at the Cranberry Public Library. So all 6 p.m., all live seminars. Like Rob stated, give us a call, 888-818-6334, or check out MediConnectInsurance.com and click on the seminar tab to reserve that space. Again, helpful to get the reservation so we know the supplies to bring and how many seats to prepare. But other than that, just come get some great information that's going to help you with your Medicare decisions.
We have a lot more to get to, but before we do take a break, I just want to kind of go back to that success story and just really positive stuff. So when you look at that last story, what is the key takeaways in the big picture? You kind of talked about it a little bit, but we have a little extra time. Go ahead.
Yeah, so again, I think the key takeaways here are that first off, you want to make sure that when you're reviewing your plan or looking at your plan, that you're finding the benefits you need. I don't always say, hey, shop based upon dental and vision. It's health insurance. You want to make sure that you're covered in case of an emergency room visit or a hospital stay. But also, what do you need? So if you know you need some dental work, if you know you need a new pair of glasses, these are definitely things that you want to assess when you're looking at your plan. Next is sometimes things go awry, and that's where our client experience department is there for you, and we can help cut through some of this red tape. I can't tell you in 15, 16 years of doing this how many times, I'm talking to a client, they're explaining to me what's going on. I'm talking to an insurance company. Maybe I'm talking also to a provider who billed it incorrectly or something like that. And everybody, I almost feel like it's we're translating. There's different languages going on, right? The carrier talks to you in one way, the provider talks about it in another way. I had another really interesting case that I'm going to share next time I'm on the radio because it's not quite resolved yet, but I'm hoping to have a really great story to share. And I actually connected with somebody at Social Security. And I had such a fantastic conversation with her because she's telling me all these things that happen on the side of Social Security and Medicare. But then she had questions to me about the carriers because they don't understand the carrier process, right? They do their things from the side of the government. And I was explaining how the carrier couldn't resolve this because it was a Medicare issue. She gave me some great insight into the way their programs worked, and I gave her some great insight into the way the carriers worked. But that's, again, what we're here is to connect these different things. And we have contacts throughout these carriers, through Social Security, that we can connect you with and really, get these situations resolved. I have a couple battles I'm fighting right now that I hope, again, next month when I'm here, that I can really share some very cool stories that I'm excited about.
And remember, it's all about making the right choice, and that's what MediConnect can help you do because you have the ultimate say when it comes to your health care. Set up an appointment. They're free. That's right. They are free. Never a charge for their services. 888-818-6334. 888-818-6334. And for everything that is MediConnect, go to MediConnectInsurance.com. Lauren Uran and your Pratt Pack coming back with more of our show today, right after we check the latest news at the bottom of the hour with Rob Taylor. That's 2 minutes away for a Saturday morning, KDKA.
Every time I've had CertaPro painters do work on my home, I really appreciate their professionalism. They make it worry-free, and it starts with a free estimate, all at the right price. And I love that each CertaPro painter's business is independently owned and operated. Hi, this is Larry Richard. It's the perfect time to reach out, get CertaPro painters to visit your home. Schedule your free estimate online at CertaPro.com. That's Certa with a C. You'll be so glad you did. Trust CertaPro Painters.
When it comes to family law, a lot has changed in recent years, so assumptions can be costly. If you see or sense a change coming in your family life that could have legal implications, it's important to know where you stand. Getting good legal advice early is never a bad idea. I'm Joe Cordell of Cordell & Cordell. If you or anyone you know is facing a family law issue, start with a consultation. Visit CordellCordell.com.
Pittsburgh and Cranberry Township. Joseph Cordell, licensed in Missouri and Illinois only.
Hearing the news every day is one thing. Hearing it hit home is something altogether different. That's the difference you hear every day on KDKA Radio. We go beyond the benign headlines and bring the news to life. Your life. So stay here and hear the news and what a difference it makes. 100.1 FM and AM 1020, KDKA.
They came from every corner of the country, from small towns and big cities. But they all shared one thing in common. They belonged to a family called Marines, a tough and determined few dedicated to protecting everything we hold sacred. And still, they come. Celebrate the history of those proud few who have earned the title Marine.
From the Aetna Medicare Studios.
Proud to be the voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020, KDKA.
It is 74 degrees, Pittsburgh International at 9:30. I'm Rob Taylor. A man who barricaded himself inside of a home in Trentham is under arrest this morning. That man was inside a home for at least 8 hours Friday, spanning the afternoon into the evening, and then finally surrendering early this morning. He was at a home in the 200 block of West 10th Avenue. Police say the man originally threatened a woman with a gun inside the home. She was able to escape. Eventually, the SWAT team was called in. No one was injured. Well, PennDOT this week released its latest 12-year plan outlining more than $90 billion in road work that's on the horizon. Here's News Radio KDKA's David Ballarado.
Every single planned project by the Transportation Agency, its source of funding, and when work will begin included in the State Transportation Commission's plan. Mark Tobin, who is director of PennDOT's Program Center, says there's a lot of bridge work planned for our area, including
the Fort Duquesne Bridge will be rehabbed and preserved as part of this program. That was not expected to get underway for a couple of more years, but we are currently in the process of working through getting that project designed.
While the list covers 12 years, it is updated every 2 years or so to address new needs that may pop up that could change priorities. You can see the current plan at talkpatransportation.com. David Ballarado, News Radio, KDKA.
KDKA Radio News Time, 9:31. Next updates at 10. I'm Rob Taylor on the Voice of Pittsburgh, News Radio, KDKA.
Suffering from peripheral neuropathy? Learn how over 15,000 sufferers regained their comfort, mobility, and quality of life with Tri-State Neuropathy Center's successful treatment plan that is FDA cleared, non-invasive, and drug-free. Here's Sean Ritchie, DC, and Tri-State's founder about one of their many satisfied patients.
One thing I've learned about people that get numb with their neuropathy, they have balance issues, just like Bob from Gibsonia. His numbness got so bad, he started to have to shuffle and was starting to have some falls. After completing our FDA-cleared treatment program, he is doing so much better. In fact, he was at his friend's house and he was at the American Legions, and they couldn't believe the difference that they saw in him.
Tri-State Neuropathy Centers help Bob. Let them help you next. Call 724-940-9000 for a free consultation. That's 724-940-9000. Tri-State Neuropathy Centers, the leader in treating peripheral neuropathy. Learn more at marydanston.com.
When you enter a place of business, you're owed a legal duty that the place of business is safe for you to shop in. I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. If you suffered an injury at a place of business, our duty is to protect you after that harm. Morgan & Morgan, for the people.com.
The KDKA AccuWeather forecast is brought to you by JP Roofing and Siding, Pittsburgh's #1 Platinum Preferred Roofing Replacement Contractor. Call 412-829-7711.
Today brings a wet start to the weekend with plenty of clouds around, a couple of showers, and a drenching gusty thunderstorm, the high 85, with a spotty thunderstorm for tonight, otherwise some clouds, low 68, ahead of a rather sunny day for tomorrow, and a high of 87, leads to more clouds for Monday, and another couple of showers and gusty thunderstorms, high 85. For AccuWeather, I'm LaTroy Thornton, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
The following is paid for by MediConnect.
These are the people who make Pittsburgh work. This is Pittsburgh Works on 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
All right. So Medicare education, ANOC, and enrollment season. We're back and we get closer to fall. We get closer to ANOC, and it's time to start talking about everything that is your Medicare, because we've got the MediConnect Inside Connection on the air until 10. Once again, your host, Lauren Uran. Lauren.
Thanks, Rob. And as we wind summer down, right, we're hitting August, back to school will be here before we know it. One thing that we'll probably continue to talk about over the next few months is that ANOC, which stands for Annual Notice of Change. And this is a document, if you are on Medicare, if you are on a Medicare plan, whether you are on a Medicare Advantage plan or a Medicare prescription drug plan, you will receive this notice in the mail sometime in September. Usually mid to late September is when the carriers get these out. They have to be in homes by the end of September. And it outlines changes to your current plan, so your current prescription drug plan or your current Medicare Advantage plan. And these aren't small details. These are things that could really impact your coverage, such as your monthly premiums, different copays or coinsurances. If you're taking a prescription drug and they change which tier or class or how much it costs for you on the formulary for the next year, could indicate some provider network changes. And like we were talking about in the last segment where we have clients that were using their dental or vision benefits, if there's changes to those benefits, it's also going to highlight any changes that happen to your plan. And why you want to pay attention to this is your plan can change even if you didn't change it. So when it comes to even, if you're on a Medigap or a Medicare supplement, let's say a supplement plan G or a plan N, Those benefits, as long as you pay your premium, stay the same. Your supplement stays the same, but the drug coverage can change. You have to have that separate standalone drug coverage. So where I've seen a lot of people on Medigap or Medicare supplement plans, kind of have a regret of not seeing that annual notice of change of their drug plan, and their drug plan then cost going way up. And for those folks, you have only that enrollment season, only the fall, October 15th through December 7th, to make a change to that prescription drug plan in most cases. So, 1 year we had a plan that went from like $9 up to around $50. That's a big difference. And again, especially if you're not utilizing drugs, like I have a lot of clients that are like, I take one generic medication or limited medications. You don't want to be stuck paying that all year. So you want to pay attention to that notice. And again, while your medical benefits on a supplement won't change, that drug plan coverage can change. And then if you're on a Medicare Advantage plan, really important here because all of your benefits could change. So you want to keep an eye out for that notice that comes mid to late September.
All right, so what changes can happen?
Really anything. If you are on, again, just a standalone prescription drug plan or a Medicare Advantage plan that has the drug coverage within it, the formulary or the list of covered medications could change. The medication you're on may not be covered. It may go up a tier. It may go down a tier, which means it could get more or less expensive. Premiums are huge. And that's what I was talking about with, we had a couple of drug plans in the past where there was a big spike in premium. If you don't read this notice or know that changed, you're going to get stuck paying that even if you don't take medications. And if you say, I don't want to pay it, I want to cancel, then you're going to get a late enrollment penalty for not having drug coverage. So you're kind of stuck paying that cost. When it comes to a Medicare Advantage plan, they can change any of the benefits, your premium, your copays, your coinsurances, in and out of network coverage, your dental, your vision, your hearing. All of those costs can change. And this annual notice of change document will list all of the changes that occur to your plan. Here's the thing, though. When you get that notice in September, legally, we can't talk about the plans till October 1st. So you'll get that notice. We can talk to you about what changed on your plan. But then if you see some changes and you're like, wow, I'm really not happy, or I really want to check out what else is out there, that's when you book an appointment. If you are a client already of MediConnect, you'll book that appointment with our client team. Or again, if you're not a client, feel free to give us a call in and we'll get you paired with an agent to review all the options that are out there, because just like your plan changed, so do all the other plans. And that, Rob, is what we're going to spend the majority of our time here at MediConnect over the next 2 months is studying, doing our annual certifications, learning about the changes so that we are expert when that October 1st hits to take care of your needs.
Imagine how important this show is for people. I mean, to walk them right up to it, to remind them throughout the year, the nuances, the add-ons, all the things that are happening. We basically have a class for them every Saturday morning.
Absolutely. And, I think the biggest thing about annual notice of change, I don't know about you, but I know myself.
I don't like change.
Don't like change. And I mean, Rob, I know we're still, going and working. Some of our clients might be retired, but you know how many pieces of mail these carriers sometimes send? Like you get mail, I don't open all mine. So it's really important to know to be on the lookout in September to open that mail, because you make one mistake and don't open that mail and you stay on your plan and there was some big change. And what if for some reason you don't get it? Maybe you had an address change or something happens where the mail doesn't come. That's where just call us. We're going to have the information and know what changed on your plan.
You would be better if you're in the wheelhouse, meaning the age, just call MediConnect,
Right.
set it up, and then don't have to worry about anything coming in the mail.
Exactly. Because, again, I've seen so many people ignore that statement or open it too late. I had people opening their mail last year. We had SARS, service area reductions, where plans left the area. And thank goodness we were allowed to, if their plan was leaving, they kind of had an extended enrollment season where we could help them up through, a couple months of losing their plan. But they opened their mail after December 7th. They're like, I got all these notifications, but I didn't look at them. And they didn't realize their plan was ending. How awful would that be, going to the doctor in January or going to pick up your medications in January and not having coverage?
Not good.
So that's where, again, just as simple as give us a call. And again, you don't want to get stuck with higher out-of-pocket costs, medications not covered, a doctor leaving your network, or your benefits being reduced. So, again, that will come in in September for you, but then the annual enrollment period, October 1st, we're allowed to start talking about the plans. October 15th, we can take an enrollment up through that December 7th time frame, and you can switch your Medicare Advantage plan. You can switch drug plans. You can go back to original Medicare. You can come off of a supplement and go on to an Advantage plan. It's the time of the year that anybody can make that change. I like to look at it. It can be overwhelming. There's a lot of plan options out there, but I like to look at it as shopping season. So it's time to shop. My ladies, right? You like to shop. Let's get out there and shop our benefits. And again, when you have somebody like MediConnect, somebody like our client experience team involved, you have a trusted resource that you can make that call and we can guide you through it pretty easily.
Yeah, it's what they do every day. So 888-818-6334, 888-818-6334. All right, let's talk about the seminars again, then we'll get ready to take our final break and come back and wrap up the hour. Go ahead.
All right, so we've got those seminars coming up. I just hosted a seminar recently, and every time I host a seminar, I'm just how much I love doing them and love talking to the public. We had a nice group over in Monroeville last week. But these seminars, again, if you're turning 65 or coming off of a group insurance plan or getting ready to retire, are must-attend events. So give us a call or check out our website to make that reservation. But we will be August 11th at 6 p.m. at the Chartiers Active Life Center in Carnegie. August 20th at 6 p.m. we'll be at the Shaler North Hills Library in Glenshaw. And August 25th at 6 p.m. we'll be at the Cranberry Public Library off Rochester Road in Cranberry Township. Again, give us a call now. Get that seat reserved. You definitely don't want to miss this.
As quickly as it gets here, when you look at October 15th through December 7th, it's a race to the finish line. From when we say ready, set, go, it's go time right until it's over.
I have some staff this year that started with us in the beginning of the year. So, going through that first enrollment season, I'm always like telling people this is what it's going to be like, right? We have some new staff. And yes, I think there's something like, again, I've done this 15 or 16 times, so I must be crazy. I love it. But I always refer to annual enrollment period as the time of year that Lauren doesn't sleep. We're go. But there's something about that I love. I think just helping folks and helping as many people as we can is just, it's a confusing world out there. We have a lot of options, which makes it more confusing. And I just love helping as many people as we can get through that season. It's a rush.
Yeah, and what's really good, too, is I see them help people all the time. Then they come up to me on the street, and they thank me for having them on the air here. This is their hour. I'm just here as a facilitator, but I've seen firsthand the great work that you guys do.
Well, we love having you in, too. I hope you come back in for us to review your coverage.
Absolutely. You know what? I was thinking about that the other day. She did such a good job with that, and I knew exactly it was good for me to stay right with my employer where I'm at right now. But to be able to go in there and get all of the bells and whistles, but no special treatment, getting exactly what you get, I saw firsthand. You have to go to MediConnect.
Well, I think I had an appointment like before you and after you or something, because it was that time of year, right? And it's the same treatment, We're friends. I love you, Rob, but it was the same treatment I give all my clients.
Can you do that in a day?
Oh, during enrollment season, I definitely probably had, remember, like some of my appointments might be like a husband and a wife or
Right.
like, multiple people. But I was like, there were times I was 8 to 8. So like 12 appointments, on my calendar. I talked to people in between if I had a short appointment. Our sales representatives, like with the clients, it's a little different because I'm doing a full scale, like, here's your current plan. This is the comparison. Our sales reps can probably talk to more people than, I schedule my reviews an hour at a time. So they just take the call and it might end earlier. Yeah, I couldn't even tell you.
All right. All I know is make sure that you're there August the 11th, 6 p.m. Chartiers Active Life Center, Lincoln Avenue, Carnegie. August 20th, 6 p.m. Shaler North Hills Library, Mount Royal Boulevard, Glenshaw. August 25th, Carnegie Public Library, 2525 Rochester Road, Cranberry Township. So simple. 888-818-6334. These are free seminars, but you got to reserve your space. 888-818-6334 or go to MediConnectInsurance.com and click on the Seminars tab.
It's the little things. The information you need. People you know. The little things that make a big difference. The voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
So, at Monroeville Physical, spelled FYZICAL. They help people move with less pain and more confidence. I've seen it. In fact, Physical has helped Pittsburgh get back on its feet with confidence through personalized one-to-one physical therapy and advanced balance treatment. It's amazing. The therapists use leading technology and customized care plans, focus on balance, neuropathy, and pain relief. You get back to doing the things you love safely and confidently. Call Monroeville Physical, 412-457-8200, 412-457-8200.
Long live the king! Return to the magic and mystique of the Renaissance. The Pittsburgh Renaissance Festival, just southeast of Pittsburgh, is back. August 22nd and 23rd is opening weekend. It's entertainment. It's fantasy.
It's an adventure. To the past.
Filled with royalty, pageantry, jugglers and musicians, comedy, games, fine arts and crafts at the Pittsburgh Renaissance Festival. Discount tickets at pittsburghrenfest.com.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance engineer at a beverage manufacturing plant, he starts his day knowing every line is ready to run because Grainger delivers the industrial-grade products he needs to keep mixers, conveyors, and packaging equipment moving. With Grainger's vast selection of bearings, belts, and motors, he keeps operations running smoothly, so nothing grinds to a halt. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
SchultzFord.com, 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 SchultzFord.com.
These are the people who make Pittsburgh work. This is Pittsburgh Works on 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
Down to the final segment. She's got a lot to review, so let's get right back to Lauren Uran, the Inside Connection, MediConnect on KDKA. Lauren.
Thanks, Rob. And again, just to recap the show a little bit here, we shared a couple client stories. So we had one client who had the right plan. It was just that their benefits weren't working, the glasses story, right? So they had the coverage, but again, there was just this disconnection. Things weren't getting billed properly, and 5 months of paperwork and filing claims and doing all this stuff to get their glasses covered, which, again, just a long time to get a pair of glasses covered. So they gave us a call at our client experience department at MediConnect, and we were able to help with that. And then we had another client where, again, they had moved. So that opened up a life event, which allowed them to switch plans. And, hey, they needed some dental work done, so we got them some coverage to cover it in full, $1,900 worth of dental covered. So, again, just making that one change from plan to plan, because their old plan would have covered about $500 of it. So they would have been out $1,400 on the coverage they had before. So, again, just really great when we see, hey, we moved, we can make this work for you too, or we had a life event. Same thing I love to see over AEP. I always say we don't have a crystal ball to know the future. You might not know, hey, I need this dental, or hey, I need this vision, or hey, I need that. But love when we have a situation that transpires where, hey, I'm moving, I have this life event, but also I need some dental work done. And we knew that. So we kind of had the crystal ball moment there where we could actually see, hey, we need this. That's what we're looking for. And we got it covered for them. That's not always the case, but that's why we review those options.
All right. So let me ask you this. We've been doing this a long time. Dental and vision, two keys for everybody, but especially people who are aging. When you think about glaucoma, you think about cataracts, you think about dental implants, kind of wasn't a big ticket item, and then it became a golden opportunity for people, and now we are where we are. 10, 15 years, you can't look into a crystal ball, but I think moving forward, that's going to be two of the most important parts of people's health care that are aging in our society.
So original Medicare itself does not cover dental, vision, hearing. So that's where, again, if you're on a Medigap or Medicare supplement plan, you have a separate standalone option where you can add a dental, vision, hearing policy. And then if you're in an Advantage plan, a lot of those Advantage plans offer dental, vision, hearing benefits. However, I would say the standalone plans that come with that you can add on to your supplement, they work a lot more like a discount program than true insurance. Whereas not all, some of the Advantage plans have that first dollar coverage. But you mentioned dental implants. A lot of these plans aren't covering the dental implants. Cataract surgery, glaucoma surgery, typically covered by the plan. You can usually get a new set of glasses because your vision changed. But yeah, I'd love to see in 15 years. I think, it was a long, I want to say it was like 2 years ago, Rob, we had a show with one of the carriers, and they were talking about the importance of dental health and being able to like chew your food a certain way so that you're getting these nutrients. And I'd love to see the implants, covered more. But again, they're so expensive right now that a lot of the carriers that's, treated as cosmetic and not, here, we'll cover your dentures, but they're not covering a lot of those implants. So I'd love to see that be something that's covered.
Yeah.
Now, again, when I first started doing this 15, 16 years ago, I remember we had a plan at the carrier I worked at where it was one set of dentures every 5 years. Now, a lot of times these plans, they'll cover it yearly, but it was a set of dentures every 5 years that was covered and was such a big deal. Vision, $100, we're seeing, again, higher amounts of that being covered, but I just remember it being such a big deal. And even up to a few years ago, we had some plans that were even covering like pet allowances. Like they got really crazy in some of their coverage. But I just remember when that came out being like, wow, we couldn't even get like, certain things covered on our plans. Now we're seeing these benefits. But I would love to see where we're getting. And I think as technology advances, as these things maybe become cheaper to manufacture or offer, that maybe, again, they will be covered in some way by these carriers.
Yeah, I never realized how important it is because I was talking to a maxillofacial surgeon a while back, very well respected in Pittsburgh, and we were talking about dental implants. And, I'm thinking aesthetically as far as how you look, your smile. He said, well, it's more than that. Be able to get nutrients, protein, be able to cut into a piece of meat, have a handful of nuts, things that you need to sustain a healthy lifestyle. Because you would think, okay, they have no teeth, so they can still, drink this, that, and, eat certain things. But it's a game changer. When you get dental implants and you have a good bite ability to chew and digest and obviously make those nutrients go into your body, it actually does a whole lot more good for your body, those dental implants, as opposed to just having them to look in the mirror and smile.
Well, I go back to like my grandparents when they were in a nursing home too, and we were having issues, and then there were dentures and all kinds of things. And we were going through those Insure shakes like you wouldn't believe. And they were not cheap. No. And they're covered sometimes by over-the-counter benefits. But, you only get so much. We're hustling in cases of these things, at the nursing home. But, again, thank goodness for them because we were getting some nutrients from it. But it's not the same. It's not the same as what you're getting from biting into a piece of steak or, getting that calcium from milk instead of Insure, it's not the same.
Listen, my dad, very young, 23, had to get all of his teeth removed. The day after he got back from his honeymoon, he got this gum disease. Oh. So he had dentures his whole life. And he used to always put his dentures in a glass in like some sort of solution.
So did my grandma, yeah.
Right. In the medicine cabinet. Mm-hmm. And you'd always hear when one of my buddies was over, what? And they'd be screaming. And my dad's answer was this, why were you in my medicine cabinet? And so he would plant that in there on purpose. So if anybody went into the medicine cabinet that shouldn't have been in there, they would make a remark about his teeth in the glass, and he'd always come back, well, why were you in my medicine cabinet? But it was funny. Whenever I think of dentures, I think of my dad, and I think of... And
I always think of my grandma with it on the nightstand.
What was so cool about those people, and the older you get and you're thinking Medicare, you kind of get to that point too, they didn't really worry about stupid things. They just accept me for who I am, be happy, let's laugh, let's have a good meal, let's celebrate the holidays, and let's just be joyful as a family. And we get so caught up in worrying about everything today. One thing about my parents and grandparents, my parents died young, but they lived life to the fullest. They had the most fun. You know what I mean? Every day was laughter in my house. And I think laughter is a good thing.
Laughter has been the best medicine for me.
Yeah.
It just... And again, like with my team coming on board and having a growing team and just getting to connect, even in the office, and do that is just invaluable.
Yeah, I know. It's funny. And then one day you wake up and you look in the mirror and you're your dad. It's amazing. They never really leave you. You just kind of morph into them. And I got to tell you, what they would be happy about is that I'd be doing this show because my parents talked about that stage in their life. And they'd always say, the most important thing is your health. Make sure you have good medical coverage. And my dad had open heart surgery, ended up getting cancer. My mother had diabetes, had kidney problems, and Medicare took care of them all the way through. So it's a good thing. It's a good thing. Well, anyway, you're getting ready to go home and talk to your mom and dad and relax and enjoy the weekend. But before you go, let's roll through the seminars. Let's remind everyone, don't put it off. Never a charge for an appointment. The annual enrollment period will be here in October, just about a month and a half away. So, 2 months away, as a matter of fact, as of just a couple of days from now. So pick up the phone, set up an appointment, 888-818-6334, 888-818-6334.
Never a charge for an appointment, never a charge for a seminar, never a charge to work with our client team, no cost for all of our services. And those seminars coming up that are a must attend, August 11th at 6 p.m. will be at the Chartiers Active Life Center on 300 Lincoln Avenue in Carnegie. On August 20th at 6 p.m., we'll be at the Shaler North Hills Library on Mount Royal Boulevard in Glenshaw. And August 25th at 6 p.m., we'll be at the Cranberry Public Library off Rochester Road in Cranberry Township. Again, check out our website, MediConnectInsurance.com, for a list of all the seminars coming near you, or give us a call, 888-818-6334. We can help you sign up for that or answer any questions you have.
And by the way, they have the coolest office in the Berg, and it's not in the Berg, but it's in the region, but it's one of the most laid-back, pleasurable places to be. No high-pressure sales, all about you, the individual focus that you need, somebody paying attention to you. You get it all. We talk a lot about what happens during the show. We talk about, you guys out and about with the seminars. We do these client stories, these patient stories, if you will, whatever you want to call them. But the biggest story is that office that Mr. Breisinger and everybody has been a part of for years. It's one of the most relaxing and productive environments I've ever been in.
I love that office. First off, when I came in to work for MediConnect about 4.5 years ago, can you believe that? And I know we met before that as I was guest from one of the carriers, but it's a big loop, so you don't realize how much is back there until you take a walk all the way around.
And you have to find the restroom.
But right,
but it's worth it.
It is, and I love our client rooms. So we've done these murals into the client room of picturesque areas of Pittsburgh back in the 70s. So cool. I always walk in there and stare at them, and I think they're the neatest. We have that conference room that has the whole cityscape of Pittsburgh.
That's my favorite.
It is just, again, a relaxing place. There is some hustle and bustle during AEP, I won't lie, but again, no high pressure sales tactics. It's about checking out what you've got going on. Come in, have a place to sit down, and not be as worried about the choices you have to make.
Yeah, and it'll be here before you know it. So get in there and start setting up those appointments. Never a charge for their services, and let them check out your current program. And if you're going to be 65, you just turned 65 calendar year, and you're ready to roll, remember 888-818-6334. 888-818-6334. You want to book one of those seminars? You can do it by calling that number too. These are free seminars. 888-818-6334 or MediConnectInsurance.com. Click on the seminars tab. Thank you.
Thank you, Rob.
The preceding was paid for by MediConnect. Information on the program is intended to solely further the public's general knowledge about the product. Opinions expressed should not be relied upon for any purpose by any member of the audience. News Radio KDKA does not guarantee the accuracy of any of the information heard on the preceding program.
The Big K Morning Show with Larry Richards.
Plus, our effervescent producer is here.
Effervescent? I actually don't know what that means, effervescent. Are you making fun of me?
Well, no, not at all.
Yeah, because I looked it up after Larry said it.
Oh, you looked it up?
Yeah.
So let's see what...
how are you describing me? And it says that it means giving off bubbles of gas. And I was like, oh.
Weekday mornings 5:30 to 10 on the Voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
The Village at St. Barnabas, the perfect place for mom.
In Pittsburgh, Chase is proud to root for the home team because they're our team too. We cheer from the bleachers and on the sidelines. We cheer for gymnasts and quarterbacks. And with more than 25 local Chase branches and 5,000 nationwide, we are right beside you, Pittsburgh. Neighborhood bankers, digital tools, national strength. Chase, make more of what's yours.
JP Morgan Chase Bank, N.A. member FDIC.
Don't miss Steelerfest, Saturday, August 8th at Legion Keener Park in Latrobe. There's live music, mouth-watering food, a climbing wall, games, and inflatables for the kids, Steely McBean, and the Steel Line Drumline. Hi, this is Larry Richard. Join me 11 to 1, then meet Steeler legends Mike Logan and Ryan Shazier for autographs 2 to 4. Cap it off with Saturday night practice at Latrobe Memorial Stadium. Football like you've never experienced it before. It's big, it's bold, it's only in Latrobe. Join us and don't miss out.
Support St. Anthony school programs and help students with special needs achieve their full potential through inclusive education, therapy services, and job skills development. Serving students ages 5 to 21 with Down syndrome, autism, and other intellectual disabilities. Find them within select Catholic schools in the Pittsburgh area, including a post-secondary program at Duquesne University. For over 70 years, St. Anthony school programs have empowered students of all faiths to live independently and contribute meaningfully to society. Learn more or donate at santanthonykids.org.
Listen to KDKA Radio on the Odyssey, iHeartRadio, or TuneIn apps.
KDKA and KDKA-FM HD2 Pittsburgh. W261AX Pittsburgh.
Always live on the free Odyssey app. From the Aetna Medicare studios.
Proud to be the voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
It is 74 degrees, Pittsburgh International at 10 o'clock. I'm Rob Taylor. A man is under arrest this morning after police say he barricaded himself inside of a home in Tarentum for over 8 hours. This happened Friday afternoon. That man, police say, originally threatened a woman inside that home with a gun. She was able to escape before police arrived. SWAT team was called in to help bring the man out. They finally surrendered about just after midnight this morning. This happened at a home in the 200 block of West 10th Avenue in Tarentum. No one was injured. Well, City Controller Rachel Heisler says she sees a lot of good things as she puts the city's finances for the first half of 2026 under the microscope. She says there are signs of a growing economy in the city. She spoke on Friday to KDKA Radio's Michael Bartley.
You know, when wage taxes are up, it means that people are making more money. When payroll prep is up, it means that more people are hiring, and employers within the city are hiring.
But there are still some areas of concern, including a drop in parking taxes, likely due to the NFL draft. Interest earnings are also down, and charges for services like EMS reimbursements are also lower. The city also lost the ability to collect the so-called jock tax as well. Well, lightning struck the Third Presbyterian Church in Shadyside Friday morning. A series of thunderstorms came through the Pittsburgh area, causing flooding in some areas. But in Shadyside, in the case of the church, it was a lightning strike that caused damage to the spire above the sanctuary of the church, according to Pittsburgh Fire and Public Works. No one was hurt. Structural engineer is assessing the damage to the spire. KDKA Radio News Time. It's coming up on 10:03. It's time to visit RomeMonuments.com. Life is a journey to remember. Memorialize that journey. RomeMonuments.com. AccuWeather forecast next.
Pittsburgh, are you ready to relive the magic? Almost Queen. A tribute to Queen is taking the stage at Rivers Casino on Friday, September 18th. Experience the look, the power, and all the legendary hits, all in one place. From Bohemian Rhapsody to Another One Bites the Dust, you'll be dancing all night long. Visit riverscasino.com for tickets, and don't miss Almost Queen, a tribute to Queen, live. We'll see you there.
The KDKA AccuWeather forecast is brought to you by JP Roofing and Siding, Pittsburgh's #1 Platinum Preferred roofing replacement contractor. Call 412-829-7711.
A cloudy and humid start to the weekend today brings a couple of showers and a gusty thunderstorm, high 85, with a thunderstorm lingering for some tonight and a low of 68, followed by sunshine and a dry day tomorrow, high 87, before more showers and thunderstorms around for Monday. Some of them may be heavy and gusty again, high 85. For AccuWeather, I'm LaTroy Thornton, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
It's time for the KDKA Home Improvement Hour with the guys from True Value. KDKA's Home Improvement Hour is an informational program sponsored by True Value. The information featured is intended solely to further the public's general knowledge about home improvement. Individual home improvement should be referred to your personal contractor. This is 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
All right, so I got first dibs, gentlemen, because I just got this question, and if I don't get it out to you now, I'll get lost and forget about it. Someone just sent it. Very lengthy, but let's get to it. Welcome to the True Value Home Improvement Show, 866-391-1020. Good morning, guys. I live in an apartment, and I have one of those AC units that's in the wall, and it leaked all over the floor, and the guy told me that it was because my couch was too close to it and the air couldn't get around it, and it caused it to drip water on the floor. I don't know. It sounds crazy to me, but I want to know if that's true because it dripped onto my downstairs neighbor's ceiling, and I want to make sure it doesn't happen again. Thank you. Love the show.
Okay. Well, great question. And, air conditionings, the way they work, they, suck in the hot air and turn it into cold air and send the cold air back out. But you have to have airflow. You have to have air flowing around these units. And if the couch was blocking the air conditioner itself, it would cause the air conditioner to freeze up. And if the air conditioner froze up, you would get the ice, let's say, building up on the unit itself, causing it to then melt and then drip. And if it happens long term, then yes, you could soak the couch, you could soak the floor, you can soak the outside. That's why air conditioning units have to have an outside vent. So as it's bringing the air back into the unit itself and cooling it, the exhaust has to go outside so the units don't freeze up itself. So you have to have airflow on both sides of that air conditioner. So whether it's a couch blocking the inside or bushes blocking the outside, on a window air conditioning unit, you need to have the airflow all the way around on it. So I would say there's a strong possibility that what happened because of that. But there's the drainage lines, Paul, Mike.
Yeah, absolutely. There's those two elements of air conditioning. Not in the obviously in terms of airflow, but also the manufacturing. When we talk about getting humidity out of the air, well, that means taking that humidity, which is in molecules, and then turning it into real life H2O, and it needs to go somewhere. So there's also the opportunity to make sure the drainage line is properly draining and dripping to the exterior, not back into the home, too. Interior. So airflow definitely is the main concern there, especially if a tech is saying that's one of the key elements. And then secondarily, yeah, absolutely, Andrew, you're right. The moisture from the air being turned into water and make sure it's dripping to the outside level.
Yes.
Because, we talked about it in the show a couple of weeks ago, too, like with air conditioning, and it became a big topic, of course, because it always gets hot here in the summertime. Those two different elements, the airflow plus it's almost as more important is the humidity in your house. Getting that humidity down to the proper level is what really will feel cooler in a home to get that moisture out. So it's very important to make sure you keep an eye. Now switching maybe to a mainline full air conditioning unit in your home, making sure the drainage properly. If you have a condensation pump, sometimes you have a pump which takes that water to pump it up into a drain. It's working properly. A lot of times those drains tend to get clogged with muck. What is it? It just turns into goop. You want to make sure all those things are clean and ready to, that is expelling the proper water.
Yeah. So on the window air conditioner, the most important thing is it's installed properly. It has to be level.
Yep.
If it is tilted upwards going out, so it's tilted so the water would run into the apartment, it is going to leak, and there's nothing you're going to do about it until you actually get that level, because they are designed for the water to drip on the outside. And if it is not installed level, it will drip on the inside if it's leaning the wrong direction. It is absolutely essential that thing's put in level.
There you go, Rob.
All right, fair enough. Good job.
By the way, Rob, I love that, man. You were right to bro. We're going to business, man.
Right down to business. Let's get started first thing.
All right, listen. I know Doug Osho loves rain. I know
he does.
All
You've
love
had
rain.
enough, though?
I'm done.
Okay.
Listen, the only thing that this house that I've owned for a long time, built in 1918, that I've never had an issue, the only place I've ever lived, I've never had water in the basement. Ever. Now, it hasn't been a lot, but I got water in my basement, and I got my downspouts are all connected. Everything's good. Nothing's plugged up. But I mean, rain was like coming off like whitecap waves on Lake Erie off my roof. And I got new mulch, who knows, but it's basically saturated the ground, and the ground doesn't have a chance to dry. This rain, with all due respect, enough. We've had too much.
I understand that. We had a lot of rain in Bethel. Yesterday, there were two really major outbursts of the weather and so forth with it. And, sometimes, Rob, when you get these heavy storms, it actually will give you a chance to put on a raincoat and go outside and look and see what's happening to your house. or use a nice good umbrella to see what's happening to your house. And watching what happens when that water is coming off the roof is going to be critical on it. And, getting water in a basement, it's one thing to say, okay, it came in, I'm going to clean it up and be done with it. But the only true permanent fix is stopping the water from coming into the house.
Mm-hmm.
And I know there's a lot of situations where you put an indoor gutter and pumps and so forth, and you let it in the house, and then you got to pump it back out again. But, ultimately, the best fix is to stop it from ever coming in the house. Then you don't have to pump it back out again. And the number one cause of water coming into the house is your gutters and downspouts. And where that gutter empties into the downspout empties into the pipe in the ground. If all of that isn't working properly, whether it's old pipe, cracked pipes, separated pipes, or wrong size pipes, the water is going to
Where does that water go, Andy?
Well, it depends on the house. Ultimately, you don't want your rainwater running into the storm source. That's not proper. That's part of the issues with the storm source being so overloaded. But can it go onto the street in your area? Does it go into a dry well in your area? Does it go over a hillside in the area? All that is determined by your area and who built it. But, if you're watching the rain come off the roof into the gutter and it's overflowing the gutter, that means that there's something wrong, because it should not do that. Now, if you get 3 inches of rain in 20 minutes, all right, that much rain, sometimes it's going to do it. But if the downspout cannot take all the water, or if you watch the downspout going into the pipe along your house and it's gurgling up around where the downspout and the pipe meet, that means that there is a problem with the pipe that runs along the side of the house. So whether the pipe is clogged, whether the pipe has roots in it, whether the pipe is cracked, whether the pipe is separated. A lot of times you will have somebody put that French drain pipe or that downspout pipe together and they won't glue it, or they won't glue it properly.
Right.
They didn't prime the pipe before they glued the pipe, and that's what the purple primer and so forth is. And then in time, that joint will separate. So then now the water is going down the downspout into that pipe, but somewhere along the foundation of the house, it's escaping. And if it escapes, then it's going to come into the foundation of the house. So there's ways of figuring it out. Even if you want to, rent a SOAR camera. I rent a camera. I know, Mike, you rent a camera. And you could put a camera down that pipe and see what's going on.
Right.
Or hire a plumber or someone who handles stormwater stuff. And it's better, instead of letting the water in, stopping the water from ever coming into the house.
Well, I solved it. I took my recyclable can and put it over there.
There you go.
So it's taking the water.
And Rob, if this is the first time,
that's the first time ever.
That was a really, really big storm we've had this week.
Like a couple, not just one. But now I didn't have anything yesterday, and we had some steady rain.
Okay.
But I knew when I looked out and I saw that gutter and I was going to work, I said, this is going to be an issue.
That's it. The water is overflowing the gutter, coming down your foundation, and somewhere along the line, your foundation has a little crack, has a little crevice, has a little hole.
Just like me.
And, the foundation gets old, just like we do, and the water will find a way into your basement.
But I got to tell you something. I'd like people to call in, because I thought about you guys, and dehumidifiers, and True Value has everything you need. But I got to believe this is probably a major problem for people right now because of all the rain.
Well, Southwest Pennsylvania, we have basements.
Oh.
If you have a basement, it's a problem.
It's
inevitable. It's inevitable. Sooner or later, you will have some water coming into your basement. Hopefully it's not often. Hopefully it's minor. Hopefully it's not sewage coming up the line. There are check valves. There's different ways of stopping sewage from coming up. But there's also, there's things you could do. You could waterproof the basement wall. You could dig up the foundation. You could change lines. There's even hydroblock. Hydroblock isn't made for foundations of the house.
There you go.
But if it's because you have soppy, wet yards, Hydroblock is a great option for draining that soppy yard.
Somebody said, you know how you can put like an elbow on it and remove it from the going in the terracotta pipe into the ground, or in my case, plastic.
Sure.
But there are some municipalities, guys, and boroughs that you're not allowed to do that.
It depends on where you're running that water.
All right, listen, we're going to take a break. I know everybody watched the World Cup, right? Well, Lionel Messi, his father, who really had some great comments about his son during that entire time. We're learning now from the Daily Mail he has passed away at the age of 68. So a soccer star extraordinaire, his father, Lionel Messi's father, has died at the age of 68 after dealing with some health battles. All right, stay with us. Much more to come today. Your call is coming up next, 866-391-1020.
Your source for official traffic information. Hear it on News Radio KDKA.
Amazing August specials at Coons Market. Isn't that right, Frank Dentisi?
Right, Rob. In our meat department, 85% lean fresh ground round is $4.99 a pound. In our produce department, fresh blueberries, 1 pint container, 2 for $5. In our deli, Coons homemade macaroni salad, $3.99 a pound. Additional savings this week, Stone Ridge Creamery Rio ice cream, 48-ounce containers, 2 for $5.
Coons Market, a special place in your neighborhood, a Pittsburgh tradition.
The biggest reason Metropolitan Window Company has been in business since 1978 is our huge list of satisfied customers.
John, Maggie, and Justin Schmutzer here from Metropolitan Window Company, Pittsburgh's locally owned and family-operated window and door company for over 47 years.
When you choose Metropolitan Window Company, you're getting expertise and attention to detail from a trusted business that puts your needs first.
You're also getting our exclusive Infinity from Marvin 100% fiberglass windows that are built for life.
The most important part of a window is the framing. Fiberglass frames won't lose their dimensional integrity. They're the strongest, longest-lasting window you can buy.
And right now, you can save 20% and get financing on every window and door product we offer.
Stop by one of our showrooms, visit us at metropolitanwindows.com, or give us a call at 412-655-8411.
PA 1565.
Hey folks, it's Marty. Check these savings out from my friends at Coit during Coit's amazing indoor-outdoor sale. Save an incredible 35% off all inside and outdoor Coit cleaning services. Carpets, rugs, upholstery, draperies, air ducts, outdoor furniture, and more. Clean, sanitize, disinfect. Enjoy a Coit Clean home inside and out. Act quickly. Savings only good during August. Call Coit today, 1-800-FOR-COIT, 1-800-FOR-COIT, right now.
Listen to KDKA Radio on the Odyssey, iHeartRadio, or TuneIn apps.
The Home Improvement Hour with the guys from True Value.
All right, any home improvement question on your mind? Maybe you're dealing with a damp basement. We can help you. This is what we do every Saturday and have been for 28 years. 866-391-1020. Here's Dawn in Kennedy on the True Value Home Improvement Show. Good morning, Dawn.
Good morning, gentlemen.
Morning.
Yes, I have a situation regarding a newly installed new angle, a neo-angle corner shower stall.
Okay.
It was installed by one of those TV contractors.
Okay.
And it was a fiasco, but they fixed most of the problems they created. And what I just discovered is they used a silicone caulking on the outside panels where it meets the drywall. And I can't seem to paint a straight line down the vertical side of the panel. Is there any chemical that can help adhere paint to silicone, or does it have to be removed?
No.
No. Yeah.
No, paint does not stick to silicone. It's just, it won't. So, there is absolutely, you would have to remove all of that caulking and use a paintable caulking if you wish to paint all the way up to the shower stall itself. But to try and paint the silicone, you will not be successful. No. It will not work. There's no solvent. There's no buffing. There's no bonding agent. There's nothing you can do that'll make paint stick to pure silicone caulking. Now, they do make paintable versions but obviously yours is not the case, and most plumbing installers, when they're doing bathroom work and so forth, are just using straight, white or clear or almond silicone, and it's not designed to be paintable. So unfortunately, in what you're doing, if you either leave the silicone alone and deal with it, with the looks of it, or you would have to strip that totally off and put a different caulking up there if you want that caulking to be paintable.
Well, would your caulking remover work on silicone type?
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, absolutely. It's just going to just going to be a job. It's going to be a tedious job, but yes, the caulking remover will soften it enough. And chances are, with it being as new as it is, it hopefully would pull off pretty good in a straight bead, but, sure, it'll help.
Yeah. Well, I appreciate the answer.
Okay. Good luck.
I'll see what I'll decide on.
All right. Good luck.
All right, 866-391-1020. All of your home improvement questions, welcome right now. True Value Home Improvement Show is on the air with Paul, Mike, and Andy. Go ahead, Angela. Welcome to KDKA. Good morning.
Hi there. Yes, thank you for taking my call.
Sure.
I was calling because I have a parking pad out in the back, and it has like holes and some puddles, and we have an appointment to get it fixed in the spring, but is there anything that I can do to it to get it kind of leveled off a little bit for get us through the winter and stuff like that?
Is it blacktop or concrete?
It's blacktop.
Okay.
Well, basically what what we'll sell in the stores, there's a couple different products. We have the bagged blacktop that you can put down and press in place, which will fill the holes in. Like if you got like potholes in there, you could use that to fill it in. And then we also have the driveway sealers and then the joint sealers. You could put the seal the joints with that comes in a gallon jug. You turn it upside down, and it'll do all the little cracks and crevices. But if you actually have puddles where you have divots where the water's laying, you're gonna have to get like a bagged product and put in there and press it in place.
I mean, the good news, Angela, is the blacktop in a bag has come a long way over the years. I mean, back in the day, they used to be almost hard as a brick, and you'd have to do it on a super hot sunny day to soften it and what have you.
Sun and all kinds of
now the technology with a lot of these bagged products is very high performance, very malleable, and very easy to use. And like Paul was saying, basically you put it into the divots, the holes, and what have you. Use a tamper. You can either rent a tamper. I know we rent just hand tampers, or 8x8 or 10x10 tamper, and you just tamp it into place to leaven it back out. But yeah, we can go through all the steps. You want to clean it first. This is a situation where we talk about pressure washer, non-pressure washer. Pressure washer in this situation is great. Get it nice and clean. Get any loose debris around. Identify those low areas once it's dry. And then get your high-performance blacktop patch. It depends. Each store might have a little different one, but you want the high-performance one. And like Paul said, you put it in those small divot areas, tamp it in really well with that plate tamper, allow that to set. And then I would definitely recommend coating it with a big, I guess you're going to have a professional come in and do this, but this is a project you could do yourself. And then ultimately coat it all again with a nice driveway coating, which is, again, messy. You ruin a pair of shoes, but easy to do. You get a 5-gallon drum of the driveway coating sealant, and you just basically spread it with a broom it has a broom on one end, a squeegee on the other. It allows you to smooth it out just like you're painting it, and you'll have a brand new blacktop pad.
But, to your favor, this is the best time of year to do it. You want to do blacktop work in hot, sunny days. The hotter the weather, the better the product works. So you want to one weekend, you want to do your patching and do your crack filling and fill any of your holes and divots. Let that stuff cure for a week, and then the following weekend, go ahead and top coat, seal that all up with 1 or 2 buckets of the blacktop sealer. But, filling those divot areas, filling those potholes, renting that tamper to tamp it in. You could also, if you got a big sheet of plywood sitting around, get it as tamped in as you can, lay that plywood down and drive your car over it.
That's what most people do.
And, using the weight of your car or the tires, you don't want to drive over a patch with just the car itself, because the tire is so small it'll squish it back out again. But if you lay a board or something down on top of it, you could level that out pretty good with your car and the plywood on it. But, after you patch that, like I said, let it sit for a week and then go ahead and, coat that. And you're not spending a buku amount of money. You're going to spend $100 to $200 depending on how many patches and how big the area is on it. But you could drastically extend the life of that pad by doing this.
And you guys have everything in the store?
Oh, absolutely. Yes. This is big time of year for us on blacktop and concrete repairs. Big time of year.
Oh, okay. Well, thank you very much.
Sure.
Thanks, Angela.
Great project.
And can you do it if there's like a slight mist out there, or do you got to wait till the sun's like shining?
Well, you could do it any time.
Okay,
but the drier, the sunnier the day, the easier the blacktop product works itself, because it likes hot, warm weather because it makes it a lot more pliable on it. So could you do it on a misty morning? Sure, you can. It's just, it's a little bit harder.
You guys even sell rain gear?
Sure.
Yes, absolutely.
Raincoats,
that's
ponchos,
something we should
umbrellas.
be talking about, because it's going to rain the next 4 straight days.
Yeah, well, Rob, Sarver True Value Hardware has a rental division, and of course, a lot of rental work is done come rain or shine. So, yeah, absolutely. Boots, raincoats, everything like that you'll find in any of your True Value stores.
Remember the little yellow raincoat you had when you were a kid with the snaps and the
I
hood?
still have mine.
Yeah, I really got to wear this today.
Yes, you do.
All right.
That way we don't get lost.
Let's go to John in Beaver for the guys from True Value. Hey, John, good morning.
Hey, good morning. Last week you guys talked about a device or a product that was called Deer Away or something like that, good for chipmunks and that sort of thing.
Okay.
And I can't seem to find it. I thought you said it was a red bottle with a green stripe.
Okay.
But I can't seem to find it at the True Value stores in this area.
Well, if you call my store, I'd be happy to ship you one. I stock it in Bethel Park. Each store is independently owned, so some stores carry different type of products. But Deer Off is one of many brands of different repellents. The Deer Off brand itself, though, we do stock it in Bethel Park. If you want to call them, they'd be happy to, ship a bottle of it to you, or you can, what I use at home, I have 4 different brands, and I rotate what I use, from the Bonide Repels All to the Deer Off, which is the red bottle, to the green bottle, green label bottle with the rotten egg smelling one. It's a
Liquid Fence.
Liquid Fence, yes.
Thank you. And then there's a hot pepper one on it. So they all work to a point. It's just you want to try and rotate what you're using so the deer, the rabbits, the chipmunks, and so forth do not become immune to what the products have, because they all have different scents to them. And the Deer Off one has more of some peppermint, some spearmint, some cinnamon, are the different fragrances and so forth in the Deer Off brand.
All right, thank you for the call. I got to get to a break. 866-391-1020. Let's get some more home improvement questions in here. Next hour, Andrea Benacki, AAA Essentials, Talking Travel. Rob Taylor next with that news update at 10:30. Your Pratt Pack, KDK. Good morning.
Let me tell you something about insurance. When you sign your insurance policy, for some brokers, that's the finish line. Handshake, commission, done. Then you may not hear from them again until it's time for renewal. But your business runs all year, so do the gaps and the risk. So go to supersure.com. If your company has more than 25 employees, whether you're the owner, CFO, or HR manager, it can be too complex to just go buy a policy online. Supersure is the super agency built for you, licensed in every state for your business insurance and employee benefits, all with year-round support for you and your team. At supersure.com, you can access tools like fine print facts. It'll translate your current policy into plain English so you see what's covered and what's not. Plus a business value calculator so you can estimate what your business is worth so you know what actually needs protecting. Go to supersure.com. One super agency, one powerful platform, all your policies in one place. Supersure.com. That's supersure.com. Paid for by Supersure Insurance Agency, LLC, a licensed insurance agency.
Folks, appliances are big purchases. That's why I recommend Voss TV and Appliance. Family owned since 1960. Megan, Tracy, the entire Voss team are experts. They know appliances and TVs inside and out. They take the guesswork of shopping and provide helpful advice before, during, and after your purchase. Having knowledgeable people on your side that you can trust matters. Shop Voss's South Hill showroom. Go to VossTV.com or call 412-650-VOSS, 412-650-VOSS. VOSS TV and Appliance. The lowest prices, guaranteed.
For generations, you've listened to us in your kitchen, catching baseball games on your front porch, and ending your day as your bedtime buddy. Now, you can watch us every day on your TV with our new KDKA Radio YouTube page or by clicking on KDKARadio.com. It's presented by Metropolitan Windows. Same great content, more live visuals. The voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
From the Aetna Medicare Studios.
Proud to be the voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
It is 76 degrees at Pittsburgh International at 10:30. I'm Rob Taylor. The Senate nearly confirmed Todd Blanche to be U.S. Attorney General early this morning. All Democrats opposed the nomination. Senators Susan Collins and Lisa Murkowski, the only two Republicans to vote against it.
On this vote, the yeas are 50, the nays are 49. The nomination is confirmed.
President Trump fired Pam Bondi from her position as U.S. Attorney General in April, and now it's Blanche officially with the job. Well, a man who barricaded himself inside of a home in Tarentum is now in police custody. That man was inside a home for at least 8 hours Friday, all the way into the evening, and then overnight, finally surrendering early this morning. He was at a home in the 200 block of West 10th Avenue. Police say the man originally threatened a woman inside the home with a gun. She was able to escape. Eventually, the SWAT team was called in. There were no injuries. KDK Radio News Time, 10:31. Next update's at 11. I'm Rob Taylor on the Voice of Pittsburgh. News Radio, KDK.
This is the story of the one who keeps multiple buildings running smoothly day after day. Plumbing that flows, HVAC that hums, cleaning supplies that keep surfaces sparkling. That's why she counts on Grainger. With easy reordering online and 24/7 support, Grainger helps her keep the products she needs on hand. So shelves stay stocked and buildings stay ready. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
When you see this in your kitchen,
The stainless steel fridge is covered in fingerprints.
you hear this.
Leslie, people are going to think you were raised in a barn or by wolves, or raised in a barn by wolves.
Fortunately, Wyman Stainless Steel 3-in-1 cleans, shines, and protects to give you the best shine. A spray and a wipe will have your fridge shining like a mirror.
Wow, my fridge looks brand new. Your fridge looks amazing, Leslie. Sorry, I was being a little dramatic earlier.
Your kitchen says a lot about you. Let it brag with Wyman.
Get legal or visit CordellCordell.com to schedule your consultation.
There's a lot on the line in divorce. This is Joe Cordell of Cordell & Cordell, the largest family law firm in the country, with over 35 years of helping clients navigate divorce. But being big doesn't mean less personal or less local. Our attorneys live and work in your community, and as neighbors, they understand the challenges your families face. Divorce touches all areas of your life: your home, savings, retirement, and of course, kids. So when you find yourself facing divorce, you need a partner you can count on. Visit CordellCordell.com to schedule your consultation.
If you or anyone you care about is facing divorce, contact Cordell & Cordell today. With over 100,000 clients served, we understand the challenges you're facing on a personal level. Call Cordell & Cordell today at 1-855-GET-LEGAL. That's 1-855-GET-LEGAL. Pittsburgh and Cranberry Township. Joseph Cordell, licensed in Missouri and Illinois.
The KDKA AccuWeather forecast is brought to you by JP Roofing and Siding, Pittsburgh's #1 Platinum Preferred Roofing Replacement Contractor. Call 412-829-7711.
Today brings a wet start to the weekend with plenty of clouds around, a couple of showers, and a drenching gusty thunderstorm, the high 85, with a spotty thunderstorm for tonight, otherwise some clouds, low 68, ahead of a rather sunny day for tomorrow, and a high of 87, leads to more clouds for Monday, and another couple of showers and gusty thunderstorms, high 85. For AccuWeather, I'm LaTroy Thornton, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
The following program is paid for by True Value.
The Home Improvement Hour with the guys from True Value.
All right, so when do you use a dehumidifier?
When you have humidity? Was that a trick question, Rob?
You know, once again with Pittsburgh, it's something that
all the time
pretty much is used all the time. There's no season for it. Anytime that you have excess.
When the basement got flooded, somebody always brought over a dehumidifier.
Sure, because you have a lot of moisture in the air, and it helps take the moisture out of the air, which will help dry up the basement, the walls, the floor, the carpeting, or anything else on it. But but it's not just flooding anymore. It's any time that there's moisture in the air, the walls, or so people are using dehumidifiers. All 4 seasons now. In Pittsburgh because we have the basements, and there always seems to be moisture issues with the basement. So they sell year round for us now.
It's become a big business. 2 things: waterproofing and wall anchoring.
Yeah.
Yes.
A massive business.
Hey, Rob, we got a question off air that we should address too. A good question about Magic Cow. I don't know how many folks out there probably familiar with Magic Cow, but when we're talking about lawn care, is where Magic Cow comes in. That is your pH substitute. So we all kind of know that we want to get that pH in your lawn somewhere near that 6.4 level. That's where your lawn's going to be the most healthy. That's where it's going to get the most nutrients out of the ground. Sometimes we talk about Magic Cow being a fertilizer in and of itself, because if you get your pH level correct in your lawn, it'll be able to open up the current nutrients that are locked in the lawn if your pH is in balance. So a lady called and said, is now a good time to put pH leveling up, like a Magic Cow down now, versus the fall before the leaves come down? And the answer is absolutely yes. So Magic Cow can be put down almost year-round practically. Anytime you're in the lawn season, it's a good time to put Magic Cow down. Lawns that are deficient, and you can get a meter that'll tell you what your pH level is. You can get it and actually check it yourself. Most lawns in PA definitely need the pH correction regardless, but either twice a year is even a good time. But certainly, yes, the answer to the question, August is not a bad time to get the Magic Cow down. We still sell pelletized lime. It's still an option, but there's a lot of reasons why we can say it's not nearly as effective as a Magic Cow. It doesn't work as fast. You need more of it. It's actually more expensive because you need a lot more of it to do it. So, so obviously, too, it can open us up to any particular lawn care questions. It's never a normal season in the lawn care business.
No, there's not. And with the summertime actually is a better time to be using a product like Love Your Soil.
Well, that's what I was going to say. With the weather, with the rain, the Love Your Soil, you actually have to keep the grass wet for the Love Your Soil. This is ideal for that.
And Love Your Soil works better in the hotter weather.
Right, so you have the heat and the water.
Yeah, so it's a perfect month. July, August are the top 2 months for, and Love Your Soil is the one that we joke about, that it's an aerator in a bag. It decomposes clay soil and turns it into a better topsoil. So in our world of yards and lawns, we like healthy soil, healthy grass. So the healthier the soil, the less chemicals you need to get your grass green and weed free. So you want something to do today, go get a bag of Magic Cow, get your Love Your Soil, and go put them both out on the yard today. Don't mix them in the spreader, but walk over the yard twice, once with the Magic Cow, once with the Love Your Soil, and your yard's going to be a lot happier, and it's going to love you a lot more come fall and grass seed planting time, because your soil is going to be a healthier soil.
And if you need to find your nearest True Value hardware store, you can go to 1-800-TRUE-VALUE or TrueValue.com. But the stores that help out with the Home Improvement Hour on KDKA Radio every Saturday: Daniel's True Value Discount on Appliance, Pifer True Value Hardware and Supply, R.C. Walters & Sons True Value, Slippery Rock True Value Hardware, Evie True Value Hardware, and Sarver True Value Hardware. We might make a little note, too. We're now the official the official home improvement provider for Notre Dame Athletics. So worldwide, I know there's a lot of Notre Dame fans out there. So we are now your official home improvement provider for Notre Dame Athletics.
Yeah, and it's not just the football season. It's the baseball and lacrosse and softballs and everything else. So
we're going to be in charge of making that lawn stay nice out there at Notre Dame Stadium?
I'm on it. I'll head out there tomorrow.
Anyway, 866-391-1020, never doubt to be on the show. So are we at a disadvantage in Western Pennsylvania because we have so much clay in our soil?
We are when it comes to certain, water runoff. You're talking about all that water stuff, Rob. Clay doesn't absorb the water, so it just causes it to cascade and flow. So that causes a lot of our water problems in houses and in yards because it just holds the water. I could build a pond out of clay. So that's one of the issues. And the other is it's very hard to grow grass in clay. So that's why we're always trying to treat the soil and get the soil healthier to get less clay in the soil. So plants are going to grow a lot better in good soil, not just the clay. But that's the ice age ended in our area, and that's where it pushed all that soil here. And that's why we have so much clay in this area itself. So, yeah, wish we didn't have it, but we do. So we learn to live with it. We work with it.
Well, that's the advantage of Love Your Soil. That's what helps converts that clay to a good topsoil for us to go further along. It helps break that down.
All right, 866-391-1020. Here's Dawn in Oakdale on the True Value Home Improvement Show. Hey, Dawn.
Hello.
Hey.
I have a question for you.
Okay.
I have rust marks on my sidewalk from the reinforcing wire that has come to the surface, and I'd like to know how to get it off, and then how can I stop the rust?
Getting it out is one thing. Stopping it from coming back in that situation is a totally different one. We do have we do sell some Rust Dot products that you would put on there, and it would remove that stain without a problem. There's I think
Iron Out.
Iron Out's one of them, and I
Wink.
think
Wink is the other.
Yeah, there's
CLR.
Yes, they will all work. But with the situation where the actual iron is inside, the rebar is inside the concrete, you can remove the visual stain, but it will come back, and there's probably nothing you're going to be able to do about it.
Yeah, so just keep cleaning it every couple of months, and you won't see the rust marks. But easy enough to clean them.
Okay. Well, all right. Thank you.
Sure. Thank you.
All righty.
All right, thank you. All right, 866-391-1020. What's happening at your store? Mike, Paul, and then Andy. Go.
SarverTrueValueRental.com. We've got a great new website we just updated to. We're the largest provider of rental equipment in Western Pennsylvania, even bigger than EV True Value Rental. Much bigger, better, stronger. So, yeah, check out SarverTrueValueRental.com.
All right, Paul, what's going on out at RC Walters?
Well, we're getting ready for the fall. We're getting the grass seed out, getting the topsoils, getting the soils out, making your yard looks good. I really don't have anything major going on right now, but we're just trying to get our seasons changed over and come out and see us at 1441 Boston Hollow Road in Boston, PA.
We were just talking before the show, Rob. Believe it or not, we're really gearing up for winter. I know it's hot, I know it's rainy, and I know so forth. But, like all the True Value stores, we have to be preparing for, 1 to 2 seasons ahead of us. So we have most of our winter products coming in the beginning of September, our snow blowers, our shovels, and we are getting a lot of calls on winter, on salt products, availability, calcium, magnesium, and the trucks are going to start rolling here in a couple of weeks. And we are anticipating a pretty big preseason for the winter months. We're coming off of one of the hardest winters that we could remember, and a lot of shortages of supplies. And some of the manufacturers still haven't caught up on those supplies. So it's going to be something that you'd really want to take into consideration in September, October, as you're planning on your winter supplies, your winter inventories. I don't know if I'd roll the dice and say, you're going to get a winner, you're not going to get a winner. All indications are we will. And all indications are you're going to need to replace that shovel or that snowblower that you broke or threw out and get a couple bags of salt. So, not that anyone wants to start thinking winter yet, but boy, we have to. If we don't plan now, we won't have anything in time.
So are all the providers feeling good about the future, and they're making sure they've got plenty of stuff in stock?
No. That's
No.
the issue, Rob. One of the biggest
Now, how did I know that?
Yeah, one of the biggest manufacturers for your salt products is Compass Mineral.
Right.
Nationally, I mean, they are the biggest, and they are nowhere near caught up from last year's.
You could
fiasco
picture
on
it,
their
Rob, like the whole lineage of that logistic chain is empty. Like you don't have any in your garage. The hardware store doesn't have any. Compass Minerals, in theory, didn't have any. So that they've got to manufacture it. They got to ship it via rail, train, barge. It needs to get into the whole system. So it just takes a long time when we have a significant winter to refill that entire supply chain. So it just depends, of course, what kind of winter we have. It could be not a problem if the winter's not bad, but if it's another bad winter, we may be really shorthanded.
Yeah, the what the winter is here in Pittsburgh is going to be different than what the winter is in Cleveland or in Boston or in Chicago. So the product's going to be needed. It's just each of the different markets going to have the inventory. We don't know that.
All right, short break. Off the air, we got another question about a groundhog. I think we all know how to do that. We get that question every week. We'll answer that on the other side. And we've got Joel in Cranberry, and we've got Bob in Dayton. True Value Home Improvement Show. One more segment. Then it's Andrea Benacki, AAA Central's Talking Travel, your Pratt Pack KDKA.
Every Tuesday morning at 7:20, listen for Inside Independence Health, a look at all things healthcare with the experts from Independence Health System. It's brought to you by Independence Health System. Expert care here.
When summer heat hits, the right replacement windows will help your home feel more comfortable. At PJ Fitzpatrick, you get American-made, energy-efficient windows that are beautiful, affordable, and built to last. That's PJ Fitzpatrick, backed by 45 years of experience, thousands of 5-star reviews, and a lifetime materials and labor guarantee. Schedule your free design consultation at trustpj.com. That's trustpj.com.
Pittsburgh's very own board-certified and licensed hypnotherapist Dan Vitchoff of the PA Hypnosis Center is here to help you. He has helped train U.S. Olympic team members control their brains, stay relaxed, focused, and in control, giving them the edge for the gold. He's recognized by many organizations around the world as one of the top hypnotherapists anywhere. He has gotten over 3,000 people to give up cigarettes for good in the last 22 years. He's helped folks even who've tried gastric bypass to lose weight. He can help you and give you a 98% success guarantee. Call 724-934-8446. That's Dan Vitchoff, the PA Hypnosis Center. Mention KDKA and get $50 off any program. But call for a free consultation today, 724-934-8446. The PA Hypnosis Center with Dan Vitchoff. Make that call today, 724-934-8446.
Long live the king. Return to the magic and mystique of the Renaissance. The Pittsburgh Renaissance Festival, just southeast of Pittsburgh, is back. August 22nd and 23rd is opening weekend. It's entertainment. It's fantasy.
It's an adventure. To the past.
Filled with royalty, pageantry, jugglers and musicians, comedy, games, fine arts and crafts at the Pittsburgh Renaissance Festival. Discount tickets at pittsburghrenfest.com.
The Home Improvement Hour with the guys from True Value.
All right, let's take this question about that groundhog. Andy, go ahead.
Okay, groundhogs on any rodent, and the groundhog's a rodent, you have to know your rodent and know what they do, where they live, how they live, what they eat, if you want any hope of getting rid of them. So on any of things like a groundhog, you could either trap them, you could repel them, or you could kill them. With that,
are you allowed to kill them? Because there was always that catch and release thing.
It depends on how you do it. And actually, you're not allowed to catch and release them because they are considered a nuisance pest.
Right.
So should you call somebody?
Yes. Because
if you trap them and call the game commissioner in your area, and they will come and take the animal away.
If you transport them into another area, you can actually get in trouble for that. Yeah. Absolutely.
Okay. It's a fine in Allegheny County. So, but in trapping them itself, it's all in the bait you use. A groundhog is a very neat, and they love fresh fruits and vegetables. So a groundhog wakes up and gets out of their nest when the sun comes up. So 7 o'clock in the morning, 8 o'clock in the morning, and they go back into their burrows, their nest, when the sun is going down, 5 o'clock, 6 o'clock. So once you know they're up and out of the nest, if you wish to trap them, you got to put fresh fruits and vegetables in that trap every single day. If the apple or that carrot or that lettuce that you put in there goes bad, and it does go bad within 24 hours, they won't come near the trap itself. So every day you have to change the bait in the trap that you are trying to trap the animal with. And once you trap them, depending on your area, your municipality, your township, you can call the game commission, the police department. They come and have the animal taken away. They generally take your trap away, then they bring it back after they empty the trap out. Now, if most groundhogs are like living under your deck, living under your shed. If you want to try and repel them and you don't want to use like a spray repellent or something like Repel-Sol that does an okay job, with groundhogs, what you do when the animal is out of the nest is you contaminate the nest, and you could contaminate the hole by stuffing rotten fruit and vegetables down that hole. So you make your own compost for a couple of days of rotten fruits and vegetables, and when you know the groundhog is out, you stuff that hole with the rotten bait, the rotten fruit and vegetable, and that groundhog will not burrow through that hole. They'll go to your neighbor's house and find a new nest to live in. So those are really your best options on a groundhog.
All right, sounds good. Let's go to Joel in Cranberry. Hey, Joel, you're on KDKA. Good morning.
Oh, thanks for taking my call. I'm calling regarding concrobium, and is that okay to use on your refrigerator seal?
Yes, it is. So concrobium is a mold killer, and it works extremely well. It kills mold to the roots, unlike using Clorox or bleach or anything like that. But it's also very safe to use. So, yes, you can use concrobium on that situation, yes.
Okay, great. My wife wanted to make certain that I spray this and I'm not going to ruin something.
Nope, you'll be fine.
Now that's going to kill the mold. Now, after you spray that and let it sit a half hour, the mold's going to be dead, but you're still going to have to remove the stain. So you'll use just a regular cleaner, whatever household cleaner you have. You could spray that sealed down now with 409 or whatever it is you're cleaning it with, and it'll clean the stain off. But the concrobium will kill the mold. You'll just need to clean the stain afterwards, the black marks.
Okay, thanks for taking care of me.
Sure.
All right. How many of you like meatball hoagies?
I love them.
Yes.
Wonderful.
Absolutely.
Okay, I just thought I'd ask.
Dianoia's, the Pizza David, they make the best meatball hoagie, man. It's awesome.
Oh, my
Yeah,
God.
in the strip.
I remember many years ago when Mike was just a pup, I met him at Permane Brothers, and he was having a cold beer and a Permane Brothers sandwich. I thought that was the coolest thing ever. You got to admit, man, isn't Pittsburgh a great place, man? Tell them what's happening in the downtown today, Mike.
Oh, it's awesome going on. It's so much going on. Rock, reggae, and relief is going on right now downtown. We've got UB40 and the Elevators, plus a whole slew of other bands playing all day long. So that's going to be a lot of fun. Yeah, just love Pittsburgh. It's a great city, a great town. There's just so much energy, a lot of things going on. If you haven't been down to the city in a while, of course, the Strip District's just amazing. It's gotten super revitalized over the last few years. You still got the old school Penn Avenue that hasn't changed at all, and then you got new school Smallman Street that you can come over to the Terminal Building districts. But certainly, that old phrase, "There's something for everybody." Well, that it definitely says for the Strip District, there's something for everybody.
Yeah, and Rich England, my dear friend, started that wonderful concert, and he, by the way, was the last person to promote Bob Marley's last concert at the Stanley Theater many years ago. So a lot of great history in this great city of ours that we love. All right, here's Bob in Dayton. Bob, you're on KDK. How you doing?
I'm doing fine, thank you. Thanks for taking my call.
You bet.
I have a concrete patio that gets black with mildew every year. What do you recommend to put on it to kill it?
Well, we'll go down the list and get opinions. Paul, what's your favorite?
I like the cricronium, or I can't pronounce
Concrobium?
it. I can't pronounce it properly.
Okay.
I know what bottle it looks like. It's got the blue and the orange and the light and the green color to it.
Okay.
But that's what I prefer.
Okay, Michael?
Yeah, absolutely. I concur. 30-second cleaner's also a great one. It'll blast any mold, mildew, dirt, and dust, and anything out of any situation, especially on concrete.
Yeah, and then also there's wet and forget if you want to do something easier and long term. So it depends on how quickly you want this concrete to look good again with it, and if you're using a pressure washer, a product like Wet and Forget, and we talk about it quite often, it's a slower acting.
Love it.
It's a fantastic product, but you got to be patient. So I use it on tombstones a lot, where you can just spray it, and then you walk away, you come back in a couple weeks, and that tombstone's going to look brand new again. Or on your concrete patio or vinyl siding or roof or fencing, you spray it, you walk away, and nature takes over and cleans it. Now with 30-second cleaner, Mike, Explain how that one works.
Well, so the 30-second cleaner is a cleaner. So you've got a party later in the afternoon and you want to spruce things up, and you get to spread the 30-second cleaner down in a tank sprayer, and then, don't need a pressure washer, but any kind of stiff
brush. You need some scrubbing action.
Scrubbing, it'll blast it off and make it clean in just a minute. So it'll do the job in 30 seconds. So it takes you a little more time to hose it and do the whole thing. But needless to say, you can get that situation cleaned up within the hour.
Anything else, Bob?
No, that's all. Thank you.
All right.
Okay, thanks, Bob.
Problem. Thank you.
It's amazing in our cleaning department, guys.
By the way, Andrew, you were talking about wet and forget. I wanted to, great thing to do, folks. It's a concentrate, right?
Mm-hmm.
So get an inexpensive tank sprayer. It's caustic, so you can just have it pre-mixed, ready to go. Take a Sharpie right on there. This is your wet and forget, and whenever you need to, you go out and hose it down, pump your tank sprayer up. Patios, sidewalks, awnings, what have you. It's just a great item to have around in the tool shed.
So on the cleaners, like you were talking about, that is one of our biggest departments that we have, is the variety of cleaners the store stock. The other side of it is, unlike your grocery store, you're coming in and you're seeing someone like Andy, Mike, me. I know you got several managers that are quite knowledgeable. I know I have several people in my store quite knowledgeable. It's not only that we have the selection of the products that are hard to find, we have the people in the store that know how to use them and can explain the proper way to use these products that you're not going to find anywhere else.
And I encourage my staff to use the products.
Absolutely,
itself.
that is a big thing.
My staff uses all the rental equipment. My staff uses all the cleaning products. They all have their homes. They all have their families, and everything in the store. I mean, it's a luxury for them to come to work at an amazing hardware store every day. So they have the stuff, and we encourage them to take it home, use it, and become familiar with the products itself. But that makes us the experts, and that's what we are.
That's what we do.
So appreciate the show week after week, guys. Looking forward to another round of questions next week. If you need me throughout the week, you can reach me at the store at 412-835-5780. Shoot me an email, eveyhdw@gmail.com. I answer them all. Paul?
And then you can give us a call at R.C. Walters & Sons and speak to me anytime you want. It's 412-751-5500, or it's service at rcwalter.com.
Daniel, True Value Discounted Appliance, Pifer, True Value Hardware and Supply, Slippery Rock, True Value Hardware, and Sarver, True Value Hardware and Sarver, True Value Rental.
All right, gentlemen, have a great rest of your day. Stay dry out there. And again, if you need anything for your Saturday home improvement product or projects, get out to True Value, because they're waiting for you every day, but especially when it comes to home improvement weekend. All right, stay with us. News at 11. Then Andrew Benacki is here. AAA Essentials Talking Travel coming up next on KDKA.
The proceeding was paid for by True Value. Information on the program was intended solely to further the public's general knowledge about the product. Opinions expressed should not be relied upon for any purpose by any member of the audience.
The Village at St. Barnabas, the perfect place for mom.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-9834. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS.
Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start.
Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems.
We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau.
You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-575-9834. That's 800-575-9834. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
The Big K Morning Show with Larry Richards.
Plus, our effervescent producer is here.
Effervescent? I actually don't know what that means, effervescent. Are you making fun of me?
Well, no, not at all.
Yeah, because I looked it up after Larry said it.
Oh, you looked it up?
Yeah.
So let's see
I was like, how are you describing me? And it says that it means giving off bubbles of gas. And I was like,
Weekday mornings 5:30 to 10 on the Voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
Time to get that painting project done that you've been putting off by calling CertaPro Painters. Hi, this is Larry Richard. My first experience more than a decade ago started with a free estimate. They got that done quickly and left the place beautifully cleaned up after a great professional job. And each CertaPro Painters business is independently owned and operated. That makes all the difference in the world. You're talking to the owner. Schedule your free estimate online at CertaPro.com. That's Certa with a C. Don't miss Steelerfest, Saturday, August 8th at Legion Keener Park in Latrobe. There's live music, mouth-watering food, a climbing wall, games, and inflatables for the kids, Steely McBeam, and the Steel Line Drumline. Hi, this is Larry Richard. Join me 11 to 1, then meet Steeler legends Mike Logan and Ryan Shazier for autographs 2 to 4. Cap it off with Saturday night practice at Latrobe Memorial Stadium. Football like you've never experienced it before. It's big, it's bold, it's only in Latrobe. Join us and don't miss out.
Listen to KDKA Radio on the Odyssey, iHeartRadio, or TuneIn apps.
KDKA and KDKA-FM HD2 Pittsburgh. W261AX Pittsburgh.
Always live on the free Odyssey app. From the Aetna Medicare Studios.
Proud to be the voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
It is 78 degrees at Pittsburgh International at 11 o'clock. I'm Rob Taylor. A man who barricaded himself inside of a home in Tarentum is in police custody this morning. That man was inside a home for at least 8 hours Friday, spanning the afternoon, the evening, and then finally surrendering just after midnight this morning. He was at a home in the 200 block of West 10th Avenue. Police say the man originally threatened a woman inside the home with a gun. She was able to leave the house before police arrived. Eventually, the SWAT team was called in. No injuries reported. President Trump's former personal lawyer now officially will lead the Justice Department, Todd Blanche, eking out a win overnight, the Senate narrowly confirming him as the next U.S. Attorney General. Here's ABC's Olivia Rubin.
A major win for Todd Blanche, who overcame opposition from within his own party to narrowly secure the votes he needed here. The deciding vote coming from Senator Bill Cassidy, who announced he would support Blanche, even though he said he's not perfect. Cassidy framing it as a choice between Blanche and someone potentially worse. It was critical for Blanche after he already lost the support of two Republican senators, Susan Collins and Lisa Murkowski, who joined Democrats to vote against him.
Lightning struck the Third Presbyterian Church in Shadyside Friday morning. A series of thunderstorms came through the Pittsburgh area, and in the case of the church, it was the lightning strike around 9 o'clock Friday morning, which caused damage to the spire above the sanctuary. That's according to Pittsburgh Fire and Public Works. No one was hurt. A structural engineer is assessing the damage to the spire. KDK Sports Steelers annual night practice tonight at Latrobe Memorial Stadium. Gates open at 3. Practice begins at 6. $15 admission. KDK Radio Sports Director Jeff Hathorn is in Latrobe.
Through his first couple of seasons, mostly injury and inconsistency. This year, receiver Roman Wilson is catching a lot of passes in practice, working extensively with the first team, and it just feels different for the 2024 third-round pick.
I just feel a little older. Just feel like I'm myself. You know, I don't feel like I'm trying to be someone else I'm not.
And it's working for him, earning praise from his teammates. With the Steelers in Latrobe, Jeff Hathorn, News Radio KDKA.
KDK Radio News Time, 11:03. The AccuWeather forecast next.
Support St. Anthony school programs and help students with special needs achieve their full potential through inclusive education, therapy services, and job skills development. Serving students ages 5 to 21 with Down syndrome, autism, and other intellectual disabilities. Find them within select Catholic schools in the Pittsburgh area, including a post-secondary program at Duquesne University. For over 70 years, St. Anthony school programs have empowered students of all faiths to live independently and contribute meaningfully to society. Learn more or donate at stanthonykids.org.
Life's best moments start with perfect choices. For Connie Nowak, it was a trolley ride and a 67-year love story. A life of family, smart decisions, and companionship with Chester the cat. Her retirement choice? The Village at St. Barnabas. Recreation, healthcare, close to family, everything on her list. Plus, it's an exceptional retirement value with a flexible entry process and affordable rates. St. Barnabas Retirement Communities, stbarnabascommunities.com, or call 724-444-5568.
100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA. Covered by JP Roofing and Siding. Pittsburgh's #1 platinum roofing company. The KDKA AccuWeather forecast is brought to you by JP Roofing and Siding, Pittsburgh's #1 Platinum Preferred Roofing Replacement Contractor. Call 412-829-7711.
A cloudy and humid start to the weekend today brings a couple of showers and a gusty thunderstorm, high 85, with a thunderstorm lingering for some tonight and a low of 68, followed by sunshine and a dry day tomorrow, high 87, before more showers and thunderstorms around for Monday. Some of them may be heavy and gusty again, high 85. For AccuWeather, I'm LaTroy Thornton, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
The following program, Talking Travel, is sponsored by AAA Travel Agency. All information provided on this program is supplied by AAA. News Radio KDKA cannot guarantee the accuracy of the information, nor do we warrant the price, availability, or quality of the travel services discussed. If you're planning a getaway, go with the folks who know travel. We're Talking Travel with AAA on 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA. If you're planning a getaway, go with the folks who know travel. We're Talking Travel with AAA on 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
She is in the Metropolitan Window video screen, all smiles, raring to go. She is Andrea Benacki. You can hear this show and see it stream live, kdkradio.com, KDKA Watch. Nice Italian family. I grew up in an Italian family, always had lots of voices, obviously became a father, had babies and infants and toddlers running around. My sisters at times growing up, been a bachelor forever, and I use that app every night to fall asleep, especially when I have to get up at 2 in the morning and it's 11:30 and I'm trying to fall asleep. It's the waves crashing against the beach. And I must tell you, it's still the most beautiful sound on the planet, and AAA can take you to any beach on the planet. You guys right now are in the wheelhouse of the summer travel season, are you not?
We are. We're right in the smack dead center of it, and there is still time to book a vacation. There's plenty of space left on cruise ships. There's so many. If there's families, we have Disney Cruise Line, Royal Caribbean, Carnival. If you're looking for something more of adult, I am talking about a Panama Canal on Celebrity Cruise Line today on the Celebrity Summit. So we're going to talk about that a little bit later. But there is so much. Even if you just want to fly. Actually, my brother just flew to Florida today. He's in Fort Lauderdale. So, yeah, I know. He left us all behind, even my nieces.
Oh,
yeah.
Well, listen, we got some really unique itineraries coming up today. But listen, it's never too late to either re-up or get that, well, wonderful membership for the very first time. It really is the only piece of plastic you will carry in your wallet, in your purse, on your person that will save you money. Have you ever thought, for the frequent traveler, how much money they save if they actually use that card?
Yeah, it's a lot. I just was in Kentucky, Louisville, Kentucky, a couple weeks ago for work, and we rented a car. And I mean, the benefits that you get, I had to show my card to get an extra driver on there. You get your 10% discount. They don't even give you your car unless you show them that you are a AAA member. And you don't get those benefits unless you book through AAA. So it's so important to go into one of our branches or call 1-800-354-8761. And you also get the discounts on hotels, amusement parks. There's even, if you go onto our website and link into Barnes & Noble, I know there's some clothing stores. You even get your 10% off there. So it benefits you all around.
So, you know, sometimes algorithms, you say something or something comes up and the next thing you know, that's all you see.
Yes.
This had nothing to do with social media, but I was coming by the airport the other day and I looked up and I saw United Jet getting ready to land. And the first thing I thought of was, you get free Wi-Fi on that now because of Starlink, which is Elon Musk's satellite service. They've now done a deal with United. And I know the average person is thinking, well, what's that mean? To have free Wi-Fi on a jet, and in a lot of cases, United's going coast to coast, and that just kind of comes with your ticket. If I got to go to California, I'm seriously thinking flying United.
Yeah, there's so much you can do if you have the Wi-Fi. And it is a bummer when you don't have it and you want to watch a show. You can't connect to any of your apps. I mean, you can download something if you want to and watch it without the Wi-Fi. But if you want to do any work on there, if you're going on a long flight to LA or somewhere like that, you can't do anything without Wi-Fi. So it's a huge benefit.
And by the way, we just brought the 80s back by her saying bummer. So, right.
Oh my gosh, I said to one of the young girls, she's in her 20s, I said the word scoop, I was like, I have some scoop, and she goes, scoop? She goes, it's tea. And I was like, oh.
But now Alicia says my favorite word, Alicia Maisel, dude.
Dude.
I love it. I love it. Dude. But listen, we got some great itineraries happening right now, but I got to tell you, you know how every once in a while you fall in love with either a television show or a movie because of the scenery?
Yes.
Once again, algorithms, because I talk to myself all the time, so the phone must pick it all up. I've had this thought about maybe when I do retire, I would like to maybe not go to Florida, not go to the Carolinas, but maybe go to Maine.
Okay.
Up that part of the world, because you still get a little bit of winter. But I'm talking like a fishing community of 3,000 or 4,000. So I'm up on the treadmill the other day, and this show comes on called Best Medicine. It's on Netflix, and it's set in a fictional place called Fort Wayne. Maybe real, I don't know, but I think it's fictional. And it's one of those little towns. And I thought to myself, I could actually pick the phone up tomorrow and tell AAA I want to go to Cape Cod or wherever and spend a weekend, and you could make that happen.
We could, and this is the time to do it. There are tons of families on vacation right now on the East Coast or up in New England. This is the most beautiful time to visit that. It's still warm. And then if you want to go up there for the fall, that's even more gorgeous. So late September, early October. Yeah, we can get you there. Make sure you call 1-800-354-8761 or visit one of your local branches, and they can work on a whole package for you.
And the Mighty Five, we can do that if you're interested in some history, but stay away from the bisons.
Yeah, oh my gosh.
Listen, that guy was 65 years old. I'm 69. You know what would have been after that? 2 to 4, 7 to 9 mass of Christian burial. I'm thinking to myself, listen,
wow.
I'm in a car with iron bars, and I'm hanging on to Marita Williams going, take a picture. Take a picture.
Oh
Marita loves that place. I think it's fascinating, but man, that guy got hit by that. Did you see that?
Yes, I did. He was flying through the air. I'm like, oh my gosh.
He reminded me of one of my vacations playing beach volleyball, and he was the ball.
Yeah.
Oh my goodness gracious.
Poor guy.
Unbelievable. But listen, you know what else a lot of my friends are doing? They're cruising.
Yes. Cruising is so popular, and that's actually why my brother is in Fort Lauderdale. They went down a couple days, and then they're going to do a 4-night cruise on Royal Caribbean.
Oh, nice.
Yes, but there are so many ships, so there's so much space available. Even if you want to leave next month, give us a call or stop into a local office. We can get you to the Caribbean, Mexico. If you want to go to the Mediterranean, you don't have to stay and do something that that is so common like Caribbean or Mexico. There's so many other places. We even have if you want to go on the Mississippi, there's American Queen. They still are up and kicking. So if you want to do something like that, or if you want to do European river cruising, so much history there, and there's so many different places in Europe that you can stop at once instead of needing to fly and unpack. You're packed. It's a one-stop shop. That's probably the best way to get around and see so many different places.
Listen, before this hour is up, San Antonio, we're going to talk about that New Year as far as the Rose Bowl parade, which has been a big ticket item since we went on the air over 3 decades ago, and also the Panama Canal cruise. We're going to discuss that as well, too. But, San Antonio, before we go to a break, has really become a massive tourist attraction.
Yes, it has. And that river walk, there is so much to do and see, so many restaurants. If you want to stay right on the river, you can do that. It's such a beautiful place, and we can get you there with AAA Featured Vacations and an escorted tour, so you don't have to do it alone.
All right, so what else has been trending in the way of travel? Give me some other things for this.
Tons of USA, which we mentioned, cruising, of course, and then we always have Disney. Universal's so big now because they have Epic Universe, so they have the Super Mario Brothers Land and all that fun stuff. There's so much new things to see and do in those amusement parks. There's Legoland down there, which is another amusement park. So if you wanted to do go into Orlando or Tampa and do a couple of those at once, we can make that happen for you. You can stay central, or if you want to stay at Universal and then just take an Uber or shuttle over to Disney, we can do that for you.
They've got everything you need. 800-354-8761. And one final thing, case I forget, Hannah, good luck. Next week's your wedding.
Yes. We're looking forward to it.
I'm really happy for her.
Yeah.
And her significant other. And then all you guys are going to be there. That ought to be good about 9 o'clock at night. Oh, my goodness gracious. That'd be a sight to behold. But you know what? What a great family, AAA. I love them like my own family. So many people do so many great things. Of course, Marita, Tracy for years, Mr. Lehman, and Terry, and of course, Bevy, and all the wonderful folks do what they do. Mr. Garrity, and of course, the guys that do this show with me, Kristen, of course, Alicia, Caitlin, and yes, this young woman with me here today, Andrew Benaki. Do you believe I got through all those names?
You did. Good job.
That must mean I get a clean bill of health finally. All right, short break. We come back. We're going to have all sorts of things to tell you about. Don't touch that dial. AAA Central's Talking Travel is on the air with your Pratt Pack at KDKA.
Your source for the AccuWeather forecast. Hear it on News Radio KDKA.
Here it comes. Surprise! There's an avocado shortage! Now half your food truck menu is costing more than it's making you! Also, you're out of napkins!
Those aren't cheap! Progressive knows small business owners usually don't like surprises because they cost you money. But a good surprise, saving 10% or more on commercial auto insurance when you pay in full.
Also, an ice cream truck stole your parking spot! Looks like you're in a turf war!
Surprise yourself. See if you can save in as little as 8 minutes at ProgressiveCommercial.com. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and Affiliates. Discounts not available in all states or situations.
Do you hear that? Asthma triggers are everywhere, from dust mites, pet dander, and pollen, to smog and smoke. An asthma attack can strike anywhere, anytime. Be prepared with quick-acting Primatene Mist. Clinically proven to open airways quickly. It's the #1 FDA-approved asthma inhaler available over the counter. Primatene Mist. Breathe easy again. Use as directed.
My name is Whitney Allen, and I'm a widow. My husband, Ryan, died. We never thought we'd ever have to use life insurance, but the unexpected happened. With Ethos, signing up was fast and 100% online. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. No medical exams, and you can get up to $3 million worth of coverage. I'm grateful we were prepared.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/radio. That's ethos.com/radio. Paid spokesperson. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance engineer at a beverage manufacturing plant, he starts his day knowing every line is ready to run because Grainger delivers the industrial-grade products he needs to keep mixers, conveyors, and packaging equipment moving. With Grainger's vast selection of bearings, belts, and motors, he keeps operations running smoothly, so nothing grinds to a halt. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Listen to KDKA Radio on the Odyssey, iHeartRadio, or TuneIn apps.
We're talking travel with AAA on 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
All right, so it's that Hall of Fame day today in Canton, Ohio, Gold Jacket Day, if you will, and of course the Hall of Fame game the other night. Steelers getting ready for their first preseason game of the year, August 13th. And speaking of the Steelers, two things that I like: Nashville, country music, and the Steelers. And I got exactly what you need. Tell them about it. Go ahead.
Yeah, so we have a New Year's kickoff in Nashville, Tennessee, first Pittsburgh, of course. This is December 31st through January 4th. Some of the highlights included on here is New Year's Eve in Nashville. I mean, where else would you want to spend New Year's Eve? The NFL game at Nissan Stadium. There's lower level seating and a tailgate party. And then 4 nights staying in downtown Nashville. So you also visit Country Music Hall of Fame. There's Blake Shelton's dining and music venue included.
Nice.
Yeah. And then guided city tour and then a tour of the Grand Ole Opry. So that's $3,039 per person. So that is
That's not bad at all.
I know. And then that includes the game tickets. So yeah, that's really nice, especially if you've never been to Nashville.
Well, from what I hear, Nashville is becoming one of the music cities, as it is known, one of the funnest cities in America.
Yeah. Well, when I was in Kentucky, we stopped through Nashville. They have live music at the airport. I was like, I want to stay here.
No kidding.
Yeah.
That's pretty cool.
It was. It was really cool. It's a good place to have a layover if you need to.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Good stuff. All right, so 800-354-8761. What do you say we talk a little San Antonio, Texas?
Yes. So we have our San Antonio and Texas Riviera trip. This is March 7th through the 13th. So a couple of the special inclusions, you have round trip air to and from San Antonio from the participating cities. Of course, Pittsburgh is one of those cities. Round trip airport hotel transfers, and then chartered land transportation. There's Riverwalk and Dolphin Watch cruise. There's 6-night hotel accommodations, luggage handling for 1 baggage per person. There's 11 meals included, attractions and admissions as stated in the itinerary, gratuities for all meals, and then services of a AAA tour manager. So this is a really, really nice itinerary if you do want to go to San Antonio and you kind of just don't want to do it on your own, you're not familiar with the area, or you want to take a bunch of your friends with you. So you're staying on the famous Riverwalk for 3 nights, which is in walking distance to restaurants, shops, entertaining, and that's all right from your hotel. And then, of course, there's the guided sightseeing with a knowledgeable local guide for the city's rich history of life. And then you visit the King William Historic District, which is known for its stunning 19th century homes. So there's so much on here that people probably talk about and you hear about that you'll be able to see firsthand. So the price on this, let's talk about that, is $3,245 per person. And that includes everything listed in the itinerary, including your flights. This is an activity level 2. So activity level is really important thing to ask about. If you're going on any of our trips, make sure you question how much activity is involved in that itinerary, because you want to make sure that you are not setting yourself up for disappointment. Like, for instance, this is an activity level 2, so it's a steady pace. So normally they go from 1 to 5, so you'll be good with this one. The tour requires average physical ability, so you just want to walk to all of the local attractions. You should be in good health, able to climb stairs and walk reasonable distances. So this one's pretty. It's just pretty normal if you've ever done an escorted tour before, but that is a really good thing to ask about and mention to your travel advisor to make sure that you are picking the trip that suits you. And they should be mentioning that as well. So if they don't mention it, make sure that you ask about that. So there's also more inclusion. So of course there's a Riverwalk cruise. So you'll see Antonio from a different perspective in a relaxing narrated cruise. So you'll have a local guide on that as well. You'll learn about the city's history while floating through its beautiful waterways. There's authentic Tex-Mex experience. So if you've never had Tex-Mex, you have to experience it. We go to Dallas a few times a year for work, and Alicia and I always have to stop and have Tex-Mex. It's so good.
I've heard about it. What is Tex-Mex?
It's just well, what I had was like enchiladas and things like that. It's kind of like
refried beans.
Yeah, things like that. Like I'd say maybe a little bit more Americanized Mexican, but still authentic.
Spicy.
Yes, it's not like Qdoba or something like that. It's much better than that.
I was going to ask you, it's not like Qdoba, right?
No.
I have no idea what Qdoba is. What's Qdoba?
That's like where you go and you order the burritos and yeah.
Oh, now I know.
Yeah.
Right.
Chipotle.
This is how I tell you. Go with either her or Alicia and say, what should I get to eat here?
Yeah, right. We'll know. And barbecue. Oh, my gosh. They have so much good food.
Kristen and I talk about it all the time, too. Kristen's app. If you go to these places, you have to have some of the cuisine that they're famous for.
Yes, absolutely. And that's why you might want to do one of these escorted tours, because we're going to take you to those places. Or if they're not included, the local tour guides can show you where to go, because you don't want to go all the way to Texas and you are, missing out on some of their best meals, because that's why I travel.
I mean, it'd be like going to Italy and having meatloaf.
Yeah, right, exactly.
I get it.
Yes.
Although meatloaf with some spaghetti sauce might be
I know, that
good.
might not be bad.
Not bad. Good. All right, continue, please.
So you'll also visit the Alamo. It's so funny because every time I talk about the Alamo, I think of Pee-wee's Big Adventure because they visit the Alamo. I just told Mark that the other day. I was like, I don't know. Whenever I hear the Alamo, that's what I think of. So you'll discover the story behind the battle that became the symbol of Texas independence. There's a hands-on cooking class included in this. So there's some really great itinerary inclusions in this. So the cooking class says it's more than just a dinner. You'll learn to prepare authentic enchiladas, which is so their enchiladas there, they have like 3 different sauces and they're like the color of the Mexican flag and every single sauce is so delicious. So, yeah, it's great. So you'll get to eat what you make. So hopefully you're a good cook. And then you get to create a recipe card. And then day 4 through 6 is South Padre Island. So South Padre Island is 34 miles of white sand beaches with warm Gulf waters. They give you some free time to relax there. There's a sunset dolphin cruise. And then there's a birding and nature center, which is located within the World Birding Center Network. So this is a really popular area for that. And then there's also a sea turtle rescue. So you'll visit the famous Sea Turtle Inc. and learn about sea turtle rehabilitation and conservation. So there's so much on here. So there's 3 nights at the Riverwalk. San Antonio sightseeing, there's the Alamo, the riverboat cruise, the Tex-Mex dinner, there's the cooking class, 2 nights in South Padre Island, your dolphin cruise, sea turtle, bird and nature center, and then beautiful Gulf Coast scenery. So that's all included.
And all that stuff sounds great, but the one thing that you said that I've heard from people time and time again, and that is the Gulf Coast is absolutely breathtaking.
It is. And it's so large. So if this isn't the area that you want to go, talk to one of our travel advisors. But the Gulf Coast it's absolutely gorgeous.
I never knew San Antonio had anything but the Gulf Coast and the Alamo. All that other stuff.
Yes, there's so much to see in San Antonio.
And you can walk it.
Yep, you can walk it. You could stay right on the Riverwalk. There's shops, restaurants. You could take a vacation just there if you wanted.
That's pretty cool. All right,
yeah.
We got much more to get to, and we're going to save a little bit for the other side of the break. But let's talk about some of the things that you do in those brick and mortar locations, like the Department of Motor Vehicles, auto insurance, pet insurance, life insurance, all sorts of great stuff.
Yes. So we also have, if you're not familiar with some of our locations, like East Liberty, Monroeville, I think even Pleasant Hills, but we have the Department of Transportation, so you could get your photo taken there. If you don't want to go to PennDOT and sit there and wait, we have those services there as well. Of course, you can purchase your membership on site. We have insurance, which is so popular. We have our own AAA insurance, so make sure you ask for a quote to make sure you are getting the best rate on auto insurance. Of course, we have we do licensing and title transfers, and then our travel. So there is so much to do right inside our locations. There's always some sort of promotion, some fun promotion going on. If you purchase a credit card, you could get luggage for $1. We always have a promotion. So stop in, talk to someone, talk to a travel advisor, get a membership. The holidays will be coming up before we know it. Get your family AAA memberships, and there's always a holiday promotion.
And by the way, some of these trips that we do, something that we used to do in the past, people will actually purchase them and give them as a gift, even a little early in some cases, depending on when the trip is, about ready to embark. Great gift idea for anything, anniversaries, birthdays, the gift of travel.
Yes, and a lot of times if you have some new drivers in your family, we'll have promotions for free associates and things like that. So there is so much that our membership offers. We mentioned it at the beginning of the show about the discounts with the hotels, car rentals. There's dining. So there's so much that you can do.
We're coming back with Andrea Benacki, and I'll hang around a little bit longer too. Stay with us. It's KDKA. Amazing August specials underway at Coons Market. Isn't that right, Frank Dentisi?
Right, Rob. In our meat department, USDA Choice Boneless Top Sirloin Steaks are $6.99 a pound, In our produce department, fresh red ripe strawberries are 2 for $5. In our deli, Lamagna provolone cheese is $4.99 a pound. An additional savings this week, selected varieties of Barilla pasta, 12 to 16-ounce boxes, 4 for $5.
It's happening at Coons Market, a Pittsburgh tradition.
Been 30, time would have been 30, no, would have been 30, being 30, been 29, if that'll help, been 29,000, being 7, 5, would have been.
Get ready to bid on the equipment you need in the Ritchie Brothers Northeast Regional Auction on September 15th. Inventory is housed at locations in Pittsburgh, North Franklin, and Northeast Maryland, with in-person inspections available. Bid on a wide selection of construction and transportation equipment. Don't miss this great opportunity. Visit rbauction.com/Pittsburgh to sign up. Again, that's rbauction.com/Pittsburgh.
When you call yourself the voice of Pittsburgh, you have to know when to not talk. Sometimes you just need to be the ears of Pittsburgh. Just listen. Listen to what you have to say. These are complicated and uncertain times. But when you need us, we are here for you. And we're listening. A trusted source that you can count on to be here. 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
From the Aetna Medicare Studios.
Proud to be the voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
It is 79 degrees, Pittsburgh International at 11:30. I'm Rob Taylor. President Trump's former personal lawyer will now officially lead the Justice Department. Todd Blanche eking out a win overnight, the Senate narrowly confirming him as the next U.S. Attorney General. Here's ABC's Olivia Rubin.
A major win for Todd Blanche, who overcame opposition from within his own party to narrowly secure the votes he needed here. The deciding vote coming from Senator Bill Cassidy, who announced he would support Blanche, even though he said he's not perfect. Cassidy framing it as a choice between Blanche and someone potentially worse. It was critical for Blanche after he already lost the support of two Republican senators, Susan Collins and Lisa Murkowski, who joined Democrats to vote against him.
Penn Hill School District warning parents about a possible strike that could impact the start of the school year. Workers in the Support Staffers Union, representing teachers, aides, secretaries, and nurses, authorized a strike last month. Union says the school district backed out of a tentative agreement to prevent outsourced substitutes from being paid more than union members. The district says the union rejected an offer that included salary adjustments. KDKA Radio News Time, 11:31. Next updates at noon. I'm Rob Taylor on the Voice of Pittsburgh, News Radio KDKA.
Pittsburgh's annual Little Italy Days, this Thursday through Sunday. Authentic Italian foods, entertainment from over 30 acts, the region's largest heritage festival. Little Italy Days in Bloomfield. Free admission. Learn more at littleitalydays.com.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan, America's largest injury law firm. Over 35 years, I've seen it all. Car crashes, work injuries, defective products, medical mistakes, lives flipped upside down in an instant. But I've also seen something else, the power of fighting back, the power of winning. Over $30 billion recovered and counting. Size matters, reputation matters, results matter. There's only one Morgan & Morgan.
Morgan & Morgan, 603 Stanwyck Street, Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania. Pennsylvania lawyer will handle Pennsylvania cases. Prior results do not guarantee a similar outcome.
Tickets are on sale now for the upcoming season of the Pittsburgh Speakers Series at Heinz Hall, presented by University of Pittsburgh, with Anderson Cooper, former UK Prime Minister Boris Johnson, historian Anne Applebaum, financial journalist Andrew Ross Sorkin, former NASA Administrator Charles Bolden, and acclaimed war photographer Lindsay Addario. For information and tickets, go to pittsburghspeakers.org. Sponsored by News Radio KDKA and the Spanos Group of Raymond James.
This summer, there are 250 reasons to join T-Mobile.
Girls trip? Booked. And switching to T-Mobile helped make it happen.
With Experience Beyond, switch and get $100 back. Plus, $650 in value in built-in plan benefits. That's $750 in your first year, guaranteed.
And honestly, that $100 back, I'm putting it towards the zip line.
Now that's how you do summer.
Exactly. Best switch I ever made.
This is just one reason to join T-Mobile this summer. There are 250 reasons. Find yours.
Savings based on the value of benefits included with Experience Beyond, like entertainment and 1 year of AAA Classic and Dash Pass on us. Benefits may require activation. See plan for details. Get $100 via virtual prepaid MasterCard with eligible ported, no cash access, and expires in 6 months. Issued by Sunrise Banks and a member FDIC. Allow 8 weeks.
Celebrate the month of August with Zero Res. Buy 2 rooms of carpet clean to get 2 rooms free, plus take $100 off your air duct cleaning too. Book online at ZeroResPGH.com and take advantage of the savings.
The KDKA AccuWeather forecast is brought to you by JP Roofing and Siding, Pittsburgh's #1 Platinum Preferred roofing replacement contractor. Call 412-829-7711.
Today brings a wet start to the weekend with plenty of clouds around, a couple of showers, and a drenching gusty thunderstorm, the high 85, with a spotty thunderstorm for tonight. Otherwise, some clouds, low 68. Ahead of a rather sunny day for tomorrow, and a high of 87. Leads to more clouds for Monday, and another couple of showers and gusty thunderstorms, high 85. For AccuWeather, I'm LaTroy Thornton, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
The following program is paid for by AAA.
We're talking travel with AAA. On 100.1 FM and AM 1020, KDKA.
All right, up next on the Hit Parade today, your itinerary with your host, Andrew Benacki, AAA Essentials Talking Travel, Panama Canal Cruise aboard the Celebrity Summit.
Yeah, so let's talk a little bit about Panama Canal cruising. So I have been selling this for such a long time, and a lot of people probably don't even realize what the Panama Canal is. So I did look that up just to give a little bit of information on what Panama Canal cruising is before I go into the itinerary. So the Panama Canal is a 51-mile water shortcut connecting the Atlantic and the Pacific Oceans. It opened in 1914, and it saved a full trip, or it saved a 2-week journey from like 8 to 10 hours. So it used to take 2 weeks to get from point A to point B, and now it only takes 8 to 10 hours. So if you do a cruise through the whole Panama Canal, which this one does, we'll go over the itinerary, it's saving what normally would have taken you 2 weeks. So I thought that was a really cool fact. So this is on the Celebrity Summit. Celebrity Cruise Line is kind of like a country casual cruise line. So there are a little bit of children's activities, but this is probably not the cruise unless you're forced to go with your grandparents for free.
Listen, my grandparents could take me on this cruise.
I know. I would go on it too.
I'm packing my bag, Grandma. I'll be right over.
But this isn't the cruise that you would go as a family. It would be more like that.
Yeah, they took me to Islay and made me pay for my ice cream. I mean, that would be, listen to me. This is this goes back to Teddy Roosevelt. This is a massive piece of design.
Yeah.
And it literally changed the course of traveling via the water.
Yeah, it's so cool. And then if you watch the videos of it when you're going through the locks, it's like it's really neat.
People died making this thing.
I know. I didn't want to mention that, but
that's okay. Well, you were basically busting through Earth.
Yeah, that's what it's. I did see that when I was like, we'll leave that part
out.
And
then you remember there are sharks.
Yes.
There are like panthers and jaguars and snakes.
Yeah.
So these were tough people who did it, and we just go through in a cruise ship drinking
right.
with a little flower sticking out of it. Right?
Yeah.
But it's fascinating. Just seeing it alone would be amazing.
Yes, absolutely. And this one, so when you go all the way through the canal, sometimes you go through, you turn around, and you come back. And those are usually about 10 days, Fort Lauderdale round trip. This one is going to do Tampa, and then it actually will end in Los Angeles. So it's going all the way through the canal. So imagine Florida to California and all the stops that you're doing in between. So this is April 18th through May 3rd, 2027. And it starts, so you'll start out of Tampa. So it's a 15-night cruise. This is cruise only. Also, I just want to mention that. For your flights, make sure you call 1-800-354-8761 or stop into one of the local offices and they can give you some information on the flights. So this starts in Tampa. You'll start out with a day of cruising. It starts in Grand Cayman, which is gorgeous in itself. It's this is Georgetown, Grand Cayman, so you're there from 8 a.m. to 5 p.m. So you can visit the famous white beaches and all that fun stuff there. And then you'll have another day at sea, and then you stop in Colombia. So these are going to very interesting ports because you're going all the way through. So this is stopping in Colombia, and you're there from 7 a.m. to 4 p.m., so you have a full day there. The next stop is going to be in Panama, so you'll stop there from 9 a.m. to 6 p.m. And then on day 7, it's Panama Canal cruising. So you'll cruise through the Panama Canal, and that is from 6 a.m. to 6 p.m. So you're passing through all the locks there. So that's when I mentioned the locks. So that's pretty cool to see. You'll have a day at sea, and then you stop in Costa Rica. So there's so much South America to see here. So if you want to see South America, this is probably the way to do it if you want a one-stop shop and see multiple places in South America. And then you're stopping day 10, you have a day at sea, day 11 and 12 days at sea. So there's a lot of days at sea because of how far you're traveling. Then you're on you're going to the West Coast. So now we're in Puerto Vallarta, Mexico, and you're there from 8 a.m. to 5 p.m., which is a resort town on the Pacific coast. Then you have 2 more days at sea. So the 14th and 15th, you have days at sea, and then you stop in LA. So it is a really nice itinerary. It's a long itinerary. So it's a 2-week cruise. But you're not spending much time in Tampa or LA, which are the where you're departing from and coming and returning to. So you want to maybe add on a night, because if you've never seen these locations, or if you want to enjoy the beaches in Tampa, or if you want to experience Rodeo Drive or something fun in LA, you can add those nights on and then just tell the travel advisor that's what you want to do. That we can add on the hotels for you, the flights. We can do so much for you.
Now, what trip have you ever heard on this radio station, AAA's Talking Travel, that will take you through the Panama Canal to Rodeo Drive?
I know.
That's fascinating.
It is fascinating.
Because not that I've never wanted to see the Panama Canal, but I've always wanted to see Rodeo Drive.
Yes, absolutely. It's really cool.
That's
yeah.
unique. Who came up with this?
Celebrity cruise, yes. Celebrity cruise line.
I mean, and when you think about it, it's hard to kind of connect, Puerto Vallarta. That's what the Panama Canal has done for you.
Exactly. So the price for this, so the starting rate, which is an inside cabin, and then we go all the way up to the Aqua Class cabins, but inside $3,335 per person. So you get the 2-week cruise, don't forget, all your onboard meals and entertainment, port charges, gratuities, that's all included. So make sure you are asking about packages with Wi-Fi, because Celebrity does have packages that include like Wi-Fi and some all-inclusive things. So make sure you're asking your travel advisor about that. And deposit on this is $900 per person. So if you want to hold a space, it doesn't all have to be paid at once. You could put that down and your balance isn't due until December. So this is a really nice itinerary. Again, starting $3,335 per person, inside cabin. If you want a veranda cabin, $4,230 per person. And again, I mentioned this is on the Celebrity Summit. So a little bit of the ship facts on Celebrity Summit. It's not as large as the newer ships, but it has been refurbished. So it's very sleek, I have actually been on the Summit after it's been refurbished. It's very, I'd say modern. It's real white and bright inside. It's actually a really gorgeous ship. So it was modernized in 2001. This actually was 2019 it came out, and then it has 11 to 12 decks, and then it holds approximately, I think it's 2,218 guests. So it holds the new ships hold almost 4,000 to 6,000 passengers. So if you like that more intimate feeling, then this is the kind of ship that you want to do. It, like I mentioned, it's country club casual. It has a rooftop terrace. They have an adults only section. They have movies under the stars. So if you want to watch movies at night, and then the adults only has an indoor pool. It has peaceful waterfalls, hot tubs, climate control comfort. It's perfect. It's perfect for cooler evenings, at night because it's indoors, and then it opens up to outdoors if you wanted to.
And you have some time to put a few shekels away because it doesn't take place until April.
Yes, exactly.
Always thinking ahead.
Yeah.
and believe me, the weather's going to be nice too.
Yes, it will be nice, especially the places that this is going to, South America, those kind of places. The weather will be gorgeous at that time. And then also they have luxury staterooms. They have it's a smaller ship, less crowded, of course. And then Sunset Bar. They have if you want to do the specialty dining, they have that included. So there's so much to offer on this ship. So not only are you getting that 15-day itinerary, you get to experience it on the ship as well.
I absolutely love everything they do, and you will too. If you want to see what we're talking about and get a little visual and kind of go over the itinerary a little bit, go to AAA.com/radio and tell them what we're going to do when we come back.
When we come back, we are going to talk about our California New Year and Rose Bowl Parade. This sells out every year. I've worked at AAA for 25, going on 26 years. And we have always done this trip, and it is fantastic. Sells out every year, so I can't wait to talk about that.
One thing that I've thought, because I have a lot of time to think during my 10 hours every weekend, Saturday and Sunday on the air, when we started doing this years ago, it always was a big ticket item. And I used to think, well, why doesn't anybody want to go to the Macy's Day Parade at Thanksgiving?
Mm-hmm.
I finally figured it out today, because it's freezing in New York and it's warm in California.
Good point, yeah.
Took me 30 years to figure that out. All right, we'll take a break. We'll come back. Lots of fun today with Andrew Benacki. This is AAA Central's Talking Travel. Back with more in a moment.
When you need to know, depend on the news leader. At home, in your car, or at work. The voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM, AM 1020, and KDKA-radio.com.
Discover Portugal on the AAA East Central President's Cruise. Join AAA Travel August 5th through the 13th, 2027. Sail aboard Ama Waterways, elegant Ama Sintra. Explore historic Lisbon and the colorful city of Porto. Visit the fairy tale Matus Palace and its beautiful gardens. Discover charming medieval villages and breathtaking river views. Venture to Salamanca, known as Spain's Golden City. Experience Portugal's renowned wine country with exclusive tastings. Enjoy a private dinner at a celebrated Douro Valley vineyard. Cruise through the stunning landscapes of the Douro River. Your journey includes a 7-night luxury river cruise, plus a 1-night hotel stay in Lisbon before your cruise. Enjoy gourmet dining with beer and wine at lunch and dinner. Onboard gratuities, Wi-Fi, taxes, and fees are included. Prices start at just $4,969 per person, double occupancy. Reserve your place today before this exclusive cruise sells out. Call 1-800-354-8761 or visit your local AAA branch today.
Long live the king! Return to the magic and mystique of the Renaissance. The Pittsburgh Renaissance Festival, just southeast of Pittsburgh, is back. August 22nd and 23rd is opening weekend.
It's entertainment. It's fantasy.
It's an adventure to the past.
Filled with royalty, pageantry, jugglers and musicians, comedy, games, fine arts and crafts at the Pittsburgh Renaissance Festival. Discount tickets at pittsburghrenfest.com.
If you or anyone you care about is facing a family legal matter, call Cordell & Cordell today at 1-855-GET-LEGAL or visit CordellCordell.com to schedule your consultation.
There's a lot on the line in divorce. This is Joe Cordell of Cordell & Cordell, the largest family law firm in the country, with over 35 years of helping clients navigate divorce. But being big doesn't mean less personal or less local. Our attorneys live and work in your community, and as neighbors, they understand the challenges your families face. Divorce touches all areas of your life, your home, savings, retirement, and of course, kids. So when you find yourself facing divorce, you need a partner you can count on. Visit CordellCordell.com to schedule your consultation.
If you or anyone you care about is facing divorce, contact Cordell & Cordell today. With over 100,000 clients served, we understand the challenges you're facing on a personal level. Call Cordell & Cordell today at 1-855-GET-LEGAL. That's 1-855-GET-LEGAL. Pittsburgh and Cranberry Township. Joseph Cordell, licensed in Missouri and Illinois.
Check engine or ABS light on? Take the guesswork out of your warning lights with O'Reilly Veriscan. It's free. Ask for O'Reilly Veriscan.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
Snakes, zombies, public speaking. The list of fears is endless. But the real danger is in your hand when you're behind the wheel. Distracted driving is what's really scary and even deadly. Eyes forward. Don't drive distracted. Brought to you by NHTSA and the Ad Council.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
We're talking travel with AAA on 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
Well, let me ask you, big shot, Andrea Benacki. You've been doing this longer than me, and you're a professional. Why do you think this New Year's thing is such a big deal, the Rose Bowl? Pasadena, California. People will line that parade route hours before the sun comes up.
Yes. And then what's really nice is we have an area, so you don't have to do that.
Really?
But yeah, so it's really cool. And the floats. I mean, everyone loves the floats. And that is one of the highlights in here. You get to see how the floats are made. So, I mean, it's a really cool trip. And like I mentioned before, it sells out every single year. I can remember this from when I first started.
Well, she's got all the details, so here she is right now, Andrea Benacki.
All right, so let's talk about this California New Year and Rose Bowl Parade. So it's December 29th through January 2nd. The special features on this is the Garland Hotel for 4 nights, which is a new hotel that we're promoting on this trip, and I'll talk a little bit about that hotel. There's on-site shuttle walk, or on-site shuttle to Universal City Walk, a guided tour of LA, including Farmers Market, Rodeo Drive, and Beverly Hills, Universal City Walk. There's dinner at Jimmy Buffett's Margaritaville, Ronald Reagan Presidential Library and Museum. There's a stop in Malibu, Santa Monica, Hollywood Open Air Tour, Celebrity Homes Tour, which I've done a Celebrity Homes Tour before. They're really cool. Burbank, New Year's Eve Champagne Toast, Tournament of Roses Parade with reserved grandstand seating, which is huge because, as you mentioned, people line up so early. Float Fest, North Hollywood, and then the accommodations I just mentioned. But so let's talk about the itinerary. So on day 1, welcome to California. So you're just arriving, you're checking into your hotel. This is the 4-night stay at the Garland Hotel. And I'm going to talk a little bit about this hotel. So the Garland Hotel is, it's a boutique hotel, and it's actually located around lush gardens and things like that, but it is in LA. So it kind of gives you that small feel, and then it has a trolley that takes you back and forth to Universal. So it's a really, really cool hotel. And then if you look it up online, I was just taking a look at all the different things. It actually looks kind of like retro or something like that. It's really cool. So so check out that hotel. But so that's included. And then we have day 2, sightseeing. So museum visits, Ronald Reagan Presidential Library, Malibu, Santa Monica, all that day. Day 3 is Beverly Hills, and that's December 31st. And then on day 4 is your tour. It's January 1st. It's the Tournament of Roses Parade with grandstand seating. And then the last day, of course, is January 2nd. And then your transfers are provided to the hotel or the airport. So you want to make sure you check about flight pricing, things like that. Price on this, $4,609 per person. But remember, you're getting that grandstand seating. You're getting 4 nights at that wonderful boutique hotel with so many inclusions. There's also a restaurant right on site. There's that cute trolley. When you look up the hotel, you can see the trolley parked out front there. And then you also are getting that the floats. You get to tour the floats and see how they're built. It's Float Fest is what it's called. So that's really cool too. So this again, December 29th through January 2nd. And this is 4 nights at the hotel with all those inclusions I mentioned, $4,609 per person. There is a deposit amount of $1,500 per person included in this, and then your balance is November 17th for this one. So much to do, so much to see there. And then this hotel is actually located in North Hollywood. I wanted to mention that, and it's beautiful atmosphere, lush grounds, heated pool. It has an award-winning restaurant. So make sure you check that out. You want to call 1-800-354-8761 to get more information on this tour and find out how much the flights are. And then also ask about all the other tours we talked about as well, that 15-day Panama Canal cruise, and then also our Texas trip, San Antonio. So get more information on those and make sure it is the right trip for you. Both of these tours are escorted, so you'll have a AAA local tour guide with you. And then once you're in those areas, they'll have step-on guides. So if there's something that you want to do in the evening on your own, they could give you suggestions and things like that. That's why it's so nice to have the local tour guides on these and for us to offer them to you so that you know more about the places that you're visiting.
You hit it out of the park today.
Yeah, those are great tours.
I mean, Malibu.
Yeah, I know.
I'm going from one to the other. I'm going to take the Panama Canal next year. Then I'm going to go on this beforehand. And the Warner Brothers Studios, a lot of people don't realize, Clint Eastwood has had an office in that location for over 50 years. And now that he announced his retirement, you may actually get a chance to see that office while it's still standing. You get the Champagne Cruise. You get the Universal Studios City Walk. I mean, this is unbelievable. And the Rose Bowl Parade.
Yes, the Rose Bowl Parade. I mean, that's like a bucket list for a lot of people to do that. And then to actually get to tour, you go to Float Fest, so you get to tour the floats and experience them. And I mean, there's a lot to do.
Well, and I had a friend, and still do, who is a former Secret Service agent, and one of his duties was to protect Ronald Reagan after his presidency. And I've heard they built it then, but I heard that Ronald Reagan Museum is unbelievable.
Yeah. Yeah, there's history on this tour, too. So anything that you are thinking of, I mean, if you want to see the celebrities, if you want to see history, you want to experience the Rose Bowl Parade, there's so much to do in this one itinerary for $4,609 per person. That's double occupancy. If you have a single, there are rates for that, too. So make sure you check with our AAA travel advisor. You want to get the flight information and all that also.
Great job. Listen, you got 2 minutes. Can you go through the other two real fast?
Yes. So we had the Panama Canal April 18th through May 3rd. This is a 15-night cruise on Celebrity Summit. The starting rate on this is an inside cabin, $3,335 per person. If you're interested in veranda, $4,230 per person. And then we also had our San Antonio and the Texas Riviera, which gave you that San Antonio Riverwalk experience and the beach, which is March 7th through the 13th next year. And then the price on this one is $3,245 per person. So take advantage of that as well. And then, of course, you get the round trip air, the transportation from your airport to the hotel, the land transportation, Riverwalk and Dolphin Watch cruise, 6-night hotel accommodations, 11 meals, attractions, and admission to everything in the itinerary. So make sure you check with your travel advisor for more information on all three of these.
And who and your husband are going to go see who tonight?
Not tonight.
Next week.
2 weeks.
Who is it?
Zach Top.
He's a country star.
Yes.
You know what you get when you play a country western song backwards?
What's that?
You get your dog back, your wife back, and your truck back.
God.
I love country music.
Yes.
And who's that young woman again that I asked you about?
Ella Langley.
She's a star.
Yes, she is.
By the way, Gretchen Wilson.
Oh.
I'm just here for the party. All right, news coming up, and I got to continue to work. I'll figure it out what we're going to talk about. Stay with us.
The proceeding was paid for by AAA. Information on the program was intended solely to further the public's general knowledge about the product. Opinions expressed should not be relied upon for any purpose by any member of the audience.
The Big K Morning Show with Larry Richards.
Plus, our effervescent producer is here.
Effervescent?
I actually don't know what that means, effervescent. Are you making fun of me?
Well, no, not at all.
Yeah, because I looked it up after Larry said it.
Oh, you looked it up?
Yeah.
So let's see
I was like, how are you describing me? And it says that it means giving off bubbles of gas. And I was like,
Weekday mornings 5:30 to 10 on the Voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
You're still glowing, flirting, grooving. You've still got it. But your immune system weakens as you age, making it harder to fight illnesses like pneumococcal pneumonia and RSV. Vaccines are a key part of any health routine and can help protect you from getting really sick. Ask your doctor or pharmacist which vaccines you need. See more at PfizerForAll.com. Sponsored by Pfizer.
Straight Talk Wireless presents Pickup Truck Wisdom.
If you're only good to your new friends, you're not going to have any old ones. Straight Talk gets it. That's why new and existing customers get free 5G phones on Verizon's 5G network. Pretty simple, really. You keep good people by being good people.
Find us at straighttalk.com and Walmart. Straight Talk Wireless. Straightforward. Always. Taxes and fees apply. Plan purchase required for free phone offers. Copyright 2026 Verizon.
Hey, I'm Sam.
And I'm Calvin, with Cousins Roofing, Siding, and Decks.
Calvin, you know what I love most about this job? That moment when the job's done. Maybe it's a new roof, upgraded siding, or a deck that makes you want to be outside, and you see that look on the customer's face.
Yeah, man, that never gets old. The care, the clean work, no shortcuts. And that's just how these Cousins have been doing it ever since Grandma's garage.
And that's not changing.
Call the Cousins.
Cousins Roofing, Siding, and Decks. Call the Cousins.
Mommy, how come I can't sit in the front seat?
Because I love you and you're just not ready yet.
Putting your kids in the right seat for their age and size is an act of love. Check that your kids are in the right seat at nhtsa.gov/the-right-seat. Love protects. A message from NHTSA and the Ad Council.
Listen to KDKA Radio on the Odyssey, iHeartRadio, or TuneIn apps.
KDKA and KDKA-FM HD2 Pittsburgh. W261AX Pittsburgh.
Always live on the free Odyssey app. From the Aetna Medicare studios.
Proud to be the voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
It is 79 degrees, Pittsburgh International at 12 o'clock. I'm Rob Taylor. The Senate narrowly confirming Todd Blanche to be U.S. Attorney General early this morning. All Democrats opposed the nomination. Senators Susan Collins and Lisa Murkowski, the only two Republicans to vote against it.
On this vote, the yeas are 50, the nays are 49. The nomination is confirmed.
President Trump fired Pam Bondi from that position as U.S. Attorney General in April, and now it's Blanche officially with the job. A man who barricaded himself inside a home in Tarentum is now in police custody. That man was inside a home for at least 8 hours on Friday, spanning the afternoon, evening, and then finally surrendering early this morning. He was at a home in the 200 block of West 10th Avenue in Tarentum. Police say the man originally threatened a woman at that home with a gun. She was able to escape. Eventually, the SWAT team was called in. No one was injured. Lightning struck the Third Presbyterian Church at Shadyside Friday morning. A series of thunderstorms rolled through the Pittsburgh area, and, well, that lightning strike happened around 9 o'clock Friday morning, causing damage to the spire above the sanctuary, according to Pittsburgh Fire and Public Works. No one was hurt. A structural engineer is assessing the damage to that spire. Well, if you're driving around and wondering when are they going to fix this road, the answer is actually at your fingertips. Here's News Radio KDK's David Ballarado.
Just don't check when you're driving, but a quick look at TalkPATransportation.com will show you PennDOT's new 12-year plan. It breaks down every single planned project, its source of funding, and when it will be done. All $90 billion worth of work. Just click on any county on the map to see what's ahead. PennDOT's Mark Tobin says it's not carved in stone because they do have to allow for emergency projects like the collapse of the Fern Hollow Bridge.
We do tend to keep a little bit of funding off in reserve just in case the unexpected does happen. But that funding usually isn't enough if there's something large that does happen, as what occurred in Pittsburgh a couple of years ago.
In all, more than 21,000 miles of road improvement is planned, and more than 1,900 bridges, including Fort Duquesne, are all targeted for work. David Ballarado, News Radio, KDKA.
KDKA Sports, Steelers annual night practice later tonight at Latrobe Memorial Stadium. Gates open at 3. Practice begins at 6. KDKA Radio Sports Director Jeff Hathorn is in Latrobe with this report.
Already different because it's on a Saturday night, but first-year Steelers receiver Michael Pittman has heard about night practices at Latrobe Memorial Stadium. That happens tonight at 6, and he's ready for that intensity.
It's a good old-fashioned competition in front of the fans, and we always just want to win. So, we're going to go out there and we're going to try to put the smack down on our defense.
With the Steelers in Latrobe, Jeff Hathorn, News Radio KDKA.
KDKA Radio News Time. It's 12:03. The AccuWeather forecast next.
Brian Schlaba here from the Home Buyers of Pittsburgh, born and raised right here. Since 2015, we've helped over 1,000 Pittsburgh homeowners sell their houses quickly and without the stress. No repairs, cleanouts, inspections, or appraisals. We give fast and fair cash offers, buy your home as is, and you choose the closing day. Visit homebuyersoftpittsburgh.com or call 412-500-9057. That's 412-500-9057.
Pittsburgh's local trusted homebuyer since 2015.
Hey, want to do dinner with us tonight?
I don't know. The kids just left. I think we're just going to stay in tonight.
Oh, come on. Don't miss out again.
Miss out on what?
Catching up with friends. The sounds of winning. Celebrations. Endless laughs. And memories they'll never forget. Don't just hear about the fun. Time moves fast, so go have it. Rivers Casino. Don't miss the moment.
This summer, there are 250 reasons to join T-Mobile.
Girls trip? Booked. And switching to T-Mobile helped make it happen.
With Experience Beyond, switch and get $100 back. Plus, $650 in value in built-in plan benefits. That's $750 in your first year, guaranteed.
And honestly, that $100 back, I'm putting it towards the zip line.
Now that's how you do summer.
Exactly. Best switch I ever made.
This is just one reason to join T-Mobile this summer. There are 250 reasons. Find yours.
Savings based on the value of benefits included with Experience Beyond, like entertainment and 1 year of AAA Classic and Dash Pass on us. Benefits may require activation. See plan for details. Get $100 via virtual prepaid MasterCard with eligible ported, no cash access, and expires in 6 months. Issued by Sunrise Banks, N.A. member FDIC. Allow 8 weeks.
The KDKA AccuWeather forecast is brought to you by JP Roofing and Siding, Pittsburgh's #1 Platinum Preferred Roofing Replacement Contractor. Call 412-829-7711.
A cloudy and humid start to the weekend today brings a couple of showers and a gusty thunderstorm, the high 85, with a thunderstorm lingering for some tonight and a low of 68, followed by sunshine and a dry day tomorrow, high 87, before more showers and thunderstorms around for Monday. Some of them may be heavy and gusty again, high 85. For AccuWeather, I'm LaTroy Thornton, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
The following is an editorial by KDKA Radio Regional Vice President Michael Spacciapoli.
Among the challenges faced by public schools is chronic absenteeism. In Pennsylvania, the rate was 21% in 2025. 1 out of every 5 students missing classes on a regular basis is unacceptable. 21% is higher than before the pandemic. The reasons for absenteeism are numerous: sickness, unreliable transportation, housing and food insecurity, safety concerns, and babysitting siblings are barriers. Some students stay away due to bullying. Others are disengaged and have little interest in study. Finally, there's the pandemic, when remote learning changed some perceptions of the importance of being at school. Some students came to prefer isolation. How can school districts respond? Success stories involve offering support to address specific barriers and personalized interventions with students and parents. Finally, a return to widespread agreement about the benefits of being at school will help in lowering the number of students missing too many classes.
This has been an editorial by KDKA Radio Regional Vice President Michael Spacciapoli. To view a transcript, go to kdkaradio.com.
Good stuff there, boss. Now we have a chance to talk to none other than Rob Taylor. Rob, today is the Enshrinement Pro Football Hall of Fame ceremony set to get underway. Larry Fitzgerald, University of Pittsburgh, is one of the many enshrinees. And tomorrow on the Coons Market Black and Gold Sunday Show, his roommate from back in the day, West Allegheny's own Tyler Palco will join us to talk about their relationship, and we'll get caught up with the former quarterback for his father, Bob Palco, at West Allegheny that I covered back in the day when I was doing just that. But you know another name, I had Walt Harris on the other night, who is a friend, and I was also covering another young man who went on to play at the University of Pittsburgh, Rod Rutherford. And a lot of people, you know, when you think of great quarterbacks, you think of Major Harris, you think of Danny Marino, obviously it goes on and on and on and on. But Rod Rutherford had an incredible skill set, did he not?
Yeah, now that you say that, I just go back to my high school years, and Rod Rutherford was just so dominant at Perry High School on the north side. He was the lefty. He was just throwing that ball everywhere, running. You know, he kind of had that Michael Vick about him, kind of had that Major Harris about him. Major Harris, by the way, from Brashear High School, played, of course, at West Virginia. Yeah, every time I think of Perry High School, I think of Rod Rutherford. And I know he played at Pitt, but for me, you know, I remember him as a city leaguer.
Yeah, I loved him. And speaking of high school football, your alma mater, Central Catholic, is loaded again this year. And coming up next Sunday at 11:30, Owen Herrick, who is their quarterback. Everybody's saying the next big thing. We normally don't do high school stuff because I leave it up to Ben Taduda and the great crew and everything they do here at Odyssey. But Mr. Diolis, who also went to Central Catholic, has a relationship, and we want to give him a little airtime. And Ryan Lehmeyer is a good friend of mine and used to cover him during his days at North Hills. So we're going to be talking a little bit about football. But the big story today is the Hall of Fame. So what I thought I would do, just to kind of break it up a little bit today, you and I would talk about, anybody else wants to jump in here in the first two segments of this half hour, depending on how well it goes, your favorite Pittsburgh Steeler or someone connected to the Steelers, even off the field, in the Pro Football Hall of Fame. Do you realize they have 35 members in one form or another that have been associated with the Steelers in the Pro Football Hall of Fame?
I did not realize that. I mean, I figured it would be a high number, but I didn't know it was 35.
All right, just some of these names. Jerome Bettis. When I say Jerome Bettis to you, I say rumbling, stumbling, deceptive speed. He was a load to bring down. But what I remember the most about Jerome, he could fly with a football, and he was like 250.
Yeah, every time I think about Jerome Bettis, I think about the 14, 15-year-old me running around when he would be running people over and he'd score a touchdown, and I'd be jumping up and down, going crazy, like as a freshman in high school or sophomore, because, the Steelers, even though we had Bam Morris, even though we had Barry Foster, I think when we got Bettis in 96.
Bam Morris. I forgot about Bam Morris. Bam Bam.
Jerome, he was like a much faster Bam Morris. He was agile. He could do this, do that. He was just
And the nicest human being you'd ever want to meet.
Yes.
Obviously, we did a show here with him on Monday nights, and he went to Notre Dame, and because of my relationship with Lou Holtz, and Lou talked about convincing how he had to convince his family to get Jerome to go. I think Jerome's son is now at Notre Dame, if I'm not mistaken. I could be wrong about that, but I think so.
But I just remember Jerome Bettis saying his parents would go to every game.
So Ryan says he is. So he might. Okay, we'll let Ryan tell us that he is. So he is at Notre Dame. But anyway, about Mel Blunt's another one. Mel Blunt Youth Home continues to do great work there. But this guy was the first prototype. He was 6'4", and he literally was so physical that even the greatest receivers feared number 47, Mel Blunt, part of those 4 Super Bowl championships back in the 1970s.
Yeah, and am I the first person that's going to answer the question of my favorite Steeler in the Hall of Fame? Is that the question of the day?
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, I'm going with Bettis. I have to go with Bettis because he just, he had asthma, and my brother had asthma growing up, and my mom would always, she always, really looked to Jerome Bettis as kind of like, hey, if he can, overcome that and become this legendary player, because my brother was always kind of struggling with asthma growing up. So I just, really, just had a heartfelt spot for Jerome Bettis. So that's my favorite Steeler in the Hall of Fame.
Well, listen, only because when you get a little bit older and you've been at it a long time, you recycle a lot of stories. So if anybody's heard this, that's too bad, but I'm going to bring it up again because he was such a good guy. So Monday nights, he would host a show here. And some nights we would be on location at Dick's Sporting Goods up in Robinson. And, it was only a half hour long now, but he would stay until every autograph was signed. and they would be lined out the door. But I remember my job, because I was the youngster then. I'd have to go get coffee and do stuff like that. They would make me at Gateway Center go down to the garage and let them in.
Mm-hmm.
And it was like Monday night, right after a game the day before. And when I tell you, he hobbled into the studio. How his body took a beating. People have no idea what these professional athletes go through. But as soon as he was on the air or he was engaging in any kind of conversation, he was the most pleasurable person. And if you don't see Jerome for 10 years, if you see him, he treats you as though he saw you yesterday. Just
I remember meeting him at the Mel Blount dinner that they have every year. And just, had a quick interview with him, and he couldn't have been a nicer person, smiling all the time, and really, really class act, really.
All right, so the other one now is Terry Bradshaw, who I'm appreciating more as a player the older I get, because back then it was Swan, Stallworth, Franco, Rocky, Green, Dwight, White. It wasn't so much about Terry, but Terry was a force to be reckoned with, no doubt.
Yeah, and, I didn't get a chance to, see him play live, but what was all the commotion about the whole why Bradshaw didn't want to kind of come back to Pittsburgh?
Well, listen, because of the remarks that were made about his intelligence, which he really is very bright. There was some bitterness because Jefferson Street, Joe Gilliam, one of my favorites, kind of leapfrogged him in '74, became the starter. He eventually got it back. I mean, but it's all water under the Fort Pitt Bridge now, so he's kind of gotten over that, and I'm glad. The thing he also said recently, it may be Fox's decision, but he has no intention to retire. He said he's going to keep, unless they say we don't want you anymore, he said in one form or another, he's going to continue to talk about football. I mean, think about it. They got the new Madden movie coming out, right? Nicolas Cage is playing John Madden in November. I mean, Terry Bradshaw is as big as John Madden was, but obviously he is not in the broadcast booth like Madden was. But Terry Bradshaw has brought that same kind of flair to the business of announcing professional football being on a dais. Terry Bradshaw kind of wrote the book. He raised the bar for everyone else. He put Fox on the map, no doubt.
And remember, he was on CBS, right? Before then, and then he transitioned to Fox. So, yeah, he definitely, is an engaging guy on TV.
All right, so we got Bill Cowher, the kid from Crafton, the chin, if you will. And honestly, when I was watching Mike Tomlin, and I give you a lot of credit because my man's a journalist, I said, what did you think earlier today? I never get a chance to talk to him more than once, but I'm talking to him twice because I got this extra hour. Here's what Rob said to me. I'm thinking he's going to be real, shining and bright and happy. And he was great. Here we go. And he said too many times. So now you know what's going to happen. Every time I see him on television, I'm going to be seeing or listening for how many times he says But Bill Cowher's in there, who's turned out to be a mighty fine broadcaster, too, doing something locally with QED. Alan Faneca, Kevin Green, sadly no longer here. The great Jack Ham, Joe Green, Franco Harris, Cal Hubbard, John Henry Johnson. Long before Franco, he was rumbling and stumbling. Jack Lambert, Bobby Lane, Marion Motley, Chuck Knoll, Bill Nunn of the, obviously, the incredible Pittsburgh Courier fame, Troy Polamalu, which is still hard to believe he's in the Hall of Fame. I keep thinking he's still playing. I keep waiting for him to run out on the field. Art Rooney Sr., Dan Rooney, Donnie Shell, John Stallworth, Ernie Stotner, Lynn Swan, Mike Webster, and the great Rod Woodson. Pretty good stuff.
Whew. I loved Rod Woodson as well. I always think about that 95 season when when the Steelers went to the Super Bowl and Woodson blew out his ACL that first game, and then he was able to make it back, I think, in time for the Super Bowl. But he was a great defender as well.
Was a hurdler at Purdue. Also had a cool sports bar in Pittsburgh for a while.
Oh, yeah.
Really. But I see these guys now, and they got the gray goatee. And I'm thinking, how's that possible? And then I'm like, Rob, they're still younger than you. So time stands still for no one. Rob, always good catching up with you. All right, listen, take a break. We'll come back. I got other stuff to get to. And if you want to chime in here with some of your favorite Steelers, it is the Hall of Fame ceremonies are officially underway right now in Canton, Ohio.
News, weather, traffic, and business every day. Hear it on News Radio KDKA.
Every time I've had CertaPro painters do work on my home, I really appreciate their professionalism. They make it worry-free, and it starts with a free estimate, all at the right price. And I love that each CertaPro painter's business is independently owned and operated. Hi, this is Larry Richard. It's the perfect time to reach out, get CertaPro painters to visit your home. Schedule your free estimate online at CertaPro.com. That's Certa with a C. You'll be so glad you did. Trust CertaPro Painters.
When it comes to family law, a lot has changed in recent years, so assumptions can be costly. If you see or sense a change coming in your family life that could have legal implications, it's important to know where you stand. Getting good legal advice early is never a bad idea. I'm Joe Cordell of Cordell & Cordell. If you or anyone you know is facing a family law issue, start with a consultation. Visit CordellCordell.com.
Pittsburgh and Cranberry Township. Joseph Cordell, licensed in Missouri and Illinois only.
August is Sandwich Month, and Easy Cater is rolling out a new surprise deal every week from August 3rd through 30th. That means every order of delicious sandwiches for your team comes with a side of something special just for you. From cheese steaks and cubanos to pita pockets and pastrami, Easy Cater makes it easy to bring everyone's favorite sandwiches to work and rack up big rewards while you're at it. New week, new deal, all August long. Visit easycater.com to place your next order and take a bite out of Sandwich Month. Restrictions apply. See offer details at easycater.com.
Straight Talk Wireless presents Pickup Truck Wisdom.
Trust is earned. That's why I've stuck with Straight Talk. Same price since 2009 on Verizon's 5G network. Cause shoot, anyone can make a promise. Keeping it for years, that means something.
Now plans starting at $25 a month with 4 lines. Find us at straighttalk.com and Walmart. Straight Talk Wireless. Straightforward. Always. Same price claim applies only to the base monthly price of our $45 plan from October 2009 to present.
Listen to KDKA Radio on the Odyssey, iHeartRadio, or TuneIn apps.
Where Pittsburgh comes to talk. 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
All right, let's get down to some hard-hitting stuff in the few segments that we have left today. And if you want to jump in here, give us a call, 866-391-1020. This doesn't happen very often, but we actually have a bonus hour today. First 2 hours this morning, we talked about a number of things. A lot of it had to do with Rachel Heisler, the city controller, talking about the finances. Still tight, but starting to see some improvement, and that's a good sign, and that kind of got it going in a big way today. We were talking about some other things happening locally as far as the job numbers, as far as the nation, and it really kind of affects here as well, too. Only 27,000, and that is a red flag if there was ever a red flag. And the other thing that we were talking about is this rainy weather, this monsoon type of weather, and these tornadoes and all the things that are happening with Mother Nature, not just in Pennsylvania, but across the country. These incredible fires that burn out of control up in Washington State, down throughout California. It's just been a crazy weather cycle. And I want to bring this up before I get into some other things, including federal funding for science and research and why I don't like where that's trending. But am I the only one thinking, what's wrong with these weather patterns? You know, honestly, I'm talking to the guys earlier today at True Value about wet basements and rain. Look, I've been around a few summers. I've been on the road a few summers. I've been coming to this radio station on the weekends and during the week since 1985. So I travel 376 when we called it the Parkway West, okay? I've never seen torrential downpours as I have witnessed over the last 2 weeks. It's gloomy out there today. It's raining out there today. I mean, again, I'm coming to work this morning after getting pounded with all that rainy weather yesterday. It's like 3:30 in the morning, and it's lightning, and it's thundering, and it's raining, and I'm thinking, this rain doesn't give up. You know, usually when you get a pounding rain, it will last for about maybe 5-10 minutes, and it goes away. But when you're on that 376 from the Monaca exit to where I get off, usually in Green Tree, and it's pounding to where you almost a half a dozen times pull off to the berm of the road because you can't see. There's no visibility. You've got the tractor trailers passing you. Their mud flaps can't handle the water. It's basically engulfing your vehicle. You're hydroplaning, even though if your tires are brand new, you're still hydroplaning. Can somebody explain to me what is going on with the weather? I mean, there's been flooding over and over and over again. And Jason Frazier, a meteorologist for the National Weather Service office in Moon, said showers and thunderstorms are expected today in the afternoon and evening hours, but not just today, nearly every day for the week ahead as well, too. Now, I'm not going to be some conspiracy theorist or come up with global warming or none of that stuff, but these weather patterns are strange. I mean, and we had a really kick-butt winter last year, something else we were talking about on the True Value Show. That's why if you need weather-related stuff, whether it's for winter or what we're going through now to keep your basement dry, I wouldn't put it off. I mean, there was probably 10 years in Pittsburgh where we got dustings of snow. You would see PennDOT trucks up on the berm of the road just waiting for what was anticipated, but you knew it wasn't going to come. But now that's not the case. I would not be shocked. I repeat, I would not be shocked if we have another tremendous winter. You know, there was a time that snowplows, nobody even cared about them. They basically let them sit in the shed of the garage. No, hey, I used it one time 2 years ago. I mean, just doesn't happen. Calcium chloride stocking up, rock salt stocking up. Nobody was doing it because they didn't need to. And then all of a sudden there was this mad dash to True Value and all these places because we were getting crushed. So summer, winter, spring, or fall, you look at any time of the year and it's strange. And I know this is the type of weather we had back in the day, but I don't remember torrential rains like this. For some reason, I want to say the late 70s, there was a 3-week stretch in the month of June. And we had nothing but rain, and more rain. So much so, I lived in a house that had a backyard spring underneath the backyard. And the water level got so big and it seeped up through the soil and the blades of grass that it looked like a pond. And I'll never forget somebody saying to me, we've had 3 weeks of this stuff. I'm telling you right now, we are in the most bizarre weather pattern that I have ever seen in my life. And I predict it will never be the way it was. Think about springtime this year. We actually got springtime weather that we normally don't get until August. And this type of weather we usually get in the springtime. So we're like months ahead or months behind. It's crazy. And you start to really wonder, are we going to have a fall? Because even last year, by the time we got to like the 1st of October, the frost was on the pumpkin. It was freezing outside. So if you have any thoughts about the weather, I'd like to hear from you. And I'm not, doing anything biblical on you, but it's just been so bizarre. And these tornadoes, we've gone through stretches, even in recent weeks, tornado sighting. I talked to a friend the other day who kind of lives out in the country, says he sees tornadoes just about every time they say we're going to see them. I just don't understand, where is this coming from? What is going on with this crazy weather? And when I say rain, I mean, I've got a brand new roof, brand new gutters, downspouts, everything. Pouring, just like waves. You know, when you're standing at the beach and these big waves roll in, that's what it's like. It's just one of the most bizarre things I have ever seen. And I said, look, I got the extra hour today. We were talking about so many other things this morning. I never got to this story. And when I saw the story with Jason Frazier, who's a meteorologist out of Moon, and I saw the front end of it, more rain activity for this weekend in the evening. But then all of a sudden, I read further in the paragraph, and he's saying just about every day next week. So here's the issue. You're going to have more of this flooding. You're going to have more issues like this. You're going to have people going through some really strange times right now. And I don't want to seem like I'm alone with this and my thought process. I can't. And maybe people just don't talk about the weather because they have so many other things going on in their life. But I want to hear from you. All right, 866-391-1020, 866-391-1020. I think we're going to get to Bob and Export when we come back after the break. But weather patterns are not what they used to be. And I'm telling you, 1985, I witnessed one tornado in my entire life. But in the last handful of years, I've witnessed them, these microbursts. I've seen things happen that have never happened before. And last year's winter was as typical, if not even worse, than the winters I remember growing up, where you actually could take a sled out after Christmas, and you actually did have to shovel the driveway more than once during one winter pattern. 866-391-1020.
This is attorney Christine Brown Murphy with the law firm of Zachariah Brown. If you have a loved one in a nursing home, we need to talk. Give our office a call at 724-942-6200 or visit our website at pittsburghelderlaw.com.
Hey, Mom, now that I have an after-school job, I think I want to buy a drum kit.
Okay, Rockstar. Let's look at your account.
When kids start making money, Chase has easy-to-use tools and expert bankers to help them learn how to manage it.
And next month, I'll buy the bass drum and the cymbals. Oh, and maybe some noise-canceling headphones for you.
Aw, you've thought of everything.
Help kids save, budget, and build financial independence, all with Chase. That's good for kids and good for parents. Visit your local Chase branch and get started.
Account subject to approval. J.P. Morgan Chase Bank, N.A. member FDIC.
This is the story of the one who keeps multiple buildings running smoothly day after day. Plumbing that flows, HVAC that hums, cleaning supplies that keep surfaces sparkling. That's why she counts on Grainger. With easy reordering online and 24/7 support, Grainger helps her keep the products she needs on hand. So shelves stay stocked and buildings stay ready. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
You're still glowing, flirting, grooving. You've still got it. But your immune system weakens as you age, making it harder to fight illnesses like pneumococcal pneumonia and RSV. Vaccines are a key part of any health routine and can help protect you from getting really sick. Ask your doctor or pharmacist which vaccines you need. See more at PfizerForAll.com. Sponsored by Pfizer.
Marty Griffin. I have seen so much anger these days. You know what's overwhelmed me with joy and optimism? This Get Marty. The folks in this community that have stepped up. You can't help your neighbor if you hate your neighbor. Get Marty epitomizes that opportunity to help people, feed people, clothe people, educate people. If you need me, get Marty at KDKRadio.com. It's where we will find a way to help you.
Presented by UPMC Health System, Phil DeLuceni and Associates, Cousins Roofing, Siding and Decks, and by Harold Shepley and Associates. From the Aetna Medicare Studios.
Proud to be the voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
It is 79 degrees, Pittsburgh International at 12:30. I'm Rob Taylor. A woman under arrest after fire investigators determined a fire was intentionally set in Manorville, Armstrong County. That fire broke out in the 600 block of Hill Street around 11 o'clock Friday morning. It took multiple units to put the fire out from the building. 35-year-old Tiffany Kaufman of Katanning was arrested. Charges pending. She was taken to the Armstrong County Jail. Well, in KDK Sports, the Steelers' annual night practice is later on today at Latrobe Memorial Stadium. Gates open at 3. Practice begins at 6. At KDK Radio Sports Director Jeff Hathorn is in Latrobe with this report.
Through his first couple of seasons, mostly injury and inconsistency. This year, receiver Roman Wilson is catching a lot of passes in practice, working extensively with the first team, and it just feels different for the 2024 third-round pick.
I just feel a little older. Just feel like I'm myself. You know, I don't feel like I'm trying to be someone else I'm not.
And it's working for him, earning praise from his teammates. With the Steelers in Latrobe, Jeff Hathorn, News Radio KDKA.
KDK Radio News Time, it's 12:31. Our next update's at 1. I'm Rob Taylor on the Voice of Pittsburgh, News Radio KDK.
Celebrate the month of August with Zero Res. Buy 2 rooms of carpet clean to get 2 rooms free, plus take $100 off your air duct cleaning too. Book online at ZeroResPGH.com and take advantage of the savings.
Amazing August specials at Coons Market. Isn't that right, Frank Dentisi?
Right, Rob. In our meat department, 85% lean fresh ground round is $4.99 a pound. In our produce department, fresh blueberries, 1-pint container, 2 for $5. In our deli, Coons homemade macaroni salad, $3.99 a pound. Additional savings this week, Stone Ridge Creamery Rio ice cream, 48-ounce containers, 2 for $5.
Coons Market, a special place in your neighborhood, a Pittsburgh tradition.
This summer, there are 250 reasons to join T-Mobile.
Girls trip?
booked, and switching to T-Mobile helped make it happen.
With Experience Beyond, switch and get $100 back. Plus, $650 in value in built-in plan benefits. That's $750 in your first year, guaranteed.
And honestly, that $100 back, I'm putting it towards the zip line.
Now that's how you do summer.
Exactly. Best switch I ever made.
This is just one reason to join T-Mobile this summer. There are 250 reasons. Find yours.
Savings based on the value of benefits included with Experience Beyond, like entertainment and 1 year of AAA Classic and Dash Pass on Us. Benefits may require activation. See plan for details. Get $100 via virtual prepaid MasterCard with eligible ported, no cash access, and expires in 6 months. Issued by Sunrise Banks, N.A. member FDIC. Allow 8 weeks.
The KDKA AccuWeather forecast is brought to you by JP Roofing and Siding, Pittsburgh's #1 Platinum Preferred roofing replacement contractor. Call 412-829-7711.
Today brings a wet start to the weekend with plenty of clouds around, a couple of showers, and a drenching gusty thunderstorm, the high 85, with a spotty thunderstorm for tonight, otherwise some clouds, low 68, ahead of a rather sunny day for tomorrow, and a high of 87, leads to more clouds for Monday, and another couple of showers and gusty thunderstorms, high 85. For AccuWeather, I'm LaTroy Thornton, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
All right, here we go. Let's take some calls here. Here's Bob in Export. Bob, make some sense of this weather for me, will you?
Well, hi, Rob. Nice to be on your show again.
Thank you.
I'm at a disadvantage because I'm driving. All my information is back at home. But I can tell you that don't panic, don't worry. This is all cyclical. This will come and go. The records show way back even in the 1700s, they were keeping pretty decent records apart as far as wind and how much temperature changes and rain amounts and that. And there are times in the past way worse than it is right now.
Well, my buddy Ron Eichner from Eichner Farms just gave me a call off the air. And he said it's all in the jet streams. So he's a farmer. He knows weather patterns better than I do. But it just seems really strange to me how you can go 6+ decades, witness one tornado in your life in the mid-'80s, which is 40 years ago. And in the last couple of years, 30, 40. In one period, like in 4 or 5 days, we had 18 tornadoes touch down in this region. That just seems a little strange to me. And we went 20 years with no snow, and last year it snowed the way I remember as a kid looking out my window on Christmas Eve.
Yeah. Well, you got to keep in mind, your lifetime, let's just say 100 years, is very small in the cycle of these weather events. And so you're experiencing a partial what was once was and once what is now is. You're in between, and the cycle that we're in now, probably another 5 or 6 years, and it'll be changing. So the other part of it is,
big picture.
This is something most people don't understand either, is the climate itself, the pollution, the controls, the CO2, and all that. Mankind's input is less than 10%. So it's the factors of the sunspots that is the biggest single factor out there that changes these weather events.
Well, let me just share something with you. You just brought up something that made a whole lot of sense. We are really just one little thimble of water in the ocean. And I alluded to this earlier. I've been waiting to see this movie for the longest time, and I finally had a chance over a couple of days to watch it on Hulu, called Here. It's Tom Hanks and Robin Wright, who together at one time were in Forrest Gump. But it's about a couple who ends up in the house that Tom Hanks grew up in. They live their life there. They end up getting separated. She gets Alzheimer's. But it talks about the people who have lived in the house since it was built in 1900, what was on that ground before that house. And when you think about it, we are only here for such a short period of time. You're absolutely right. But when you're in that house, you're living that life, You think you're writing the book, the history of the world, if you will, but in reality, we're not even a sentence. We're really that unimportant. To each other, we're important, but not to the history of this country. So you make a very good point.
Yes, you're just there for a fraction of time compared to think of it, the age of the earth. And 100 years in your lifetime, you're like a pinhead, and it doesn't even make much difference.
Well, and watching that movie, and you're right, because they talked about the Ice Age, and then it melted away, and then the plant life. I mean, it was really well done. I'm shocked that it didn't get any kind of award, but it really made a lot of sense. But you often think, and I was thinking about this the other day when I drove by my homestead, that I've been so busy, I haven't even been able to drive to the hometown that I grew up in or visit people. It's just been insane. But I drove by, and I thought this was my home, my dad built it, and there's been like 4 families that have lived in there since my family lived in there. And my parents have been gone longer than I lived in that house. So you are so true. Sometimes we just have to roll with it and say, whatever's going on, it's just our time.
Yeah, Lord will take care of things. Don't worry. Relax.
All right, my man. I appreciate it, Bob. Thank you. Let's keep it going. Let's go to Ed in Whitehall talking about the weather. Eddie, what do you know?
Yeah, something that nobody talks about. I thought this up. All the jet traffic around the world.
Yes.
That exhaust has to go somewhere and do something. Nobody talks about that. So I think that has an effect on it.
Well, here's the thing, and what my first caller had to say made a lot of sense. I respect it, but I just have never seen the weather shift so drastically as it has. And you'll have pockets of it, like maybe spring's a little too wet, summer's a little too dry, and you have a thunderstorm or two. But the rain that we got in the last couple of days, and it's great if you're a farmer because you got to soak the ground. I appreciate that. I respect that. But I've never seen buckets of rain like that over a short. I mean, it was not one day, 10 minutes, 20 minutes. It was days. And now we're going to get the same type of weather all the way through next week. It's just mind-boggling to me. And I keep thinking about listen, I was in a microburst a few months ago right here in Green Tree when I was coming to work. And it literally took a stop sign that was in the ground, pulled it up out of the ground, and spun it around like you would spin a pencil around. I mean, I've never seen trees literally bend almost all the way to the ground. Driving on these expressways where oak trees and pine trees have been ripped out of the ground and thrown up over the guardrail. I've never witnessed that before. Never. In my entire life, I've never seen that before.
Yeah, I agree with that because I've seen it over the years happen too. It's unusual weather.
Well, I know one thing. It's more difficult to maneuver in a foot of snow today than it was when I was 30. That's for sure. It's crazy. I mean, when you look outside and you see a blanket of white snow that you haven't seen since the time you were a kid, there's something different. I mean, I've been doing that True Value show for 28 years. We have pockets of years where you might get a massive snowstorm. But last year, looking at all the weather-related stuff, and even talking today about wet basements and how they can help you, I guarantee you everybody who has a basement within the sound of my voice that has a home over 50 years old has gotten some sort of water in their basement over the last couple of days. That's never happened. 866-391-1020. Here's Dave in Cranberry. Dave, you're on the air with your Pratt Pack. How you doing? Welcome to KDKA.
Yeah, what I want to talk about is the rain in that. I have family that has a farm up in Clark's Mills, and they'll tell you a wet year is worse than a dry year.
Really?
Yeah, the wet year, the crops will rot on the field, actually.
So, here's the thing, Dave. You bring up a good point. Maybe it's just us in this part of the country. Maybe it's just us. Maybe there aren't people experiencing it elsewhere, and maybe weather patterns are starting to shift. If you think about it, in Kansas and Nebraska, these are the people that get the tornadoes, and I'm sure they do. But maybe somehow jet stream, I don't know, but we're getting weather that I have never witnessed before. I just haven't. But maybe there are pockets. Maybe we're having a wetter summer than normal. But rain is one thing. But torrential downpour for days, hours, as opposed to minutes or even a day. I don't know. I've never, and listen, I've spent so much time on the road the last couple of days. I would be home after running in the house from the rain, and then I would be in my house working on something, and the sun would come out bold and bright, and I'm like, okay, it's finally passed. And then you go up to get something in the kitchen or whatever, and you look outside, and it's dark skies, and it's a torrential downpour. When you're in your house and you hear the rain smacking off your roof, not just for a few seconds, but for hours, and wind gusts and all the things that go with it, I'm telling you, these skies were ominous. They looked frightening over the last couple of days. And wasn't just my place. I'm looking up and down the sidewalk of my neighbors, and the water is literally like somebody's got a giant squeegee just ripping it off the roof. It's crazy. Here's Don in Washington. Hey, Don, you're on KDK. Go ahead.
Yeah, hey, Rob. You called me to drive through, so I'm going to make it quick. The problem you have with the flooding is the permitting issues. It takes so much.
Go ahead. Listen, I'll put you on. Wait. Wait. I got to take a break. I'll put you on hold. Pick up what you're picking up, and we'll talk on the other side, okay?
Thank you.
All right, I'll put you on hold. Let him get his food, and we'll come back and talk to him. You know, he mentioned permitting permits. You know what else I think the issue is here? And we had that bad flood in Carnegie a while ago, and flooding absolutely frightens me. Fire frightens me, all of it stuff. Wind damage, trees falling, all of that stuff frightens me because I know people have got everything invested in their home. You know, many people, sadly, in the world we live in today are living paycheck to paycheck. One major problem can destroy all the equity they have in their home. I know a lot of people that won't even own a home because of the fear of something going bad. They would rather have the landlord be on the hook. And you have a lot of these older communities, these river communities that need new infrastructure and everything goes with it. So I totally get it. But the reason I think flooding is we've gotten rid of so much of the natural habitat, meaning the pine trees and landscape and the hills and all of the things that go with it, the topography, if you will. And I think it's just become like one big drain. And water comes from the higher parts of Pennsylvania. And in the old days when the trees and things were there to stop it, the shrubs and the rocks and the land to absorb it, once you clear that out and you put new homes in place, they're right in the path of that water that's been traveling that route for 100+ years, if not longer, until that vegetation grew up. I don't know. It's crazy. Anyway, we're going to talk to Don in Washington. We only got one more segment left, and then a little bit later today, Michael Bartley's going to be in, and then we'll be back with you on Sunday morning on KDK. All right, stay with us. More today with Rob Pratt, your Pratt Pack, KDKA, 100.1 FM, AM 1020.
When the weather turns bad, turn to us for the best news, weather, and traffic information from the KDKA Radio Storm Center. Presented by Duquesne Light Company. Larger than light. Online and on the voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
Why should you hire America's largest injury law firm for your case? There's lots of reasons. Just like there's a reason millions of people called us last year in their time of need. When it comes to fighting for justice and compensation, millions of people across the country trust us to go to battle for them. We became the largest injury law firm in the world for a reason. There's only one Morgan & Morgan, forthepeople.com. Injured? Dial pound law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Here it comes. Surprise! There's an avocado shortage! Now half your food truck menu is costing more than it's making you! Also, you're out of napkins!
Those aren't cheap! Progressive knows small business owners usually don't like surprises because they cost you money. But a good surprise, saving 10% or more on commercial auto insurance when you pay in full.
Also, an ice cream truck stole your parking spot! Looks like you're in a turf war!
Surprise yourself. See if you can save in as little as 8 minutes at ProgressiveCommercial.com. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and Affiliates. Discounts not available in all states or situations.
Do you hear that? Asthma triggers are everywhere, from dust mites, pet dander, and pollen, to smog and smoke. An asthma attack can strike anywhere, anytime. Be prepared with quick-acting Primatene Mist. Clinically proven to open airways quickly. It's the #1 FDA-approved asthma inhaler available over the counter. Primatene Mist. Breathe easy again. Use as directed.
Cousins Roofing, Siding, and Decks. Call the Cousins.
The Cousins are giving away a new roof because every family deserves a safe roof over their heads. Think you or someone you know deserves a new roof? Enter the end of summer Cousins roof giveaway for your chance to receive up to $15,000 towards a brand new roof. Don't wait. Visit callthecousins.com and enter today.
Call the Cousins.
Cousins Roofing, Siding, and Decks. Call the Cousins.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
The 50,000 watt voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
All right, here we go. Let's get back to Don. Hopefully he got himself something good to eat, and he's ready to talk about the weather. Go ahead, Don.
Yeah, hey, Rob, thank you. I just wanted to chime in on a couple of things there. When you're talking about this flooding issue, I don't know if a lot of people know water is considered a public right-of-way. If you have a stream or creek that comes through your property, you cannot alter that. You cannot go in and clean that creek bed out. You have to have a permit, a federal permit, to do just that. And I think that's where part of this problem is, with the flooding issues.
Explain that to me, though. What do you mean it's part of the problem? Because of the water that's not being really anything done with it and has nowhere to go? What's the problem with it? Go ahead.
Well, here's a good example. In 2005, when Ivan hit,
yes,
there were parts of the Chartiers Valley watershed that did not flood because years ago they went in and did flood control. The stream are clear. The banks are clean, so that water was able to flow. When it got into the non-controlled areas is where some of that flooding happened.
And look, if you think I'm wrong, you can tell me, but I just have never witnessed such a wide range of crazy, frightening weather. I mean, it's every season over the last couple of years, no matter if it's summer, winter, spring, or fall, it just seems upside down. And maybe because some of the things you mentioned, it seems worse than it is because of the after effect or the aftermath, if you will. But I don't know anybody that's not. I mean, just drive up and down some of the roads that you travel on a regular basis. There's been so many trees that have been ripped out of the ground. A lot of the municipalities, boroughs, and townships and small cities don't have the resources or the cash flow. It's kind of like when you get hit with heavy snow on a regular basis. These trees are still out hanging over the guardrails. And years ago, that stuff would have been cleared away. And you know what else I'm noticing a lot of? Rock slides, massive boulders on stretches of highway that, I used to look up when I'd be at a red light thinking, dear God, I hope none of that comes down. But I see these massive boulders literally in the middle of the road that can't be removed for whatever reason. It seems like we can't clean up fast enough, if that makes any sense.
Yes, you're 100% right.
Anyway, yes. You brought a lot of good stuff to the show. I appreciate it. What'd you get good to eat? Anything?
Starbucks.
Oh, nice. Good stuff. We got a new one opening in Vanport. I'll be there as their first customer. I'm excited about that. Nothing like a little cup of Starbucks to set you right. Here is RJ, North Hills, wants to talk flooding. Make some sense of it. Go ahead, RJ.
I don't know if I'll make sense of it. But so this is my opinion. What you have here is a very hilly region.
Right.
In the Appalachians. And this is Pittsburgh's the Paris of Appalachia, right? Right. So the issue basically is people probably really weren't meant to live here. And it would take so much to mediate this or whatever they call it, that it's too much. But I don't think that the storms have been any worse going back to the 80s from what I can remember. But yeah, I just don't see it that way.
That's okay. I mean, good. That puts my mind at ease. Maybe it's just me, but I've never, and maybe because of the business I'm in, and we talk about, flooding and fires and storms and weather-related stuff on a regular basis, and we have the National Weather Service and AccuWeather, and we're always giving you updates when we have tornado warnings and things of that nature. So maybe it's just happened more so this year in the last couple of years, and it seems more prevalent. But I'm telling you what I witness in and around my neighborhood. I talk to people that are in the profession of moving trees. My man Carlos McClintock, Greater Pitt Tree Service, we did storm removal probably like 5 or 6 weeks in a row because that's what the topic was. And I'm just going to share a quick story. So a place where I used to spend time at many years ago, just a little river community, right? 8,000 people at the most at the height of its, manufacturing, and the high school had hundreds of seniors graduating every year. Hadn't been back there in a long time, and I had heard that they were affected by one of these microbursts. So I'm thinking to myself, a microburst, okay, you know what? I got a little extra time here, and it was a Saturday. I got off the air, got myself a cup of coffee, and I went back to that little place that I really have no connection to anymore. When I tell you, there were trees, massive oak trees, ripped out of the ground, literally just tore out of the ground. And it wasn't 1 yard. It wasn't, one part of town. It wasn't a block. It was block after block after block. I don't care what RJ tells me. I don't care what Billy, Bob, Tim, Jim, Jane, John tell me. It doesn't matter. I know what I've seen. The spinning stop sign yanked out of the ground. That was anchored with concrete, okay? Objects flying in front of my car that I have never seen before. And I mean massive trees, pine trees, ripped out of the ground. It's been just crazy. It's been absolutely absurd. And if it wasn't such a topic, I wouldn't have had a dozen calls in the last hour. We didn't get to them all. But people are curious about the weather. And I think they realize that there is something going on right now. And everybody doesn't want to make it like it's spiritual. I get that, because if it is, it's not good for all of us, right? And it's not. But nobody wants to make it climate control. God forbid, because if you start chomping on that topic, right away, any chance of getting any kind of manufacturing or putting people back to work to create a working class, middle class again, that's out the window, right? But you also have to take a look at all of the subdivisions, things that have been built, the landscape that has been literally cleaned by the tens of thousands of giant pine trees and rocks and landscape and gravel and dirt and shrubs and twigs and everything. All of it's gone. So now you just got this one big chute of gushing water coming from the upper part of Pennsylvania and sweeping through the valley. And that's what happened in Carnegie years ago. And I know many of these communities that have gone through these floods that were dealing with some desperate times to begin with. Old buildings, rotted out wood, decayed, nobody in those buildings. And it came right through Main Street. So you add insult to injury. I said this before. If you're going to build up the outer portion, meaning with new subdivisions and homes and things, and creating completely different neighborhoods and communities and main streets, the ones that really built this region, the river communities in the Mon Valley, the Ohio Valley, the Beaver Valley, Eastern Ohio, Panhandle of West Virginia, you would be better off just literally tearing them down. You would be better just tearing them down and starting over. Because what happens when you have all of this weather-related issues that happen on a regular basis, especially whether it's water or whether it's wind or whether it's freezing cold, the infrastructure suffers to where now you have an added problem to deal with. So we just got to start rethinking about these weather patterns, and let's just give it a little bit longer. But if this does persist and we go into fall and we get out of fall early, and the next thing you know, we're dealing with mounds of snow on a regular basis, it goes back to the city's finances. It goes back to Allegheny County's finances. Everybody is trying to ride it very close to the vest, trying to balance every single cent. Rachel Heisler was talking about it yesterday, how we have to continue to tighten our belts, but there are some signs that things are getting better. you start having massive weather-related issues, especially people who live in the cities whose houses are like literally just a few feet apart, and you get trees start falling as we have, and I guarantee you there are people listening right now who've experienced all of these things. We just better hope that things start leveling out a little bit. Anybody who wants to tell me it's just weather as usual, I'm sorry. I've done a home improvement show for 28 years. I've been a part of this great brand forever when we were doing thousands an hour school cancellations. It's not that way anymore. I'm telling you, it is getting worse. Why? Because we don't have the resources to fight it, and whatever Mother Nature gave us to fight it, we're removing from the equation. Yeah, it was big back in the day, these school cancellations and delays and everything that we did, but it's getting worse now because we're dealing with deep cold, all sorts of crazy weather patterns. I'm telling you, it's not the same, no matter what anybody says. I don't know what the answer is, but it's not the same. All right, stay tuned. Rob's got the news next at 1. Couple of hours of downtime. We'll be right back at it tomorrow morning. Michael Bartley coming up later today as well on KDKA.
Hey, it's Brew, and I feel like everything in my life depends on being connected. Whether I'm uploading a video, hopping on a call before my show, or video chatting with my family back in Michigan, I never have to think about my Wi-Fi. And that's why Xfinity stands out. You get the most reliable, fiber-powered Wi-Fi with the best equipment at one price for 5 years guaranteed. No contracts or commitments. Plus, you can get online in minutes with same-day Wi-Fi. Restrictions apply. Not available in all areas. Use of fiber or coaxial cable. Learn more at xfinity.com/same-day Wi-Fi. Xfinity, imagine that.
Everywhere you look, things are getting more expensive. But at Consumer Cellular, we're lowering the price for those 50 and up. Now you can get unlimited everything for just $35 a line. That's $35 a month for unlimited talk, text, and data. Switch to the carrier ranked #1 in network coverage and customer satisfaction and get unlimited everything for just $35 a month. Call 1-888-FREEDOM or visit Consumer Cellular online or in-store today. Price includes $5 credit for autopay and e-billing. Taxes and fees apply. Data speeds reduced after 35 gigabytes. Rankings done by 2025 ACSI survey.
The Big K Morning Show with Larry Richards.
Plus, our effervescent producer is here.
Effervescent? I actually don't know what that means, effervescent. Are you making fun of me?
Well, no, not at all.
Yeah, because I looked it up after Larry said it.
Oh, you looked it up?
Yeah,
So let's see
I was like, how are you describing me? And it says that it means giving off bubbles of gas. And I was like,
Weekday mornings 5:30 to 10 on the Voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
30 time would have been 30, no, would have been 30, being 30, been 29. If that'll help, been 29,000, being 7 pound.
Get ready to bid on the equipment you need in the Ritchie Brothers Northeast Regional Auction on September 15th. Inventory is housed at locations in Pittsburgh, North Franklin, and Northeast Maryland, with in-person inspections available. Bid on a wide selection of construction and transportation equipment. Don't miss this great opportunity. Visit rbauction.com/Pittsburgh to sign up. Again, that's rbauction.com/Pittsburgh.
Tune in this Sunday morning at 8 for the Coons Cooking Hour with Rob Pratt and the Coons Market team when they discuss cooking with peppers. It's the Coons Cooking Hour presented by Coons Market, your hometown Pittsburgh grocer.
Pittsburgh's annual Little Italy Days, this Thursday through Sunday. Authentic Italian foods, entertainment from over 30 acts, the region's largest heritage festival. Little Italy Days in Bloomfield. Free admission. Learn more at littleitalydays.com.
100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA. Covered by JP Roofing and Siding. Pittsburgh's #1 platinum roofing company. Listen to KDKA Radio on the Odyssey, iHeartRadio, or TuneIn apps.
KDKA and KDKA FM HD2 Pittsburgh. W261AX Pittsburgh.
Always live on the free Odyssey app. From the Aetna Medicare studios.
Proud to be the voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
It is 81 degrees at Pittsburgh International at 1 o'clock. I'm Rob Taylor. Senate narrowly confirming Todd Blanche to be the U.S. Attorney General early this morning. All Democrats opposed the nomination. Senator Susan Collins and Lisa Murkowski, the only two Republicans to vote against it.
On this vote, the yeas are 50, the nays are 49. The nomination is confirmed.
President Trump fired Pam Bondi from that position as U.S. Attorney General in April, and now it's Blanche. officially with the job. A man who barricaded himself inside a home in Tarentum is now in police custody. A man was inside of a home for at least 8 hours Friday, spending the afternoon into the evening, and then finally surrendering early this morning. He was at a home in the 200 block of West 10th Avenue. Police say the man originally threatened a woman inside the home with a gun. She was able to leave the house before police arrived. SWAT team was called in to help with the negotiation. No one was injured. Lightning struck the Third Presbyterian Church in Shadyside Friday morning. A series of thunderstorms rolled through the Pittsburgh area, and that lightning strike happened around 9 o'clock on Friday morning, causing damage to the spire above the sanctuary. According to Pittsburgh Fire and Public Works, no one was injured. Structural engineers assessing the damage to that spire. KDKA Sports, coming up this afternoon, the evening, the Steelers' annual night practice at Latrobe Memorial Stadium. Gates open at 3. Practice begins at 6. KDKA Radio Sports Director is in Latrobe, Jeff Hathorn, with this report.
Through his first couple of seasons, mostly injury and inconsistency. This year, receiver Roman Wilson is catching a lot of passes in practice, working extensively with the first team, and it just feels different for the 2024 third-round pick.
I just feel a little older. Just feel like I'm myself. You know, I don't feel like I'm trying to be someone else I'm not.
And it's working for him, earning praise from his teammates. With the Steelers in Latrobe, Jeff Hathorn, News Radio KDKA.
KDKA Radio News Timer coming up on 103. The AccuWeather forecast next.
This is the story of the one who keeps multiple buildings running smoothly day after day. Plumbing that flows, HVAC that hums, cleaning supplies that keep surfaces sparkling. That's why she counts on Grainger. With easy reordering online and 24/7 support, Grainger helps her keep the products she needs on hand. So shelves stay stocked and buildings stay ready. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
And Doug. Limu and I created a trick to help you remember that you can customize your car insurance and save with Liberty Mutual. You see, the shirts Limu and I wear are yellow, and yellow is the color of lemons. And lemons grow on trees, and trees provide oxygen, and oxygen helps us breathe, and breathing is how you live, and you can live more life when you save money by customizing your car insurance. I agree, Limu. It's really quite simple. Only pay for what you need at libertymutual.com.
Liberty, 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 liberty.
Time to get that painting project done that you've been putting off by calling CertaPro Painters. Hi, this is Larry Richard. My first experience more than a decade ago started with a free estimate. They got that done quickly and left the place beautifully cleaned up after a great professional job. And each CertaPro Painters business is independently owned and operated. That makes all the difference in the world. You're talking to the owner. Schedule your free estimate online at CertaPro.com. That's Certa with a C.
When it comes to family law, a lot has changed in recent years, so assumptions can be costly. If you see or sense a change coming in your family life that could have legal implications, it's important to know where you stand. Getting good legal advice early is never a bad idea. I'm Joe Cordell of Cordell & Cordell. If you or anyone you know is facing a family law issue, start with a consultation. Visit CordellCordell.com.
Pittsburgh and Cranberry Township. Joseph Cordell. Licensed in Missouri and Illinois only.
The KDKA AccuWeather forecast is brought to you by JP Roofing and Siding, Pittsburgh's #1 Platinum Preferred Roofing Replacement Contractor. Call 412-829-7711.
A cloudy and humid start to the weekend today brings a couple of showers and a gusty thunderstorm, high 85, with a thunderstorm lingering for some tonight and a low of 68, followed by sunshine and a dry day tomorrow, high 87, before more showers and thunderstorms around for Monday. Some of them may be heavy and gusty again, high 85. For AccuWeather, I'm LaTroy Thornton, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
The following program was pre-recorded.
The following is paid for by Net Worth Advisors. Information on the program is intended to solely further the public's general knowledge about the product. Opinions expressed should not be relied upon for any purpose by any member of the audience. News Radio KDKA does not guarantee the accuracy of any of the information aired on the following program.
We divide the days by hours.
Some are dedicated to hard work. You gotta earn that paycheck.
Some are dedicated to family, because family is important.
These hours are worth your time. But how many hours do you plan for the future?
When can I retire?
Do I have enough money?
Will my money last?
There's no time like the present to spend this hour with Beth Andrews of Net Worth Advisors, LLC. We believe your retirement is worth it. This is the Net Worth Financial Hour with Beth Andrews.
Welcome on in to the Net Worth Financial Hour. I'm Amy Sharp, sitting alongside Matt D'Amico today, advisor with the team here at Net Worth Advisors. We're glad to have Matt with us for this part of our show. He joins us generally at the end of our show, so this is exciting. We're going to get a little more insight from Matt as Beth is away from the office this week, and always a pleasure to have Matt's insight as we head into another show of Talking Retirement. A new report showing many Americans aren't ready for retirement. We're going to dig into why that is. We're going to learn how these challenges could help you strengthen your own plan. And that's something Matt will talk about, as well as other topics relating to retirement on our show today. As always, we're going to start by sharing our phone number with you. It's important to have this number ready when you feel the time is right to reach out to the team. Remember, this is a no-cost, no-obligation call. It is just an opportunity to sit down, meet with the team here at Net Worth Advisors, let them walk you through their net worth retirement GPS. And that number is 800-725-2988. Once again, 800-725-2988. You can go to the website as well. That is networthadvisorsllc.com. Those are both numbers and addresses that we're going to share several times throughout the show today. So do not worry if you did not get that this time. We'll share it several times along the way here. Matt, how are you today? Good to have you here.
Amy, I'm doing pretty well. I'm excited.
Yeah, looking forward to it. Not the most exciting topic when not exciting maybe isn't the word, but like confident topic, I guess, when we hear that Americans aren't saying that they aren't ready for retirement. I want to get your reaction, first of all, to this data. This is from an analysis of U.S. Census data from the National Institute on Retirement Security. Let me share some of this. First of all, many Americans have saved less than 25% of recommended retirement benchmarks. The average worker aged 45 to 54, this is in their peak earning years, has only achieved about 16% of their savings targets. Fidelity suggests saving 8 times your annual income by age 60, but no age group is close to this goal, according to this research. And total net worth, including assets like homes, is higher but still falls short of suggested targets. So we've thrown out a lot of numbers there, but in general, I just want to get your reaction to this data from the National Institute on Retirement Security. What do you say about this, Matt?
Yeah, Amy, I think it's always interesting whenever you hear those numbers, but frankly, none of that really surprises me. And I say that because, with a lot of our advisors, we see this every single day when families come into our office. And I will be frank here, most people typically didn't fail at retirement because they were irresponsible, right? Life sometimes just happens.
Mm-hmm.
People raise kids. Maybe you're helping your aging parents. Maybe you're dealing with different job changes. The market always fluctuates. There's healthcare costs can be inconsistent. And, before you know it, Amy, retirement's maybe only 10 or 15 years away. And now you're really starting to wonder, okay, am I on track? This becomes a lot more realistic. What do I have to do? And so the other thing I always like to say with those benchmarks is, as helpful as they can be, a lot of times they can also scare people, right? When you hear something like, you should have 8 times your annual income saved by the age 60.
Yeah, that's a daunting statistic right there. Yeah, or something to think about.
It certainly can be. And I think a lot of people can, their first thought is, well, hey, I'm nowhere near that. So, what's the point? What do I do now? And I think it can be a little bit intimidating for a lot of people, right? But here's the reality. Retirement isn't just about hitting some national average or a generic benchmark. Rather, it's all about whether your money can support the life that you want to live. And so we've worked with many families, Amy, who've felt like maybe they were way behind. But, once we've taken the time to really structure things appropriately, build a solid retirement plan, take into account things like your Social Security, taxes, how to distribute income from your portfolio, they realized that they were actually in much better shape than they originally thought. And I think for others, this plan, as you go through this process, can really show what some of these gaps are. And the good news with that is there's often ways that we can make some slight adjustments or, make some slight changes to improve what that outcome is.
Yeah, you kind of got into some of the reasons that could cause, the cause of the numbers like this could be the statistics, these numbers that we've shared. But, and you've alluded to maybe this next one. A lot of people underestimate how much they'll actually need once they stop working. They're not really thinking, they're not putting that inflation piece into it. And then also, it's common to delay saving, and like you said, life happens, but I think a lot of us just have this little piece in the back of our mind that says, "Oh, I'll catch up to that later. There's still time." We always think we have more time, don't we?
Amy, I think you're absolutely right. I think, thinking back in your 20s, your early 20s, when you're first getting started, probably the last thing on your agenda was, let's make sure we save for retirement, right? It was more about living in the now and enjoying your money. So I respect that, but at the same time, we have to make sure we're being conscious of a lot of these things that will eventually come down the road.
Okay, for those who have managed to save well, Matt, are there still lessons to learn from this data? I imagine there's always a lesson in here, right?
Oh, absolutely. Absolutely. Even strong savers, I think, can kind of fall into this trap thinking, well, we've done enough, we're okay. But the tricky thing here, Amy, is the landscape is always changing, right? Tax laws are consistently changing. The market, the global economy is consistently changing. We've seen a lot of questions around healthcare costs. We've seen a lot of questions around Social Security. And so, yesterday's plan that you took a lot of time to build may not necessarily fit, what tomorrow's needs are. So it's really important to make sure we're updating these plans consistently and take into account a lot of these changes.
Okay, yeah, this is a good place to kind of put in the net worth retirement GPS. Having that clear retirement plan really can help people overcome these challenges. And of course, that GPS goes in different directions for just every client that comes through the doors here, doesn't it?
It absolutely does. Everyone's plan is a lot different. And so it always starts with their goals, kind of gives them direction, and then put a lot of those steps into a very easy to understand plan. And a lot of this plan can kind of really help bring clarity and around what you need to do, and ultimately helps you stay focused, right? And so for a lot of people listening, if you're maybe going through this phase of, do I have enough? What things need to be done next? Definitely give us a call. Our number is 800-725-2988. We'll sit down, we'll review everything, and make sure you are on track for what your goals are.
All right, I'm talking today with Matt D'Amico. He is an advisor here with the team at Net Worth Advisors. You're listening to the Net Worth Financial Hour. Once again, that number 800-725-2988. As we look at kind of a new study here, or just some data that shows the average American is completely unprepared to retire. Let's talk a bit more about the retirement planning process, Matt. How does the uncertainty around future expenses, things like healthcare or let's say long-term care, they can really add to this challenge, can't they?
It absolutely can, Amy. And I think for two big reasons. One is naturally, healthcare costs and costs like long-term care are extremely unpredictable, right? It's something you don't really want to plan for, but obviously you have to take the time to adjust for those things. But and a lot of times as well, as we talk about inflation, these types of costs, healthcare costs, can typically increase at a rate much higher than normal inflation. So something else that we need to plan for there. But that second big reason, Amy, is, frankly, a lot of people don't want to have these conversations, right? It's not a fun conversation to talk about, healthcare planning and potential long-term care. What happens if I, can't do the things that I need to do? What happens to my body? And so it's never fun to have these conversations, but planning for these unknowns is absolutely essential. From the security of your own retirement, but also from the security of the rest of your family, right? Building the flexibility into this plan, I think will provide a lot of peace of mind for your family throughout this process.
What about a withdrawal strategy, Matt? How does that factor into being ready to retire?
Well, naturally, Amy, one of the biggest things that people think about when they retire is, okay, now my paycheck's going to go away, but the bills don't. And so how do we take this nest egg that you have saved up and turn that into a very easy to understand plan when it comes to how to withdraw? And so having that income plan is going to do a lot of things. It's going to help maximize the longevity of your savings. It's going to allow you to withdraw efficiently, so then you can pay your taxes efficiently as well. But it also kind of gives you a clear idea of what's to be expected, not only those first 3 to 5 years in retirement, but also giving you a very clear idea of what's to be expected maybe 10, 15, 20 years down the road. And so now we can kind of navigate what those goals are, how to leave money efficiently, how to make sure you're paying the bills without any concern of running out of money or not being able to spend what you truly want to spend today. So really aligning those withdrawals with spending needs, market conditions, and then maximizing those tax brackets as much as possible.
Okay, I think, as we're kind of coming to the end of our segment here, Matt, that I know there's so much more we could get into with this topic, but what do you believe is, let's say, one of the most important things for our listeners to keep in mind when it comes to saving and planning for retirement? That's a loaded question, I know, but I think, we've always got to have a starting point. And for people who are just kind of in their minds looking at a date, they used to say, Matt, I know you're younger than me, but we used to put it on the calendar. Now it's all in our phones and things like that. There used to be a calendar, we'd circle it in red and all the things. But for somebody who's starting to really, really zone in on this, what do we need to be taking away from this conversation?
Amy, I would say there's really two big things I want to serve as a reminder here, right? One is the planning doesn't stop once you've saved enough, right? In fact, it actually can become even more complex because then there's decisions around taxes, withdrawals, and then the healthcare, as we've talked about as well. But the second big thing is the data that we talked about in the beginning. I think it should serve more as a reminder as opposed to a very direct benchmark. And what I mean by that is, as you navigate retirement, there's always going to be these new challenges and new opportunities. And so as we look at some of this data, we need to make sure that we're preparing not only for what's to be expected, but also for what you want your lifestyle to look like as well. And for everybody listening here, maybe you're kind of going through this transition for yourself, and maybe you're asking, gosh, what's the next step? Well, what do I need to do? Well, let's start with a conversation. And so give us a call at 800-725-2988 or visit us at our website at networthadvisorsllc.com.
Okay, we are going to step aside and continue our conversation with Matt here on the Net Worth Financial Hour, get into other topics, all relating to retirement. So we don't want you to go away. There's lots more to learn here on our show. It's what we do every single time we sit down together, trying to help you as you start to plan for your ideal retirement. We'll continue right after this. That number, once again, 800-725-2988, 800-725-2988. We're back with Matt D'Amico right after this.
Your retirement is not a headline about Iran or the Middle East. It is your life. If you want to see how your plan holds up in this environment, call 800-725-2988 to schedule a meeting with Net Worth Advisors. Call 800-725-2988.
Stop for a moment and think about this. Do you know how much money in your 401k or IRA is actually yours? Or will the government take a bigger chunk than you thought? Remember, you still might owe taxes on that money, but do you have a plan to help make sure you don't pay more than you should? At Net Worth Advisors, we believe you deserve to keep more of what you've earned, which is why we're here to help you navigate the confusing world of retirement taxes. It's your money. You deserve to know what's at stake. Right now, taxes are historically low, but they won't be this low forever. So, call the Net Worth Advisors team today so you don't miss out on this opportunity. 800-725-2288. That's 800-725-2288. You work hard for your money, and we'll work just as hard to help you keep it. Net Worth Advisors, 800-725-2288. Net Worth Advisors, LLC is a registered investment advisor. Firm does not offer tax advice.
You're listening to the Net Worth Financial Hour with Beth Andrews. To request an appointment with Beth and the Net Worth Advisors team, call 800-725-2988 now.
It's Amy Sharp alongside Matt D'Amico here on the Net Worth Financial Hour. We're glad to have you along with us. Reach out, 800-725-2988 is that number, 800-725-2988. Check out the website as well, networthadvisorsllc.com. Have you ever been on a tightrope before, Matt? Ever tried one of those?
I can't say I have. I cannot say I have.
I can't say that I know anybody that has. They used to see those people, used to be on television. They'd walk the tightrope across like a major, canyon type area, real scary between two buildings or something like that.
Very scary.
Never something in my in a glimmer of thought that I wanted to do myself, but I do think this relates a little bit to whether or not our nest egg will survive. So let's guide our listeners through this. I think this keeps a lot of people up at night. You've spent 30, 40 years building what we call a nest egg, that money that you're going to spend in retirement. You've done everything right, but now you're facing the impossible choice is that you need your money to grow or inflation, as we talk about a lot, will eat it alive. But one bad market crash could wipe out years of savings in months. All familiar things I'm sure that you've heard before, Matt. It's kind of like you're being asked to walk this tightrope. I told you I'd bring it back around to the tightrope without a safety net. And I've seen both of those. I've seen people walk a tightrope with a safety net and without. Both look extremely scary. How are retirees supposed to navigate something like this? It is so scary that it can kind of be taken out from under you in just, a moment's time.
Amy, I think you said it perfectly there at the end. I think it could be scary to navigate this because of the fact that this can change in a matter of maybe a month or two, just if the market decides to change drastically, right? And so I kind of like to use the analogy, the Goldilocks story, as everybody knows, right? You have one bowl that's a little too hot, one bowl that's a little too cold, but then you have that last bowl that's just right, right? And so for a lot of people, Amy, I can't tell you how many times I've heard this story, but you'll maybe walk into a brokerage firm, you'll sit down with a financial professional, and next thing you know, you're loaded up on a lot of stocks, right? Maybe you have a lot of risk. Maybe there's a lot of higher risky investments that are taking place inside your portfolio. And so for us, we view that as maybe a little too hot, right? Maybe a little bit too much risk for what you're comfortable with. And then you have, during a pandemic or maybe during a market downturn, there's people who do panic and typically can stuff everything directly into CDs, maybe high yield savings, maybe bonds. And this is on the other side of the equation where I like to call that a little too cold. And
I love that you know this story, by the way, Matt. I'm soaking this analogy up, by the way.
It's something that can relate to everybody, Amy, and I think everyone kind of understands the point there. But if it's too cold, obviously inflation destroys that purchasing power.
Sure.
So this is where we like to have the conversation of this is kind of like trying to time the market. And Amy, I'll say this behavior, trying to time the market with the good and the bad, has destroyed more wealth than I think the market has alone. But retirees are kind of stuck in this trap, right? They're scared what happens if the market does correct itself, but they're also very conscious of the fact that you need to make sure your money's keeping up with inflation and you're not getting killed by the purchasing power every single year. But I think the real tragedy here is that this choice is actually a false choice. It's not just necessarily about choosing between stocks and bonds, but rather, Amy, how all these individual pieces complement each other and how they work together.
It's frightening because it sounds like you're, to use another phrase, damned if you do, damned if you don't. What happens to someone who's already retired, Matt, when the market drops, say, 30%? They're pulling money out just to live on.
Yeah, it can be a scary thought at that moment. But as we know, Amy, the bills don't stop, right? Nothing pauses there. So in a sense, you're forced to sell a lot of those shares at probably one of the worst possible times. You're selling low, you're locking in a lot of those permanent losses. And because now you've locked a lot of that in, your portfolio can't recover to the way that it was. And this is what we like to kind of call sequence of returns risk. And I think this is a lot more impactful in retirement as you're withdrawing from the portfolio. And what this really means is it doesn't necessarily come down to the average of return that you received, but rather locking in every single year, focusing in every single year and seeing, okay, what's the return that you received that year? So a 30% drop, Amy, at age 45, a lot of times you can recover because you're still saving, you're not withdrawing this portfolio, and you have time to make up the difference. However, Amy, that same drop at age maybe 65 or 70, that can potentially derail everything if there's no plan in place.
Yeah, there's a big difference between building wealth and preserving wealth. Why do some professional advisors, do you think, Matt, maybe seem to miss this distinction?
Amy, I think there's a big disconnect between how I think Wall Street and the markets define success and I think how, everyday people define success. I think when you view the market and some brokers will look at, the S&P 500 and say, hey, did our return beat the S&P? If so, great. And that's how they kind of keep score. But a lot of times when you wake up maybe the next morning or the next year, it's not necessarily about what's the return I got. It's, hey, am I able to spend time with the grandkids? Am I able to do what I want to do? Can I travel the way I want to? Amy, the famous saying, when all you have is a hammer, everything looks like a nail. That's where I think you can really get pigeon-toed into a lot of tough decisions there. And this is certainly a common thing that we talk with people every single day about, not making sure that their goals and their financial plan align really well. And so for those of you listening, maybe you're thinking the exact same thing. Give us a call, 800-725-2988, and we'll sit down and we'll take the time to build out this plan that aligns well with your goals. Or visit us at our website at networthadvisorsllc.com.
Happy to be here today with Matt D'Amico, advisor here with the team at Net Worth Advisors. I'm Amy Sharp, and you're listening to the Net Worth Financial Hour. We get together each week here, try to sort through some of the big topics relating to retirement. We always encourage you to check out the website as well, networthadvisorsllc.com. Get a copy of Beth's book, find out a little bit more about the team and how they have built an office here that relates to each person that walks through the door. And we've said this before here, every single person has a different vision of what retirement looks like. They've saved differently, of course, and they, have a different plan. Their net worth retirement GPS goes in a different direction than maybe somebody else's that works with a team here. And the team is ready to help in any way they can. And I know Beth likes to use the phrase lifestyle plan, not budget, but a lot of people have saved, a lot of you have saved well. We know that to be true. But all of a sudden, in retirement, that paycheck is gone. Okay, so back to our tightrope topic, Matt. And, for someone who's listening, who's feeling that maybe that tightrope anxiety, maybe they've taken the first step out onto the tightrope and then had second thoughts about what they were doing. How do you help them figure out if they're taking too much risk or too little?
Amy, that's one of probably the first questions we always get, right? Is, how are you able to determine what's right or what's wrong or what's the best course of action? And I think it starts with the first step here is just figuring out, what your goals are, what you want to have happen to this. Once we kind of get a clear idea of what we want to have happen, then we're able to kind of run it through our different scenarios, right? Kind of stress test what we call this plan. Meaning, what if the market does correct itself and we experience maybe a 25-30% drop that first year in retirement? Or maybe if healthcare costs do rise at maybe a higher rate than we originally planned for. Or maybe, what if something happens to you and or your spouse and one of you is no longer here? How does that impact your taxes? How does that impact your income? And so I think that first step is really stress testing what your current plan is. Once we kind of get a clear idea of what that stress test is, it allows us to plan on top of that. So maybe that provides us some gaps. Maybe that shows us some opportunities to do some planning. And that's really what that first step is.
All right, Matt, for people who already have an advisor, we know that may be the case for somebody who's listening. Maybe they're just kind of hearing us out. Maybe they're looking for somebody else, but they're not maybe sure if they're getting that good guidance, which again is where that second opinion can come in. What's the value of that? Getting that second opinion on your retirement plan. Many people are hesitant to take this step, but it can be critical in changing the course of how their retirement looks.
Amy, I certainly agree with that. And I definitely had a couple conversations these last couple weeks, very, very similar situation where, hey, we have an advisor, we're happy with him or her, there's been some good works done, but we're just not sure we're getting the appropriate value for the fee that we're paying. I've had this conversation multiple times, Amy, and a lot of times it's, hey, we have a really good relationship. We've been with this representative for 20 or 30 years. We're just a little afraid to make a change. We don't want to upset him by going somewhere else. And Amy, what I always say there is at the end of the day, this retirement comes down to you and your situation, right? It doesn't necessarily matter what, person A or person B is saying, because, you have to live with the results. And if you're not necessarily happy in your position, then maybe it might make sense to at least have a conversation elsewhere. Maybe there's other value, other opportunities that aren't being addressed that can really make a big, big impact on your financial plan.
Okay. And then we have about a minute left here, Matt. One thing I'm curious about is if you see this a lot in your office. Is this something, are you kind of getting this on a regular basis? Someone coming in and saying, I'm looking for maybe some different guidance.
I would say we do. And I think a lot of times lately, at least throughout the last couple months, we've seen this just because there's been some volatility, there's been some uncertainty. And I think people are kind of asking themselves the same question is, are we in the best spot for our retirement? And if that answer is, yes, maybe it's worth having a second conversation just to confirm that. But if you're not 100% sure, Amy, I don't think having a second conversation really does any harm. It can only actually add some value if you picked up on some new tidbits or new information.
All right, good point. Stay with us here on the Net Worth Financial Hour. When we come back, we'll reveal two of the biggest leaks draining retirement accounts and how plugging them could be worth more than chasing those higher returns. Plus, we'll reveal a Social Security strategy that you may be overlooking. Lots to come. Don't go away. 800-725-2988 is that number. NetWorthAdvisorsLLC.com is the website. Back with Matt DeBico here on the Net Worth Financial Hour right after this.
Confidence in retirement starts with Net Worth Advisors. Beth Andrews provides financial planning tailored for you. Call 800-725-2988 or visit NetWorthAdvisorsLLC.com to start planning for your retirement future today.
The following program was pre-recorded.
The following is paid for by Net Worth Advisors.
If you're watching the war in the Middle East and thinking about how long this volatility could last, call 800-725-2988 to schedule a meeting with Net Worth Advisors. Call 800-725-2988.
Welcome back to the Net Worth Financial Hour. We're walking a tightrope today. Does that sound fun to anybody out there in our listenership? I can't imagine that we've got anybody out there, but if you've ever walked a tightrope, I say call in because, I'd be so curious to know if
That's very impressive.
it would be very impressive. I've talked about, I don't know if Beth and I have talked about this before, but I've been, with friends before, and we've talked about like riding a unicycle or a pogo stick, some of the things that, are kind of, well, those are kind of old school, but they used to be the scary things. But putting yourself on a tightrope and walking across a thin little rope, that's next level. So I guess if you've done that, we're going to be beyond impressed, but we're of course relating it to retirement today. And it can be terrifying to get up there on that tightrope, whether you're experienced or not, but trying to grow, we're relating this to retirement. So trying to grow your money without risking everything, that's where we're going with this. And something that's you've mentioned there are ways to boost retirement income without piling on more market risk. That sounds too good to be true, Matt. What are we talking about there? Let's get into this next.
Yeah, Amy, I think to view that nest egg as kind of a bucket with some small leaks down at the bottom, right? That's kind of the image that I have in my head right now. And we talk about some of those biggest leaks. Obviously, one big thing is unnecessary taxes. But I also think another hidden leak can be some of those excessive fees, which both of those can really eat away at a lot of the return or a lot of the performance, which could then piggyback down, domino effect down to what your income is as well. Now, Amy, the beautiful thing with that is plugging in those leaks, as I'll say, really doesn't require any additional market risk, doesn't require working longer or saving more, really just comes down to making efficient use of what you currently have.
Okay, so we've got taxes eating away at one end, fees maybe eating away at the other end. What about the income side of things, Matt?
Well, we've talked a lot about Social Security, right? And I think one of the biggest misconceptions is many people think that it's just a simple decision of when to file, and next you move on to the next topic, right? But the biggest thing with Social Security is it's not just another check. It's really one of the most valuable assets that you can own from an income perspective, right? And we talk a lot about Social Security, and I always like to say, for the average retiree, about 40% of your retirement income will come directly from Social Security. The other 60% typically comes from your other assets, like your IRAs, maybe your 401k, maybe some brokerage accounts that you have. But the biggest thing with Social Security is that it's pretty much predictable, right? It's typically inflation adjusted income that does increase every single year. But more importantly, it doesn't bounce around with the stock market, right? So the more essential expenses that you can cover with this guaranteed income, in a sense, puts less pressure on the investment side of your portfolio, which means even if you don't make the necessary return that you were hoping for, because you have a lot of these expenses covered by some of this fixed income, that's okay. It's not necessarily a bad thing. It puts less pressure on the market. But many people can typically believe that delaying these benefits is the only way to get more. When in reality, tax planning, Amy, is one of those biggest leaks that we talked about. This is one of those biggest opportunities when it comes to Social Security, because only up to 85% of your benefits can be taxable. And so if we can have a tax plan around the other 60%, that just, in a sense, makes your portfolio that much more efficient.
Okay, let's touch on fees just a little bit because I think it's something people just don't understand when you see the 1.5, 2%. It seems small. Is it small really in the scheme of things, though?
That's a great question. And I think viewing it as a percent, maybe 1 or 2%, like you mentioned, can seem a little small in the grand scheme of things. But I think what can be really helpful, Amy, is picturing $1 million portfolio, paying about 2% annually. That can add up to about $20,000 per year. And so we talk a little bit about what that means for your distribution, for the rules. Over 20 or 30 years, those small percentages can certainly add up and be significant amounts of money. But the biggest thing there, Amy, is I don't think fees in general are necessarily bad. I think it always comes down to what's the value that you're getting for that fee, right? For example, maybe you're paying somebody a 0.5%, and the return is not there, the financial plan's not there, you're not talking taxes, there's no, estate strategy. That probably isn't a good fee to pay. However, on the other side of the equation, maybe you're paying somebody a 1 or a 1.5% fee. That may sound like a lot, but in reality, maybe you're getting more than sufficient value for that charge. Maybe the return is better than what we expected. We have a really sound tax plan to address a lot of that, excess money going to taxes. We have an estate and a legacy plan in place to make sure that your hard-earned money actually passes down to your family as opposed to unnecessarily going to the government. So I think it's really important to view these fees as not just at, black and white as it is, but more importantly, what you get for that fee.
Okay, so if someone's getting this right, they're essentially reducing how much they need to pull from their portfolio every year, that kind of giving their investments a better chance of lasting. Is that correct?
Absolutely. Yeah, that's definitely a great way to look at it. Every dollar of predictable income is one less dollar you need to pull from your investments, right? And so this concept kind of creates a floor for a lot of your income. So if a lot of it's coming from Social Security, maybe a pension, a lot of that for the most part is guaranteed. And so now we've created that floor for what your expenses can cover. And so like I mentioned before, Amy, that just puts a lot less pressure on your money in the market to truly work for you. And so now your portfolio can really focus on that discretionary spending and your legacy goals without that panic in place. Now, Amy, a lot of times we talk about having this financial plan, right? And it's not necessarily just about the investments, the return, but more importantly, what that doesn't cover, like the taxes, the healthcare and Medicare planning, the legacy and estate goals, things of that nature. And so when we talk a little bit about this full financial planning, for everybody out there who's listening and thinking to themselves, gosh, I have this financial plan, but we don't talk about taxes. We don't know when Medicare is going to be, more of a concern. I have this thing called RMDs. I'm not sure how to plan for that as well. For everybody listening, give us a call, 800-725-2988. The first step in this process, as we always like to say, Amy, is really just taking a look at your current financial plan. Maybe a lot of the work that you've already done is not worth ripping up. Maybe you're already in a really good position, and so we'll tell you, hey, what you're doing is great. I wouldn't make a change. But for some people who maybe have some gaps or maybe have some real concerns about, what else is out there that I could be doing better for myself and my family, give us a call and let's have a conversation. The first step in this always starts with a sit-down conversation to review what you've already done, and that allows us to really plan better moving forward. So give us a call at 800-725-2988, or feel free to visit us at networthadvisorsllc.com. There's a lot of good information on there, a lot of good articles that could be a really good resource to a lot of people out there.
Talking today with Matt D'Amico here on the Net Worth Financial Hour. We're glad to have you along with us as well. A lot of tightrope talk today. It's kind of fun to relate to real life experiences to retirement planning, and we try to have a little bit of fun with that. And obviously, again, for anyone who's been on a tightrope, I'm all about listening to that story. I think it's fascinating for anyone who takes that sort of risk. But as we relate it to retirement, it is. It's a little scary. It's so good to have somebody like Matt and the team here at Net Worth Advisors walking us through it in a safe way on solid ground and helping us feel a little more confident about our retirement. And again, that number to reach out to the team here at Net Worth Advisors is 800-725-2988. 800-725-2988. NetworthAdvisorsLLC.com. is the website. I know you touched on this a little bit as you're just commenting, Matt, but I want to follow up on it because, for someone listening right now who's trying to figure out if they are on that solid ground that I just mentioned, or if they're in danger, that step in working with you, of course, is reaching out. And then I want you to take us a little deeper into that net worth retirement GPS and just kind of how that can look different for every single person that walks through the doors here.
Well, Amy, as we always say, that the first step here is figuring out what you want to have happen to this nest egg that you've worked so hard for, right? So for some people, some of those concerns may be more tax focused. For other people, maybe it's, hey, I want to make sure I can leave a legacy to my daughter, to my son, to my grandchildren. And so really that first step is figuring out what those long-term goals are, how we can address those, and what's the most efficient vehicle to use. And so for some people who may have concerns about legacy and estate, a lot of those strategies will probably be a lot different for somebody who wants to maybe spend a lot of their money and maximize their time while they're younger and healthier. So I think it really comes down to getting a clear idea of what you want to have happen to this money, what your end goals are, and then we can figure out how to fill the gap from there.
It's interesting, I'm sure, your work here because a couple with a pension is going to face different challenges than someone who's entirely dependent on their 401k. And again, that's where that customization, taking a different approach for each family, each couple that sits across the table from you here at Net Worth Advisors really starts to, span out, I guess, and I don't know, make you work a little harder probably because you got to craft a different design for everyone.
Yeah, absolutely. There's never a one size fits all when it comes to your financial plan or your retirement plan, and so that's why it's crucial to make sure that your plan's tailored to you, what you want to have happen, and more specifically, it aligns well with your goals and how your kids are aligned and your grandkids and maybe future family members as they come around.
Yeah, I bet you never really. I don't know that you're probably to the point now where you're working with clients that don't have pensions. I'm sure a lot of your clients still do, but those are going away, and that certainly makes it different for everyone. Okay, we're about done with this topic. Before we head into our mailbag segment in our next part of the show, Matt, are we missing out on anything? I know the team here at Net Worth Advisors, Beth has really, your leader, Beth Andrews, has really set up your office in a way where you get different ages in this building too. So this is something where somebody comes in and works with you, they're going to have someone that's going to be with them for many, many years.
Absolutely. Yeah. A lot of our team members are very eager and very driven to, continue to grow this firm and continue to grow this company. And so, we encourage and we love to have the new challenges of talking with new family members every single day and every single year. And we hope to continue that for a little bit longer.
Yeah, absolutely. Matt, thank you so much. And for our listeners, if you feel like you're walking on a tightrope without a harness, let's just say, as you head into retirement, it doesn't have to be that way. You can feel more confident by reaching out to the team here at Net Worth Advisors. They are ready to throw you a rope, if you will, and help guide you along, that journey, whatever risks come along. 800-725-2988 is the number to reach out. NetWorthAdvisorsLLC.com is that website. Thank you so much, Matt. When we come back, we're going to check in with Aiden Haynes for our mailbag segment here on the Net Worth Financial Hour.
Are you nearing retirement? At Net Worth Advisors, we provide comprehensive financial planning to secure your future. Let Beth Andrews help you build a tailored retirement plan with diverse investment and insurance options. Call 800-725-2988 or visit networthadvisorsllc.com.
How are balloons made? Where did the dinosaurs go? Why is the sky blue?
Your kids asked you the tough questions because they trusted you. But who answers your tough questions? Do you have a go-to person to answer all your retirement questions? Like, how much do I really need to retire? When should I consider taking my Social Security benefits? Could my taxes really go up when I stop working? Financial advisor Beth Andrews and the Net Worth Advisors team will leave the tough kid questions to you, but for your retirement questions, they're the team to ask. Call them today at 800-725-2288. We all have important questions.
Where do babies come from?
Make sure you get the answers to yours. Call Beth Andrews and the Net Worth Advisors team today, 800-725-2288. 800-725-2288. Net Worth Advisors, LLC is a registered investment advisor.
Have you ever done something and thought, well, that was a giant waste of money? You might have that same thought in retirement if you don't plan for taxes. Call the team at Net Worth Advisors, LLC to learn how to be more tax efficient. 800-725-2988. That's 800-725-2988.
Welcome back to the Net Worth Financial Hour. I'm Amy Sharp, joined now by Aiden Haynes, an advisor with the team here at Net Worth Advisors. We like to spend this part of our show going through kind of an old school term, mailbag. I don't know if that's called, that's appropriate anymore, Aiden, but I think, we could call anything, a text, a email, whatever. These questions have come from conversations that have taken place in some capacity here with the team at Net Worth Advisors, and we spend some time sharing those on our show because we really feel there's value, even though we can't share every detail. We can't say names, we can't things like that. It really gives Aiden, anybody who's doing this segment, an opportunity to show how the team here at Net Worth Advisors would work with you to kind of walk through these questions. And we know that a lot of our listeners, you all out there, may be experiencing the same type of thing. So Aiden, welcome. How are you today?
I'm great. How are you doing, Amy?
Doing great. Happy to have you along for this segment of the show. It's always great to get different perspective, and I think this will be fun. We've always got great questions from our listeners and also just people that have walked into the doors here at Net Worth Advisors. So here is the first question for you, Aiden. This one says, I'm still quite a few years away from retirement, but I have no idea what my savings target should be. How much might I need to save so I can have a comfortable retirement? And then there's one right there. We're not giving all the details. We don't know what comfortable means to them, right? It's hard to answer.
Absolutely. Yeah, that's absolutely correct. It's really, the answer is different for everybody. How much might you need to save to have a comfortable retirement? I guess, you kind of hit the nail on the head there. First, one needs to describe what is a comfortable retirement. What do you expect to do in retirement? Are you going to travel the world, or is it going to be a lot more, relaxed? What do you really expect to kind of, live like in retirement? And, there are, advisors like ourselves that can certainly, kind of help lay the framework for, okay, we have some, assumptions as to what, certain things that are, going to always be there no matter what period of life you're in, like taxes or what healthcare might cost at that certain point. Just kind of having and making sure that those items are taken care of course. But I know the question specifically is, several years away from retirement, what should the savings target be? I would say in general, it's best to save as much as you are comfortable with, whether that be through a company plan or a retirement account that you control, or, in a savings account, really, any kind of vehicle or method that you would have to save as much as you're comfortable with. Obviously, you want to focus on the present too, and you don't want to, spread yourself too thin. But at the end of the day, there are, speaking with an advisor, they would be able to use some of their tools and calculations and, kind of using some assumptions, right? Because no one knows what the future holds, with the market or, costs of goods or anything like that. But kind of having an idea of the retirement lifestyle that you plan to live, kind of sharing that, with an advisor, they can certainly kind of give you kind of a projection as to what it might look like if you saved one way compared to another way. But in general, I would say saving as much as you're comfortable with is certainly a good rule of thumb.
Yeah, certainly a lot more Saturdays in retirement to spend that money, aren't there?
Yes, there are.
For sure. Okay, next question for you, Aiden. This one says, are rental properties a good source of income for my retirement?
Absolutely. Yeah, that's a great question. I work with many, folks that have rental properties. And, at the end of the day, it certainly can be a good source of income. I mean, there's other considerations with this as well. I mean, one thing that any person who leases property knows is that, it's anything but passive, right? There's a lot of work that goes into it, a lot of time that goes into it. So really, as long as you're willing to, kind of accept what kind of, a commitment and energy that you have to kind of put into, being a landlord or a property manager, I would say that it certainly could be a viable, retirement income source. There are other ways to kind of participate, in that type of area as well, without actually, owning the physical building or home, apartment, whatever it might be. But there are certainly many strategies, and these are ones that we work with, with clients all the time that both have the real estate that they obtain rental income from, but also just want to kind of participate in that area, maybe not physically, but kind of still have participation in that type of income in retirement, and certainly strategies, that we can help take on. So really, if you are someone who maybe owns property or is trying to figure out how this fits into your retirement, income picture, please give us a call here at Net Worth Advisors at 800-725-2988. That's 800-725-2988. Or visit our website at networthadvisorsllc.com.
I'm here today with Aidan Haynes, advisor here with the team at Net Worth Advisors. I'm Amy Sharp. You're listening to the Net Worth Financial Hour. 800-725-2988. Once again, is that number to reach out. Here's another question for you, Aidan. This one says, I think I have a pretty good handle on our financial plan for retirement, but I'm worried that I'm missing something. Do you have some sort of retirement to-do list or a checklist to help me make sure that I'm not forgetting to do anything? I love a checklist, Aidan. Please tell me you've got a checklist or something because I think this is what a lot of people do. They just need to see and then they can like cross it off. Like, yep, did that. Also did that. I'm good on that.
I love a checklist, Amy. I use them for,
I had a feeling you did too. Yeah.
absolutely. Yeah. Both in my, professional life and my personal life. Great way to keep track of information. Great way to make sure you're not forgetting something. And this is a good question too. And kind of is something that many of, the families that I sit with allude to. They're within a few months of retirement and they're thinking, man, what am I forgetting? What haven't I addressed yet? Am I, buttoned up in all of these different areas that really need focus? So as far as a checklist goes, I mean, there are, a million different ways that you could really make a checklist, as pertains to certain areas like, okay, are my expenses all accounted for? Have I figured out my health care, or Medicare situation? What are some, more maintenance items that need done? Do I have my will all up to date or my beneficiaries in place? These are just a few examples of things that, one that is approaching retirement is going to want to focus on.
Next question for you. This one says, if I'm retiring in the next 5 years or so, is it more important to max out contributions to my retirement accounts, or should I focus more on building up my emergency fund? I like this question because I think a lot of times people get really nervous about, do I have enough in that emergency fund? And, that of course is changing as inflation changes.
Absolutely. This is a great question. And of course, the emergency fund is very important. And many financial professionals will tell you that, having an emergency fund in place is critical, really, oftentimes before you consider many other things. It would depend on the situation, of course, as it seems to be the theme here with, many of these questions. There's really no black or white answer to any particular, question. But, just some things to think about are that, one, what emergency fund exists already? What do you live on each month? What does your emergency fund typically look like, or what would look like an adequate emergency fund? As I stated, previously in the segment to one of our different questions, it's important to, otherwise kind of have accounted for what your retirement lifestyle is going to be in the first place, how you plan to live. That is the first question that kind of answers what should your emergency fund be. I talk to a lot of people that ask, okay, should I, I have a mortgage that I'm paying down. Should I pay that down before I retire, or should I, invest those funds instead? Obviously, there's a lot of different, metrics that might, make an advisor recommend one way or the other. But, at the end of the day, working with a financial advisor to determine if your emergency fund is adequate and if you have the room to, contribute potentially more down the stretch, within these last 5 years until you retire is certainly some critical analysis to have done. And when you get within those 5 years, that's what we call, kind of like the red zone, right? You think of sports, you're in the red zone, you're close to scoring points. So in this case, retirement being the end zone. So at the end of the day, is your emergency fund adequate? Are your contributions adequate? What decisions should you make about your portfolio as you're approaching retirement? This is something that we help families with every day. And, for a consultation of your portfolio, we'd be happy to sit down with you here at Net Worth Advisors, LLC. Please give us a call if any of this resonates with you, or these have been items that you're thinking about at 800-725-2988. Again, that's 800-725-2988.
Aiden, thanks so much for stopping by. Always good to get your perspective. Great insight today on some really important questions. 800-725-2988. NetworthAdvisorsLLC.com is that website. Have a great week, everyone. We're back next week right here on the Net Worth Financial Hour.
Net Worth Advisors, LLC is an independent financial services firm that utilizes a variety of investments and insurance products. Investment advisory services are offered only by registered individuals through Net Worth Advisors, a registered investment advisor. The opinions expressed by Net Worth Advisors on this show are their own and do not reflect the opinion of this station. All statements and opinions expressed are based upon information considered reliable, although it should not be relied upon as such. Any statements or opinions are subject to change without notice. Information presented is for educational purposes only and does not intend to make an offer or solicitation for the sale or purchase of any specific securities, investments, or investment strategies. Investments involve risk and, unless otherwise stated, are not guaranteed. Information expressed does not take into account your specific situation or objectives and is not intended as recommendations appropriate for any individual. Listeners are encouraged to seek advice from a qualified tax, legal, or investment advisor to determine whether any information presented may be suitable for their specific situation. Past performance is not indicative of future performance. This radio show is a paid placement.
As parents, we have a million things running through our minds. Playdates, checkups, groceries, laundry, diapers, work, carpool schedules, picture day, swim team, did we mention diapers, birthday parties, meal prep, lost permission slips, dentist appointments, and the dog that still needs to be walked. So it's easy to make a mistake. Oh, I forgot birthday candles. Sit tight, hon, I'll be right back. We say we'd never put our kids in danger by leaving them in the car alone. Oh, wait, since when are candles not on the baking aisle? But never happens. And temperatures as low as 60 degrees can be deadly for children left behind. So always bring them with you, and every time you park the car, stop, look, lock. Brought to you by NHTSA and the Ad Council.
The proceeding was paid for by Net Worth Advisors. Information on the program was intended to solely further the public's general knowledge about the product. Opinions expressed should not be relied upon for any purpose by any member of the audience. News Radio KDKA does not guarantee the accuracy of any of the information heard on the preceding program.
My retired friends are going back to work. I'm worried Social Security won't be enough. BenefitsCheckup.org connected me to $1,000 a month for food and medicine. It's free. Visit BenefitsCheckup.org today.
Supported by the U.S. Administration for Community Living.
Being diagnosed with leukemia, lymphoma, myeloma, or one of over 100 other types of blood cancer makes people want more time to do the things they love. We are Blood Cancer United. We do the most for more people with blood cancer. Join us at bloodcancerunited.org.
KDKA and KDKA-FM HD2 Pittsburgh. W261AX Pittsburgh.
Always live on the free Odyssey app. From the Aetna Medicare studios.
Proud to be the voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
From ABC News, I'm Sherry Preston. Another day and still no announcement or breakthrough on reopening the Strait of Hormuz. The war now in its 6th month, Vice President J.D. Vance saying on Fox.
We're applying a whole host of tools, diplomatic, economic, military tools, to ensure that we get the best outcome for the American people. I feel quite confident we will get there, but we're still a bit in the middle of the game.
Iran did say it had reached a deal with Oman that would allow ships to enter the Persian Gulf through an Iranian-controlled route. ABC News national security and defense analyst Mick Mulroy with some issues.
Ultimately, it sounds like Iran is not interested at all in conceding its sovereignty over the strait, their claimed sovereignty over the strait. It is an international waterway, and they're going to charge fees for it.
A big win for President Trump's former personal lawyer, Todd Blanche, winning over the Republican senators he needed for confirmation to become the country's next attorney general.
They opposed Blanche in part because of his involvement in granting an unprecedented tax immunity deal to President Trump, blocking the IRS from continuing any audits into Trump, his family, or the Trump organization. Blanche also, of course, helped create that so-called anti-weaponization fund, which has since been scrapped, but would have used nearly $2 billion in taxpayer dollars to pay out those who claim they were mistreated by the government, including possibly the January 6th rioters.
ABC's Olivia Rubin. President Trump is vowing to take his ballroom fight to the U.S. Supreme Court now that an appeals court says all construction must stop until Congress approves. Police in Thailand still looking for a motive in the school shooting that left 8 people dead, including the grandparents of the alleged shooter who took his own life afterwards. Nobody's won Powerball since May 2nd, which means the pot just keeps growing. Tonight's jackpot is $856 million. Your odds of winning still 1 in 292 million. This is ABC News.
If you haven't switched to Pure Talk because you're not sure their coverage is every bit as reliable as Big Wireless, why not take them for a test drive? For a limited time, Pure Talk is offering any of their plans for just $15 a month for the first 3 months, including their top-tier unlimited data plan. No contracts, no commitments. Just a great deal on a high-speed network with unlimited data from an American wireless company. Dial pound 250, say Mike Rowe, and let the savings begin.
These days, heading back to school means more than pencils and notebooks. It means laptops, tablets, online accounts, and a lot of personal information moving across the internet. WebRoot Total Protection gives families powerful online defense tools with antivirus, VPN, cloud backup, identity protection, and more, helping keep your digital life secure throughout the school year and beyond. Go to webroot.com/radio and get 60% off today. That's webroot.com/radio for 60% off. Live a better digital life with WebRoot, because peace of mind shouldn't be optional.
A ruling against Meta in a case that pitted the social media giant against prosecutors who said the social media giant was fighting against young people.
A New Mexico judge finding Facebook and Instagram helped fuel the state's young mental health crisis. The judge ordering the social media giant to pay $567 million for treatment and prevention programs, while also making changes to its apps after ruling Meta created a public nuisance by intentionally designing features to keep young users online longer.
ABC's Andrew Dimbert. 3 people are in a Michigan hospital, but at least they're alive after being lost and then rescued while on a river excursion. Here's ABC's Brian Clark.
The family of 3 was tubing on the Muskegon River in western Michigan. They were reported missing Tuesday and were found Friday about 7 miles away in a heavily wooded area.
They're dehydrated. They've been out in the wilderness, mosquitoes and all the elements.
State Police Lieutenant Pat Agama praised the multi-agency search.
One of my first times that I've seen a rescue mission like this go, and tremendous.
One key was searchers being able to track the 9-year-old child's footprints. Brian Clark, ABC News.
Hunter Biden says his father's prostate cancer has spread to other parts of his body and it's causing him pain, even as he continues to speak out. President Biden's son telling the BBC as a part of a wide-ranging interview his father's condition has been very hard for him and the rest of the family to watch. Sherry Preston, ABC News.
If you haven't switched Pittsburgh's very own board-certified and licensed hypnotherapist Dan Vitchoff of the PA Hypnosis Center is here to help you. He has helped train U.S. Olympic team members control their brains, stay relaxed, focused, and in control, giving them the edge for the gold. He's recognized by many organizations around the world as one of the top hypnotherapists anywhere. He has gotten over 3,000 people to give up cigarettes for good in the last 22 years. He's helped folks even who've tried gastric bypass to lose weight. He can help you and give you a 98% success guarantee. Call 724-934-8446. That's Dan Bitchoff, the PA Hypnosis Center. Mention KDKA and get $50 off any program. But call for a free consultation today, 724-934-8446. The PA Hypnosis Center with Dan Bitchoff. Make that call today, 724-934-8446.
The KDKA AccuWeather forecast is brought to you by JP Roofing and Siding, Pittsburgh's #1 Platinum Preferred roofing replacement contractor. Call 412-829-7711.
A cloudy and humid start to the weekend today brings a couple of showers and a gusty thunderstorm, high 85, with a thunderstorm lingering for some tonight and a low of 68, followed by sunshine and a dry day tomorrow, high 87, before more showers and thunderstorms around for Monday. Some of them may be heavy and gusty again, high 85. For AccuWeather, I'm LaTroy Thornton, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
Unapologetic in his talk. It's Michael Bartley on the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
It is a Saturday afternoon. Michael Bartley on Saturdays. Oh, yes. 2 to 5, baby. 2 to 5. 866-391-1020. 866-391-1020. So Saturdays are open forum. We love it. We love it. We love it. You know, I normally begin Saturdays with the Joe Mystic column, but he's playing bocce. He's playing bocce right now. So he's going to join me at 3 o'clock. He's in some bocce tournament. We'll get the lowdown, see if he won, see what place he come in. You know what I mean? But he has another great column, and we do a lot of politics on Saturday. Don't get crazy, you know. But he has a great piece on political labeling. Because look, I'm sorry, but you know the Michigan Senate race is taking the cake in terms of what people are talking about, what people are thinking. El Sayed versus Rogers. Essentially, a Democratic Socialist versus a MAGA guy. And look at that. It's a Democratic seat. And if Democrats lose that seat, their chances of taking over the Senate very much narrow. They narrow indeed. And there's no doubt about it. So let me throw out a couple of topics indeed. And whatever you want is fine with me. People are still talking about this McKees Rocks case. God love that family. My God. And the McKees Rocks Police Department, great job putting it out there. But on behalf of the family, but a 12-year-old kid apparently, made reference to bullying. And a 12-year-old commits suicide. 12-year-old, what is a fifth grader, sixth grader? I know, I can't get it off my mind. I really can't. But in politics, which we do a lot on Saturdays, President Trump said today that the voters aren't mad at him. They're not mad at him. He said voters may seek to punish Republicans, but not him. He said on social media, they're angry at Republicans, but they're not angry at me. They're not angry at me, but they are angry at Republicans, the president said. The GOP faces the prospect of heavy losses this November as gas and grocery prices remain stubbornly high due to the White House's 5-month-long war in Iran and other factors. Republicans behind closed, but they're afraid of him. They're afraid to say it publicly. They've been going on and on about the White House being tone deaf. The president's approval rating continue to tumble every week. Continue. But he said that they're not mad at him. They're mad at Republicans in general. Yeah, they are. Another thing, a topic I really like is Trump's now going to go to the Supreme Court. He's all bent out of shape today. Oh, boy. Guess why? That federal appeals court, they said, nope. No way. They're not, he can't build that ballroom. $400 million ball. Oh, yeah, by the way, it was going to be paid for by him and all his friends. Yeah, right. No, it's not. We heard that one before. He keeps saying it, but now they're engaging taxpayer money. They were going to pay for the whole thing. The whole thing. But this, the court said it would hold off on stay its ruling until Trump appeals to the Supreme Court, which he said he's going to do. Yeah. But this appeals court said whether or not a massive ballroom should be constructed is for Congress to decide and is not a matter of executive self-help. It's for Congress. Congress. This holding has nothing at all to do with whether the proposed ballroom is desirable or not. As a matter of policy, this ruling not even necessarily means that the defendants may not ultimately construct the ballroom. What it does mean, the court said, is that the defendants may not do so during the district court's expeditious litigation without securing congressional approval, as the Constitution and laws require. But Trump has a history of circumventing Congress, going around Congress. He really does. He really, really does. And he said he's going to go to the Supreme Court. It's going to be interesting to see what they do. And if they let him do it, that means, hey, okay. And they've done some stuff for him. They've held him off on some things. They've done some stuff for him. But it means future presidents can just go around Congress, I guess. I think he loses this one, though. I do. I think he does. Trump wrote on social media last night, or overnight, I think it was, the military and Secret Service are viewing this horrendous, politically motivated and unlawful ruling as a national security threat to our nation, and that the entire complex is being built for the protection of our country and additionally all future presidents. I think that's his way of saying he wants taxpayer money to build it. Yeah. The other issue here today is that the Epstein survivors are incensed that the United States Senate voted 50-49 by one vote to make Todd Blanche the second confirmed Attorney General under Trump. It's Trump's personal lawyer. Trump's personal lawyer. Mm-hmm. The vote was early this morning. Blanche said he was deeply honored. In the end, Blanche was confirmed narrowly. He was opposed by two Republicans, Susan Collins, Lisa Murkowski. Collins is in the battle of her life up there in Maine. And I predict she's going to lose. I do. But the path for him to get in there was by Cassidy, who Trump, he was the decisive vote. And he threw his support behind Blanche. Cassidy was going to go either way. We'll see. I don't know. But Cassidy said, this is not a referendum on President Trump. It's a decision regarding Mr. Blanche in very specific circumstances. And Cassidy lost his primary to be reelected by a Trump-backed challenger. What are Democrats saying? Well, Dick Durbin, Senator Durbin, who's also his, he's on his last term as well, sort of spoke for the Democrats, saying that Todd Blanche being Attorney General was a serious mistake. He said, quote, "If there is ever a moment in history when we need an attorney general above reproach who is clearly dedicated to ending corruption even at the highest level of our government, it is right now." Agreed. Agreed. Yes, indeed. So, those are some of the topics we will get to. But I'm going to take my break. And then when I get back, I'm going to talk with Captain David Finnerty from the McKees Rocks Police Department, who I mentioned what they did yesterday. And I called Captain Finnerty, who agreed to be on with me today on this 12-year-old suicide. And my phones rang off the hook yesterday here on the Voice of Pittsburgh. Off the hook. And this story is just sort of, there are so many examples of sort of unprecedented detail in this story. And I'm not letting it go because I want this police captain from McKees Rocks to state why they made it public after talking with the family, and God love them for doing it. This child was 12 years old, do you understand? 12 years old. It's mind-boggling. And this family is suffering. So we're going to talk with McKees Rocks Police Captain David Finnerty when I get back. Michael Bartley on the Voice of Pittsburgh News Radio, KDKA.
Your source for everything that's news. Hear it on News Radio KDKA.
Every time I've had CertaPro painters do work on my home, I really appreciate their professionalism. They make it worry-free, and it starts with a free estimate, all at the right price. And I love that each CertaPro painter's business is independently owned and operated. Hi, this is Larry Richard. It's the perfect time to reach out, get CertaPro painters to visit your home. Schedule your free estimate online at CertaPro.com. That's Certa with a C. You'll be so glad you did. Trust CertaPro Painters.
This summer, there are 250 reasons to join T-Mobile.
Girls trip? Booked. And switching to T-Mobile helped make it happen.
With Experience Beyond, switch and get $100 back. Plus, $650 in value in built-in plan benefits. That's $750 in your first year, guaranteed.
And honestly, that $100 back, I'm putting it towards the zip line.
Now that's how you do summer.
Exactly. Best switch I ever made.
This is just one reason to join T-Mobile this summer. There are 250 reasons. Find yours.
Savings based on the value of benefits included with Experience Beyond, like entertainment and 1 year of AAA Classic and Dash Pass on us. Benefits may require activation. See plan for details. Get $100 via virtual prepaid MasterCard with eligible ported, no cash access, and expires in 6 months. Issued by Sunrise Banks, N.A. member FDIC. Allow 8 weeks.
I'm with Joe Potachnik from JP Roofing and Siding, a platinum preferred contractor from Owens Corning. Joe, what does that mean?
It's an elite status. We earn that by using Owens Corning products to qualify for the platinum preferred warranty. That's a 50-year warranty on the materials and 25-year on the labor, 100%.
That's the upper 1% in America after 45 years, Joe. Congratulations.
Thank you, Larry.
Call JP Roofing and Siding, 412-829-7711.
You can't escape a traffic jam. Know what else you can't escape? Seasonal allergies. And you might think you can avoid that coffee stain until... Oh, really? You can't escape a lot of things in life, but you can escape prediabetes. Prediabetes captures 1 in 3 adults. There are usually no signs of prediabetes. In fact, most people don't even know they have it. But with early diagnosis, you can change the outcome and prevent or delay type 2 diabetes. Take action by taking the 1-minute risk test at doihaveprediabetes.org. You might not be able to escape having this song stuck in your head, but you can escape prediabetes. Go to doihaveprediabetes.org today. Brought to you by the Ad Council and the Centers for Disease Control and Prevention.
The KDKA Radio text line is driven by Kenny Ross Auto Group. Find your best deal and Pittsburgh's best warranty at kennyross.com.
Listen to KDKA Radio on the Odyssey, iHeartRadio, or TuneIn apps.
Pittsburgh's 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
Welcome back. If it's Saturday from 2 to 5, it's Michael Bartley on the Voice of Pittsburgh News Radio, KDK. So yesterday, I brought up this story. McKees Rocks Police Department posted, it was an unusual post, and it had to be. And my phones rang off the hook so much so that I kept the topic open for nearly 4 hours. We couldn't help it because people keep thinking about this family. McKees Rocks police arrived at a scene Tuesday night. They found a 12-year-old boy, 12 years old, a victim of suicide. 12. What would make a 12-year-old commit suicide? God almighty. And so through the investigation, police learned that, quote unquote, many exterior factors and stressors, including unreported bullying, likely led to the boy taking his own life. Their statement went on to say he was not just an average 12-year-old. He was special and kind and brought love and light into the rooms he walked into. He showed potential and, most importantly, deserved to live a long life, police wrote. Police wrote, with permission from the victim's family, McKees Rocks police are encouraging anyone that's considering self-harm to reach out. Texting the Suicide and Crisis Lifeline at 988. Joining me right now, and I appreciate his time, is Captain David Finnerty of the McKees Rocks Police Department. Captain, good afternoon.
Michael, hi, how are you?
Fine, thanks so much. What made your department and you put out this statement? And I believe you told me you were at this scene, which must have been so difficult for that family.
Yeah. So me and two of our patrolmen responded that night, and we were the initial first responders that arrived.
And that you engaged with the family, and I don't want to get into specifics about this scene, but there had to be an overwhelming reason this family, working with McKees Rocks Police Department and you, as the superior officer, as a captain, to put out a statement for everyone to know about this, so that if anyone needs help, they need to get help. What prompted this statement?
So I think it's just an effort on our behalf to raise the awareness and try to combat some of this bullying and just behavior, from these young kids.
And Captain, it was mind-boggling to me after doing the research, after seeing this story, that so many kids, 27% in middle school, far beyond high school. But this kid, I believe, was a 5th or 6th grader. Were you just awestruck by this kid's age? And can you shed any light on, was this cyberbullying, physical bullying? What can you tell us, without names, I know the investigation's still ongoing, but what can you tell us?
Oh, so he has this demeanor that just everybody loved. And whenever I spent some time with his mother, she just let me know that he was just a great kid, made friends with everyone. Everyone who knew him liked him. And, but there's some, the underlying factors that I spoke at length with Mom about was he lost his father a few years ago. And ever since then, he's been struggling. it's been a long road for him. And I believe Mom explained to me that it was 3 years ago that he lost his dad, and his dad was his idol, just his complete and total idol. He was a Marine. He served 5 tours overseas. He just aspired to be everything that his dad was. And when he lost his dad, I think, he lost his way a little bit. And I think, honestly, there might have been some kids that found out about that situation and how he lost his dad, and it became a bullying situation.
So they made fun of him because he lost his dad?
That's what I'm getting from, the conversations that I've been having with his mom, Elizabeth.
Mm-hmm. Captain, where does this investigation go from here?
Unfortunately, just the things that all of the factors involved here, Michael, are pointing towards suicide. Now, we work closely with Allegheny County Police Department when we have any manner of death that is other than natural.
Mm-hmm.
And I've spoken with them already, and we believe this to truly be a suicide, and it's just a tragic suicide.
Yeah, they confirmed for me yesterday, Allegheny County Homicide, that they ruled this a suicide, and that's the deal there, and so unfortunate for such a young kid. Well, is there a way to talk to the kids who may have bullied him for losing his father to try to get, you know what I'm saying, to try to mitigate this bullying stuff? And I'm sure that's what this child's mother is hoping for.
Well, I think she played a role in trying to curtail it during the school year. Now, I don't know the specifics of whether there was discipline handed out or, administration dealt with the issue. But they're just so heartbroken right now that, they're not looking for someone to be punished. They just want to grieve and miss their son.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I get it. I really do. But I tell you, you have to, Captain, you have to give them a lot of credit for giving you permission to release the statement you did yesterday, for parents to talk to their kids, to make sure their kids are safe, and so that the bullying is reduced. I'm sure your officers, and I don't care what municipality it is, this bullying thing is out of control.
Right. And that was part of the statement, is that, don't discount our police department as an option for help, because we have great officers, and they all have been there for a long time. We all have children. We understand situations, and all of our guys are extremely easy to talk to, and they go out of their way for the young people, for the young generation. So, but when I spoke with Mom, when I spoke with Elizabeth, I gave her my intent to raise awareness and start an anti-bullying campaign.
Good.
And she said her exact words were, "If it can help another kid, then let's do it."
Good. Captain, I please tell her my listeners yesterday, everyone's thinking about her and her family. This is such a 12-year-old boy committing suicide. My God. This is such a tragedy, and congratulations to you and your department for going public with this. We have nothing but respect for McKees Rocks Police Department today, and to you.
Thank you, sir.
You bet, absolutely. All right, Captain David.
Have a great weekend.
You too, Captain David Finnerty. I'll have some more thoughts on this when I get back. Michael Bartley, KDKA.
Did you see that UFO last night?
Is it real? Or is it AI?
How about the aircraft carrier floating down the river?
Nowadays, it's tough to determine what's legit and what to believe.
I know it's true because it was all over my feed last night.
But when it comes to news, Depend on Pittsburgh's original news source since 1920. The voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
From the Aetna Medicare Studios.
Proud to be the voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
ABC News, I'm Sherry Preston. Officials in Utah confirm that 2 people who were on board a firefighting helicopter died when the chopper went down. The NTSB is in charge of the investigation into what happened. It has been difficult getting to the crash site because of all the smoke and fire. Iran issuing new demands around the reopening of the Strait of Hormuz, including that the U.S. lift its naval blockade and withdraw all military from the area. The U.S. insists that talks are ongoing. The list of water treatment facilities hacked into possibly by Iran is growing.
Authorities stress that there has not been widespread disruption to any of the water systems here in the United States or the supplies or treatment of water. And more importantly, they say there is no evidence to suggest that the water itself is unsafe, but it's still concerning given the amount of states that are now involved in these cyber attacks.
ABC's Andrew Dimbert. Todd Blanche confirmed by the Senate early this morning after Senator Bill Cassidy, the last remaining GOP holdout, cast his vote in favor. This is ABC News.
Retirement, it's almost here. Are you ready? Well, join Kurt Kanodik and Ethan Lane of Accurate Solutions Group for your retirement blueprint. Let Kurt and Ethan help you plan for your retirement dreams. Don't miss your retirement blueprint, Sundays at 10. Investment advisory services offered through ASG Investment Management, LLC.
In Pittsburgh, Chase is proud to root for the home team because they're our team too. We cheer from the bleachers and on the sidelines. We cheer for gymnasts and quarterbacks. And with more than 25 local Chase branches and 5,000 nationwide, we are right beside you, Pittsburgh. Neighborhood bankers, digital tools, national strength. Chase, make more of what's yours.
JP Morgan Chase Bank, N.A. member FDIC.
When it comes to family law, a lot has changed in recent years, so assumptions can be costly. If you see or sense a change coming in your family life that could have legal implications, it's important to know where you stand. Getting good legal advice early is never a bad idea. I'm Joe Cordell of Cordell & Cordell. If you or anyone you know is facing a family law issue, start with a consultation. Visit CordellCordell.com.
Pittsburgh and Cranberry Township. Joseph Cordell. Licensed in Missouri and Illinois only.
My name is Whitney Allen, and I'm a widow. My husband, Ryan, died. We never thought we'd ever have to use life insurance, but the unexpected happened. With Ethos, signing up was fast and 100% online. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. No medical exams, and you can get up to $3 million worth of coverage. I'm grateful we were prepared.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/radio. That's ethos.com/radio. Paid spokesperson. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
New Game Plus with Oxy makes your laundry smell incredible and fights stubborn smells, like the ones your dog Biscuit brought into your freshly made bed last night. But you washed that all away with Game, and now you're drifting asleep to the scent and sound of waves. Ah, no, that's the dog licking your ear.
Biscuit.
It just might be our greatest scent ever. Now with odor-fighting power. New Game Plus with Oxy.
Sniff the difference. This summer, there are 250 reasons to join T-Mobile.
Girls trip? Booked. And switching to T-Mobile helped make it happen.
With Experience Beyond, switch and get $100 back. Plus, $650 in value in built-in plan benefits. That's $750 in your first year, guaranteed.
And honestly, that $100 back, I'm putting it towards the zip line.
Now that's how you do summer.
Exactly. Best switch I ever made.
This is just one reason to join T-Mobile this summer. There are 250 reasons. Find yours.
Savings based on the value of benefits included with Experience Beyond, like entertainment and 1 year of AAA Classic and Dash Pass on us. Benefits may require activation. See plan for details. Get $100 via virtual prepaid MasterCard with eligible ported, no cash access, and expires in 6 months. Issued by Sunrise Banks, N.A. member FDIC. Allow 8 weeks.
Hey, it's Brew. And between my radio show, filming content, editing videos, and trying to stay connected with family, reliable Wi-Fi isn't really optional anymore. I just need it to work. And that's why I like that with Xfinity, you get the most reliable, fiber-powered Wi-Fi with the best equipment at one price for 5 years, guaranteed. No contracts or commitments. Plus, Xfinity makes getting connected simple with same-day Wi-Fi so you can get online in minutes. Restrictions apply. Not available in all areas. Use of fiber or coaxial cable. Learn more at xfinity.com/same-day Wi-Fi. Xfinity. Imagine that.
What do parents think of back to school at Staples, where 24-pack Crayola crayons are just 50 cents?
Staples has folders, notebooks, and pens at great prices.
I'm smiling from ear to ear. It's the most wonderful time.
Mom, I missed the bus of the year.
It's a wonderful time at Staples, where school supplies start at just 25 cents. Staples. That was easy. Visit your local Staples today or shop online and in the app. Ends 9/12. Exclusions apply.
The KDKA AccuWeather forecast is brought to you by JP Roofing and Siding, Pittsburgh's #1 Platinum Preferred roofing replacement contractor. Call 412-829-7711.
Today brings a wet start to the weekend with plenty of clouds around, a couple of showers, and a drenching gusty thunderstorm, the high 85, with a spotty thunderstorm for tonight. Otherwise, some clouds, low 68, ahead of a rather sunny day for tomorrow, and a high of 87. Leads to more clouds for Monday, and another couple of showers and gusty thunderstorms, high 85. For AccuWeather, I'm LaTroy Thornton, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
Okay, welcome back. Michael Bartley on the Voice of Pittsburgh News Radio, KDKA. Well, now we know. I'll tell you that. Listen, hats off to McKees Rocks Police Department. This guy, Captain David Finnerty. Well, now we know. According to this little boy's mother. What the hell is wrong with kids? I don't know. I don't know what. There are no words here. This lady lost her 12-year-old boy, and Allegheny County Police already confirmed for me that it's rolled suicide. And this, this Captain Finnerty, God love him for talking to me here. You heard him. It was a tough scene. I didn't want him to go into it. Nope. Nobody's business. That's for the police and family. And they have to live with that. But a 12-year-old boy commits suicide because kids bullied him because his father died 3 years ago. His father was his hero. His father was his everything. Of course he was. His father was a former Marine. He loved his kid. This kid adored this man. And kids his age and older bullied this 12-year-old boy because he lost his father. What the hell? What is this? What is wrong here? I can't get this off my mind. Do you know that a 12-year-old boy is like a 5th or 6th grader? And God love the mother. She worked with the police, gave them approval for this statement that they put out yesterday. I was on this for 4 hours yesterday. I could be on this for days because this is of the importance of this. My God. And these police officers come out with a statement that this kid was so loved, he was so outgoing, had everything to live for. He lit up a room. And he deserved to live a long life. They said, of course he did. And, God love the police officers. And And this courageous mother, in all her grief, gave them permission to send it to the media and on social media to talk to your kids about stop bullying and making fun of other kids. They're impressionable. And to check on your kids, even 12-year-olds. This kid was 12 years old and committed suicide. And to check on your kids on bullying and about how they feel and if they're okay. And if any of them has issues and regarding mental health, anything at all, Suicide Crisis Lifeline, the McKees Rocks Police, and I think all police would tell you the same, to dial 988 to get help, to do what you can. I'll tell you what, the police are my heroes today. You better believe it. All right. Claudia in Cranberry. Claudia, you're on KDKA. Thanks for the call.
Hi, Mike.
Hi.
I wanted to talk about the experience of a friend of mine. And it was bullying by her daughter, and it's gone on for years. And she has removed the child from the school system and put her in a private school. But because the area is so condensed with the school systems, even when they go to the department stores and the kids are teenagers so they can drive, they still, with the mother present, they harass her and call her names. She is active. She was a cheerleader. And these girls that bully her were actually on, they have a bullying, a board, to prevent bullying.
Yeah, like a chat room
and
type thing. Yeah.
The girls that actually bullied her are the board. And which is just, it's a lot out of control. They have made sexual, horrible connotations about her and have spoken on video.
Claudia, listen. Don't mention the neighborhood or school, but because I'll get in trouble, and I know you wouldn't. But what's the age group of this girl and those?
We're talking. This started at 14.
Jesus, Marion St. Joseph.
I'm telling you. I mean, and the mother, she has a good job, but to pull you, she had to actually pull her child and put it in private school, and these girls actually told her to go jump off a roof.
God.
So they told her to commit suicide.
I don't understand. I don't understand.
I don't know if it's the school systems are so large, let alone with the social media, they can't control them.
You know what one of my callers suggested yesterday is, and maybe it has to be. I don't know, but should bullying and mental health be a part of the lesson of grade schools and high schools? Maybe.
You know what? The schools, Mike, are not doing enough. She went to the school. The mother went to the school. She told there was police in the junior high hall rooms. She said they're harassing her. They're hurting her. They looked at the videos, but they said there's no audio. We can't tell what they're saying, what they're doing.
You know who else I don't think is doing enough? And I'm not pointing fingers at anybody in particular, but after this 12-year-old in McKees Rocks case, and I think the police would agree with me, because that's who they're trying to engage. Parents, talk to your kids. Talk to your kids about is something wrong? A, and B, is your kid bullying another kid? If this case in McKees Rocks doesn't open people's eyes, I give up.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, thoughts and prayers to the family, because I know what my girlfriend has gone through just trying to save her daughter.
Is that girl okay?
She is getting therapy, and the mother has actually pressed charges on the one girl that has caused so much trouble. And like I said, she's trying to start over. But with social media, you cannot.
Yeah, it's very sad. I'll tell you, it's just terrible.
But I just want to say that these schools, they have to do more. If they need audio, if that's the problem, they need to upgrade their systems where they can see these girls and the boys being harassed. Because as we know, it's not just a girl thing.
Yeah. I tell you, Claudia, this is beyond my pay grade. I don't understand. Yeah. I don't understand how a 12-year-old boy loses his father, you know,
and be attacked over it,
and gets bullied because of it. I'm done. I'm done here. I don't know. I just don't get it.
And that's like with the girl. It all was over a boy.
Yeah.
You know, just stupid.
And we can't expect the schools to solve everything. I get that. And I guess I'm just, like the police are, reaching out to, you know, adults, no matter who they are, whether you're a grandparent, a parent, a teacher, I don't know what, and to check on these kids regarding this, because this can't continue. This is nuts. It's terrible.
It's the podcasters. They had they had all went to. What was it? They went to Kennywood. It was down at Kennywood, and he advertised to come and tell who you thought was terrible. And these girls went down and made a video about it. With her name, they had their cheerleading outfits on. Again, we won't say no names, but and the school system did nothing.
Wow, I'm sorry to hear about that. My oh my.
Yeah, it's very sad.
Yep, Claudia.
Thank you, Mike, for listening.
Thank you very much, Claudia. I appreciate that. All right, my final thoughts on that coming up, and then I'm going to transition to. I've got Joe Mystic on here at 3:00, and we're going to move into our Saturday afternoon political stuff. So, Brian and Bishop, you guys hang loose there, okay? I got some other stuff to get in here. And we'll go from there, okay? All right, thanks. Michael Bartley on the 50,000-watt voice of Pittsburgh News Radio, KDKA.
Hi, this is Larry Richard. Join us Monday in the Big K Morning Show, 5:30 until 10. We'll recap what you might have missed over the weekend and get you going.
It's the little things, the information you need, people you know, the little things that make a big difference. The voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA. Here's the latest from the KDKA Community Message Board.
Obsessed with pizza? So are they at Slice on Broadway. The 2025 winner of World's Best Cheese Pizza Slice is right here in the Berg with 6 Pittsburgh locations, always serving delicious New York-style pizza, hoagies, and salads. Order yours today. Register for Pittsburgh's Fall Fitness Classic. The Great Race 10K and 5K take place on Sunday, September 27th. It's all part of one great weekend celebrating the Richard S. Caligiuri City of Pittsburgh Great Race, presented by Highmark Blue Cross Blue Shield. Odyssey and McGee Women's Research Institute have teamed up for a new women's health podcast. Understudied asks researchers the biggest questions in women's health, and they're finding answers that could change lives around the world. Tune in where you find your podcasts. Sponsored by Genentech.
Details at KDKARadio.com.
Hi, this is elder law attorney Carl Zachariah. Betty called me last week because her mother's in a nursing home and had given her $30,000 2 years ago. I told her that 5-year look back will not apply. We can get it fixed. Call Zachariah Brown at 724-942-6200 or visit PittsburghElderLaw.com.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance engineer at a beverage manufacturing plant, he starts his day knowing every line is ready to run because Grainger delivers the industrial-grade products he needs to keep mixers, conveyors, and packaging equipment moving. With Grainger's vast selection of bearings, belts, and motors, he keeps operations running smoothly, so nothing grinds to a halt. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
You know that Big Bargain detergent jug is 80% water, right? It doesn't clean as well.
80% water? I thought I was getting a better deal because it's so big.
If you want a better clean, Tide Pods are only 12% water. The rest is pure, concentrated cleaning ingredients.
Oh, let
make an announcement. Attention shoppers, if you want a real deal, try Tide Pods.
Stop paying for watered-down detergents. Pay for clean. If it's got to be clean, it's got to be Tide Pods. Water content based on the leading bargain liquid detergent.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
He's downright entertaining, and he's on the voice of Pittsburgh. Michael Bartley, 100.1 FM and AM 1020, KDKA.
Welcome back. Michael Bartley on the voice of Pittsburgh News Radio, KDKA. All right. So let me just fill you in on coming up here at 3 o'clock. Joe Mystic will be my guest. So Bishop and Brian and any other callers, I got to do Joe first, all right? And then I'll get to you guys. I know you're on hold. Don't worry. I see you. Don't worry. I got you. But I tell you, the Joe's column today, I normally do Joe at 2, but he's playing bocce. I'll find out if he won or lost. Anyway, he was in a tournament. So his column today, I'm just going to tease it for you, is it's fascinating about labels. Yeah. Communists, fascists, socialists, MAGA, Yep. And it really is spun out of the issue of what happened in Detroit, Michigan, and what happened in Michigan, really, Tuesday for the Democratic primary. And everyone's talking about this race. This is a fascinating race. And it's El Sayed versus Rogers. And Rogers is the Republican. He won. He was unopposed in the primary, so now he goes to the general election, November, whatever. And here's the thing. He's pretty much MAGA, and he went on the offensive big time Tuesday night, Wednesday morning against El Sayed, who's a doctor. He's an epidemiologist. Went to Columbia Medical School, Oxford Medical School, Columbia undergrad. And he's a democratic socialist. And he is Muslim. And he had this greatest soundbite ever that I thought Tuesday night during his victory speech. And it was very narrow, but he beat a centrist Democrat, which I am, and I'm not big on the socialists just yet, but I guess they're coming on. People like me have to, get it together here. It was funny, it was interesting the other night, some of my callers were going on about this. So people that can't stop about this. It's almost like the political underpinning is Michigan now, the Michigan Senate race. And it's not, but it's critically important for the balance of the Senate. Is Sayed too far left? And the Democrats aren't trying to turn or flip a seat there. They're defending the one from Gary Peters. And they're defending it. But if Republicans flip that, that's trouble for Democrats. It is. But they elected a Democratic socialist, a Bernie Sanders type guy. Can he win? Can he win a general election? We got to wait and see. Now, it was fun. It was interesting the other night. I asked some of my callers, would you vote for a Democratic socialist or MAGA? And they're pretty much Democrats, but they, one said MAGA, two said MAGA, and was fascinating to me. Very fascinating. And centrist Democrats like I am, and I've said this in the past, I always think that socialists are sabotaging my party. They have tried to. and they get mad at me, but I'm sticking by my guns. They ruined the Allegheny County Democratic Committee, which I was a part of, even as a ward chairman. They ruined it, made it irrelevant. We used to have great loyalty, and if you were endorsed, you went for that person. Corey O'Connor was endorsed. They did everything they could to tear him down. Before the primary with Ed Gainey. Did everything they could to sabotage him. Everything. Trust me. Go look it up. But any event, but El Sayed the other night said, and it was really interesting because the media asked him that, Republican, and they did that, Barack Hussein Obama, and Republicans love fear-mongering with Muslim names, the type names, Arabic names, and they said they're making fun of your name, and El Sayed said, and he's super bright and an appealing candidate. Otherwise, they wouldn't have gone for him in Michigan. I'm looking everything up on this guy. He's brilliant. You don't go to Columbia and Oxford Medical School if you're stupid. But he said, off the top of his head, my name is not raising your gas prices. My name is not entangling the United States in a war with Iran. My name is not jeopardizing your family and your affordability challenges. That's what he said. Yeah. So the Mystic column, which I'm going to read a lot of it and have Joe respond, it was born out of this thing in Detroit, in Michigan, and it's a fascinating phenomenon. And Tuesday night in Wisconsin, the Democrat that's leading for governor, because Tony Evers is retiring, is a socialist too. So the socialists it's a groundswell deal here in the Midwest. So, all right, after news, I'll be right back. Michael Bartley on the Voice of Pittsburgh News Radio, KDK 866-391-1020. Good to be with you on Saturdays. We love it.
The Big K Morning Show with Larry Richards.
Plus, our effervescent producer is here.
Effervescent? I actually don't know what that means, effervescent. Are you making fun of me?
Well, no, not at all.
Yeah, because I looked it up after Larry said it.
Oh, you looked it up?
Yeah.
So let's see
I was like, how are you describing me? And it says that it means giving off bubbles of gas. And I was like,
Weekday mornings 5:30 to 10 on the Voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
The Village at St. Barnabas, the perfect place for mom.
My name is Whitney Allen, and I'm a widow. My husband, Ryan, died. We never thought we'd ever have to use life insurance, but the unexpected happened. With Ethos, signing up was fast and 100% online. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. No medical exams, and you can get up to $3 million worth of coverage. I'm grateful we were prepared.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/radio. That's ethos.com/radio. Paid spokesperson. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
For a lot of workplaces, the work week doesn't end on Friday. That's why there's EasyCater, the best way to order food from favorite restaurants for your hardworking team, even on weekends. With EasyCater, you'll find great options for any group size and any shift, with tools to help meet dietary needs, stay on budget, and simplify expenses, all backed by our award-winning 24/7 support. EasyCater, your Monday through Sunday workplace food platform. Start an order for your weekend crew at easycater.com.
Are you prepared for winter storms and possible power outages? Duquesne Light Company urges you to prepare your emergency kit ahead of the next storm. Stock up on bottled water, non-perishable food, flashlights, batteries, a first aid kit, and warm blankets to keep you and your family safe and comfortable. And don't forget to charge your devices. A little preparation goes a long way. Learn more about how to prepare for storms year-round at DuquesneLight.com/stormplan. That's DuquesneLight.com/stormplan.
Join Beth Andrews for the Net Worth Financial Hour Saturdays at 1 to get the news and information you need to make your retirement dream a reality. That's the Net Worth Financial Hour with Beth Andrews, Saturdays at 1. Net Worth Advisors, LLC is a registered investment advisor.
100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA. Covered by JP Roofing and Siding. Pittsburgh's #1 platinum roofing company. Listen to KDKA Radio on the Odyssey, iHeartRadio, or TuneIn apps.
KDKA and KDKA-FM HD2 Pittsburgh. W261AX Pittsburgh.
Always live on the free Odyssey app. From the Aetna Medicare Studios.
Proud to be the voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
From ABC News, I'm Sherry Preston. The FAA has confirmed that the 2 crew members on board a firefighting helicopter that crashed in Utah were both killed when the chopper went down. Deanna Younger is the public information officer in charge of the Wildmouth fire.
I do know that NTSB and FAA have investigators en route, and they will be investigating the accident.
There's so far been no way to get to the scene of where the crash happened because of all the flames. ABC's Samantha Theodore says the flames and smoke taking a toll once again out west.
You'll note that over the past couple of days, we had a bit of a break in places like Washington State, allowing firefighters to really take on some of the more arduous work there with those wildfires. But now we are seeing that threat kind of reboom here. Spokane under pink, that means red flag warning. We've got pink in Billings, Riverton, Rock Springs. That is a red flag warning. It means strong winds, very dry conditions, so those fires can spread rapidly.
Diminished air quality as well because of all the smoke. A teenage boy killing his grandparents in Thailand and then going on a shooting rampage at his school. When it was over, at least 8 people were dead.
Investigators say the suspect used a handgun in the attack and that his grandfather owned the weapon. The country's prime minister condemned the attack and said that it could have been even worse, as the suspect had at least 30 more bullets.
ABC's Marcus Moore at the foreign desk. Iran has this afternoon issued new demands around the reopening of the Strait of Hormuz. The head of Iran's National Security Council saying in a statement, the strait will never fully reopen until the U.S., quote, corrects its behavior. No response yet from the Trump administration. In the Senate early this morning.
On this vote, the yeas are 50, the nays are 49. The nomination is confirmed.
The Senate confirms Todd Blanche to be the next Attorney General after one of the GOP holdouts who had threatened to hold his vote voted in favor. You're listening to ABC News.
If you haven't switched to Pure Talk because you're not sure their coverage is every bit as reliable as Big Wireless, why not take them for a test drive? For a limited time, Pure Talk is offering any of their plans for just $15 a month for the first 3 months, including their top-tier unlimited data plan. No contracts, no commitments, just a great deal on a high-speed network with unlimited data from an American wireless company. Dial pound 250, say Mike Rowe, and let the savings begin.
These days, heading back to school means more than pencils and notebooks. It means laptops, tablets, online accounts, and a lot of personal information moving across the internet. WebRoot Total Protection gives families powerful online defense tools with antivirus, VPN, cloud backup, identity protection, and more, helping keep your digital life secure throughout the school year and beyond. Go to webroot.com/radio and get 60% off today. That's webroot.com/radio for 60% off. Live a better digital life with WebRoot, because peace of mind shouldn't be optional.
An appeals court ruling that the construction must stop on the White House ballroom until Congress gives its approval. Senator John Hoeven from North Dakota is ready to give his.
Number one, the president's raised a lot of private money to fund it, and that's going to be something that future administrations can use, whether they're Republican or Democrat. That's a benefit.
And Democratic Senator Peter Welch from Vermont says he's a no.
We will never give the presidential approval for the Arc de Triomphe or the East Wing Ballroom. I mean, these are vanity projects.
Newly released surveillance footage shows the moment that gunmen opened fire in an Idaho In-N-Out burger last week. ABC's Michelle Franzen with more on the Good Samaritans who likely saved lives.
Former Twin Falls police officer Austin James ran toward the gunfire and drew his own weapon, getting shot by the suspect. Inside the restaurant, an off-duty state trooper engaging the suspect and eventually leading employees to safety. Armed civilian Jordan Salinas also firing shots at the gunman.
And as soon as some rounds started coming at him, everything changed. Immediately, all that bravado he had immediately crumbled.
Investigators are still trying to determine a motive, but say they believe he acted alone.
Spider-Man Brand New Day remains #1 at the box office this weekend. Its domestic haul so far, $653 million, the highest 10-day domestic gross in box office history. Sherry Preston, ABC News.
If you haven't switched to Pure Talk because you're not sure their coverage is every bit as reliable as big wireless, why not take them for a test drive?
This summer, there are 250 reasons to join T-Mobile.
Girls trip? Booked. And switching to T-Mobile helped make it happen.
With Experience Beyond, switch and get $100 back. Plus, $650 in value in built-in plan benefits. That's $750 in your first year, guaranteed.
And honestly, that $100 back, I'm putting it towards the zip line.
Now that's how you do summer.
Exactly. Best switch I ever made.
This is just one reason to join T-Mobile this summer. There are 250 reasons. Find yours.
Savings based on the value of benefits included with Experience Beyond, like entertainment and 1 year of AAA Classic and Dash Pass on us. Benefits may require activation. See plan for details. Get $100 via virtual prepaid MasterCard with eligible ported, no cash access, and expires in 6 months. Issued by Sunrise Banks and a member FDIC. Allow 8 weeks.
The KDKA AccuWeather forecast is brought to you by JP Roofing and Siding, Pittsburgh's #1 Platinum Preferred Roofing Replacement Contractor. Call 412-829-7711.
A cloudy and humid start to the weekend today brings a couple of showers and a gusty thunderstorm, high 85, with a thunderstorm lingering for some tonight and a low of 68, followed by sunshine and a dry day tomorrow, high 87, before more showers and thunderstorms around for Monday. Some of them may be heavy and gusty again, high 85. For AccuWeather, I'm LaTroy Thornton, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
The following is an editorial by KDKA Radio Regional Vice President Michael Spacciapoli.
Among the challenges faced by public schools is chronic absenteeism. In Pennsylvania, the rate was 21% in 2025. 1 out of every 5 students missing classes on a regular basis is unacceptable. 21% is higher than before the pandemic. The reasons for absenteeism are numerous: sickness, unreliable transportation, housing and food insecurity, safety concerns, and babysitting siblings are barriers. Some students stay away due to bullying. Others are disengaged and have little interest in study. Finally, there's the pandemic, when remote learning changed some perceptions of the importance of being at school. Some students came to prefer isolation. How can school districts respond? Success stories involve offering support to address specific barriers and personalized interventions with students and parents. Finally, a return to widespread agreement about the benefits of being at school will help in lowering the number of students missing too many classes.
This has been an editorial by KDKA Radio Regional Vice President Michael Spacciapoli. To view a transcript, go to kdkaradio.com.
You've heard the stories. Now talk about them with Michael Bartley. 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
Okie dokie, Michael Bartley, 2 to 5 on a Saturday. Now listen, I see a whole lot of you on hold. Stay there because I got to do my favorite segment of the week, no doubt about it. When Joe Mystic and I read his column from the Trib. Joe's a Duquesne law professor, national Democratic strategist, among other things. Hi, Joe.
Hey, Michael, how you doing?
Good. You're late today. I normally do you at 2 o'clock. You were playing bocce. What was that all about?
I am freshly back from the bocce tournament over at Acrisure Stadium. And had we played better, I wouldn't be here with you.
Why? How many rounds did you win? Any rounds?
We made it to the 3rd round.
Yeah.
I play for Local 1058 of the Laborers Union. Marco Mackey from the Exercise Warehouse is our captain. And we play every year. It's for the benefit of the Italian-American collection at the Heinz History Center.
Oh, that's wonderful, which is a really, really good collection there at the Heinz. It's wonderful. Way to go. All right, listen, so my listeners, this is their favorite segment too, and I sort of get the exclusive on Joe's column because it goes public today, triblive.com, and in print later today. But Joe we just love this show because I read part of it, I don't read the whole thing, and then my callers love talking about it. All right.
I love being with you, and I love listening to the callers' responses.
And you always do timely stuff. You really do, which is not easy. You know, writing during the week if something happens because things change. So it's the writing is people think it's easy, but it's not. Trust me. All right, here it is.
A big part of that's luck, Michael.
Thank you, Joe.
I'm a lucky guy.
You always. We're calling this ideas over labels. And okay, I'm sorry, but this is my favorite paragraph, the first one, because I've seen this in my life. All right, one of the most powerful memories of growing up in the Industrial Valley just east of Pittsburgh involves an event that occurred on a Saturday night at the Great Valley Bowling Lanes. We were teenagers shooting pool when we heard cursing and shouts of communist and fascist being exchanged by two of the dads as they grappled and punched each other while rolling down a bowling alley. That's the greatest. All right. Those terms, I know. We all saw that back in the day. Those terms meant something then. Many families were part of the real struggles for control of the labor unions, and communism and fascism and political ideology were common topics around the supper table. Some local unions split between left of center and left of right. Right of center activists and fistfights outside the mills and factories were common. Senator Joe McCarthy's campaigns saw communists infiltrating American life everywhere. His red baiting changed the course of American politics, and the damage from his wild accusations lasted for years beyond his demise. Attorney Roy Cohn was an architect of McCarthy's tactics, and he later became a mentor to a young Donald Trump. So it is no surprise that Trump is parading out the old McCarthy tropes and has recently claimed that some Democrats are godless communists. Trump himself has frequently been called a fascist, but voters seem to have mostly moved on from the old labels. In fact, voters seem to be moving on from party labels altogether. In Pennsylvania, as of April of 2026, there were more than 67,000 newly registered voters, and nearly 70% of them chose to register with no affiliation instead of Democrat or Republican. They registered that way, even though it means that they can only vote in general elections in Pennsylvania. I wish that would change. A Gallup poll found that a record-breaking 45% of American voters self-identified as independents in 2025, almost twice as many voters who identify as either Democrat or Republican. It is not just young voters who are registering as independents, but a growing number of voters who are remaining independent as they age. The problem for both parties is that issues that can lead to primary victories are often not the same issues that make victory likely in a general election. And small, well-organized, and deeply committed factions can win party primaries. For Republicans, the committed faction is MAGA. For Democrats, the battle is between traditional Democrats and the new progressives. In Michigan this past week, Abdul El-Sayed overcame claims that he is a socialist when he defeated the moderate Democrat for his party's nomination for U.S. Senator. He ran a campaign strong on progressive issues, including Medicare for all. But some of those issues, including abolishing ICE and abolishing prisons, could be the issues that sink him in the general election at a time when his race could determine control of the Senate. In the 2020 race for Pennsylvania governor, Doug Mastriano won the Republican nomination over the objections of some prominent Republican Party regulars, but with the late endorsement of Donald Trump. Mastriano was an election denier who preached Christian nationalism and rabidly opposed a woman's right to choose. He was easily defeated by Democrat Josh Shapiro. The late Jim Roddy, the first elected Allegheny County executive, lamented that extremists seem to be coming to the fore in each of the political parties. In our last conversation, he said, maybe it's a good thing we're both getting old, but let's hope that people eventually get tired of losing because of these extremists. Maybe then we can look back to doing what's best for most Americans. What a quote. And you remembered that verbatim. Joe, what is the takeaway here?
Well, let's take a moment just to look at the state of American politics. Traditional Republicans are fighting to get their party back from MAGA, and traditional Democrats are fighting to keep from losing their party to the far left in the Democratic Socialists. So we're in a strange place, a transitional place, but it remains to be seen where this thing finally settles out.
And I guess we don't know yet, but can I just please tell you that the other night, Thursday night, I guess it was, and bringing up, everyone's talking about this Michigan race like it's the biggest bellwether ever, and maybe it is, Joe. I don't know, but my point was, and maybe I'm getting more tolerable. I don't know, but I've torn into Democratic Socialists here, and maybe that's the wrong thing to do because I'm a centrist and I can't. I want my party back. Blah blah blah. However, that Mamdani in New York, I've said it before and I'll say it again. He's an appealing guy. I think crime is down there. He seems to be appealing. And then this Dr. El Sayed in Michigan. I said, at the end of the day, and some people are worried that, African Americans in Detroit are going to stay home because, they're not going to vote for this guy. But at the end of the day, Joe, I see this as El Sayed versus Trump, not Rogers, and a referendum on Donald Trump. Do you think I'm crazy?
That's pretty much the case for most Democrats who are running these days, whatever the office. Your opponent really is Donald Trump and the MAGA movement.
Why is it so hard for Democrats to unite progressives and and establishment folks like you and me?
Well, the approach to the Democratic Party has always been to have a big tent with everybody having a place somewhere under it. Now, that requires a willingness to compromise, willingness to settle for half a loaf. Both those things may be contrary to where society is right now. But, that is the Democratic Party approach, pulling people out of the water into the boat. The MAGA crowd has taken to pushing people out of the boat and into the water. They both had some success to this point, but not enough to be decisive in one direction or the other.
And I don't know. It's tough, and Bethany Hallam, who's a friend of mine, Bethany, and she's a progressive. You know what she said to me, and we were at the Allegheny County Democratic Committee. It was maybe this past spring. And we tease each other, and she's very bright, and she's an electric personality. I don't agree with a lot of things she says, but she's a friend, and she's like, Bartley, aren't you going to say hello to me? And I said, don't, and just tease. And I said, don't talk to me, you filthy socialist. And she laughed, and she said, you know what she said to me, Joe? She said, Bartley, you were a progressive socialist long before we came along. And
there's some truth to
do you
that.
understand? Hey, I was civil rights, gay rights, all that. Do you understand?
Right,
and so,
course,
and that's what she means.
Back in the early 50s, when Harry Truman proposed Medicare, which did not come into being for another 15 years or so under Lyndon Baines Johnson, he was called a socialist and a communist for promoting such a thing. So if you're anti-socialist, my first question is always this: Are you willing to give up Social Security, workers' compensation, unemployment compensation, farmers' subsidies, all those programs that sort of share the wealth?
That's brilliant, and that's exactly what they did. Hey, Joe, I'm going to tell you this. At the end of the day, I don't know. I'm at the end of the day, at least for November, the midterms, I predict, and I don't think I'm crazy, I predict that Democrats and independents, look at the polling, they'll vote for, I think they'll vote for a socialist come hell or high water, and because of affordability, the price of gas, the Iran war, everything Trump did in his first term, get rid of, with the Doge and all this overreach, because I think labels maybe at the end of the day won't matter, but I could be wrong.
Yeah, I think it's going to be more ideas, and a lot of that will have to do with the fact that you're running against Trump, and he's extraordinarily unpopular right now.
He's probably the most unpopular president in our history, without question. All right, Joe, great piece, and people are going to be, you're going to get a lot of reaction on this one again, believe me. Oh, man.
I hope so.
Huh?
Thanks, Michael. Thanks for everything.
Joe, thanks a lot, and better luck next year at that bocce tournament, my man.
Yeah, we better practice.
Well, you better start practicing. I believe it. All right. Joe Mystic, thanks a lot. All right. 866-391-1020. I'll be right back.
When you need to talk, we're here for you. Always have been. News Radio KDKA.
Life's best moments start with perfect choices. For Connie Nowak, it was a trolley ride and a 67-year love story. A life of family, smart decisions, and companionship with Chester the cat. Her retirement choice? The Village at St. Barnabas. Recreation, healthcare, close to family, everything on her list. Plus, it's an exceptional retirement value with a flexible entry process and affordable rates. St. Barnabas Retirement Communities, stbarnabascommunities.com, or call 724-444-5568.
Pittsburgh, are you ready to relive the magic? Almost Queen. A tribute to Queen is taking the stage at Rivers Casino on Friday, September 18th. Experience the look, the power, and all the legendary hits all in one place. From Bohemian Rhapsody to Another One Bites the Dust, you'll be dancing all night long. Visit riverscasino.com for tickets, and don't miss Almost Queen, a tribute to Queen, live. We'll see you there.
The popularity of cremation is on the rise. Unfortunately, so is the cost. I'm Dustin D'Alessandro, supervisor and funeral director. To keep the costs down, the Thomas M. Smith Funeral Home and Crematory Limited in Blawnox and the D'Alessandro Funeral Home and Crematory Limited in Lawrenceville have on-site crematories. By performing the cremation on-site without losing custody of the remains, our funeral homes can defray those costs and pass the savings on to you. Our fee for a direct cremation is only $1,250. This low-cost, direct cremation offer is available to all residents of Allegheny County. Surrounding counties will incur a slight additional fee based on mileage. Contact us with questions or to schedule an appointment by calling the Blawnox office at 412-828-5700 or our Lawrenceville office at 412-682-6500. Our websites are thomasmsmithfuneralhome.com and DeLisandroLTD.com.
As a fitness coach, my active psoriatic arthritis can slow me down. With Skyrizi, Risankizumab Riza, I'm treating my skin and joint symptoms so I can keep moving. Skyrizi, a prescription-only injection for adults, helps me move with less joint pain, stiffness, swelling, and fatigue. And for those who have plaque psoriasis, 90% clearer skin is possible. With Skyrizi, there's no daily dosing. It's just 4 doses a year after 2 starter doses.
Don't use if allergic to Skyrizi. Serious allergic reactions, increased infections, or lower ability to fight them may occur. Before treatment, get checked for infections and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor about any flu-like symptoms or vaccines.
Thanks to Skyrizi, there's nothing like clearer skin and better movement. And that means everything. Ask your doctor about Skyrizi. Visit Skyrizi.com or call 1-866-SKY-RIZI to learn more.
Get connected. That's the Inside Connection this Saturday morning at 9 with your local Medicare experts from MediConnect. If you're turning 65, hear all the inside information available to seniors on the Inside Connection, presented by MediConnect. Medicare made simple.
The KDKA radio text line is driven by Kenny Ross Auto Group. Find your best deal and Pittsburgh's best warranty at kennyross.com.
Listen to KDKA Radio on the Odyssey, iHeartRadio, or TuneIn apps.
Hear about it. Then talk about it. 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
Okay, welcome back. Michael Bartley on the Voice of Pittsburgh News Radio, KDKA 2 to 5. 866-391-1020, 866-391-1020, open forum. Here we go. Bishop and Denora. Bishop, you are first up today.
I am so glad to hear that, Brother Bartlett. Let me just say this. I'll get to my points real quick. One, the teenage suicide is bullying. Most schools, if not all schools, have anti-bullying program. I take bullying very serious in the schools that I've worked in and worked in. It's dealt with right away. Now, some schools have tendencies of being a little lax and not dealing with the situation aggressively. They're more passive. And I think that's where they go wrong at in a lot of ways. You got to attack it aggressively as far as the perpetrator who's bullying the other person. Or a person bullying a person. You got to do it. No exceptions.
But I'll tell you what, this McKees Rocks case is the most heartbreaking. A 12-year-old kid? My God.
Yeah, well, I commend the police officers for doing their job. That's not their specialty, though. Now, they're trained in it, but that's not really, Now, I've been trained in it. I've taken many anti-bullying courses and workshops and everything, so I'm very familiar with it. But anyway, and I'm sad and I'm praying for the family. This president that we have here, oh, by the way, to get up to Michigan. Now, I do believe, when you brought it up the other night, I believe that Ted and Anthony, or Ted was, I believe the African-American vote will come out.
Oh, I think in Detroit, I think so too. On this, I'll say it, and they're not going to vote for a MAGA person.
Well, they're going to have to and will do so because this regime is so suppressive. We cannot. I don't know how long the American people, to tell you the truth, can go along with this. So hopefully the House or the Senate both can be captured, but one of them has to be done to stop the bleeding. Every day, it's something this guy's doing. He's running to the Supreme Court. Most times they vote in his favor, and a few they're rebuffing. But you never know with them. Now you're going to run to the Supreme Court because you can't get your way because the judge says you got to go through Congress
right.
to get that, which was ridiculous anyway. He is wreaking havoc over the country, the world. Everybody knows that got any sense of mind, and the MAGAs are in there now. The war in Iran is lost. The economy. Did you hear about the jobs report? They're suppressing numbers, by the way. But it had to come out that we lost a certain amount. The unemployment, as far as jobs lost, I think it was last month. But the month before that, they were
which is a not a good sign for the economy overall.
No, it's not. But here's the thing: he is destroying the fabric of the Constitution and of this country. And I'll close with this: when anybody decides with this, the birthright citizen, you go against the Supreme. Now, this ain't the first time. I think this is the second or third time. You're going to go against the Constitution because you don't care. I'm sorry, Brother Bartlett. I don't care whether you, Pratt, or whomever. That's dictatorship. I don't care how you slice it. I don't care how you dice it. This guy has to be. Who does that, Brother Bartlett? You don't go against the Supreme Court. I mean, you don't care. You just forget that. I don't care what they voted. I'm gonna do it anyway.
Yeah, he circumvents Congress a lot. He sure does. Bishop, thanks for the call. I appreciate it. All right, 866-391-1020. ABC News coming right up.
Here it comes. Surprise! The people above your catering business are doing major construction, and the drilling is only during business hours. It's so loud.
Progressive knows small business owners usually don't like surprises because they cost you money. But a good surprise that could save you money? Getting personalized discounts on a commercial auto quote with Progressive.
Also, that isn't powdered sugar on the floor. It's plaster from your ceiling.
Surprise yourself. See if you can save in as little as 8 minutes at ProgressiveCommercial.com. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and Affiliates. Discounts not available in all states or situations.
This is the story of the one who keeps multiple buildings running smoothly day after day. Plumbing that flows, HVAC that hums, cleaning supplies that keep surfaces sparkling. That's why she counts on Grainger. With easy reordering online and 24/7 support, Grainger helps her keep the products she needs on hand. So shelves stay stocked In buildings, stay ready. Call 1-800-GRANGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
And Doug. Limu and I created a trick to help you remember that you can customize your car insurance and save with Liberty Mutual. You see, the shirts Limu and I wear are yellow, and yellow is the color of lemons. And lemons grow on trees, and trees provide oxygen. And oxygen helps us breathe, and breathing is how you live. And you can live more life when you save money by customizing your car insurance. I agree, Limu. It's really quite simple. Only pay for what you need at LibertyMutual.com.
Liberty, 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 liberty.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
While you sleep, there are people you've never met who are working hard to make your morning. People who get up at ungodly hours to make sure you get the information you want. People who dedicate their lives to make yours better while you sleep. These people come together during the Big K Morning Show with Larry Richert, 5:30 to 10 in the morning, to make sure you have the best news, traffic, and weather to start your day. 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
Being diagnosed with leukemia, lymphoma, myeloma, or one of over 100 other types of blood cancer makes people want more time to do the things they love. We are Blood Cancer United. We do the most for more people with blood cancer. Join us at bloodcancerunited.org.
My retired friends are going back to work. I'm worried Social Security won't be enough. Benefits.
ABC News, I'm Sherry Preston. Iran making new demands around the reopening of the Strait of Hormuz and says now it won't happen till the U.S., quote, corrects its behavior in the region. Todd Blanche confirmed by the Senate early this morning to be the next Attorney General. 2 crew members on board a firefighting chopper battling the Wide Mouth 2 fire in Utah were killed when the helicopter went down. The NTSB and FAA are investigating, but it's been difficult to get to the crash site because of the flames. Public Information Officer Deanna Younger says there are a lot of firefighters helping out.
We have 632 people. That includes 9 crews, 7 helicopters, 23 engines, 9 dozers, and 9 water tenders.
Water emergency in Puerto Rico. There are restrictions in place across the U.S. territory because of extreme drought. Officials say that drought is affecting almost 70% of the island. This is ABC News.
Hi, this is Father Tom Barker, the Diocese of Pittsburgh. Join me for Catholic Education Plus as we focus how our Catholic schools are entering a new era of collaboration. Catholic Education Plus airs this Sunday morning at 6:30 and is sponsored by Sam and Judy Spanos in the Diocese of Pittsburgh.
Workdays work better with food. And not just any food, the good stuff. That's why there's Easy Cater, the workplace food platform where you can order from a huge variety of great restaurants for any group size, anytime, anywhere, all in one place. Whether it's gourmet deli trays for the client meeting, spicy noodles for the night shift, tacos for the weekend crew, or a big box of brownies to tell your team, thank you. Just use Easy Cater, one platform to feed them all and feed them well. Start an order at easycater.com.
Time to get that painting project done that you've been putting off by calling CertaPro Painters. Hi, this is Larry Richert. My first experience more than a decade ago started with a free estimate. They got that done quickly and left the place beautifully cleaned up after a great professional job. And each CertaPro Painters business is independently owned and operated. That makes all the difference in the world. You're talking to the owner. Schedule your free estimate online at CertaPro.com. That's Certa with a C.
If you or anyone you care about is facing a family legal matter, call Cordell & Cordell today at 1-855-GET-LEGAL or visit CordellCordell.com to schedule your consultation.
There's a lot on the line in divorce. This is Joe Cordell of Cordell & Cordell, the largest family law firm in the country, with over 35 years of helping clients navigate divorce. But being big doesn't mean less personal or less local. Our attorneys live and work in your community, and as neighbors, they understand the challenges your families face. Divorce touches all areas of your life: your home, savings, retirement, and of course, kids. So when you find yourself facing divorce, you need a partner you can count on. Visit CordellCordell.com to schedule your consultation.
If you or anyone you care about is facing divorce, contact Cordell and Cordell today. With over 100,000 clients served, we understand the challenges you're facing on a personal level. Call Cordell and Cordell today at 1-855-GET-LEGAL. That's 1-855-GET-LEGAL. Pittsburgh and Cranberry Township. Joseph Cordell, licensed in Missouri and Illinois.
The KDKA AccuWeather forecast is brought to you by JP Roofing and Siding, Pittsburgh's #1 Platinum Preferred Roofing Replacement Contractor. Call 412-829-7711.
Today brings a wet start to the weekend with plenty of clouds around, a couple of showers, and a drenching gusty thunderstorm, the high 85, with a spotty thunderstorm for tonight, otherwise some clouds, low 68, ahead of a rather sunny day for tomorrow, and a high of 87, leads to more clouds for Monday, and another couple of showers and gusty thunderstorms, high 85. For AccuWeather, I'm LaTroy Thornton, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
Welcome back to the Voice of Pittsburgh News Radio, KDKA. Michael Bartley with you. 866-391-1020, 866-391-1020. You know, the Epstein survivors are hopping mad that Trump's lawyer was voted in to be the Attorney General. They blame him for not releasing stuff and dismissing them out of hand. So that's the story today. All right, to the phones we go, Brian, and then Danny Boy in Mount Pleasant. That's my main man. Brian in Munhall. Go ahead, Bri. Hi, buddy.
Hi, Michael.
How you doing?
I appreciate this.
Hey, no worries.
I'm gonna try, if you don't mind, a little different type of call.
Sure.
To try to influence, and I'm a Trump supporter.
I know. You're one of my favorites. I'm going
to try to give. Let's start out with, I write so many things down, I never get them in the time slot. Let me give you an analogy. The Earth we are like one grain of sand compared to the whole universe, and all the other grains of sands on all the other beaches of the world. We have limited resources. President Trump did what needed to be done because I don't know how it will turn out. It could turn out bad. So far, we're not getting nuclear missiles over here. We're apparently having terrorist type things like our water systems and things. But let me tell you why I think sometimes you and your audience, you ignore this because you don't extrapolate. If particularly according to China or China's influence, you know what we did in Venezuela? It was not as much about the oil. It was about they were trying to influence and control both ends of that canal. We built that, not them. They have they have a lot of the cranes that load and unload cargo. They're built in China now. Let me bring this up to you. I didn't do this for a living, but if you go I'm very familiar. I can do any household repair. I can do electrical. I can do plumbing. I can do gas lines. It depends. On the degree. Most of the a plug, a switch, a light fixture, they're all made overseas now. We used to have a company called Leviton. It was in New York.
Mm-hmm.
I think they're basically defunct. Now, you can buy copper fittings if you're going to solder them, or if they're threaded fittings. There are still some American companies like Nibco that make these. It's still made here. But the thing is that the iron and steel, like gas pipe fittings, when I get on the Lowe's and I've replaced some of them, they're all made in China, all of them.
Yeah.
I'll try to bring up.
Wait, hold on, Brian. I might need your phone number. I need some stuff done to my old house. But wait a minute. Hey, Brian, my issue too. Trump hasn't delivered on manufacturing. That's an absolute fact if you look at the numbers. B, his tariffs and all that type stuff have made things worse. We're in a global economy, and listen, Bri, I'm all for. I wish in Munhall and West Mifflin and then the city we'd open up more companies and be, back in the day when we had steel in Pittsburgh. We were the cat's meow here. There were jobs everywhere. I'm all for that too, but we damage ourselves not participating in the global economy now. And Trump's doing that. His every time he puts a tariff on, that country says, "Okay, we'll put the tariff on you," and then American manufacturing goes to hell in a handbasket. Brian, are you there? Brian, are you there? Oh, you're there, Brian?
Yeah.
Okay, there you go. There you go.
I didn't hang up.
All right, go ahead.
Here's the difference, Michael. Look, China. If we allowed that degree of influence, because look, they are godless people since they become communists. They've wiped out their ancient culture. I don't even think they didn't worship a Christian or a Jewish god. They may have been deities like Japan, but they had a culture, and they influenced the world. China, the communist leadership just wiped that out. It's erased.
Yeah. Yeah. Oh, yeah. And go ahead. Sure, go ahead.
Let me mention, I'm jumping around here.
That's okay. That's okay, Bri.
I sent an email to our new bishop maybe earlier this year. I said, just get out of China, because China chooses the bishops, and I don't know if they have cardinals there in China.
I don't know.
They choose them, not the Roman Catholic Church. I just get out of there, because you're not going to influence them anymore. Their intent is to undermine our economy and everything. Mm-hmm. You know what? Here, this will be the last thing. I'm not going to take your whole day. If Trump didn't do what he did with you take oil. Even if we didn't burn one more drop of gasoline or diesel fuel, you still need oil for lubricants. Okay?
Mm-hmm.
It's just the state of the world. I can't, the other thing I was thinking of is that if we would allow them to go on the way it is, United States, we might have become just a paper tiger. Okay? That's their intent. It's China's intent to be militarily, economically, culturally, whatever, to be the dominant player of the world. It's just it's simply the fact. And I hope your audience wakes up to it, because we complain about coffee prices and gasoline prices. Well, what if they take over, we won't have none of that?
Well, hey, Brian, I don't know. I don't know any. I've done this program for 3.5 years, I guess. I don't know, but I don't know anybody who calls defending China. I think they know that China is a oppressive communist government. Xi Jinping is coming. Trump is putting out the red carpet for him, coming up here in a couple of weeks or whatever it is. And I think everyone has a command of that.
You're right. You know what? Unfortunately, we have to treat them with kid glove care, because, unfortunately, like I just told you about, a switch, a light switch, a plug, a light fixture, various other things. That's a lot of it's made in China, Southeast Asia. Hey, here's the other important thing, Michael. It's very important. I'm glad I had this. the reason for the tariffs is we have lost so much strategic mineral and ore extraction to them. Now, there's been, I just mentioned this a couple months ago, in the southwest corner of Chris Moore's, Arkansas, there are vast deposits of lithium. And it depends on what form it's in. There are companies exploring down there. So we've shut down some of our strategic minerals because of environmental things. There's the far eastern shore of Canada. Unfortunately, it's Canada, Newfoundland. There are vast nickel, the metal nickel deposits. Okay. I got this by a newsletter I didn't even ask for. If Canada we work out an agreement with them, we have one nickel smelter. We have lost so much of strategic metal.
Yeah, but we're not going to do. Listen, Brian, I have to get rocking here. Just
okay,
give me. All right.
I understand.
No worries. I'm sorry. Yeah, I got to get.
Thank you for letting me make them.
Of course, Brian. Always. I love taking your call. Absolutely. First of all, Canada hates us because Trump hates them. Trump screwed up Canada. Our relationship with Canada. Well, I hope it someday can be repaired. And as it relates to China, I did think it. And Brian wasn't always. He was off the mark on some stuff, but I love him, and I respect everyone's opinion. But I'll tell you something. China popped in my mind this week because Trump and Hegseth screwing up our military so badly that we're running out of munitions. And then Trump blames the media, and he's screaming at Hegseth that it leaked out, that we're short on missiles and everything else. Don't think China didn't notice it. That makes me crazy. All right, here we go. Here's Cynthia. You're going to be up next. Michael Bartley on the Voice of Pittsburgh News Radio, KDKA.
Hi, this is Larry Richert. Join us Monday in the Big K Morning Show, 5:30 until 10. We'll recap what you might have missed over the weekend and get you going.
Every Tuesday morning at 7:20, listen for Inside Independence Health, a look at all things healthcare with the experts from Independence Health System. It's brought to you by Independence Health System. Expert care here.
Hi, this is Les Botkin of Botkin Family Wealth Management. I've been in the financial planning industry for 22 years. Before that, I was a golf pro. And being a golf pro meant I was away a lot, which left my dear wife, Barb, home alone to do the extraordinary job of raising our 2 kids. I really had no idea how wonderful they were until they were all grown up. They are smart, respectful, and kind. My son Lester and daughter Sarah both work with me here at Botkin Family Wealth Management. They work hard and have a wonderful relationship with one another, with me, and with our many clients. I can't take any credit for how they turned out. That was all Barb. But I am thoroughly enjoying spending each day with them now. We work as a team for our clients and hope to get to meet you one of these days. Find out more at botkinfamilywealth.com. That's Botkin, B-O-T-K-I-N, botkinfamilywealth.com.
Securities offered through LPL Financial, member FINRA SIPC.
Here it comes! Surprise! The people above your catering business are doing major construction! And the drilling is only during business hours! It's so loud!
Progressive knows small business owners usually don't like surprises because they cost you money. But a good surprise that could save you money? Getting personalized discounts on a commercial auto quote with Progressive.
Also, that isn't powdered sugar on the floor, it's plaster from your ceiling!
Surprise yourself. See if you can save in as little as 8 minutes at ProgressiveCommercial.com. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and Affiliates. Discounts not available in all states or situations.
This is the story of the one who keeps multiple buildings running smoothly day after day. Plumbing that flows, HVAC that hums, cleaning supplies that keep surfaces sparkling. That's why she counts on Grainger. With easy reordering online and 24/7 support, Grainger helps her keep the products she needs on hand. So shelves stay stocked and buildings stay ready. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
SchultzFord.com, 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 SchultzFord.com.
It's Michael Bartley on the Voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
Okay, welcome back. Back to the phones, 866-391-1020. Cynthia in Florida, it's great to have you back. Thank you for being here and giving me a call. I know you've had some personal tragedy in your life with your mom and all this type stuff, and I'm hoping everything's better. Yeah.
It will be. God never puts more on you can handle.
I know it. I love
listening to Joe Mystic, and I was laughing when I was listening to people in Michigan. They said they would vote for a communist, but when you're talking about China, I warned you people about this when everybody, and this is under Bill Clinton, these World Trade Organization agreements, corporations ran for the borders, and we are facing the result of that. Both parties are corrupt at this point. And but you talk about China. Let's be more like China. They brought a lot of people out of poverty with our money, with the corporate money that was spent over there, and then when we were buying all this cheap stuff. But people are going to have to make a decision. Do you want a little of something that you want, or you want nothing? Because if they vote for Mike Johnson again, or any of these MAGA politicians who worship a man who builds golden statues to himself like Baal, and his face is on a gold temple coin in Israel, then you're going to get nothing. And that goes for all you Democrats who hate progressives or Democratic socialists. Make a decision. Some of what you want or nothing.
I'm going to tell you something, and I'm going to tell you something. Today, there's a national story out, and the national media's picking it up. What's that? What is your turn signal on?
Yeah, I'm driving.
Oh, all right.
I turned it off.
All right. All right. So, the national media reporting that the Republican Party hitting El Sayed with what they call racist ads already. And they're releasing press statement. Hold it.
So are the Democrats.
Against El Sayed? No, that's over. That's over. So
no. Oh no. Oh, the Democrats, like Mr. Haley, that dreams of Israel in her sleep. And by the way, stop calling her a moderate. She's not. She takes dark money. She, again, dreams of Israel in her sleep. These are not the people that need to be in office representing us anymore. This is about representing America, not a foreign government. I've complained about that for years, Chip.
Boy, you're on fire today. What's gotten into you? You're on fire today.
Democrats, because listen, when you've talked about my tragedy, I lost my sister.
Oh, God love you. Yeah, I know.
I'm unhinged at this point.
Yeah, that's all right.
I don't care.
Hey, we all get that way. All right, so wait, let me finish this. So the Republican Senatorial Committee released statements and corresponding ad campaign using Al Sayed's full legal name, and I can't even pronounce it, mimicking previous anti-Muslim tactics against Barack Obama. They always like to say Barack Hussein Obama, as if anybody cares. We're not that dumb. Anyway, they also and the right-wing media personalities and online ads have continued painting Al Sayed as a foreigner. Nobody's that dumb either, because despite he was born and raised in Michigan. Because they're probably jealous of him, because the uneducated ones are jealous of him for he's Columbia and then Oxford Medical School. The guy's brilliant. So, but at the end of the day, for me, I'm hoping labels. I hope labels aren't involved. And you know that I always go on about socialists that get under my skin, but I thought this when I heard this guy. I'm thinking he's quite appealing. But I think at the end of the day, you said you loved listening to Joe Mystic. I do too, and we're friends. But I think and he agreed with me.
I love it that he brought up socialist policies.
Correct.
We wouldn't have VA benefits. We wouldn't have road infrastructure,
Social Security, Medicare.
By the way, Jay Scott just said we are going to have to end Social Security and Medicare. I saw him interviewed. I don't know when it's going to happen.
Oh, if they go that way.
Vote wisely, people. Vote wisely, because they're doing it. They already did with the Medicare Part D.
Hey, Cynthia, if they go that way, look out politically. That's a major advantage to the Democrats. But I tell you,
them do it.
But my issue here is I think at the end of the day, MAGA, the MAGA label, the socialist label, the centrist label, I think at the end of the day, given how unpopular Donald Trump is, the other night people going on, African Americans in Detroit aren't going to come out, they're going to stay home. I don't think so. I don't think so. I'm going to tell you why. Let me finish. Wait a minute. Hold on. Let me just say this. I'm telling you right now. Look at the polling, and I give the latest polling every Saturday and sometimes Thursday nights. It is so clear, and I mean the numbers are off the charts. People have had it with Trump. They're sick of him, A. B, they've had it with gas prices. And they, listen, it was the MAGA people that started all this about gas prices because against Joe Biden made it an issue and affordability. It's why that Kamala Harris lost, I guess. Well, thank you for teaching us that because now it's the economy, stupid. I think this is the way. I don't care what anyone's name is, whatever their religion is, whatever their party is. If they're affiliated with Donald Trump, they're going to get their ass kicked.
Well, the MAGA people like Marjorie Taylor Greene and Tucker Carlson, they're talking about forming their own party.
Exactly.
There needs to be enough of all of us voting for one thing. We can work out other new parties later. Right now, this is crucial. We all need to come together to get rid of these people who are tearing this country apart.
I think
piece by piece.
I'll tell you something. I don't know. I have this notion that the day after the midterm election, I might come on the air and say this had the makings of a revolution. Honestly.
I've said we've been there. I don't know what's held us back so long. But we can do it at the ballot box without bullets. That's my hope. But I want to say this about Michigan, too, and I don't know if most people know this. Andy Levin ran in Michigan. And AIPAC funded Stevens. They treated Andy Levin the way they treated Bernie Sanders, self-hating Jew. He's going to defund Israel, blah, 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 blah. And so these people was revenge for what they did to Andy Levin, too. Because a lot of the Jewish progressives up there is like, we have a memory. This is not happening again. So, thanks for taking the call, man.
Thank you. Thank you. All right, Cynthia, you can turn your turn signal back on now. No worries. Hey, be careful. It's great to have you back. It is. It really is. All right. So, yeah. Michigan's going to be tight. Very tight. But it's going to be interesting to see with some polling coming up on Mike Rogers and El Sayed. They try to do the same thing to Obama with Barack Hussein Obama. All of that. I think this is going to be this race is, and the national media is obsessed with it. I'm getting obsessed with it. I just think this is, I don't think Al Sayed is running against Rogers. I think he's running against Donald Trump, if you know what I mean. 866-391-1020. We're going to pick up the calls right after ABC News. Danny Boy and Mount Pleasant, you're going to be my first caller. Michael Bartley, KDKA.
The Big K Morning Show with Larry Richards.
Plus, our effervescent producer is here.
Effervescent? I actually don't know what that means, effervescent. Are you making fun of me?
Well, no, not at all.
Yeah, because I looked it up after Larry said it.
Oh, you looked it up?
Yeah.
So let's see.
I was like, how are you describing me? And it says that it means giving off bubbles of gas. And I was like, oh.
Weekday mornings 5:30 to 10 on the Voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
The best time to recommit to your gut health goals? Right now. Take charge of your gut with Nature Made. Our clinically studied ingredients support digestive health. Digestive enzymes break down nutrients. Probiotic and prebiotic fiber nourish good gut bacteria. And super greens with probiotics empower daily digestive health. Try the full lineup of gut health support from Nature Made, the #1 pharmacist-recommended vitamin and supplement brand. These statements have not been evaluated by the Food and Drug Administration. These products are not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease.
Hey, it's Brew, and I feel like everything in my life depends on being connected. Whether I'm uploading a video, hopping on a call before my show, or video chatting with my family back in Michigan, I never have to think about my Wi-Fi, and that's why Xfinity stands out. You get the most reliable, fiber-powered Wi-Fi with the best equipment at one price for 5 years guaranteed. No contracts or commitments. Plus, you can get online in minutes with same-day Wi-Fi. Restrictions apply. Not available in all areas. Use of fiber or coaxial cable. Learn more at xfinity.com/same-day Wi-Fi. Xfinity. Imagine that.
If you dread dealing with your insurance more than you dread build-it-yourself furniture, with extremely vague instructions.
What are these? Hieroglyphics?
Then you might have Insuranoia. You should have NJM Insurance. They go to great lengths to do what's best for their policyholders.
I'm with Joe Potocnik from JP Roofing and Siding, a Platinum Preferred Contractor from Owens Corning. Joe, what does that mean?
It's an elite status. We earn that by using Owens Corning products to qualify for the Platinum Preferred Warranty. That's a 50-year warranty on the materials and 25-year on the labor, 100%.
That's the upper 1% in America after 45 years, Joe. Congratulations.
Thank you, Larry.
Call JP Roofing and Siding, 412-829-7711.
Join Beth Andrews for the Net Worth Financial Hour Saturdays at 1 to get the news and information you need to make your retirement dream a reality. That's the Net Worth Financial Hour with Beth Andrews, Saturdays at 1. Net Worth Advisors, LLC is a registered investment advisor.
Listen to KDKA Radio on the Odyssey, iHeartRadio, or TuneIn apps.
KDKA and KDKA-FM HD2 Pittsburgh. W261AX Pittsburgh.
Always live on the free Odyssey app. From the Aetna Medicare studios.
Proud to be the voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
From ABC News, I'm Sherry Preston. 2 crew members on board a firefighting helicopter in Utah are confirmed to have died when their chopper went down amid flames and smoke. Public Information Officer Deanna Younger says they were fighting the Wide Mouth 2 fire in extremely dry conditions.
All of the fuels out there in the forest are very, very dry. They're carrying the fire. We have dry thunderstorms coming over every day, and they are causing erratic winds and spreading the fire.
Puerto Rico is now rationing water after finishing up the driest July in more than 120 years. Nearly a quarter of the territory is in severe drought, says ABC's Andrew Dimbert.
This is a significant and growing crisis now. San Juan, for example, residents there being asked to ration water. They're not the only city. There's other major cities on the island that are doing the same. More than 180,000 customers right now are expected to be going without water for 48 hours at a time. They're doing it in intervals in a sort of alternating schedule. That's part of that rationing process.
Iran making new demands around the reopening of the Strait of Hormuz, saying this afternoon it will never be fully open until the U.S., quote, corrects its behavior in the region. Earlier today, Iran said a deal reached with Oman would allow vessels to enter the Persian Gulf through an Iranian-controlled route. Here's ABC National Security and Defense Analyst Mick Mulroy.
Ultimately, it sounds like Iran is not interested at all in conceding its sovereignty over the strait, their claimed sovereignty over the strait. It is an international waterway, and they're going to charge fees for it.
There's no immediate comment from the United States, which has wanted an acceptable deal first on the strait before ending its blockade. A schoolgirl in Thailand has died from critical wounds today after a classmate opened fire at a high school outside Bangkok Friday. The 14-year-old also killed his grandparents before taking his own life. This is ABC News.
If you haven't switched to Pure Talk because you're not sure their coverage is every bit as reliable as Big Wireless, why not take them for a test drive? For a limited time, Pure Talk is offering any of their plans for just $15 a month for the first 3 months, including their top-tier unlimited data plan. No contracts, no commitments, just a great deal on a high-speed network with unlimited data from an American wireless company. Dial pound 250, say Mike Rowe, and let the savings begin.
These days, heading back to school means more than pencils and notebooks. It means laptops, tablets, online accounts, and a lot of personal information moving across the internet. WebRoot Total Protection gives families powerful online defense tools with antivirus, VPN, cloud backup, identity protection, and more, helping keep your digital life secure throughout the school year and beyond. Go to webroot.com/radio and get 60% off today. That's webroot.com/radio for 60% off. Live a better digital life with WebRoot, because peace of mind shouldn't be optional.
An appeals court says construction must be stopped on the White House ballroom unless Congress signs off on it. ABC's Stephen Portnoy is in Washington.
President Trump vowing to take his ballroom construction project to the nation's highest court, writing on social media, "This unjust decision must be overturned by the Supreme Court in its entirety." That ruling, a 2-1 decision by a D.C. Circuit Appeals Court panel, finding the president has exceeded his authority in moving ahead with the construction. The judges, appointees of Presidents Barack Obama and Joe Biden, saying whether or not a massive ballroom should be constructed is for Congress to decide and is not a matter for executive self-help.
Ready to be rich, or at least to dream about being rich? You only have a few hours if you want a ticket for tonight's big old Powerball drawing.
An eye-popping $856 million Powerball jackpot is up for grabs tonight. No one has won the top prize since May 2nd. That's the 41st straight drawings without a big winner. The odds, well, they're about 292 million to 1.
That's ABC's Rachel Scott. Jorge Messi, father of Argentinian soccer great Lionel Messi, died today at a hospital in Argentina. He was a soccer player himself, but gave it up when he had to complete his mandatory military service in Argentina. He was Lionel Messi's agent and managed his business affairs. He was 68 and had been suffering from an undisclosed illness. Sherry Preston, ABC News.
This summer, there are 250 reasons to join T-Mobile.
Girls trip? Booked. And switching to T-Mobile helped make it happen.
With Experience Beyond, switch and get $100 back. Plus, $650 in value in built-in plan benefits. That's $750 in your first year, guaranteed.
And honestly, that $100 back, I'm putting it towards the zip line.
Now that's how you do summer.
Exactly. Best switch I ever made.
This is just one reason to join T-Mobile this summer. There are 250 reasons. Find yours.
Savings based on the value of benefits included with Experience Beyond, like entertainment and 1 year of AAA Classic and Dash Pass on us. Benefits may require activation. See plan for details. Get $100 via virtual prepaid MasterCard with eligible ported, no cash access, and expires in 6 months. Issued by Sunrise Banks, N.A. member FDIC. Allow 8 weeks.
New to Medicare, get covered with MediConnect. Listen Wednesdays around 1:40 to hear Lance O'Brien of MediConnect help you navigate the Medicare process. Simply great, unbiased information to get you the best healthcare coverage. Get covered with MediConnect. Medicare made simple.
The KDKA radio text line is driven by Kenny Ross Auto Group. Find your best deal and Pittsburgh's best warranty at kennyross.com.
The KDKA AccuWeather forecast is brought to you by JP Roofing and Siding, Pittsburgh's #1 Platinum Preferred roofing replacement contractor. Call 412-829-7711.
A cloudy and humid start to the weekend today brings a couple of showers and a gusty thunderstorm, high 85, with a thunderstorm lingering for some tonight and a low of 68, followed by sunshine and a dry day tomorrow, high 87, before more showers and thunderstorms around for Monday. Some of them may be heavy and gusty again, high 85. For AccuWeather, I'm LaTroy Thornton, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
Unapologetic in his talk. It's Michael Bartley on the Voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
Okay, Michael Bartley on the Voice of Pittsburgh News Radio, KDKA. I'm here till 5 o'clock, 866-391-1020, 866-391-1020. You know, as a national strategist said yesterday, I was watching, I don't forget what I was watching last night, but the extremists, the MAGA people, and the complete to the left socialists, they seem to talk at people, not with people. And I agreed with that. That seems, not all, but I think that's the thing. But this Michigan thing is now, oh boy, is this going to be vicious. Wow, it already has been. Some of these ads are something else. And wow. Trump painting al-Sayed as a man of hate. He hates Jews, this and that, you know. But I do think at the end of the day, it's going to be al-Sayed running against Trump, not Rogers. I do. And but there's some in the weeds politics about Detroit. I've often heard, you know, some African American areas versus, and there's a huge Muslim population and Arab population in Michigan. That there's distrust, but I got to wait and see here. I don't know. It's an interesting dynamic, isn't it? There'll be so much written on this, you won't believe it. All right, back to the phones, 866-391-1020. My favorite Trumper right now, Dan in Mount Pleasant. Hello, my friend.
Hey, Michael B., how you doing?
I'm good. How you doing?
Well, I'm good, man. Your phone system over there kept hanging up on me while I was in hold.
I don't know. There's something wrong. I'm sorry about that because one of my callers said that they got a repeat, like an echo in the call, and I think that's fixed. But I kept seeing that calls would come in and then disappear. So I don't know. Maybe something's wrong with the phone. I don't know what's going on.
All right, well, let me make my point, Mike, before the socialists hang up on me again. You know, Mike, I love these people that call and defend socialism, and I will be completely respectful to your buddy Joe there. Let's make sure we understand socialism is where the government's in control, and the government makes all the decisions. There's nothing democratic about it. So for those of you that call the show all the time and you complain about Trump and Pete Hegseth, that's the government, and you want to hand more power over to them. Socialism doesn't create anything. It redistributes wealth. It's stealing in the name of compassion. It's a form of slavery. Because what does slavery do, Mike? It forces one person to work to financially benefit another. You with me so far?
No, but keep going. Go ahead.
Okay. I'm just asking, I don't want to ramble.
No, it's all right. I'm hey, when you talk, I listen.
And this idea, socialism's taking care of the military. Running a military is a constitutional authorized expenditure of the government. Building roads, that's part of running a civil society. Okay, so I'm not talking we're completely against government and taxing. But let's address that golden calf, the sacred idol, the socialist of all socialism, Social Security. Cynthia just got done telling us all, what you vote for, they're going to take it away. Well, then why is the label security in there? It's called Social Security, yet it's neither social or secure, based on what she and others just said. How about the idea that it's social, Mike? Social Security is a regressive tax. It only taxes wages up to $137,900. So if your gross annual income is that or under, you have to pay a tax on all of your working wages. You want to work, you got to pay the tax. It's run by force. The only reason I participate, Mike, is because the federal government put a gun to my head and forced me to. If it's so wonderful, then why is it run by force?
Dan?
Elon Musk makes, $1 trillion? He only has to pay Social Security taxes on the first $137,900. The rest of his money is Social Security tax-free. The little girl down at the grocery store that makes, $16,000, $17,000 a year, she has to pay a tax on all of her wages. And statistics show us, Mike, that poor people do not live as long. So what ends up happening with Social Security? It becomes a wealth redistribution system, and it transfers wealth from the poorest of poor to the middle and upper class. So no, Joe Mystic, Dan from Mount Pleasant despises Social Security. And the only reason I participate is because it's run by force.
And not, yeah, I am, but I'll tell you, Dan, I wish more MAGA people and more Republicans would articulate it like you just did. Politically, because politically, that is political suicide.
You better believe it.
Totally.
It's ready to go bankrupt. Social Security.
But it doesn't, Dan, it doesn't matter. But Social Security and Medicare are hugely popular. I'll tell you what, and seniors vote, and look out, my man. They will crush you.
Popular too, Mike. I don't want that either.
What is? What'd you say? What is?
I said BD's pretty popular out there. I don't want that either.
Dan, I'll tell you what, I'm telling you. Are you good? All right, thanks for the call, Dan. Listen, you better have a good weekend. Absolutely. I love when that happens. And Dan from Mount Pleasant, he's my favorite Trumper. I love him. I do. He's concerned, but hey. If Republicans had the stones to go on record like Dan just did, I don't think we'd have to worry about any midterms. I don't think we'd have to worry about any presidential election. No. Take away Social Security, take away Medicare. Oh, you'll see. Whoa. Oh, my. All right, here's where we're going. We're going to Pat in Ohio. You're going to be next, Pat, okay? And then Ross, and then, Dick and Tate, we're going to save you for the end like we always do. Yeah, I'm only here till 5 o'clock. Boy, this, if you want to get in on this conversation, 866-391-1020, I'll fit you in. But, boy, this was fun today. Wow. Woo! Cynthia was on fire. Wow. Oh, my. And, Danny, boy, you were too. Yep. All over the place on my callers today on fire. Oh, man. My, oh, my. Yep. I don't care if you're a trillionaire or the poorest person in America. You ain't taking away their Social Security. Ronald Reagan got Social Security when he was president. Nobody took that away. Believe it. It's your money. All right, 866-391-1020. I'll be right back.
Now more than ever, we're the station you can trust for the information you need. KDKA.
When you're handling an estate or an inherited home, the decisions can feel overwhelming. At Homebuyers of Pittsburgh, we help families through this every single week. We make a quick, fair cash offer on the home, coordinate any cleanouts, help you through the process, and we'll buy it in its current condition. No pressure, no surprises. Visit homebuyersoftpittsburgh.com or call 412-500-9057 for help selling today. That's 412-500-9057 for help selling today.
Homebuyers of Pittsburgh, Pittsburgh's local trusted homebuyer since 2015.
When it comes to family law, a lot has changed in recent years, so assumptions can be costly. If you see or sense a change coming in your family life that could have legal implications, it's important to know where you stand. Getting good legal advice early is never a bad idea. I'm Joe Cordell of Cordell & Cordell. If you or anyone you know is facing a family law issue, start with a consultation. Visit CordellCordell.com.
Pittsburgh and Cranberry Township. Joseph Cordell, licensed in Missouri and Illinois only.
August is Sandwich Month, and Easy Cater is celebrating with fresh deals every week from August 3rd through August 30th. Easy Cater makes workplace food ordering easy, leaving more time for important office debates like, is a hot dog a sandwich or a taco? From breakfast sandwiches and banh mi to turkey clubs and veggie wraps, every order of sandwiches for your team comes with a side of surprise rewards for you. And that's the best thing since sliced bread. New week, new deal, all August long. Visit easycater.com to place your next order. Restrictions apply. See offer details at easycater.com.
This is the story of the one who keeps multiple buildings running smoothly day after day. Plumbing that flows, HVAC that hums, cleaning supplies that keep surfaces sparkling. That's why she counts on Grainger. With easy reordering online and 24/7 support, Grainger helps her keep the products she needs on hand, so shelves stay stocked and buildings stay ready. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Listen to KDKA Radio on the Odyssey, iHeartRadio, or TuneIn apps.
The voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
Yeah, my point being that if you don't want to be forced to pay into Social Security or Medicare, don't talk to Democrats about it. Talk to Republicans and let me know how far you get. You know what I mean? Woo! Woo, 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 woo. All right. Anyway, 866-391-1020. Pat in Ohio. Pat, welcome back.
Thanks, Mike. I just wanted to kind of rebut to the fellow that was talking about there haven't been any missiles coming our way, from BB's been beating that drum for.
I know. And listen, and I've said this 10,000 times that there weren't any missiles coming our way because, and there wasn't a threat until Trump pulled us out of the Barack Obama agreement.
Once again, we're not going to get out of there until BB lets us get out of there, because they're what's holding us in there. They're keeping us in there. They got us to go in there and hit Iran, and then they backed out and they took care of blowing kids up in Gaza and doing the same thing in Lebanon.
And you know what, Pat? And I don't mean to interrupt you. I'm going to let you finish, but I'll tell you something, Pat. Iran today, their quote today was, we're not going to open the Strait of Hormuz. We're not going to open the Strait of Hormuz until America starts behaving. They seem to have the sort of the monopoly here on the optics and the PR in this war. I can't believe we're in this position, and I'm telling you, I think Trump, saying this was going to go on for a couple of weeks, thought he could bomb them and it would be over and they would acquiesce. No,
50 years ago, I had a sergeant major tell me that you'll never be able to win a war unless you control the ground. You cannot bomb your way to success, to victory. And he had 27 studies that were done by the Pentagon, the CIA, everybody else that said, don't do this, but he knew better. And so that's what Iran's treating him like a child, that they know how he responds. But he is. They're just, they're just frustrating the hell out of him.
Totally. I agree with you, Pat. I do. And you could tell. And, I don't know what it was. What was that, Wednesday? I don't know what he was doing, but and I think he gets mad too at the media for taking a tight shot of him. I could be wrong, but the first 6 months of this year. And I know he's 80 years old, and I'm not ripping on anybody who looks 80 years old, and he looks 80 years old. Trump, he wears a ton of makeup. I mean, a ton. But have you noticed the bags under his eyes in the last couple of months? I'm like, dude, get some sleep.
Bags because of my own bag.
Well, mine too. Don't worry about that. But but he looks terrible.
He's been going through it, but he's brought it all on himself. He had the opportunity to be a great leader, and he's doing to us what he did to his casino in Atlantic City.
And I laughed today and I'll tell you something. I've been very open about this. Sometimes Trump makes me laugh, even when he says something stupid and crazy. And the thing he said today is, "Oh no, voters aren't mad at me; they're mad at Republicans."
Yeah, I heard that.
Come on, how do you not laugh at that? I don't know. I think
the other thing.
Go ahead.
The other thing I wanted to hit upon is the senator from Maine. They worked out a deal with that guy from, where was he from? Louisiana, that Trump had got.
Oh, Cassidy? Yeah.
Yeah. They knew that she needed something positive because of the way things
You mean
were going.
Susan Collins not voting for Blanche?
So
Branch?
they allowed her to vote no.
Yeah. Agreed.
So it looks good. And this guy, I don't know what he's getting in return. But
I think you're right about that again. I think you are. I'm thinking, Susan Collins, there's no way she's going to vote yes. So how are they going to do this to get him in, Todd Blanche? How are they going to get him in there?
Well, they got
and they got him in.
numbers.
They got him in. But what the hell did Cassidy get for this? I don't know. Who knows? But
see what goes.
But Trump primaries Cassidy, and Cassidy gets his clock cleaned in the primary, and now his career's done in the Senate. And and he's got to be mad, just like Cornyn and Tillis and all the rest of them. And then Cornyn and Tillis, they folded too. But I'll tell you what's going to be interesting. Can Todd Blanche hold off Trump and be a legitimate attorney general? I don't think so. I think this does he continue to advance Donald Trump's unyielding revenge campaign? I think so.
That was the saddest speech that senator from Louisiana gave.
I thought it was
like,
I was like, what the hell are you talking about?
Yeah, it's like I'm going to stay up here on the fence,
Yeah, that was that was like, and he made no sense to me. Did he make any sense to you?
Absolutely not.
Absolutely.
It sounded something like an elementary student would try to explain why they did something wrong.
Yeah, I thought it was just like crazy. I really did.
Hey, let me let you get to your other two callers. I'm sure they're waiting too.
All right, Pat. Thanks so much. You bet. Absolutely.
Yeah, bye-bye.
Yeah, absolutely. Yep. Yes, indeed. Joanne in Point Breeze. Joanne, you got about 4 minutes. Go ahead, Joe.
Okay. Michael, that is the best one. What did he say? They're mad at the Republicans.
Oh, yeah, they're mad at Republicans, not me.
I knew all along he wasn't Republicans. He pulled the wool over a lot of these Republicans, a lot of these peoples. I knew it. It's not going to end well. He goes to war and don't even know if we have an ammunition, if we're prepared. What is wrong with these people that they could not see this man? I've seen it from the very beginning. And the other thing I want to talk about, if you played back your and listened to stuff, you never hear these people talking about what the Republicans aren't doing or what they should be doing. They can't wait to say, oh, the progressives or the Dem. I have not heard them once say something that the Republicans are doing or not doing. So they get they must get some kind of buzz to keep talking about the Dem and progressives. And when the Republicans are doing absolutely nothing in making that money, we're paying them.
I'll tell you something, and it's interesting you say all that, because if you look at the polling, and I've given you the polling nonstop, the clear majority, and I mean an impressive majority, of independents, and the majority of independents who voted for Trump, they can't stand him now. So I go back to my theory. Maybe I'm crazy, Joanne. I don't know, but I don't. This is not going to be a referendum on socialism, on the MAGA, all this, whatever it is. This is going to be a referendum on Donald J. Trump and his failed leadership. I believe that.
Well, I do too, because I keep saying it's not going to end well. And how in the world do you go to a big-time war and tell somebody you're going to do all this and don't even know if you have prepared to do it? Because he won't listen to anybody. What is wrong with these Americans? Something. I've seen the man from the beginning, and people said, oh, I'm just... No, I've seen him from the beginning, from when he was a little boy. I still remember that, because PBS used to have every president, and it started in their families from the time they were little till they grew up and became president. I mean, just about all of them. It was on there. And I watched each and every one of them at one time or another. And I especially watched Donald Trump and how he did his family. And it's just awful. It's not going to end well. But, hey, listen, you human beings, I don't know what you call yourself. It's not just one person you're afraid to say.
Hey, Joanne, before you go, my theory is, and some of my black callers think I'm crazy, but I don't know. I think black voters in Detroit will vote for El Sayed versus a MAGA person.
I think so too.
Me too. I do. This is about gas. This is about groceries. It's about utilities and all of that. And Trump has screwed it up.
Well, I'm so mad at him because every time you look around, he's on that plane using gas.
Yeah.
Somebody else could use it.
And talking about ballrooms and arches and stuff, crazy stuff, crazy. Oh, well, man.
The only other thing, he wants his name on everything.
Everything.
When they put his name on also put the worst president we've ever had in the USA.
Joanne, thanks for the call. I appreciate it. People are done. All right, 866-391-1020. Actually, I can't take any more calls. I only have 2 segments left. I'm going to try to fit in the folks on hold as best I can. Michael Bartley, KDK.
Every time I've had CertaPro painters do work on my home, I really appreciate their professionalism. They make it worry-free, and it starts with a free estimate, all at the right price. And I love that each CertaPro painter's business is independently owned and operated. Hi, this is Larry Richard. It's the perfect time to reach out, get CertaPro painters to visit your home. Schedule your free estimate online at CertaPro.com. That's Certa with a C. You'll be so glad you did. Trust CertaPro Painters.
I'm Bob Burke, founder and chairman of Burke America Parts Group, a family of brands that includes RepairClinic.com, an appliance and HVAC parts solution company that's grown into an international brand. Before AmericanEagle.com, we partially launched a new technology platform developed by another firm. American Eagle helped take our technology to a whole new level with digital marketing, software development, and business insights into our key markets, appliances, HVAC, and outdoor power equipment, and did so both on time and on budget. AmericanEagle.com has the resources, experience, and talent needed to produce solutions. Our new technology platform, developed by AmericanEagle.com, has produced tremendous results with higher traffic, conversion, engagement, and online revenue. If you have any home repairs you need to take care of, check us out at RepairClinic.com. If you need a world-class website or technology project, then I would highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Call AmericanEagle.com at 773-NETWORK. That's AmericanEagle.com, 773-NETWORK.
Hearing the news every day is one thing. Hearing it hit home is something altogether different. That's the difference you hear every day on KDKA Radio. We go beyond the benign headlines and bring the news to life, your life. So stay here and hear the news and what a difference it makes. 100.1 FM and AM 1020, KDKA.
From the Aetna Medicare Studios.
Proud to be the voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020, KDKA.
ABC News, I'm Sherry Preston. Iran issuing new demands around the reopening of the Strait of Hormuz. The country's National Security Council saying that the strait will not open until the U.S., quote, corrects its behavior. So far, no comment from U.S. negotiators. Puerto Rico is now rationing water after the driest month there in 120 years, says ABC's Andrew Dimbert.
Puerto Rico was already dealing with chronic water issues and shortages even before that drought intensified. The governor has acknowledged the island's water infrastructure has suffered for decades with insufficient investment and maintenance. And just last month, 40,000 customers on the island lost water, prompting the National Guard to help.
A pilot and crew member on board a firefighting helicopter in Utah were both killed when the chopper went down. Conditions there and in Washington state, where fires are still burning, extremely dry. Hunter Biden telling the BBC his father, former President Joe Biden's prostate cancer has spread to other parts of his body. Joe Biden's memoir comes out after the midterms. This is ABC News.
Retirement, it's almost here. Are you ready? Well, join Kurt Kanodik and Ethan Lane of Accurate Solutions Group for your retirement blueprint. Let Kurt and Ethan help you plan for your retirement dreams. Don't miss your retirement blueprint, Sundays at 10. Investment advisory services offered through ASG Investment Management, LLC.
The popularity of cremation is on the rise. Unfortunately, so is the cost. I'm Dustin D'Alessandro, Supervisor and Funeral Director. To keep the cost down, the Thomas M. Smith Funeral Home and Crematory Limited in Blawnox and the D'Alessandro Funeral Home and Crematory Limited in Lawrenceville have on-site crematories. By performing the cremation on-site without losing custody of the remains, our funeral homes can defray those costs and pass the savings on to you. Our fee for a direct cremation is only $1,250. This low-cost, direct cremation offer is available to all residents of Allegheny County. Surrounding counties will incur a slight additional fee based on mileage. Contact us with questions or to schedule an appointment by calling the Blawnox office at 412-828-5700 or our Lawrenceville office at 412-682-6500. Our websites are thomasmsmithfuneralhome.com and delisandroltd.com.
Here's the latest from the KDKA Community Message Board.
Obsessed with pizza? So are they at Slice on Broadway. The 2025 winner of World's Best Cheese Pizza Slice is right here in the Berg with 6 Pittsburgh locations, always serving delicious New York-style pizza, hoagies, and salads. Order yours today. Register for Pittsburgh's Fall Fitness Classic. The Great Race 10K and 5K take place on Sunday, September 27th. It's all part of one great weekend celebrating the Richard S. Caligiuri City of Pittsburgh Great Race, presented by Highmark Blue Cross Blue Shield. Odyssey and McGee Women's Research Institute have teamed up for a new women's health podcast. Understudied asks researchers the biggest questions in women's health, and they're finding answers that could change lives around the world. Tune in where you find your podcasts. Sponsored by Genentech.
Details at kdkaradio.com.
Tune in this Sunday morning at 8 for the Coons Cooking Hour with Rob Pratt and the Coons Market team when they discuss cooking with peppers. It's the Coons Cooking Hour presented by Coons Market, your hometown Pittsburgh grocer.
The KDKA AccuWeather forecast is brought to you by JP Roofing and Siding, Pittsburgh's #1 Platinum Preferred roofing replacement contractor. Call 412-829-7711.
Today brings a wet start to the weekend with plenty of clouds around, a couple of showers, and a drenching gusty thunderstorm, the high 85, with a spotty thunderstorm for tonight, otherwise some clouds, low 68, ahead of a rather sunny day for tomorrow, and a high of 87, leads to more clouds for Monday, and another couple of showers and gusty thunderstorms, high 85. For AccuWeather, I'm LaTroy Thornton, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
Welcome back, Michael Bartley. I only have 2 more segments to go. All right, back to the phones. Going in order. Ross in Braddock. Ross, welcome back.
Good afternoon, Michael.
Hi.
I just had to sit down because I had while on hold, I had you and everyone on speaker because one of the drawbacks of being a Social Security benefit recipient because of my work history and then becoming disabled is sometimes you have to out of pocket get a medical device to further your recovery. And I had to keep a positive thought. Oh, by the way, sorry, but Cynthia was fired up, and now with her mother and her sister recently passing, girl, you keep strong. They're rooting for you from beyond, and we understand that. But one of the things that when you go get a medical device to help you out of pocket, you have to put it together. So I said, let me sit down, take a break, so I can talk to Michael and also understand that with more time, being retired and disabled from work, listening to people trying to defend with semantics Social Security, I just had to call. And also because if you don't understand how we have 2 major, and I'll end with this, we have 2 major things as American voters they want us to do. First of all, be eligible to vote, and be an informed voter. So an informed voter can understand and parse semantics, can parse when the talking head goes on TV and the host will maybe ask the same question 3 times reformulated. But then you're wasting time. I'll squawk at you later.
Okay, Ross, thanks so much. I appreciate the call. David in San Francisco. David, you're on KDK. Go ahead.
Oh, thanks, Michael.
Sure.
As you were talking about Todd Blanche there, what's their motivation, specifically the Republican Party, it is kind of odd because, if you go into the history of Roy Cohn was a Democrat, and Trump was a Democrat, but they were some of the most despicable people in New York City. And when he all of a sudden decided to join the Republican Party, for years I've been calling the station and warning that Donald Trump is organized crime. Mm-hmm. And Roy Cohn being organized crime and international organized crime, I think that the motivation of Trump and his cadre is currency speculation. These guys, if you look at money laundering and organized crime, they've got their prostitution money, their gambling money, their gun running money, all of these illegal operations. They've got to find ways to clean that money. And so when he came to power as a Republican, as a president, he helped facilitate the operations of cleaning dirty money. And putting Todd Blanche in as Attorney General, takes the investigations away from money laundering operations. And I've done any number of different, I've got scores of books about Roy Cohn. But even back into the 1970s, Mad Magazine was doing all sorts of different pieces about Donald Trump. So, my research is actually fun because I get to explore Mad Magazine all the way back for 50 years.
I got you. I do. And believe me, David, I know what you're saying. I do. And, it's interesting. That's my point. Medicare and Social Security and all this type of stuff. I mean, I dare you to take it to the Republicans. And listen, here's the other thing. The big, beautiful bill, Trump put us, almost nearly $5 trillion in debt. Again, more pile on the debt. And he's conservative? I don't think so.
Yeah, that's right.
Pile it on and pile it on and pile it on and pile it on and pile it on so that the big, beautiful bill can help rich people get richer and poor people get poorer, at least in my view. Good luck. And I think people have had enough.
Well, it's interesting, you were talking about Social Security there. When it got started during Roosevelt, people were terrified that the money out of their paychecks that were going to go toward Social Security, that it would go to Washington, D.C. And so they helped there were 13 different districts that Social Security handled, and Social Security basically was helping fund the library bond issues and the sewer bond issues and the all of the different types of bond issues, municipal bond issues for different regions. And so the money didn't go to Washington, D.C. It went in somehow or another into their state or local bond issues, and it helped create stability in all the different states. And the 13 districts handled that. But as the world became more demanding of higher and higher interest rates and dividends, for example, World War II veterans were able to get houses at 1.5%. Buying a mortgage and getting a 1.5% mortgage, that was fantastic.
That was big.
I think my parents got 3%.
Yeah.
But the idea that the stock market says we got to get 15% a year, we got to get 20%, we got to double our. And so they set it up so that bond issues were no longer profitable, and nobody wanted to invest in local sewer bond issues or school district bond issues, things like that. And it was as if we couldn't invest in our own regions anymore. And so Social Security doesn't invest in those because the demand is to get higher and higher rate of return. And so that's half the reason why America is being starved. That these bond issue demands have basically taken investing in our own towns and counties out of the picture.
Okay, David, thank you so much for the call. John in Crafton, I'm fitting you in, John. Sorry, go ahead.
Okay, I'm going down to McKees Wash tonight to see John McIntyre. I thought you want to go?
Oh, I love it. Good. I love John McIntyre. Tell him I said hello.
Okay, well, I love John because he'd always say, people say, I used to be a Democrat.
Yeah.
So you were never a Democrat. You're always right-wing. I got a bone to pick with you.
I got it.
You signed for broken record. All you do is badmouth these socialist programs. Did you ever hear of the COINTEL program, the FBI's COINTEL program?
Wait, you saying I badmouth social programs?
Yeah, these little hippies called They're protesting Israel, and you call them socialists. You and
you mean democratic socialists? I badmouth.
Okay. Well, anyway, did you ever hear the COINTEL?
Not social pro. I don't badmouth social programs. I do.
I know. Hey, John, I know you get carried away, but hey, listen. I told you my dad was the president of Chris Moore fan club.
Mm-hmm.
And my dad was also best friends with Monsignor Charles R. Rice. Remember I told you that before?
I do remember that. Yeah, and I loved Rice. My mother loved him.
I do follow these guys. My dad was in the OSS. I was the forerunner of the CIA. Many of his friends stayed in the CIA. They used to have all these reunions. They weren't agents. They were communications people. My dad was real good at Morse code. And all these guys advised me to go to Canada. Don't go to Vietnam. Well, I didn't listen to them anyway. I went in the Army anyway. I got a top secret security clearance. I was a crypto technician. But anyway, my dad got beat up at a war demonstration. My dad used to go to these war demonstrations. He'd tell these hippies, don't be smoking weed in here because all they want to do is arrest you. Anyway, I had a COINTEL program by the FBI, and the CIA had a program called MK Ultra. What it was they infiltrated the peace movement and the civil rights movement with all these infiltrators. Do you really think that those guys that attacked the Capitol building were Antifa?
No, I don't. I'm here. Yeah, go ahead. I don't think they were Antifa. I think they're.
Capitol building were Antifa?
No, I do not. I don't think they were Antifa. I think the MAGA people claimed they were Antifa, and the MAGA people also claimed they were with the CIA and the FBI. Did January 6th.
Anyway, when my dad was a good friend of Molly Rush in the Thomas Merton Center.
Good.
And then all those remember the guy across the street there was that Lou Burks at that bookstore.
No.
Across from the Thomas Merton Center?
I don't.
Anyway, my dad, he says whenever homosexuals started joining the Thomas Merton Center, my dad thought they were all spies, just like...
Oh, God, help us. Wow.
Anyway, my dad finally realized these guys weren't spies, but
yeah.
The bottom line was, you think that the Boston Tea Party, you really think they were American Indians?
Okay, John, I don't know what you're talking about. I'm sorry. You were jumping all over the place, and I'm tight on time. I have no idea what your point was. None. I don't mean to be offensive, but I don't have a clue. All right, Dick from Dayton, you're going to be our last caller again, Dick. Michael Bartley, KDKA.
Hi, this is Larry Richard. Join us Monday in the Big K Morning Show, 5:30 until 10. We'll recap what you might have missed over the weekend and get you going.
When you need to know, depend on the news leader. At home, in your car, or at work. The voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM, AM 1020, and KDKA-radio.com.
Planning for retirement isn't easy. If you don't know where to start, join Beth Andrews of Net Worth Advisors every Saturday at 1 for the Net Worth Financial Hour. Beth shares helpful tips and strategies that just might change the course of your retirement. Listen every Saturday at 1 to the Net Worth Financial Hour with Beth Andrews of Net Worth Advisors. Net Worth Advisors, LLC, is a registered investment advisor.
If you or anyone you care about is facing a family legal matter, call Cordell & Cordell today at 1-855-GET-LEGAL or visit CordellCordell.com to schedule your consultation.
There's a lot on the line in divorce. This is Joe Cordell of Cordell & Cordell, the largest family law firm in the country, with over 35 years of helping clients navigate divorce. But being big doesn't mean less personal or less local. Our attorneys live and work in your community, and as neighbors, they understand the challenges your families face. Divorce touches all areas of your life: your home, savings, retirement, and of course, kids. So when you find yourself facing divorce, you need a partner you can count on. Visit CordellCordell.com to schedule your consultation.
If you or anyone you care about is facing divorce, contact Cordell & Cordell today. With over 100,000 clients served, we understand the challenges you're facing on a personal level. Call Cordell & Cordell today at 1-855-GET-LEGAL. That's 1-855-GET-LEGAL. Pittsburgh and Cranberry Township. Joseph Cordell, licensed in Missouri and Illinois.
Get connected. That's the Inside Connection this Saturday morning at 9 with your local Medicare experts from MediConnect.
If you're turning 65, hear all the inside information available to seniors on the Inside Connection, presented by MediConnect. Medicare made simple.
My name is Whitney Allen, and I'm a widow. My husband, Ryan, died. We never thought we'd ever have to use life insurance, but the unexpected happened. With Ethos, signing up was fast and 100% online. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. No medical exams, and you can get up to $3 million worth of coverage. I'm grateful we were prepared.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/radio. That's ethos.com/radio. Paid spokesperson. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
You've got a big day, so you use Unstoppable Scent Boosters to give your laundry non-stop freshness. So no matter how long the day goes, you
can't stop this power, this walk, this pose, this strut, this look, this talk.
Your clothes will be so fresh you can confidently strut into that end of the day meeting like a
bosses. Let's talk business in my office.
Add new Unstoppable beads to your wash for 24-hour non-stop freshness, so you can smell unstoppable.
SchultzFord.com, 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 SchultzFord.com.
He's downright entertaining, and he's on the voice of Pittsburgh. Michael Bartley, 100.1 FM and AM 1020, KDKA.
Okay, welcome back. Thanks so much. Welcome back, and thank you, all you the callers that I had today. Great show. Really appreciate it. Lots of stuff. Did a lot of. Wait a minute. We really got through a lot of stuff today. Woo, baby. All right, listen. As we like to do now, Dick and Dayton, my last caller. Hi, Dick. Dick, are you there? Wait a minute, Dick. Okay, now I got you. Hi, Dick.
Hi, Michael. I wanted to tell you real quick. Bob Ford, he plays in a band, and they missed me. And I've never seen so many people at String Benders. This time we had 13 people, and we went through those songs, and we were just tearing them up, Michael.
When was that?
That was yesterday. Chris plays lead. Oh, he had a guitar. He knew these songs that our hands hurt. Truck Driving Man. We did Into My Baby's Arms. We just hit those. Oh my gosh, Mountain Dew, and we just kept on and on. And they had a lot of religious songs, but my hands are still sore.
Wow! Wait a minute. Wait. But what was the event though? What was it for?
Bob Ford has it's called the bluegrass and the country.
So
people come from like.
So it was a concert. Okay.
Yeah. It actually is, but there were 30 people. Just couldn't believe it. But I'm telling you, Paul Adams, he can sing, and he played harmonica. Well, I've worked with Dick, and he knows all this stuff. And
Dick, you're saying names we don't know. You're saying names we don't know who they are, and that's okay. So it was a bunch of guys, and you went on stage and entertained everybody. It must have been great.
Yeah, we were sitting down, and they kept feeding us. We had donuts and stuff, but it was good.
Wow.
Oh man, I just tore it up. And
what songs did you play? Would we know any of the songs that you played?
Yeah, we did Rolling in My Baby's Arms, Truck Driving Man, Mountain Dew, You Get a Line, I Get a Pole, and then Honky Tonk Women. Oh my gosh.
How many folks were there?
39. Oh my gosh, they didn't want us to leave.
Were they singing along?
Oh yes, and Bob said, "Well, if we bring Dick, we get a crowd."
Oh, that's great. Where are you going to play tonight? You playing tonight?
I might play downstairs, but it's so cool. It's so cool. My cousin, we went to marry, then we went out, had milkshake. But like I say, it's a gift from my family in Northern Ohio, and my cousin and my other cousin. I think we all learned, and Carla's trying to get us all together. She would come here or wait, and she wants to go a couple of days. We'll take 14 people, and then we play 3 hours. Get 5 songs. I think I better go, don't you?
I think you better go too. What are they making for dinner tonight at your place?
I think we're having ham and scalloped potatoes.
Oh, I love ham and scalloped potatoes. What are you going to do tomorrow? Tomorrow's Sunday.
I go to Bible study, and I've been straightening things up here, but I just was glad to get back to the group. My dad always admired me. I think it's, music is a talent that you learn, but it's refreshing, and people remember you just like you have a skilled trade, but Bob said, Dick, we need you back. You're tearing it up.
Oh, that is so fantastic. Oh, my God. So, listen, this is great. So you're having a heck of a weekend. When you guys play music like that, I love when you call me at the end, Dick, because we love hearing from you because
we
you're
do.
so. But when you play music, and someone congratulates
Dick calls. Dick's made my day.
I know.
I'll talk to you later.
Oh, wait a minute. I'm talking to you. When you guys play music, that's why I love you. When you guys play the music and you're playing the mandolin, you play, right?
No, I played the ukulele.
All right.
It was good.
But
I will, and hopefully you could make it here sometime. I'll give your you bring Lenny or everybody, and we'll go somewhere and we'll play, okay?
Yeah, but when you play stuff like you did last night and people come up to you and say, thank you so much, that was wonderful, how does that make you feel?
Good. Because I was with Jack Barr 36 years, and he put me in the back, but he says, well, we got somebody up here that he could he knows his stuff, and he's going to sing something, and I don't know. He's just back there. He learned the music here. We're proud of him, so we give him an A+.
Wow, that's wonderful.
Wow.
Dick, have a great Saturday night and a great Sunday. I'll talk to you next week.
Okay, I'll see you.
Okay, bye-bye. I love when Dick calls at the end. He calls now at the end to say hello to everybody. Anyway, I will see you Thursday night at my regular time, 6 to 10. In the meantime, and we'll pick up on a lot of these topics and so forth. Today was fun. Today was great. I love being here on a Saturday afternoon. And I also want to, in particular, thank Captain David Finnerty from the McKees Rocks Police Department for being my guest earlier on, talking about this case that has folks talking. To think that a 12-year-old boy commits suicide, in McKees Rocks, Captain David Finnerty and several other officers went there, and the parents gave them the police permission to talk publicly and appeal to parents and families and teachers and grandparents and kids to stop this bullying. Because it's apparent to the police department and the family that this kid, 12 years old, was gregarious and outgoing and popular. But he lost his dad 3 years ago. And he lost his hero. His dad was a former Marine. We got the story today from Captain Finnerty. This kid was hurting because he lost his father, his hero. And because of that, he was bullied. Other kids made fun of him because he lost his father and it bothered him. What a tragic story. And this kid committed suicide. And it's apparent to the police and to the family this is why he